My heavens! How would you beat up the groom? A matchmaker's shrill voice pierced Lin Yan's ears. His mind was still foggy, struggling to grasp what was happening. Didn't I just jump to my death? Oomph. He brought this on himself. A young man with the air of a street thug stood in the doorway of a two-story concrete house, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Trying to barge in and marry my sister without even preparing door-opening red packets? Dream on. Lin Yan forced his eyes open. The sight of Chen San, his soon-to brother-in-law, sent a jolt of clarity through him, along with a surge of revulsion. This parasite, Chen San's sister, Chen Mei, was Lin Yan's fiancée. Raised with the mantra a sister must always support her brother, Chen Mei had spent their marriage funneling every penny Lin Yan earned into her family's pockets. Even when he starved himself sick, she never hesitated to drain their savings for her brother's whims. The 90s economic boom had offered Lin Yan an escape. He started a business, grinding through hardship until his company flourished. By the 2010s, he was worth millions. Then the nightmare began. Blinded by love, Lin Yan had handed Chen Mei shares in his company. He put Holmes, Carcevari Thinge in her name. Still unsatisfied, she badgered him into gifting shares to Chen San too. With money came arrogance. Chen San befriended a city-bred rich kid who took a liking to Chen Mei. Together, the trio orchestrated Lin Yan's downfall, diluting his shares, forging loan agreements, and leaving him bankrupt. The final blow? A video from Chen San. Chen Mei locked in a passionate kiss with that rich bastard, laughing as Lin Yan's life crumbled. Bankrupt. Betrayed. He jumped. And now, I'm back. Back to his wedding day, the day his misery began. Chen San, it's Lin Yan's big day. A token red packet is enough. Don't ruin the auspicious hour. A gentle voice snapped Lin Yan from his thoughts. A beautiful bridesmaid dabbed at the blood on his forehead. Xia Luoxue. His fist clenched so tight his nails drew blood. No pain could outweigh his guilt toward her. But this moment confirmed it truly returned to the past. Xia Luoxue, whose side are you on? Chen San sneered. Rumor says you and Lin Yan have always been close. You defending him like this, could it be you like him? Gasps rippled through the crowd. Xia Luoxue stiffened. Don't spout nonsense. I just don't want Chen Mei's wedding delayed. Save it. My sister's the beauty of Chen Village. Chen San jabbed a finger at Lin Yan. No 10 888 yuan red packets? No bride. 10. Xia Luoxue's cheeks flushed with anger. Lin Yan already paid 10,000 in bride price plus gold. He's broke. In 1996, that demand equaled 2 years' wages. Last life, Lin Yan had begged. Chen San refused. Only Xia Luoxue's life savings saved the wedding. A decision that doomed her. When her grandfather fell ill, Lin Yan, now a small business owner, could have repaid her. But Chen Mei blocked him, threatening divorce. By the time he mustered the courage, Xia Luoxue's grandfather was dead. She vanished, leaving Lin Yan to drown in regret for decades. Until the day before his suicide. She reappeared confessing she'd loved him all along, even offered to share his debts. The realization shattered him. He'd wasted his love on the wrong woman. To spare her, he drove her away and jumped. Now history repeated. Go get your dowry money, Luoxue, Chen San taunted. Since you're such close neighbors. Xia Luoxue bit her lip. Wait here. I'll fetch the money. Lin Yan caught her wrist. Don't. Lin Yan, I want to lend. Chen San was right. Lin Yan's voice was steady. I regret this. I won't marry Chen Mei. Silence. Then chaos. What did you say? Chen San lunged. Chen Mei's mother, Feng Feng, stormed out. You dare? Double the bride price? Or no wedding? The crowd gasped. 20,000 yuan? That was 5 years' wages. Lin Yan apologized. Xia Luoxue pleaded. Don't throw everything away because of me. Lin Yan ignored the uproar. His eyes never left hers. You ruined my wedding. He smiled. So, will you marry me instead? The world froze. Xia Luoxue's mind went blank. Around them, jaws dropped. Holy shit. Chapter 2. The brutal beating of the parasitic brother-in-law. Xia Luoxue and Lin Yan were neighbors and childhood friends. When she was 10, her parents tragically perished at sea while fishing, leaving her to rely solely on her grandfather. The children of the village ostracized her, labeling her as an ill-fated soul. Only Lin Yan remained indifferent to their taunts, frequently seeking her company and treating her as a sister. Lin Yan's parents also embraced her as a daughter, filling the emotional void of her childhood, and unbeknownst to her, she gradually developed deep feelings for Lin Yan. As Xia Luoxue blossomed into a graceful young woman, her circumstances began to shift. An increasing number of suitors emerged, not only from Dashi village, but also from the neighboring Chun family village and even more distant locales, all with matchmakers knocking at her door. Yet, she steadfastly turned them all down, Her heart was set on marrying Lin Yan. However, she was utterly unprepared for the day Lin Yan announced his intention to marry her best friend, Chen Mei. Stunned, she ultimately resolved to attend Lin Yan and Chen Mei's wedding. In her heart, she had already reconciled to the idea of stepping back from Lin Yan's life after his marriage, considering the 8,888 yuan wedding gift merely a token from her as a sister to her beloved brother. Yet, unexpectedly, Lin Yan declared that he no longer wished to marry Chen Mei and inquired if she would be willing to marry him instead. A tempest of emotions surged within Xia Luoxue. Of course, she wished to wed him. However, agreeing would mean shattering the engagement between Lin Yan and Chen Mei, and she feared the incessant gossip from the villagers of Chen family village, not to mention the ridicule she would face upon returning to Dashi village. Lin Yan, who do you think you are? You can marry whomever you please? Chen San sneered. Xia Luoxue has already caught the eye of the son of Boss Wang from our village, who has promised a dowry of 10,000 yuan along with 3 appliances and a motorcycle. Can you afford such things? The villagers of Chen family village gasped at this revelation, turning their gazes towards Xia Luoxue. It was common knowledge that in the 1990s, the 3 appliances referred to were a television, air conditioner, refrigerator, and a motorcycle, luxuries beyond the reach of ordinary families. Lin Yan, you don't want to marry my daughter? Fine, leave quickly. The banquet is set at your place, and relatives have already arrived. Let's see how you explain this to your father, said Feng Fang. Her face twisted with malice and her voice sharp. The relatives present glared at Lin Yan with hostility, eager to pounce on him. Yet, Lin Yan appeared oblivious to their words, his gaze fixed intently on Xia Luoxue, awaiting her response. As Xia Luoxue remained silent, Lin Yan pondered if he had been too hasty. Even if Xia Luoxue harbored feelings for him, here he was, at Chen family village, abruptly retracting his proposal to marry Chen Mei in favor of Xia Luoxue. Would she think he was merely using her as a backup due to the difficulties imposed by the Chen family? Take your time to consider. Lin Yan forced a smile, addressing Xia Luoxue. Chen San regarded Lin Yan with derision, as if mocking his unrequited affection. I am willing. As Lin Yan was about to turn back to the Lin family, Xia Luoxue suddenly spoke up, her tone resolute. Lin Yan halted in his tracks, spinning around to fix his gaze on Xia Luoxue. What did you say? Are you willing? Yes. Xia Luoxue's cheeks flushed, and she shyly lowered her head. Ha ha. Upon hearing Xia Luoxue's affirmative response, Lin Yan erupted in joyous laughter. In this lifetime, being with a girl who truly loves him felt like a worthy rebirth. He vowed never to let Xia Luoxue suffer again. He would amass great wealth to adorn her beautifully, and he would take good care of Grandpa Xia, ensuring that the tragedies of his past life would never recur. The relatives of the Chen family around them were taken aback by Xia Luoxue's words, and the ants began to hurl insults. Where did this shameless girl come from, daring to snatch a man from our Chen family? You think you can steal Chen Mei's groom and still be considered her best friend? You wretched hussy, just wait until I tear your clothes apart, leaving you with no face to stay in Dashi village. Many fierce women, with menacing expressions, prepared to rush forward and tear Xia Luoxue's garments. Xia Luoxue's complexion shifted dramatically. The women of this era were exceptionally ferocious. Get away. Lin Yan stood protectively in front of Xia Luoxue, shouting at the Chen relatives with a terrifying glare. All the Chen relatives were intimidated by Lin Yan's fierce gaze, retreating in fear. Lin, you can't just marry my sister whenever you please. Chen San brandished a wooden stick with a menacing expression, charging at Lin Yan. Want to back out of the marriage? Then leave behind a hand and a foot. Chen San had always been a local bully in Chen family village, known for his ruthless demeanor and reckless actions, having injured many honest folks. As the relatives of the Chen family watched Chen San's stick descend toward Lin Yan's head, they wore expressions of cold amusement. Only the villagers of Chen family village looked on with pity. However, being from the same village as Chen San, they felt unable to assist an outsider from Dashi village. Unexpectedly, Lin Yan struck first. Grasping Chen San's wooden stick, he delivered a powerful kick to Chen San's abdomen, sending him crashing backward against the door, where he finally came to a halt, writhing in pain and howling. The onlookers were left astonished. Son, what happened to you? Feng Fang hurriedly helped Chen San up, then shot a venomous glare at Lin Yan. You dare to lay a hand on him? What nonsense! He was about to hit me. How could I not retaliate? Lin Yan replied coolly. Is this the kind of upbringing the Chen family provides? Luckily, I didn't marry Chen Mei. Otherwise, my life would be ruined. In his previous life, blinded by infatuation for Chen Mei, he would have dodged or defended himself without retaliating, even if Chen San had attacked him. But now, he had no intention of marrying Chen Mei. If his ex-wife's brother wanted to strike him, he should not expect him to hold back. It is worth noting that in his previous life, after achieving success, he had studied combat sports for a period during his leisure time. Not to mention Chen San alone. Even all the ruffians from Chen family village combined would not stand a chance against him. Lin Yan's gaze swept across the relatives of the Chen family. Each person who met his piercing stare quickly lowered their heads, unable to meet his eyes, and none dared to speak up for Chen San. Luoxue, let us depart. Lin Yan said gently, taking Xia Luoxue's hand. Let us return to Dashikan and visit my relatives. Upon hearing this, Xia Luoxue's face flushed, her heart raced, and a tinge of nervousness enveloped her. Just then, a woman in red rushed out from the Chen house, her voice soft and pitiful as she said, Lin Yan, do you truly not wish to marry me anymore? Chen Mei, with her sweet appearance and petite figure, was the kind of woman that men longed to cherish and protect. Coupled with her delicate voice, which bore a slight tremor, any frail utterance from her could disarm a man's defenses. In his previous life, every time Chen Mei supplemented her family's finances, she would feign a pitiful demeanor before Lin Yan, claiming to be the eldest daughter of her family and questioning who would help her family if she did not. It was this feigned fragility that ensnared Lin Yan completely. However, in this new life, Lin Yan had grown impervious to such tactics. Chen Mei, from the time we dated to discussing marriage. Whether it was your mother or your brother, you should know better than I where the money I had went over these past 2 years. Facing his ex-wife, Lin Yan's expression was cold as he said indifferently, now, your mother and brother have suddenly raised their demands, pushing me to a dead end. Have you ever said a word in my defense? They are both looking out for my best interests. Can't you indulge them a little? Chen Mei bit her lip, gazing at Lin Yan with a sorrowful expression. Marriage is the most significant event of my life. If you love me, you should be willing to sacrifice everything for me. Lin Yan chuckled, realizing how foolish he had been in his past life. Falling for this woman who played the victim while being a mama's boy and a brother's enabler for 20 years. He had always considered her needs. Running to and fro for the Chen family, only to end up with a tragic conclusion. Indeed, your mother and brother are looking out for your interests, while I am the villain. Therefore, I have no intention of marrying you. Let us part ways amicably and wish each other well. Lin Yan, uninterested in further conversation with Chen Mei, grasped Xia Luoxue's hand and began to walk away. Upon witnessing this, a look of panic crossed Chen Mei's face. She attempted to chase after Lin Yan, but was stopped by Feng Fang. Daughter, why marry such a poor fellow? The wealthy Wang family from the neighboring village has always sought to marry you. Though they may be older, marrying them would make you a young mistress, which is far better than marrying Lin Yan. Listen to your mother. It is the right choice. Chapter 3. Engagement. Upon hearing her mother Feng Fang's words, Chen Mei paused in her stride, her face betraying a moment of hesitation, before finally covering her face and shedding a few tears. At that moment, in the courtyard of Dashikan, several banquet tables were set, filled with relatives of the Lin family, all wearing smiles as they awaited the groom to bring the bride back, so they could feast. Old Lin, your son is marrying the daughter from the neighboring Chen family village. I hear the bride price is set at 10,000 yuan. Plus 3 gold pieces, quite a substantial sum. Chen Zhangwo, the village chief of Dashikan, took a puff from his pipe and remarked to a middle-aged man beside him. All your savings must be depleted by now, huh? Surrounding relatives of the Chen family turned their gazes toward Lin Shan, Lin Yan's father. The child is happy. As a father, I can only do my utmost to support him. Lin Shan managed to force a smile onto his complex face and replied, money can be earned again, but we cannot overlook the significance of this joyous occasion. Meanwhile, Lin Yan, who had just returned to the doorway, gazed with a complex expression at his father's slightly stooped figure, his eyes inevitably moistening. In his previous life, his father had exhausted all their savings to gather the 10,000 yuan for his wedding and had incurred significant debt. To repay it quickly, his father worked tirelessly as a laborer, inhaling too much dust, which ultimately led to his untimely demise from lung cancer within a few years. Fortunately, in this life, he did not marry Chen Mei, thus sparing his father from financial ruin and relentless toil for repayment. Lin Yan, why have only you and Luoxue returned? Where is the bride? Lin Shan, noticing Lin Yan and Xia Luoxue standing at the entrance, asked in surprise. Everyone stood up, casting puzzled glances toward Lin Yan. Lin Yan, what happened to your head? An elderly man standing beside Lin Shan, with a kind demeanor, observed the scar on Lin Yan's forehead and inquired with concern. This elder was Xia Luoxue's grandfather, who had watched Lin Yan grow up. Because Lin Shan's family had always taken care of him, the two families shared a bond akin to kinship. At that moment, Both Lin Shan and his wife Li Tsuehua also noticed the injury on Lin Yan's head and hurriedly began to apply medicine and bandage it. I heard yesterday that the Chen family from Qinjia village, particularly one called Chen San, has demanded 10 red envelopes of 888 yuan each to open the door when Lin Yan comes to fetch his bride, threatening to beat him otherwise. Could that possibly be true? Lin Yan's head is all bruised. Surely it cannot be false? The Chen family is truly overreaching. This is not a matter of marrying a daughter. It is clearly selling her. Shoo! It's a day of great joy. Let us refrain from speaking ill. The villagers of Dashikan chattered among themselves, their voices creating a cacophony. Lin Yan, is that indeed the case? Upon hearing the discussions around him, Grandpa Xia's face turned red with anger as he rapped his cane on the ground. Yes. Lin Yan nodded slightly, recounting the events in detail. Hearing that the Chen family had reneged on their agreements and demanded a doubled bride price, Xiada's face filled with indignation. That family is utterly disgraceful. How dare they treat such a fine young man like Lin Yan in this manner? The villagers of Dashikan and the relatives of the Chen family, upon hearing this, were expressions of righteous anger. Grandfather Xia, Dad, Mom. Lin Yan cast a serious glance at Xiada, Lin Shan, and Li Tsuehua, declaring earnestly, in the past, I was foolish and misguided in my affections. Only today did I come to realize the true nature of Chen Mei and her family. Thus, I have resolved not to marry Chen Mei. I wish to annul our engagement. Very well. Whatever you decide, I shall support you. Lin Shan replied solemnly, nodding. I will handle the annulment. The villagers and relatives from the Chen family, upon hearing Lin Yan's intention, expressed their strong support. What a pity to waste such a splendid feast, Li Tsuehua lamented, glancing at the sumptuous dishes surrounding them. Waste? With so many friends and family gathered. Let us enjoy this together, Lin Shan interjected. My son avoiding a union with a woman from the Chen family is a blessing. Today, let everyone indulge and relish the meal, taking home the contributions they brought. The relatives chuckled at his words. Wait. Lin Yan raised his hand and addressed Lin Shan. Dad, let us not hold a wedding banquet today. Instead, we shall convert it into an engagement celebration. He took Xia Luoxue's hand and, to the astonishment of the onlookers, knelt slowly before Xiada. Grandfather Xia, Luoxue and I have grown up together, supporting each other through thick and thin. In moments of discomfort, she was by my side to care for me. In times of sorrow, she was there to comfort me. Today, while facing the Chen family's objections during the wedding preparations, it was Luoxue who shielded me. In that moment, I realized I had loved the wrong person all along. Luoxue is the one I should cherish for a lifetime. I vow that from this day forth, every penny I earn will be for Luoxue. I shall care for her when she is unwell, comfort her when she is unhappy, and protect her when she is wronged. In short, whatever other women possess, she shall have too, and what others lack, she shall possess. With a resolute gaze, Lin Yan looked up, his eyes bright and determined. Grandfather Xia, I wish to marry Luoxue. Do you consent? Certainly. I will be the first to support Lin Yan and Luoxue's union. At that moment, village chief Chen Jiangwo stood up, applauding. These two children have known each other since childhood. Their bond is profound, and with our families so closely intertwined, they will be able to care for one another after marriage. The villagers of Dashi village voiced their agreement. Hearing Lin Yan's words, Xiada was visibly moved. He turned to Xia Luoxue, Little Snow, do you wish to marry Lin Yan? He could not fail to discern his granddaughter's feelings. Yet he desired to hear her affirmation directly. The crowd watched with bated breath. Lin Qing, Lin Yan's younger sister, clenched her fists nervously and exclaimed, Sister Luoxue, please marry my brother. I would love to have you as my sister-in-law. If he dares to mistreat you, I will help you teach him a lesson. Upon hearing this, Xia Luoxue's face flushed crimson, and she lowered her head, her voice barely audible. I am willing. The crowd erupted into smiles at her response. A benevolent smile graced the face of Grandpa Xia as he turned to Lin Yan, stating, although Xiao Shui is willing to marry you, I cannot simply allow my only granddaughter to enter into matrimony carelessly. Today's wedding feast shall not count. I shall consult a reputable gentleman to select an auspicious day for the wedding of Xia Luoxue. Lin Yan promptly responded. Grandpa Xia nodded in satisfaction, then cast his gaze toward Lin Shan and Li Tsuehua, proposing, let the betrothal gifts adhere to the customary practices of our village. A sum of 333 will suffice. Xiao Shui also possesses a dowry bequeathed by her parents, including new bedding and other essentials, which will be brought along later. How can this be? Lin Yan and his father Lin Shan exclaimed in unison, exchanging glances. Lin Yan interjected, I have watched Xia Luoxue grow up. She is exceptionally talented, gentle, and virtuous. For my son to wed her is a blessing earned from past lives. The betrothal gifts and the 3 gold items should meet high standards, however. Before Lin Yan could finish his statement, Grandpa Xia struck his cane in irritation, retorting, I am not selling my granddaughter. What need do we have for such an extravagant sum? It has been decided. Everyone has seen my granddaughter. The engagement ceremony is considered complete. Xiao Shui, let us depart. With that, he took hold of Xia Luoxue and strode towards the exit. Witnessing Grandpa Xia's obstinate nature, Lin Yan and his father exchanged resigned smiles. Friends and family rejoiced at Lin Yan's renewed engagement. As the engagement banquet neared its conclusion, Chun San and a group of relatives from Chun family village caused a commotion. But they were promptly thwarted by the villagers of Dashikan. The Chun family was indeed in the wrong, and with the intervention of Chun Jiangwo, the village chief of Dashikan, the details of the annulment were settled on the spot. The Chen family would return the betrothal gifts and the 3 gold items to the Lin family, while the Lin family would compensate the Chen family with 1,000 yuan as an annulment settlement. Once all matters were resolved, night fell. Lin Yan sat at his desk, drafting his forthcoming plans. Before long, his desk became cluttered with notes detailing his intentions. The first note read, since Grandpa Xia requires only 333 yuan for the betrothal gifts, I shall supplement the dowry with gifts of my own. In this era, a household of means must include essentials such as a refrigerator, air conditioning, and a color television for the bride, ensuring that Xia Luoxue becomes the happiest bride within 10 miles. The second note stated, within 3 months, earn enough to build a villa as a wedding house, with a yard of no less than 300 square meters. The third, allow my sister to pursue her artistic dreams without the burden of tuition, ensuring she gains admission to the Central Academy of Fine Arts. The fourth, encourage Grandpa Xia to smoke less and accompany him for a health check. The fifth, in a few years, a new bull market in stocks will emerge. I must first secure my initial fortune, then invest in the stock market for capital accumulation, followed by real estate investments. The sixth, do not allow the Chen siblings to live too comfortably. After reviewing the multitude of plans on the notes, Lin Yan carefully stored them away in a metal box. He patted the box in his arms, a smile gracing his lips. Once I accomplish the objectives outlined on these notes, might I not find my name atop the national wealth rankings? In this new life, he was determined not only to live joyously and without regret, but also to amass wealth swiftly and efficiently. May the parents, sister, Grandpa Xia, and Xia Luoxue all lead a life filled with happiness. As for the wealthy heir, Lin Yan, who once schemed against him, he shall be brought to light, made to experience the bitter taste of betrayal and isolation. Chapter 4. Preparing breakfast for my wife after placing the iron box neatly. Mother Li Tsuehua called him out to dinner in the courtyard. Once the family had finished their meal, they gathered in the courtyard for a family meeting. Son, although your engagement with Chen Mei has been called off, Grandpa Xia has agreed to your union with Luoxue. Nonetheless, today's events have undoubtedly caused some distress for Luoxue. Lin Yan took a puff from his pipe and advised Lin Yan, once you marry her, you must treat her well. In the 1990s, as market economy flourished, the public's mindset expanded and evolved. Yet, instances of temporary bride exchanges still became fodder for laughter among villagers. In the future, when Xia Luoxue ventured out, she would inevitably face scrutiny and gossip. If her husband lacked capability, she might even be subjected to bullying and insults. I will, Lin Yan replied earnestly, nodding his head. You are in your 20s and about to start a family. It's not the same as always accompanying me to do odd jobs, Lin Yan continued. The Chen family has returned the betrothal gifts and the 3 gold items. After deducting the compensation, your father has 7,888 yuan remaining, and Grandpa Xia only requires 333 yuan as a bride price. Your father's intention is to allocate the second floor as your and Luoxue's marital home while we occupy the first floor. We shall tidy up the common area and courtyard, and the remaining funds will help you start a grain and feed shop. From now on, you and Luoxue should manage this little household well. During the late 1980s and early 1990s, the country gradually relaxed market restrictions, allowing citizens to venture into business and establish individual enterprises. Consequently, many villagers with some savings began to operate small grocery stores. Dashi village was known for its poultry farming, with every household raising chickens, creating a significant demand for feed. In his previous life, Lin Yan had contemplated opening a grain and feed shop during this period. However, To assist his son in marrying, he had to exhaust all his savings for the bride price, incurring considerable debt. After Lin Yan's wedding, he could only work as a cement laborer to repay the debts incurred for his son's marriage. Ultimately, Lin Shan's foresight proved astute. Those who opened grain and feed shops in the village prospered immensely. Within a few years, many families upgraded from modest single-story homes to 5- or 6-story villas, even replacing their bicycles with Honda motorcycles. "Dad, I don't intend to open a grain and feed shop." Unexpectedly, Lin Yan shook his head. While it was true that operating a grain and feed shop could yield some profit, it merely sufficed to address basic needs and accumulate a small amount of savings. The prices of rice, flour, and feed were transparent, with minimal profit margins. Transactions typically yielded only a few dimes in profit. In contrast, street vending presented far greater opportunities. Whether selling cassette tapes, trinkets, or other daily necessities, as long as one procured goods from wholesale markets, the costs were exceedingly low, and profits often multiplied several times over. "Brother, if you're not opening a grain and feed shop, what do you plan to do? You are about to marry Sister Luoxue. You must provide her with a stable home." Before Lin Shan could respond, his younger sister, Lin Qing, expressed her concerns. "Dad, Mom, and Sister, I have my own plans. The bride price will not come from the family." Lin Yan gazed earnestly at Lin Shan, Li Tsuehua, and his sister Lin Qing. His tone resolute. "The date of my marriage with Luoxue is set for 3 months from now. During this period, I shall strive to earn money. Not only will I provide her with the highest bride price in the village, but I shall also procure her the finest gifts. Luoxue's willingness to marry me is a blessing I have earned in my past life, and I shall not allow her to endure even the slightest grievance or labor. I intend to give her the best of everything, making her the happiest bride not just in Shi village, but in all the surrounding areas." Upon hearing Lin Yan's emphatic and resonant declaration, Lin Shan, Li Tsuehua, and Lin Qing gazed at him in astonishment, as if beholding a wholly unfamiliar Lin Yan. The Lin Yan of the past was stubborn, indecisive, and immature. He had pressured his parents to seek a marriage proposal from Chen Mei, disregarding the exorbitant bride price that threatened to deplete his family's life savings. Had the trials of today's wedding ceremony truly catalyzed Lin Yan's maturation? Suddenly, the courtyard door swung open with a clang, drawing the attention of everyone present to the graceful figure leaning against it. "Sister Luoxue, what brings you here?" Lin Qing exclaimed joyfully, rushing to take Luoxue's hand and inquiring affectionately. Caught eavesdropping, Luoxue's face flushed crimson. She had not intended to overhear Uncle Lin's family meeting. She merely happened to arrive at the door just as she heard Lin Yan mention her name, which compelled her to listen in. "Grandfather sent me to fetch the red paper for the 8 characters so Uncle Lin can consult the fortune teller for the auspicious date. I just arrived and did not hear anything. I must be going." Luoxue stammered, lifting the red paper in her hand. Having spoken, she hastily thrust the paper into Lin Qing's grasp, avoiding Lin Yan's gaze, and fled in haste. The onlookers could not help but chuckle at the scene. Once Luoxue returned to her own courtyard, she exhaled a sigh of relief. The moment she recalled Lin Yan's words to his parents, her cheeks flushed anew. It dawned on her that Lin Yan had earnestly vowed before her grandfather to care for her throughout their lives, ensuring she would never suffer. He seemed to have genuinely transformed, growing considerably in maturity, and all of this seemingly for her sake. Fool. To declare that I shall not suffer is one thing. But how could he state before Uncle Lin and Aunt Li that I shall not perform any labor? What if they perceive me as a lazy woman? Luoxue bit her lip, her face burning with embarrassment. Upon returning to her room, she lay in bed, tossing and turning, her mind replaying Lin Yan's romantic declarations. The more she thought about it, the more elusive sleep became, and she found herself cocooned beneath her blankets, occasionally bursting into shy giggles. Fortunately, her grandfather, being elderly, retired early and was not disturbed by her antics. After a restless night of contemplation, Luoxue finally succumbed to slumber, entering a dream where she and Lin Yan were blissfully united in marriage. In her dream, they shared a life filled with love and happiness. Blessed with 2 sets of twins, she sat in the courtyard, watching as the children clamored around Lin Yan, vying for his embrace, while she rested her chin on her hand, smiling contentedly. The following day, as dawn broke, Lin Yan rose from his slumber, quickly attended to his morning rituals, and ventured into the kitchen adjoining the courtyard. He was determined to prepare breakfast for Xia Luoxue and her family. Although he and Xia Luoxue had already secured the approval of both families regarding their relationship, Lin Yan was resolute in his commitment to pamper her. He vowed that she would not endure any hardship, a promise he intended to fulfill with sincerity. He envisioned nurturing her to a state of health and vitality. As he surveyed the kitchen, he found only a few eggs, a bag of white rice, some rice flour, and 2 jars of homegrown bean sprouts. In this era, refrigerators were a luxury. Not only in the village, but even in the towns, few could afford such conveniences. Thus, meat was predominantly preserved through drying or cured into sausages. Families in the village, much like his own, typically stocked only easily preserved eggs, vegetables, and grains. Noticing the absence of meat, Lin Yan redirected his focus to the rice flour and bean sprouts. With such limited ingredients, a typical household might have resorted to simply boiling a pot of porridge and blanching a plate of bean sprouts for breakfast. However, as it was Lin Yan's inaugural attempt at cooking for Xia Luoxue, he was unwilling to settle for mediocrity. Eureka! He decided to prepare bean sprout rice noodle rolls, a delicacy typically found only in the tea houses of the provincial capital. Xia Luoxue had yet to visit the provincial city, and he was certain she would relish this dish. To win the heart of his future wife, one must first capture her appetite. Chapter 5. Striking it rich through street vending. Having resolved to make bean sprout rice noodle rolls, Lin Yan immediately commenced preparations for the ingredients. In his previous life, during the initial phase of his entrepreneurial ventures, he dabbled in various industries and even aspired to open a restaurant. Serving as an apprentice for several months under a renowned Cantonese chef, the technique for crafting bean sprout rice noodle rolls is not particularly complex. The first step in the preparation involves mixing water into rice flour to create a smooth batter, followed by the addition of salt to enhance elasticity. Although cornstarch is typically included to improve the silkiness of the rice sheets, he had to forego it due to its absence in the kitchen. The rice sheets do not require kneading or resting. Lin Yan gathered all the long rectangular trays in the kitchen, 5 in total, brushed each with oil, poured in the batter, and stacked them together, readying them for steaming. The rice sheets steamed rapidly, emerging from the pot in under 5 minutes. Lin Yan brushed a layer of oil atop the sheets and set them aside on a chopping board to cool. Once cooled, the sheets would take on a smooth, elastic texture, releasing a fragrant aroma of rice. After preparing 5 sheets, Lin Yan did not pause. He continued to produce an additional 40 sheets in one go. "Brother, are you making breakfast?" At that moment, his younger sister Lin Qing, rubbing her eyes, entered the kitchen and was met with a look of astonishment upon seeing Lin Yan busily cooking. In the past, such a scene would have been unimaginable to her. Since Lin Qing could remember, she had always been responsible for household chores while Lin Yan spent his days catching crabs and fish with friends or climbing trees for birds' nests and honeycombs. Today, the sun must have risen from the west. "I'm preparing something for Luoxue. She helps Grandpa Xia sell bean sprouts and often skips breakfast," Lin Yan explained. By then, he had already boiled a basin of bean sprouts, which he spread over 2 sheets of rice noodle, rolling them slowly to form 2 tubular shapes. Lin Qing's eyes lit up with realization, a playful expression crossing her face. "Brother, Luoxue hasn't even arrived yet, and you're already spoiling her. You've never made breakfast for me before. I'm upset." Lin Yan ignored her, cutting the 2 rolls into bite-sized pieces and drizzling them with a mixture of soy sauce, peanut sauce, and chives oil, finishing with a sprinkle of white sesame seeds. An exquisite aroma wafted through the kitchen. "That smells wonderful. Brother, what are you cooking?" Lin Qing inquired, swallowing hard with curiosity. "Bean sprout rice noodle rolls, a delicacy from the provincial capital. A classmate who returned from there treated me to it back in school," Lin Yan replied, plating 2 servings of the dish and handing them to Lin Qing. Upon witnessing the pristine, tender rice sheets adorned with bean sprouts and the fragrant sauce, Lin Qing felt her appetite surge, eagerly reaching for her chopsticks to indulge. "These 2 servings are for Grandpa Xia and Luoxue. You should take them over first and return to eat," Lin Yan reminded her. Lin Qing's expression faltered, and she shot Lin Yan a resentful glare before departing with the plates and chopsticks. Watching her hurried figure, Lin Yan chuckled softly to himself and proceeded to prepare 4 more servings of bean sprout rice noodle rolls for their parents. Rummaging through the cupboards to wash the wooden plates and chopsticks previously used for family feasts, Lin Yan had already conceived a means to earn his first sum of money. Meanwhile, Xia Luoxue emerged from her dwelling, her eyes resembling those of a panda, as she prepared to inspect the growth of several pots of bean sprouts in the yard. She intended to pack the matured sprouts into bags for her grandfather to transport to the town market on his bicycle. The family's livelihood relied entirely on these bean sprouts. At that moment, Xia Luoxue suddenly caught a whiff of an intriguing aroma wafting from outside the door, and her stomach could not help but grumble. "Sister Luoxue, please open the door," came Lin Qing's voice from outside. Upon opening the door, Xia Luoxue beheld Lin Qing carrying 2 plates of snow-white rice noodle rolls, from which the delightful scent emanated. "Xiao Qing, what brings you here?" Xia Luoxue inquired, reluctantly diverting her gaze from the enticing dishes. "My brother was concerned you might skip breakfast again, so he sent me to deliver 2 portions of bean sprout rice noodle rolls for you to sample." Lin Qing replied with a playful glint in her eyes. He mentioned that this delicacy is only found in the provincial capital, and the first bite must be reserved for you, sister-in-law. Hearing that this breakfast was prepared by Lin Yan, Xia Luoxue was momentarily taken aback. Having known Lin Yan since childhood, she was well aware that he never cooked. Who would have imagined that one day she would savor a breakfast made by his own hands? The scene eerily mirrored a dream she had the previous night. Could it be that she would truly bear twins for Lin Yan, as in her dream? With this thought, Xia Luoxue's cheeks flushed crimson. Noticing the change in Xia Luoxue's complexion, Lin Qing couldn't help but tease, "Sister Luoxue, soon you will be marrying into my family and becoming my sister-in-law. Why are you feeling shy?" Blushing, Xia Luoxue accepted the rice noodle rolls and murmured, "Xiao Qing, please thank your brother for me. Rest assured, I will tell my brother that you greatly enjoyed his breakfast and that you would like it for a lifetime." Lin Qing replied mischievously as she dashed away. Upon returning to the Lin family courtyard, Lin Shan and Li Zuhua had already finished washing up and were indulging heartily in the bean sprout rice noodle rolls, their faces reflecting sheer bliss. "Why have you started eating without me? Save some for me," Lin Qing said anxiously, her senses already captivated by the delightful dish. "There is plenty of bean sprout rice noodle rolls. Come and eat. Just in time for you to give me your opinion on the taste," Lin Yan remarked, emerging from the kitchen with 2 plates of the delicacy. Seeing the opportunity to finally enjoy the bean sprout rice noodle rolls, Lin Qing eagerly grabbed her chopsticks and devoured them with gusto. The tender, bouncy rice noodles, the crunch of the bean sprouts, and the harmonious blend of soy sauce, mixed sauce, and chive oil tantalized her palate. Even Lin Qing, who usually had the smallest appetite, found herself unable to stop after consuming 3 or 4 plates. "Brother, these bean sprout rice noodle rolls are exquisite. How did you manage to make them?" After satisfying her cravings, Lin Qing inquired with curiosity. "The method is quite straightforward. It simply requires a bit of thought regarding the ingredients. If you all find the flavor satisfactory, I can confidently venture into selling breakfast on the street." Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, expressions of surprise adorned everyone's faces. "Brother, you intend to set up a stall?" Lin Qing exclaimed, her astonishment palpable. "Indeed, brother, I wholeheartedly support you." Li Zuehua voiced her concerns, saying, "Xiao Yan has never operated a street stall, let alone selling breakfast. Will there be any customers?" In the countryside nowadays, most families resolve their breakfast at home, unlike 2 decades later when people will go downstairs to buy breakfast or simply order takeout. Li Zuehua worried that Lin Yan's bean sprout and pig intestine rice noodle dish might struggle to find a market. Desiring to set up a stall and earn money is commendable. You are still young and at an age where one should be bold and tenacious. Give it a try. And if it doesn't sell, we can devise alternative plans, Lin Shan encouraged, patting Lin Yan on the shoulder. However, deep down, he harbored doubts about the viability of making money through selling breakfast. "Thank you, Dad," Lin Yan replied. In his previous life, his success in business was largely attributed to the unwavering support and encouragement from his parents. He had initially contemplated sharing with them that he could earn enough from this dish of bean sprouts and pig intestines to build a villa and purchase 3 electrical appliances. But he hesitated, fearing it might overwhelm them. In the end, Lin Yan resolved to wait until he returned from selling tonight to show them the money he had earned, as that would be far more persuasive. "Brother, do you need my assistance with your stall?" Lin Qing inquired. Chapter 6. The thriving street vendor business. Lin Yan shook his head and earnestly stated, "There is no need for that. Focus on your studies. The matter of earning money should not concern you. In a few months, once I have made some profits, I will enroll you in a summer art class." His younger sister, Lin Qing, was currently a second-year art student. Every day, after breakfast, she would embark on a 20-minute journey to the town for school, attending academic classes during the day and studying art on her own in the evenings. She possessed remarkable artistic talent, yet due to the absence of formal training, her scores during the college entrance examination barely qualified her for a rather ordinary art institution, which charged exorbitant tuition fees. In his previous life, Lin Yan had depleted the family's savings due to his marriage, leading to Lin Qing working after her college entrance exams. She eventually married an ordinary laborer, only to find her husband incapacitated after an accident that resulted in both legs being amputated, leaving him unemployed. The burden of providing for the family fell squarely on Lin Qing's shoulders. Despite her relentless efforts, this fragile woman could barely sustain her small family, leading a life of profound poverty. Even when Lin Yan later achieved some financial success in business, the family's finances were under Chen Mei's control, who disapproved of his relationship with Lin Qing. Consequently, he could only discreetly offer her some financial assistance to ease her burdens. Really? Thank you, brother. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Lin Qing's face brightened with joy as she expressed her gratitude. After breakfast, Lin Shan and Li Zuohua left for work. Lin Yan then moved the 40 portions of steamed bean sprout rice rolls onto a wooden board, covering them with a cloth, and packed them alongside jars of chive oil, mixed sauce, sesame seeds, and wooden plates into the back of a tricycle. Once everything was prepared, Lin Yan instructed Lin Qing and set off on his tricycle to set up his stall. The sun had risen fully, and every household in the village was beginning to prepare breakfast. As Lin Yan rode along the country road, flanked by towering trees and surrounded by lush green rice paddies, the sounds of chirping insects and birds filled the air, mingling with the aroma of cooking. A smile crept onto his lips. Though this era lacked the bustling vibrancy of later times, with its concrete jungles and ceaseless traffic, it was rich in verdant landscapes and serene streams, accompanied by the fragrant scent of rice and the melodies of birds. His spirit felt remarkably liberated and at ease. In his previous life, despite amassing a fortune, the relentless pace, betrayals from those around him, and the treachery of business rivals had left him weary. Given a second chance at life, he intended to cherish each day alongside Xia Luoxue and revel in the joys of existence. Half an hour later, Lin Yan arrived in the county town. Instead of opting for the bustling market, he chose to set up his stall in front of the county's first high school. Those frequenting the market were either there to purchase ingredients for breakfast or were already preparing for lunch. However, students from the high school, whether boarders or day scholars, needed to eat in the school cafeteria, which operated under strict hours. Often, students would arrive late, hungry for breakfast before their morning classes. His bean sprout rice rolls were prepared and merely required slicing, drizzling with soy sauce, mixing in the sauce and chive oil, and sprinkling sesame seeds before they could be savored. For high school students rushing to class, this was undoubtedly the most convenient breakfast option. Lin Yan chose a spot a little farther from the school entrance, lifted the cloth covering the back of his tricycle, and began to call out. The delectable bean sprout rice noodle rolls, a delicacy usually found only in the tea houses of the provincial capital, were being offered at 2 yuan each. With only 80 portions available, once they were sold out, he would depart. Enjoying a serving of bean sprout rice noodle rolls for breakfast was both nutritious and delicious, ensuring no student would have to attend class on an empty stomach. Just 2 yuan a portion, and if it's not to your liking, it's free, come and savor it. At that moment, many hurried students were making their way to school, drawn in by Lin Yan's enticing calls. Those who had yet to eat breakfast gathered around eagerly. Upon seeing the neatly arranged rolls of bean sprout rice noodles and inhaling the fragrant aroma of the chive oil nearby, their stomachs began to rumble. "Brother, how do you eat this bean sprout rice noodle roll?" inquired a plump student, gesturing towards the length of the roll with curiosity. "Simply cut it into pieces, drizzle it with soy sauce, our special sauce, and chive oil, and it's ready to enjoy," Lin Yan replied with a smile. "How much for a portion?" 2 yuan each. Isn't that a bit pricey? The chubby student's face displayed hesitation. After all, in this era, a pound of pork costs only 5 yuan. "You can try a piece first to taste it." Anticipating such a response, Lin Yan swiftly cut half a roll, portioned it, drizzled it with soy sauce, mixed sauce, chive oil, and sprinkled sesame seeds, placing it on a wooden dish before handing a pair of chopsticks to the student. "Try it?" The student had never encountered such an intriguing term before. He accepted the chopsticks, picked up a piece, and as he placed it in his mouth, his expression changed instantly. The rice noodle was silky and springy, the mung bean sprouts crisp, and the unique sauce tantalized his taste buds. He was instantly captivated by this culinary delight. He snatched the portion of bean sprout rice noodle rolls from Lin Yan's hands and devoured it voraciously, exclaiming, "This is amazing, brother. I want another portion." At this, Lin Yan chuckled and quickly prepared a second serving to hand over. The plump student finished his first portion and immediately reached for the second. Students passing by, witnessing the joy of the plump student as he relished the dish, felt their own stomachs growl in response. "Brother, I want a portion of bean sprout rice noodle rolls. Here, 2 yuan. And me. I want one too. In no time, a throng of students rushed forward with money in hand, their eyes gleaming with hunger. Within half an hour, Lin Yan's 80 portions of bean sprout rice noodle rolls were sold out. Many students who had missed out tugged at Lin Yan's sleeve, playfully pleading for him to prepare more for tomorrow. As Lin Yan pedaled away from County No. 1 Middle School, a smile beamed across his face. He had sold 80 portions of bean sprout rice noodle rolls at 2 yuan each, totaling 160 yuan. The glutinous rice flour used to make the rice noodle rolls cost 1 yuan per pound, yielding 8 sheets per pound, while the bean sprouts were homegrown, including soy sauce, chive oil, and other ingredients. His total cost was merely 7 yuan. After deducting expenses, he earned a profit of 153 yuan, equivalent to the average person's half-month salary in this era. And he had accomplished this in just half an hour. More importantly, considering the remarkable popularity of the bean sprout rice noodle rolls today, with an insufficient supply of merely 80 portions in a single day, he plans to prepare 80 sheets of rice noodle tomorrow, translating to a grand total of 160 servings of bean sprout rice noodle rolls, with the aim of reaping substantial profits. After departing from the county's first high school, Lin Yan did not return to the village immediately. Instead, he ventured to the county market to procure some meat, glutinous rice flour, and cornstarch. The addition of cornstarch would enhance the elasticity and smoothness of his rice noodle sheets, thereby attracting more repeat customers. Before leaving, Lin Yan noticed a small grocery store offering Beibinjiang and Coca-Cola. In this era, Beibinjiang was priced at merely 1 yuan and 50 cents, while Coca-Cola cost just 2 yuan. He recalled his sister mentioning that a classmate had tasted Beibinjiang, describing its sweetness with palpable enthusiasm, which made her salivate as she spoke. Consequently, he extracted 5 yuan from his pocket to purchase a bottle of Beibinjiang, a bottle of Coca-Cola, and some candied dried fruits before departing from the market and returning to the village. Chapter 7. The wife has been abducted by her former brother-in-law. When Lin Yan returned to the entrance of Dashur village, it was already noon. He was greeted by the sight of his sister, accompanied by a group of village friends, hurrying towards him. "Xiaoqing, what brings you here?" Lin Yan inquired, puzzled. Upon seeing Lin Yan, Lin Qing's face, already fraught with anxiety, took on a more distressed expression. "Brother, something terrible has happened. Sister Luoxue has been taken away." "What?" At this revelation, Lin Yan's countenance shifted dramatically, a surge of fury exploding within him, rendering his voice icy. "What transpired?" It was Chen San from Qinjia village. Sango saw him leading a gang of ruffians into Grandpa Xia's courtyard and abducting Sister Luoxue. Lin Qing explained in a flustered manner, gesturing towards a young man beside her. Lin Yan turned to see that, alongside Sango, were several young men from the village, all of whom he shared a close camaraderie with. In his previous life, after achieving success, these friends had not harbored jealousy nor sought to exploit his wealth. In fact, when he faced bankruptcy and returned to the village, struggling to afford meals, they often invited him over for food and drink. In the final days of his previous existence, Lin Yan had regretted not helping these good brothers when he had the means, wishing they could have prospered alongside him. Their loyalty was far more genuine and sincere than that of the Chen siblings. I noticed Chen Sin leading a group into the village towards Grandpa Xia's courtyard, and I sensed something was amiss. By the time I gathered Hui Zai and Xiao Bin, Sister Luoxue had already been taken, Sango said. A look of guilt plastered across his face. "Brother Yin, I am deeply sorry for this." Upon hearing Sango's words, Lin Yan surmised that this was a personal attack against him. Having called off his engagement with Chen Mei, he had undoubtedly humiliated the Chen family. Knowing Chen San's temperament, it was clear that he would not stand idly by and had come to Dashur village to abduct Xia Luoxue. A rogue like Chen San was unpredictable. Lin Yan could only imagine what he might do to Xia Luoxue. He had to rescue her at once. "Sango, you bear no blame in this matter. I must save Luoxue and simultaneously teach that Chen San a lesson." "What say you?" Lin Yan's expression darkened, his tone frigid as he clapped a reassuring hand on Sango's shoulder. He was not one to easily tolerate such affronts. In his previous life, he had suffered at the hands of his brother-in-law, Chen San, after marrying Chen Mei. In this life, having severed ties with Chen Mei, he would not allow Chen San to lay a hand on his woman without facing repercussions. "Yesterday, Chen San struck me with a stick. Today, I shall return the favor. Brother Yin, do not worry. Just tell us who to target, and we shall follow you without hesitation," Sango declared earnestly, thumping his chest. The other village friends echoed their agreement. "How dare they bully our sister-in-law? Do they think there are no men in Dashur village? Brothers, arm yourselves. Let us help Brother Yin rescue his wife. Hearing their fervent words, a faint smile graced Lin Yan's lips. He felt gratitude towards fate for granting him a second chance, allowing him to share his youth once more with these brothers and strive for prosperity together. Excellent. Today, let us venture into Qinjia village together. Sango reminded Yin Go. Chun San and his companions often enjoy themselves by the seawall. I suspect they may have taken your sister-in-law there. Then we shall proceed to the seawall. Lin Yan nodded, entrusting the tricycle to Lin Qing, instructing Xiao Qing, please return the tricycle home. I will be back shortly. Brother, please, be careful. Lin Qing glanced at Lin Yan and the group, her expression tinged with concern, yet she resolutely nodded. She understood the tempestuous nature of her brother all too well. In their school days, he was notorious for brawling, a fierce fighter regardless of the setting, be it within the school or the neighboring villages. During his infatuation with Chen Mei, a local ruffian from 2 villages over had whistled at her, and Lin Yan had pursued him relentlessly for miles, nearly incapacitating the scoundrel at the village entrance, a situation only resolved by the intervention of the village heads and a significant medical compensation from their father, Lin Shan. Rest assured, I shall exercise discretion. Lin Yan turned and led San Go and the others toward the seawall at the village's edge. Both Dashi village and Qinjia village are coastal settlements, nestled between mountains and sea. The villagers of Qinjia primarily make their living from fishing, while those of Dashi mainly raise and sell chickens. Due to their differing livelihoods, Dashi villagers rarely frequent the seawall. As Lin Yan approached the seawall, he could faintly hear the sound of sobbing, causing his heart to tighten, quickening his pace. Heaven forbid that Xia Luoxue should suffer indignities. Xia Luoxue, tell me, why would you meddle in the affairs between Lin Yan and my sister? Chen San glared at Xia Luoxue, his face contorted with rage. You claim my sister is your dearest friend, yet on her wedding day, you steal her man. How despicable. Xia Luoxue grasped the arms of 2 young men from Qinjia village, standing resolutely upon the seawall, with the tide-exposed muddy flat stretching behind her. Despite the gravity of the situation, her demeanor remained composed. Chen San, you know better than anyone who is right and who is wrong in this matter. Over the past 2 years, every penny Lin Yan earned working alongside Uncle Lin was handed over to Chen Mei, yet when it came time for marriage negotiations, she insisted on the highest bridal price in the village, driving Uncle Lin to the brink of ruin. Knowing full well that both Lin Yan and Uncle Lin were penniless, you, as the brother-in-law, still demanded exorbitant sums, and when they could not comply, you resorted to violence, leaving Lin Yan bloodied. Your mother even reneged, demanding double the bridal price for Chen Mei to leave. It is you who have gradually extinguished Lin Yan's affection for Chen Mei, leading him to become disheartened and ultimately choose to withdraw from the engagement. The young men of Qinjia village exchanged perplexed glances at Chen San, as they were oblivious to these intricate details. Upon hearing Xia Luoxue's words, it seemed that the Chen family had indeed acted excessively. The dowry and the groom's demand for a red envelope from the bride during the wedding, originally intended for good fortune, have now become exorbitant, verging on the outrageous. If it were not for your acceptance of Lin Yan's proposal, Xia Luoxue, my sister would not have faced a rejection on her wedding day. Noticing the peculiar gazes of his fellow villagers, Chen San's expression darkened, and in a fit of anger and humiliation, he bellowed, "It is your fault my sister cannot marry Lin Yan. It is you who has brought shame upon our family in this village." His face contorted with rage. He fixed his menacing gaze on Xia Luoxue, gritting his teeth as he spat. Do you not wish to shame yourself by stealing another's man? I shall cast you into the muddy mire, allowing you to roll in filth, and then summon the entire village to witness. I will make you aware of the consequences of your disgraceful actions. With that, he shoved aside 2 of his companions and approached Xia Luoxue, intent on pushing her off the sea dike. Though the height was less than 2 meters, a fall from such a distance could still result in injury. Chen San, I swear I will end you. At that moment, an enraged roar echoed from nearby. A group of figures brandishing hoes, pitchforks, and wooden sticks surged forward, swiftly restraining several young men from Chen's village. Upon recognizing the furious voice belonged to Lin Yan, the young men from Chen's village were struck with fear, their legs trembling beneath them. Chapter 8. Bullying my wife. He deserves to be taught a lesson previously. They had heard from Chen San that Lin Yan was not in the village and had only intended to teach Xia Luoxue a lesson. Hence, they dared to follow him to Dashi village and abduct Xia Luoxue. Everyone in the surrounding villages knew of Lin Yan's fearsome reputation as a fighter. In the past, Lin Yan had been somewhat lenient towards the youths of Chen family village, out of respect for Chen Mei. However, Now that Lin Yan had broken off his engagement with Chen Mei, Chen San had returned with his men to take Xia Luoxue. And Lin Yan would surely show them no mercy. They could only wonder how he would deal with them next. When Chen San laid eyes on Lin Yan, his expression changed slightly. Nevertheless, recalling that Lin Yan had always feared his sister, he figured that even after the engagement was annulled, Lin Yan would not dare to act against him. He shoved Xia Luoxue aside and arrogantly declared to Lin Yan, your audacity has grown. How dare you speak to me like that? Xia Luoxue stumbled and fell, her delicate hand grazed by the ground, blood flowing freely as she grimaced in pain. Witnessing her injury ignited a fierce anger within Lin Yan, and upon observing Chen San's arrogant demeanor, his fury escalated. Without uttering a word, he charged towards Chen San and delivered a brutal kick to his abdomen. The immense force radiated through Chen San, whose expression shifted dramatically. His eyes widened in agony as he staggered backward. With a resounding thud, Lin Yan, still unsatisfied, took swift strides forward and unleashed a flurry of strikes upon Chen San's face and body. In an instant, Chen San was left battered and bruised, blood streaming from his nose and the corners of his mouth as he scrambled for cover. The onlookers, including San Go and others, gaped in astonishment at Lin Yan's ferocity, struggling to swallow their fear. It was evident that Lin Yan was genuinely enraged by Chen San's abduction of Xia Luoxue. The villagers of Chen family village, witnessing Lin Yan's relentless assault, hurriedly called out to him, Lin Yan, stop. If this continues, someone might be killed. Regardless of anything else, he is still Chen Mei's brother. For her sake, please cease your actions. Lin Yan, if you do not stop, do you believe we will not seek out your village chief? At this remark, Lin Yan halted his assault, turning his cold gaze towards the villagers of Chen family village. Seek the village chief? Very well, let me finish with him first. And then we shall all go together to find the chief. I am eager to see how you of Chen family village will justify forcibly taking my fiancée from Dashi village while I come to her rescue. What law have I broken? Will the chief support me, or will he side with you? Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, the villagers fell silent, fully aware that if this matter spread, their ability to leave Dashi village unscathed was uncertain. Seeing no objections, Lin Yan clenched his fists, preparing to continue his punishment of Chen San. At that moment, Chen San regained his composure and, with rage in his eyes, shouted at Lin Yan, how dare you lay a hand on me? It seems that a mere knock to your head yesterday was too lenient. I will make you regret this. He picked up a large stone from the ground, his face contorted with fury, preparing to strike Lin Yan's head once more. Lin Yan, be careful, Xia Luoxue exclaimed, her face betraying a hint of panic as she hurried to warn him. However, Lin Yan regarded Chen San with utter disdain. When it came to fighting, he was the true master. As Chen San hurled the stone towards him, Lin Yan swiftly closed the distance, entering Chen San's inner arm range. With a clenched fist, he aimed a blow at Chen San's nose, which immediately turned red and swollen, blood gushing forth. Then, with a deft motion, Lin Yan seized the stone from Chen San's grasp and struck him on the forehead, causing a visible trickle of blood to emerge. Chen San, dazed, touched the blood on his forehead, staring in disbelief before bursting into tears. Lin Yan, you dared to hit my head. I'm bleeding. I'm going to tell my sister. Upon hearing Chen San's words, the surrounding crowd displayed expressions of disdain. Resorting to parental intervention when one cannot defend oneself is hardly manly. Even the villagers from Chen family village regretted aiding Chen San in causing trouble in Dashur village. You struck me first yesterday, and now I've returned the favor. We're even now. If you wish to tell your sister, then go ahead, Lin Yan retorted, his gaze filled with contempt. This boy was nothing more than a mama's boy, a perpetual child incapable of growing up, always stirring trouble, and when faced with consequences, running to his mother or sister. In his past life, after marrying Chen Mei, whenever Chen San got into trouble, he would turn to Lin Yan, his brother-in-law, to clean up the mess. If Lin Yan refused to assist, Chen Mei would resort to tears and tantrums, ultimately compelling him to help her brother time and again. On several occasions, when Chen San found himself in grave predicaments, facing legal issues, it was Lin Yan who expended considerable effort and money to resolve the matters. Yet this ungrateful boy would complain to his sister and mother, claiming Lin Yan was incompetent for not being able to handle such trivial issues. Now that Lin Yan and Chen Mei were no longer connected, he was no longer swayed by Chen San's antics. Stepping forward, he grasped Chen San by the collar, causing the latter to instinctively shield his head, fearing another blow. Lin Yan then patted Chen San's face, enunciating clearly, "Let me reiterate one last time. I am no longer involved with your sister. Our family compensated yours 1,000 yuan to rid ourselves of this troublesome bond, which I find utterly unjustifiable, hence my outrage. Today, you brought people to bully my wife, and I gave you a warning by striking your head. Should you dare to provoke her into Shi village again, I will break both your legs. Do you understand? The ominous expression on Lin Yan's face rendered Chen San's legs weak with fear, stuttering, I understand. Moments later, Lin Yan detected the unmistakable odor of urine. Looking down, he realized that Chen San had wet himself from fright. His expression darkened as he delivered 2 resounding slaps to Chen San's face. What a disgrace for a grown man to lose control so easily. At this moment, the villagers from both Dashikan and Qinjiakan noticed the commotion at the seawall and hurried over to lend assistance. Upon witnessing Chen San being struck by Lin Yan, blood streaming from his head, the villagers from Qinjiakan gasped in shock, quickly succumbing to a wave of indignation. Lin Yan, how dare you assault one of our own from Qinjiakan? Do you truly believe we are intimidated by you? Your actions are utterly ruthless. Chen San is the brother of Chen Mei. You share a past with her, and yet you show no compassion. Seize him and let us see what the village chief has to say. With that, the newly arrived villagers from Qinjiakan prepared to confront Lin Yan. However, the villagers from Dashikan, aware of how Chen San had come to their village to abduct Xia Luoxue, were resolute in their refusal to allow this confrontation. Who dares? Lin Yan belongs to Dashikan. Any matters concerning him must be resolved at our ancestral hall. Are all of you from Qinjiakan so shameless? Chen San abducted Lin Yan's wife. Yet you still seek to harm him? You will not bully our people from Dashikan. Seeing the villagers of Dashikan brandishing hoes and harpoons in his defense warmed Lin Yan's heart. Though the villagers of Dashikan were often petty and enjoyed taking advantage, in matters of great import, they stood united and fiercely protective of their own. This was in stark contrast to the facade of harmony with other villages, where they secretly wish for the misfortunes of others to outstrip their own. At this juncture, the village chiefs of Qinjiakan and Dashikan, Chen Jingguo, also learned of the incident and hurried to the scene. Upon seeing Chen San's battered state, the chief of Qinjiakan erupted in fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Yan. Lin Yan, how can you lay a hand on another? He then turned to Chen Jingguo with a fierce demeanor, exclaiming, Chen village chief, observe the actions of your villagers. If you do not provide me with an explanation, this matter will not end here. The aggressive stance of the Qinjiakan chief emboldened the villagers from his side, who regarded Lin Yan and his companions with disdain, determined to extract a response. Chen Jinhua, witnessing Chen San's bruised visage, recognized that today's events would be challenging to navigate. Nevertheless, he gestured towards Chen San and said to Lin Yan, Xiao Yan, even if Chen San struck you yesterday, causing you to bleed, you must not retaliate. After all, you once had a relationship with Chen Mei. Such a reaction is too impulsive. You should quickly apologize. While these words seemed to reprimand Lin Yan, in truth, they provided him with a justification for his actions. Chen San had injured Lin Yan the previous day, and due to his connection with Chen Mei, he had refrained from retaliating. However, now that Lin Yan had broken off his engagement with Chen Mei, striking back would be entirely reasonable. Upon hearing Chen Jingguo's words, the chief of Qinjiakan's expression darkened, ready to respond. I struck him because he deserved it. I believe I did not hit him hard enough. Apologize to him. He is not worthy. Lin Yan interjected coldly. Upon the utterance of those words, the youths of Qinjia village erupted in fury, having never encountered such audacity. To assault another without offering an apology, and to further declare that it was Chen San's own fault. Chen Jingguo, do you hear this? Is this the caliber of your villagers? The village chief of Qinjia, his face contorted with rage, bellowed at Chen Jingguo. If you do not provide me with a satisfactory resolution today, I shall have no choice but to involve the authorities. No, we can resolve this matter privately. Chen Jingguo quickly intervened upon hearing this. In this day and age, engaging in brawls is no trifling matter. It could lead to serious consequences, even imprisonment. Chapter 9. The betrayal of the former brother-in-law. Contact the police station? Very well, I wholeheartedly agree. I am eager to see whom the officers will apprehend, Lin Yan scoffed. His expression grave, his tone ominous. You. Very well, do not blame me for disregarding the dignity of village chief Chen Jingguo. The village chief of Qinjia was incensed to see Lin Yan, who had already assaulted someone, still so arrogant. He turned to a villager and shouted, Xiao Lu, go to the police station and inform them of what has transpired here. The youth named Xiao Lu, who had accompanied Chen San to Dashi village, hesitated upon hearing the chief's command. Village chief, what are we doing? Are you disregarding my words? The village chief's face darkened as he bellowed. Xiao Lu, frightened. took a few steps back but still hesitated to leave. The village chief furrowed his brow and prepared to call upon other youths from Xinjia village. Yet those who had come with Chen San all appeared troubled, lowering their heads in silence. Village chief, there is no need to summon them. None of them dares to go to the police station. Lin Yan interjected, gesturing towards Chen San at his feet and addressing the village chief. Because they have kidnapped my fiancée. If they go to the police station, it would be tantamount to confessing. Upon hearing this, the villagers of Xinjia were taken aback. Kidnapped your fiancée? The village chief's expression turned incredulous as he questioned. Did you not just break off your engagement with Chen Mei? Where did you acquire a fiancée? Lin Yan took Xia Luoxue's hand. After breaking off my engagement with Chen Mei, I became engaged to Luoxue. My parents and her grandfather have both approved of this union. Our village chief can attest to it. I was present when Lin Yan and Xia Luoxue became engaged yesterday. I can confirm this. Chen Jiangwo, the village chief of Dashi, nodded in agreement. Lin Yan's gaze sharpened as he pointed at Chen San and solemnly declared to the village chief, Chen San and his associates kidnapped my fiancée, took her to the seawall, and intended to push her into the muddy depths, seeking to harm her. In my desperation to rescue her, I intervened to halt Chen San's heinous actions. Tell me, if the police station learns of this, who will suffer the consequences, them or me? Charges of kidnapping and intentional harm are not trifling matters. Lin Yan concluded, gesturing towards Xiao Lu and the other youths who had accompanied Chen San. Xiao Lu and the others were taken aback by the severity of the situation, their faces turning pale with fear. With a thud, they all knelt before the village chief, bowing their heads in repentance. Village chief, do not contact the police. We do not wish to serve time in prison. This was all instigated by Chen San. We thought we were merely coming to Dashi village to intimidate someone. We never anticipated the situation would escalate to this level. Please, save us. The village chief was astonished by the turn of events, lamenting internally as he berated Chen San and the Chen family. Even if he had been rejected in marriage, he could not allow his villagers to come to Dashi village to cause trouble and arrest. If this matter were to escalate, not only Chen San and the villagers like Xiao Lu would face imprisonment, but even he, as village chief, might be dismissed from his position. And now, with Chen San bloodied and battered, the situation was far from resolution. The village head of Xinjia seemed to have unraveled the matter. It was Chen San from their village who led a group to abduct the villagers of Dashikan. Lin Yan acted solely to protect his wife, thus intervening to thwart Chen San's malevolent actions. Chen Jiangwo seized the moment to confront the village head of Xinjia with a formidable demeanor, stating, regarding this incident, do you prefer a private resolution, or shall we involve the police? On second thought, I believe it would be prudent to contact the authorities. With that, he feigned readiness to call upon his fellow villagers. Wait, Brother Jiangwo, this matter is still open for negotiation. The village head of Xinjia hurriedly interjected, his face adorned with a forced smile, uttering sweet words. The onlookers were astonished as the village had assured them that not only would Chen San issue an apology to Lin Yan and Xia Luoxue, but he would also sign a guarantee in the ancestral hall of Xinjia village, pledging never to trouble Lin Yan and Xia Luoxue again. Should he fail to comply, he would be expunged from the family lineage, which elicited gasps of shock from those present. Being removed from the family tree was an extraordinarily severe punishment. It appeared that the village head was genuinely disillusioned with Chen San and his family, wishing to expel them from Xinjia village. In that moment, the villagers' gazes towards Chen San shifted dramatically. Why should I be at fault? He is the one who wronged my sister. How is it that I am the one in the wrong now? Perceiving the peculiar glances from those around him, Chen San grew furious and obstinately refused to admit his fault. Are you all siding with the villagers of Dashikan just because they've recently profited from raising chickens? His words not only infuriated the villagers of Dashikan but also drew disdain from his own kin, who had gone to great lengths to shield him from facing the consequences of his actions. With a resounding slap, Lin Yan struck Chen San across the face, coldly declaring, you truly are oblivious, unaware of who has been supporting you. If it weren't for your sister and your parents defending you, you wouldn't be standing here today. Chen San, his face flushed with rage from the public humiliation, was about to unleash a torrent of curses when Lin Yan swiftly retaliated. With a flurry of slaps, he relentlessly struck Chen San's face, stating, still wish to curse? It appears I must teach you a lesson about your insult, however. Whether this matter can be resolved today depends on Lin Yan's intentions. Uncle Chen, our Dashur village and Chun family village have always maintained a respectful distance. Let us not allow a few individuals to jeopardize the goodwill between our two villages. Lin Yan's expression remained calm, his demeanor neither subservient nor arrogant, as he addressed the village chief of Chun family village. Let us proceed as you previously agreed. Have Chen San apologize and write a letter of assurance in the ancestral hall of Chen family village. There is no need for a formal apology, as I do not wish to see him again. Upon hearing Lin Yan finally relent, the village chief of Chen family village let out a sigh of relief, assuring that this matter would be resolved within 2 days, and then ordered Chen San to be taken away. Xia Luoxue gazed at Lin Yan with immense gratitude, tears welling in his eyes, nearly overcome with emotion. Once the villagers from Chen family village departed, Lin Yan took Summer Luoxue's hand and expressed his gratitude to the villagers of Dashur village. I extend my heartfelt thanks to all the uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters for your assistance. When Luoxue and I get married, you must all come to celebrate. The crowd responded affirmatively, and seeing that all was well, they returned to their own affairs. Upon arriving at the entrance of Dashur village, Lin Yan turned to San Go, Hui Zai, Xiao Bin, and the other friends who had rushed to rescue Summer Luoxue. If it weren't for your timely notification today, your sister-in-law would have been bullied. Come to my house tonight. I shall treat you all to dinner. San Go and the others waved their hands in modesty. Brother Yin, you are too kind. We are all brothers from the same village. How could we stand idly by while someone from another village bullies our sister-in-law? Besides, we are all thrilled that you and Sister Luoxue are engaged. We have long suspected that Chen Mei was not a good woman, but we were just too polite to say so. Hearing her friends refer to her as sister-in-law made Summer Luoxue blush involuntarily. Lin Yan did not give them a chance to refuse. He insisted that they bring stools for dinner later and then led Summer Luoxue away. Upon returning to Summer Luoxue's home, her grandfather was still outside selling bean sprouts and had yet to return. Lin Yan went home to fetch gauze and disinfectant and, in the courtyard of Summer Luoxue's house, carefully disinfected her injured palm and bandaged it. I can manage on my own, Summer Luoxue said bashfully. Observing Lin Yan's meticulous care, her beautiful eyes glimmering with a mix of shyness and warmth as she slightly recoiled her hand. Previously, it was always Lin Yan who would come to her for help after injuring himself while catching crabs or walking dogs. And this was her first time witnessing him tend to her injuries. Do not move. You are my wife. Is it not my duty to care for your wounds? Lin Yan stated earnestly, looking into Summer Luoxue's eyes. Upon hearing this, her ears flushed crimson. After bandaging Summer Luoxue's hand, Lin Yan advised her not to cook dinner that night and to come to his house instead, before heading home. As she watched Lin Yan's retreating figure, thoughts of his bravery in protecting her today, striking Chen San, and his affectionate words made Summer Luoxue's face flush deeply, her legs weak, and her entire being felt a delightful flutter of warmth. Chapter 10. The expensive purchase of wild vegetables. When Lin Yan returned home, it was already 2 in the afternoon, and Lin Qing had gone to school. He unloaded the dirty dishes from the back of the truck and rummaged through the cabinets, retrieving an additional 80 pairs of wooden bowls and chopsticks, which he began to wash diligently. The 80 servings of bean sprout rice rolls had proven insufficient for sales today. Lin Yan planned to prepare 160 servings tomorrow. After cleaning the dishes, he took out the 3 pounds of pork he had purchased earlier. Envisioning a delightful menu that included braised pork, sweet and sour tenderloin, and stir-fried lean pork with green peppers, along with 2 vegetable dishes. He recalled that Xia Luoxue had a penchant for spicy food. The stir-fried lean pork with green peppers was prepared specifically for her. At that moment, Lin Shan and his wife returned home from work and were taken aback upon seeing Lin Yan busily engaged in the kitchen. They marveled in disbelief. This rascal has truly changed. He is actually cooking. I thought his morning effort for Luoxue was merely a fleeting whim. He never spent much time at home when he was with Chen Mei. Li Chui Shan patted Lin Shan on the head and remarked with a hint of annoyance. Your son has grown up, and you still aren't pleased? If you don't want to eat, you don't have to. As Lin Yan emerged from the kitchen carrying 2 dishes, he coincidentally overheard his parents' conversation, and his heart swirled with mixed emotions. Throughout his childhood, his parents had showered him with affection, always ensuring he had the best. Even as he grew older and frequently found himself in trouble, they never abandoned him. Later, when he wished to marry Chen Mei and faced exorbitant bride price demands, his parents unhesitatingly sacrificed their savings to support his marriage. After Lin Yan became prosperous and moved with Chen Mei to the county town, he seldom visited his parents in the village. Reflecting on this now, he felt a profound sense of regret. In this second life, he vowed to spend more time with his parents, earn substantial wealth, and provide them with a better life. Dad, Mom, the meal will be ready soon. Wait a moment, Luoxue and San Go will be coming over for dinner, Lin Yan announced as he set up a small table, placing the dishes while recounting the events of the day to his parents. Lin Shan's expression darkened as he responded. The Chen family is truly unreasonable. They have already received compensation, yet they dare to cause trouble. If it weren't for Sango and the others, Luoxue might have been bullied. We must indeed invite them for dinner. Li Chuihuan nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Dad, Mom, the matter has been resolved. There is no need to concern yourselves with them. Lin Yan replied nonchalantly, chuckling, I made some money from my stall today. Let us not allow such people to dampen our spirits. Li Chuihua, intrigued by Lin Yan's words, inquired eagerly, Son, did you sell all the bean sprout rice rolls you made this morning? How much did you earn? Child, how much he earns from his stall is his own business. Don't pry, Lin Shan interjected, not believing that selling from a stall could yield much profit and concerned that his wife's inquiries might upset their son. It was not much, just a profit of 160 yuan, Lin Yan said as he entered the kitchen, continuing to stir-fry the remaining dishes with a smile. At this revelation, Lin Shan and his wife were left speechless. How much? Li Chuihua exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. You truly earned 160 yuan. Mom, didn't you hear it clearly? Lin Shan's face was a portrait of astonishment. He nearly bit his tongue in disbelief. My goodness, 160 yuan. It would take me half a month of hard work to earn that much. Yet, Xiaoyan made it in a single day? Today's output wasn't even substantial enough to sell, but tomorrow I plan to prepare 300 portions. Lin Yan emerged from the kitchen, presenting the braised pork and stir-fried green peppers, declaring this ambitious number. This quantity of 300 portions was a spur-of-the-moment decision. And with unwavering confidence in his culinary skills and business acumen, Lin Yan was certain he could sell them all in no time. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan and his wife were left speechless. If 80 portions sold for 160 yuan, wouldn't 300 portions yield a staggering 600 yuan? My goodness, I must have a couple of drinks today. A smile broke across Lin Shan's face, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he turned to Li Tsuwa, saying, Dear, fetch the wine. In the past, Lin Yan had shown little promise, and as a father, Lin Shan often worried about his son's future. However, witnessing Lin Yan earn money independently and even surpass his own earnings allowed Lin Shan to finally lay his burdens to rest. Dad, what has you so delighted that you wish to drink? Just then, Lin Qing entered, holding hands with Xia Luoxue, her curiosity piqued. Uncle Lin, Aunt Li, Xia Luoxue greeted. Her cheeks flushed. Once merely friends with Lin Yan, she now felt anxious about the opinions of Uncle Lin and Aunt Li since their engagement. Luoxue, come sit down. Xiao Yin is still in the kitchen cooking. Dinner will be ready shortly. Li Tsuehua urged, leading Xia Luoxue to his seat. She then turned to Lin Qing, saying, Xiao Qing, your brother sold bean sprouts and pig intestine rice rolls today, making 160 yuan. Your father is elated and wishes to have a couple of drinks. Both Lin Qing and Xia Luoxue were taken aback by this revelation. At that moment, Lin Yan emerged from the kitchen with all the dishes prepared. Immediately noticing the peculiar glances Lin Qing and Xia Luoxue exchanged. What is the matter? Is there something on my face? He asked, placing the dishes on the small table and touching his face. Brother, you're incredible. At this rate, you'll soon earn enough to pay for Sister Luoxue's dowry and even buy her a 3-in-1 appliance. Lin Qing praised, giving Lin Yan a thumbs up. Xia Luoxue's face turned crimson at Lin Qing's words as she tugged at her sister's hand. Seeing Xia Luoxue's bashful demeanor, Lin Shan and his wife exchanged amused glances. Before long, Sango, Hui Zai, and Xiaobin strolled in from the yard, each carrying a small stool. Uncle, Aunt, Xiaoqing, they greeted in turn, and finally turned to Xia Luoxue with earnestness, saying, Sister Luoxue, greetings. Xia Luoxue's face turned as red as an apple, hurriedly waving her hands. Xiao Yin and I are not officially married yet, all right. Let us all sit down and enjoy our meal. Lin Yan gestured for Sango and the others to help themselves to bowls and chopsticks. Lin Shan took out a bottle of Mauda he had been reluctant to open and poured each of them a glass, acknowledging that without their assistance, his son and future daughter-in-law might have faced troubles from the Chen family village. Lin Yan, in turn, retrieved some Bei Binjiang soda and cola for Lin Qing, Xia Luoxue, and his mother to share. Although 8 individuals were dining on 5 dishes, consisting of 3 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes, everyone was sufficiently satiated. After the meal, Lin Yan said to Xia Luoxue, Luoxue, I have deliberately set aside a portion of Grandpa Xia's meal in the kitchen for you to take back to him. Xia Luoxue was touched that Lin Yan had thought of her grandfather while cooking. After Xia Luoxue departed, Sangu and his companions were also preparing to leave, but were halted by Lin Yan. Sangu, Do you wish to earn some money? Lin Yan inquired. Absolutely. But we lack skills, possessing only a bit of brute strength, Sangha replied without hesitation. As long as you have strength, that will suffice, Lin Yan responded with a smile. There are numerous wild vegetables on the mountains of our Dashi village. If you gather them, I will pay you by the pound. Wild vegetables? Sangha looked perplexed. Brother Yan, what do you need those for? They grow in abundance and are unpalatable. No one in our village consumes them. Collecting wild vegetables seems like a futile endeavor. Do not concern yourselves with that. I will pay you 1 yuan per pound. Whatever you gather, I will buy, Lin Yan assured them. The group gasped in astonishment upon hearing this. In this day and age, rice is priced at merely 1 yuan per pound. While other vegetables are typically around 50 to 60 cents per pound, wild vegetables are practically worthless. The fact that Lin Yan was purchasing them at 1 yuan per pound was surprising not only to them, but also to Lin Shan and his wife. Brother Yan, you said it yourself. I see a cluster of wild vegetables at the foot of the mountain. I will go gather them right away, Sangha exclaimed excitedly. With electricity available in every household in Dashi village and streetlights installed at both ends of the village, there was little danger for Sangha and his companions to gather wild vegetables in the dark, provided they stayed off the mountain. All right, pack them in bags. And bring me the gathered ones tomorrow morning. During the day, collect as many as you can, and I will settle the payment upon my return. Lin Yan nodded in agreement. After Sangha and the others departed, Li Cuihua asked in confusion, Xiao Yin, what do you intend to do with the wild vegetables? Who still consumes them in this day and age? They are bitter and unappetizing. Lin Shan frowned and added, Xiao Yin, is the purchase price of 1 yuan per pound perhaps too high? Mom and Dad, just trust me on this wild vegetable venture, Lin Yan smiled. Whether I can earn enough money to build a villa within a month depends on this. Lin Shan and his wife were taken aback by Lin Yan's ambitious plan to earn money for a villa. Chapter 11. Unwanted wild vegetables, will they go to waste? The following day, Lin Yan rose early, quickly freshened up, and made his way to the kitchen. Not only did he intend to prepare breakfast for Luoxue and his sister, but he also aimed to make an ample supply of bean sprouts and rice noodle rolls for sale. Initially, he planned to produce 80 sheets of rice rolls. However, considering his intention to sell wild vegetables that day, he decided to prepare a grand total of 150 sheets, equating to 300 servings of bean sprouts and rice noodle rolls. As he completed breakfast and the necessary preparations for his stall, Sangha and his companions arrived, each carrying 3 bags of wild vegetables. Lin Yan weighed the bags, each approximately 20 pounds, and without further ado, he paid each of them 20 yuan at a rate of 1 yuan per pound. Brother Yan, can these wild vegetables really be sold for a profit? Sangha and his friends expressed an exhilarated demeanor as they clutched their 20 yuan. In the mid-1990s, the average villager's monthly income in a typical village barely reached 300 yuan, with daily earnings seldom surpassing 10 yuan. The fact that Sangha and his friends earned 20 yuan after merely a few hours of foraging for wild vegetables was a cause for celebration. Of course, I reiterate, I will pay 1 yuan per pound for whatever you bring me, Lin Yan remarked as he loaded the 3 bags of wild vegetables onto the back of his tricycle. He added, however, do ensure the quality of the vegetables you gather. I cannot accept those that are wilted or excessively infested with pests. Upon hearing Lin Yan's response, Sangha and his friends were invigorated, confidently assuring him, Brother Yan, you can rest assured, we will bring you only the freshest greens. With that, they departed, eager to climb the mountain and forage for wild vegetables. Not waiting for Lin Yan to invite them to breakfast. After enjoying his meal, Lin Yan loaded all the bean sprouts and rice noodle rolls onto the tricycle and headed towards the county town. Although it was still early for students to attend classes, those in the catering industry had already begun procuring ingredients and preparing their culinary offerings. Upon arriving in the county town, Lin Yan made his way to the largest tea house in the area without delay. He did not intend to sell the wild vegetables at the market. Despite the increasing prosperity of the populace, the majority of ordinary citizens still favored meat over vegetables. It was only the more affluent patrons of tea houses who held some appreciation for green vegetables and the concept of healthy eating. These individuals prioritized the quality and flavor of their food rather than the quantity of ingredients. Many tea houses in provincial cities had begun to emphasize the use of all-natural ingredients to enhance their customers' culinary experiences, sourcing items such as free-range chickens and wild vegetables, with the latter fetching a purchase price of 4 yuan per pound, nearly on par with the price of pork. Longfeng Lu, the largest tea house in the county, had once been a state-run establishment in the 1980s. However, With the advent of the market economy, it gradually transitioned to a semi-private enterprise. Lin Yan recalled that in just a few years, Longfeng Lu would fully privatize, ultimately closing its doors due to mismanagement and a lack of variety in its offerings. Upon leaving the tricycle at the rear entrance of the Longfeng tea house, Lin Yan observed a plump, middle-aged man, presumably the manager, busily counting the ingredients delivered by suppliers. Muttering to himself with a rather ungracious demeanor. With a smile gracing his face, Lin Yan approached the hefty man and inquired, "Excuse me, are you the manager of Longfeng Tea House?" The man, with evident impatience, retorted, "So what if I am? Speak your mind quickly." In the past, when the tea house was a state-run enterprise, he spent his days either sipping tea or taking leisurely strolls with his pet birds, living a life of utmost comfort. Even after the transition to a semi-private establishment, his existence remained relatively untroubled. However, news of an impending acquisition by a businessman, leading to a complete privatization, had significantly increased his workload, forcing him to rise early to tally the supplies, which soured his mood considerably. Noticing the manager's brusque demeanor, Lin Yan remained unfazed and, still smiling, remarked, "Manager, I have a batch of exceptionally good wild vegetables. If prepared as snacks, they are bound to sell remarkably well. Would you care to take a look?" "What nonsense, wild vegetables! Who would eat such things? Just take them away." The manager interrupted with a look of disdain, not allowing Lin Yan to finish his sentence. "The snacks at Longfeng Tea House are made from the finest ingredients, not the rubbish found at roadside eateries." Surrounding suppliers, having caught wind of the exchange, exchanged glances filled with contempt directed at Lin Yan. Unperturbed, Lin Yan maintained his composure and calmly pedaled away on his tricycle. Witnessing his retreating figure, the expressions of disdain among the manager and other suppliers deepened. "Bah, what a worthless fellow." After departing from Longfeng Tea House, Lin Yan shook his head and chuckled softly. These wild vegetables were, in fact, premium natural ingredients, no less impressive than those the manager claimed were of superior quality. Having been reborn, he could not bear to see one of the county's iconic tea houses vanish, hence his desire to collaborate with them. Regrettably, they failed to seize the opportunity. "Hey, wait a moment." Suddenly, a bright female voice called out from behind Lin Yan. He halted the tricycle, turning around in curiosity, only to see a well-groomed woman in her 30s driving a Santana approaching him. His expression turned serious. In the mid-1990s, a Santana was priced at 140,000 yuan, equivalent to the income of an ordinary family for 20 years. Thus, this woman's background was undoubtedly noteworthy. The car came to a stop before Lin Yan, and the woman stepped out with a smile. "Hello, young man. My name is Lu Ying, the owner of the Jixiang Tea House next to Longfeng. I believe I just saw you offering wild vegetables for sale?" "Owner of Jixiang Tea House, Lu Ying?" A hint of surprise crossed Lin Yan's face, as he was not unfamiliar with the name. She was renowned as one of the most outstanding female entrepreneurs in the late 1990s, a titan in the catering industry and a real estate mogul. In contrast, after 20 years of hard work, he had only amassed a fortune in the millions, while this woman had nearly reached that figure in the late 1990s. "Young man," Lin Yan suddenly snapped back to reality and quickly responded, "Indeed, I have a total of 60 gene of wild vegetables. Would you care to take a look?" Upon finishing his words, he opened the bag of wild vegetables, allowing Lu Ying to inspect them herself. With just a glance, a look of delight spread across her face. These were the very wild vegetables she had tasted at the largest tea house in the county, where a small dish commanded a price of 3 to 4 yuan. She had long wished to introduce this type of wild vegetable delicacy to the tea house in the county, but had struggled to find a reliable source. "How much are these wild vegetables?" she inquired. 3 yuan per pound. He replied. "That's a bit steep," she remarked. "Not at all. A dish of wild vegetable delicacies weighs less than 3 taels, and with a pound of wild vegetables, the tea house's gross profit can reach 10 yuan, Lin Yan confidently explained. Lu Ying was left speechless, her beautiful eyes now scrutinizing Lin Yan with newfound seriousness. This seemingly unassuming rural lad did not embody the simplicity one might expect. Rather, he exuded a shrewdness characteristic of a seasoned businessman. Chapter 12. My Wild Vegetables, Only for Boss Lu. You are unworthy of acquiring them. If customers do not fancy these wild vegetables, they will become a burden. Lu Ying bit her red lip. Could you perhaps lower the price a bit more? Sister Lu, as a prominent businesswoman who drives a luxurious Santana worth over 100,000. Is it truly appropriate for you to haggle with a humble country lad like me? Lin Yan deftly flattered Lu Ying. All right, 3 yuan it is. Lu Ying replied with a helpless expression. Her beautiful eyes caught sight of a piece of gauze covering the back of Lin Yan's tricycle, and her curiosity piqued. She inquired, "What do you have under there?" "Bean sprouts and pig intestine rice rolls. Would you care to sample the flavor, Sister Lu?" As Lin Yan spoke, he swiftly lifted the gauze, prepared a serving in no time, and presented it before Lu Ying. Lu Ying intended to decline, stating she had already had breakfast. But Lin Yan's speed left her no choice but to accept the dish and take a small taste. Lin Yan remembered that Lu Ying was from the provincial capital and should be aware that these bean sprouts and pig intestine rice rolls were exceedingly popular in tea houses there. Once she experienced the taste, she would undoubtedly appreciate its deliciousness. Indeed, upon the first bite, Lu Ying's eyes widened in astonishment. "How much do you sell this bean sprout and pig intestine rice roll for?" 2 yuan per serving, but if you order in bulk, I can offer you a price of 1 yuan 50. I'll take 100 servings. If the response is positive, I may increase the order. Deal. Lu Ying's lips curved into a smile. Conversing with an astute individual was always a pleasure. "Let us go weigh it at my place." As Lin Yan accompanied Lu Ying to the back entrance of the Jixiang Tea House, they happened upon the manager of the Longfeng Tea House. Upon seeing Lin Yan unloading wild vegetables to weigh at Jixiang, the manager understood the situation. "Boss Lu, are you really purchasing such lowly ingredients as wild vegetables? Is the Jixiang Tea House facing closure? If so, feel free to discuss it with me. I could offer you a position as a server here." Lin Yan cast a peculiar glance at the Longfeng Tea House manager. In the future, after the closure of Longfeng, it would be Lu Ying, the owner of Jixiang, who would acquire it. Lu Ying, unperturbed, replied with a smile, "I am merely attempting to experiment with a new dish. Although Jixiang isn't particularly large, we still have the funds for such purchases. Thank you for your concern, Manager Pang." The manager, known as Panwen, was often referred to as Fat Manager due to his corpulence. "If these wild vegetables are transformed into dim sum and find favor with customers, I'll willingly remove my head and kick it to that lad." He scoffed with disdain before turning away. Lu Ying turned to reassure Lin Yan, saying, "There is no need to mind him." Lin Yan shook his head and chuckled. After weighing the wild vegetables, which totaled 60 kilograms, along with the 100 servings of bean sprout and pig intestine rice rolls Lu Ying ordered, Lin Yan recorded a total of 330 yuan. Before departing, Lin Yan slipped a note to Lu Ying, stating, "Sister Lu, the typical preparation of wild vegetables in the provincial tea houses is often just blanching. While it tastes good, if you wish for Jixiang to become the most popular tea house in the county, innovation is essential. Here is a new method I have devised for preparing wild vegetables. You may find it worth considering." With that, Lin Yan mounted his tricycle and departed. Lu Ying, intrigued, opened the note, and upon reading it, she was left in a state of astonishment. Lin Yan shared with Lu Ying a recipe for a popular cold dish made from wild vegetables, a staple in the upscale tea houses of Guangdong. The preparation involves thoroughly washing the wild greens, blanching them, and then squeezing out excess moisture. Next, minced garlic, white sesame seeds, salt, sugar, soy sauce, vinegar, chili oil, and sesame oil are mixed in. The resulting dish is not only fragrant and spicy but also crisp and chewy, leaving a delightful taste that lingers on the palate, devoid of any earthy flavor. Branded as healthy and clean, it is sure to attract countless health-conscious diners. Upon arriving at the entrance of County No. 1 Middle School, Lin Yan found a group of students eagerly waiting. As soon as they spotted him, they rushed toward him with anticipation. Lin Yan quickly set up his stall, deftly wielding his knife on the chopping board, and swiftly began selling his bean sprout pig intestine rice rolls. Due to a high demand from students who missed out the previous day, combined with the support of loyal customers, the bean sprout pig intestine rolls were consumed at a remarkable pace. Within an hour, all 200 portions were sold out, with numerous students fervently requesting Lin Yan to prepare more for the next day. After loading his goods into the back of his tricycle, Lin Yan hummed a tune as he made his way to the market. He had sold 200 portions of bean sprout pig intestine rolls, earning 400 yuan. And with the sales of rice rolls and wild vegetables to Jixiang Tea House, his total revenue amounted to 730 yuan. After carefully selecting a fresh batch of ingredients at the market, Lin Yan decided to return to Jixiang Tea House to inquire about the sales of his bean sprout pig intestine rolls and the cold wild vegetables he had taught Lu Ying to prepare. However, upon arriving at the back door of Jixiang Tea House, the manager of Longfeng Tea House rushed over. "Young man, I've been waiting for you. Do you have any wild vegetables left? I'll pay a high price." Observing the manager's demeanor, Lin Yan surmised that the cold wild vegetables had sold remarkably well that morning. He replied nonchalantly, Didn't you say my wild vegetables were worthless, mere refuse? The plump manager beamed with a forced smile. Young man, I admit I was blind this morning. How about this? Jixiangti House will buy your wild vegetables for an extra 50 cents per pound. Having witnessed the sudden popularity of the cold wild vegetables and bean sprout pig intestine rolls at Jixiangti House, the manager grew anxious as numerous customers inquired about these delicacies, only to turn away upon learning they were unavailable, opting instead for Jixiangti House. Realizing that if this continued, the clientele of Longfeng Tea House would soon be depleted, he had been waiting behind Jixiangti House, hoping to intercept Lin Yan's supply of wild vegetables. Just then, a voice laced with indignation echoed from nearby. Manager Pan 1. Is it appropriate for you to poach my supplier like this? Lu Ying emerged swiftly from the back door of Jixiangti House. Positioning herself protectively in front of Lin Yan, her expression one of defiance as she glared at Pan 1, the manager of Longfeng Tea House. Boss Lu, you haven't signed any agreement with this young man. He is free to sell his wild vegetables to whomever he pleases. Pan 1 remained unfazed, chuckling lightly. If we're discussing poaching, it was this young man who came to me first to sell his wild vegetables. If anyone's stealing, it is you who is taking from me. Lu Ying's face flushed with indignation at Pan 1's shameless remark. Pan 1 disregarded Lu Ying and turned to Lin Yan with a smile, saying, Dear brother, how about you supply me exclusively with these wild vegetables? I will take as many as you have. The Jixiangti House may not be able to accommodate such a substantial supply. The offer sounded quite enticing. Lin Yan smiled in return and replied, Moreover, you made an astute observation earlier. These wild vegetables belong to me, and I can choose to sell them to whomever I please. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying's expression subtly shifted. Indeed, the Jixiangti House did not possess the same clout as the Longfeng Tea House, and most suppliers preferred to collaborate with the latter. Pan 1's face also displayed a sense of exhilaration. Securing the source of wild vegetables would allow him to draw all the customers from Jixiangti House to his own. Therefore, I shall only sell my wild vegetables to Boss Lu. Upon uttering this, Lin Yan noticed Pan 1's smile falter, as if he had misheard. What did you say? Please repeat that. Chapter 13. Pursuing Charlotte? Manager Pan, I have articulated my stance quite clearly. Do you require me to reiterate? Lin Yan remarked with a calm demeanor and a gentle smile. My offer surpasses that of the auspicious tea house. Are you truly unwilling to earn a profit? Pan 1 retorted, his expression grave and his gaze icy as it bore into Lin Yan. While I desired a profit, it is imperative to consider the quality of one's partnerships. Boss Lu possesses a discerning eye for talent, and I am convinced that collaborating with her will be far more enjoyable, Lin Yan countered. Drawing upon his 2 decades of business acumen, he recognized that individuals like Pan 1 often exhibit flattery when in need but can swiftly turn hostile when no longer of use. In contrast, Lu Ying exuded a more personable charm. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Pan 1's countenance shifted dramatically, oscillating between shades of blue and purple before he spat out a bitter retort. Humph. I shall see how long you can sustain a partnership with a small establishment like the auspicious tea house. With that, he whirled around and departed. Young brother, I appreciate your high regard for me, Lu Ying said, a triumphant smile gracing her features as she watched Pan 1's retreating figure. Just call me Lin Yan, Lu Jia. Lin Yan replied with a smile. Lu Ying, her face aglow with mirth, responded, Dear Lin Yan, based on your previous remarks, I shall charge you only 2 yuan per serving for your bean sprout and pig intestine noodles, and 4 yuan per pound for wild vegetables. Lu Jia at this. Lin Yan's expression shifted, for 4 yuan per pound for wild vegetables was a price only the large tea houses in the provincial capital would dare to charge. The consumption level here in the county was not on par with that of the capital. That is settled then. Since you have called me sister, I cannot allow you, my dear younger brother, to be at a disadvantage, Lu Jia declared, waving her hand with determination, which added a touch of allure to her already charming visage. Thank you, Lu Jia. I will need 200 servings of bean sprout and pig intestine noodles and 200 pounds of wild vegetables for tomorrow. Is that feasible? The noodles are no problem, but I cannot guarantee the quantity of wild vegetables. It may only amount to 100 to 150 pounds. All right. I shall pay for the bean sprout and pig intestine noodles in advance, and we will settle the payment for the wild vegetables tomorrow based on weight. As Lin Yan exited the auspicious tea house, he found himself with an advance payment of 400 yuan for the noodles. Adding to the 730 yuan he earned that day, his total profit reached an impressive 1,130 yuan. In just 2 days, he had earned the equivalent of 3 to 4 months' income for a rural family in this era. patting the money in his pocket. Lin Yan contemplated his next move and rode his bicycle to the commercial pedestrian street in the county, where he entered a ladies' clothing boutique. The fashion sensibilities of the 1990s had evolved significantly from the simplicity of the 1980s. Men were now seen sporting frog-eye glasses, bell-bottom trousers, and batwing shirts. While numerous imported clothing brands were making inroads into the domestic market, leading to the emergence of various specialty stores. Having become accustomed to the fashion trends of 2 decades hence, Lin Yan could not help but feel a tinge of helplessness as he observed the prevalence of bell-bottom styles in the pedestrian street-esque clothing shops. Ultimately, he selected 2 pairs of modest ladies' jeans and 2 short-sleeved shirts, spending a total of 40 yuan. Though this price was not insignificant, one could find similar items at half the cost in the town's market stalls. Lin Yan intended to purchase quality garments for his wife. Upon returning to Dashikan, Lin Yan first made a brief visit to his home, placing the ingredients he had purchased into the kitchen. At this time, Lin Qin had not yet returned from school, and Lin Shan and his wife were still occupied with their work outside. Glancing at the clock, Lin Yan noted that it was only a little past 3 in the afternoon, allowing him ample time before starting dinner. Without hesitation, he took the clothes he had bought for Xia Luoxue, along with some snacks from the market, and set off towards her home. Although Xia Luoxue had already consented to marry him, their relationship had previously been one of mere friendship. Even though Xia Luoxue harbored feelings for him, Lin Yan understood that he needed to cultivate their romantic bond further. He wished to let her experience the sweetness of love, believing that everything another woman possessed, Xia Luoxue should also enjoy, including the delightful process of romance. However, upon arriving at Xia Luoxue's residence, he found it empty. Logically, Xia Luoxue was supposed to be at home, as she routinely assisted her grandfather in cultivating bean sprouts, and she had very few friends in the village. Most of her former high school classmates were either attending university or working elsewhere, making it unlikely for her to be out. "Xiaoyan, are you looking for Luoxue?" At that moment, Aunt Zhang from next door approached him, her expression somewhat peculiar. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. Aunt Zhang was known for her penchant for gossip, often spreading unfounded rumors about the villagers. If it weren't nearly time for dinner, she would likely still be chattering away at the village square. Nonetheless, eager to ascertain whether Xia Luoxue had indeed stepped out, Lin Yan inquired, "Do you know where Luoxue has gone?" "Xiaoyan, it's not that I'm being meddlesome, but you should pay more attention to Luoxue. She is beautiful and so virtuous. She could easily be swept away by another man." Aunt Zhang earnestly advised him for 3 minutes before revealing that a handsome young man had come looking for Xia Luoxue. It appeared he was a high school classmate of hers, and they had been chatting merrily before heading towards the beach together. "Xiaoyan, they mentioned going for a stroll, but you might want to check on them. You would want your soon-to-be wife to run off with someone else." "Aunt Zhang, I understand. You should return to your cooking before Uncle comes back and starts scolding you for gossiping all day," Lin Yan replied with a smile, then turned and headed towards the beach, while Aunt Zhang's face darkened at his words. Holding the clothes and snacks, Lin Yan hastened towards the beach, a look of anxiety crossing his features. From Aunt Zhang's description, the handsome young man was likely Zhang Tong, a classmate of both him and Xia Luoxue from high school. Lin Yan recalled that after her grandfather's passing in his past life, Xia Luoxue had been in a fragile state, during which Zhang Tong had fervently pursued her. However, later on, he had met a wealthy girl from the county who appreciated Zhang Tong's talents and offered to finance his business ventures, causing him to abandon his pursuit of Xia Luoxue without hesitation. In this lifetime, Lin Yan had reincarnated and would not allow a hypocritical person like Zhang Tong to get close to Xia Luoxue. If he wished to pursue his fiancée, he would have to dream on. On the beach, Xia Luoxue walked gracefully, her long, lustrous black hair billowing in the sea breeze, brushing against her delicate earlobes. Her elongated, fair face exuded an ethereal charm. Although she donned a simple white shirt and a pair of faded jeans, her beauty remained captivating. This sight left Zhang Tong, a male university student nearby, utterly mesmerized. Despite having encountered numerous young and striking female students at university, none could rival Xia Luoxue's allure. He had harbored a secret admiration for her since high school, feeling ever so inadequate in her presence due to her beauty, eloquence, and poise. After gaining admission to a respectable university, he learned that Xia Luoxue had opted not to pursue higher education for familial reasons, which made him feel as though the chasm between them had narrowed. Now, as he approached graduation, he resolved to muster the courage to pursue the goddess of his youth. He envisioned bringing her into his life as his wife. "Luoxue, I have cherished my feelings for you for many years. Even after meeting many remarkable women at university. None compare to you, Zhang Tong suddenly declared, addressing Xia Luoxue. Once I graduate next year and secure a good job, I will be able to offer you happiness. I truly like you. Will you marry me? Chapter 14. Zhang Tong, what do you have to compare with me? Xia Luoxue stood in stunned silence. Having just reminisced about high school with Zhang Tong when he unexpectedly confessed his feelings for her. No, it was a proposal. This sudden turn of events left her momentarily speechless. Thank you for spending time with me, Zhang Tong, and for your affection, she finally managed to say. After a brief pause, she politely declined, however. I am already in love with someone else, and we are engaged to be married soon. What? Zhang Tong's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Who is he? Lin Yan. The revelation shocked Zhang Tong even further. How could it be him? Isn't he fond of Chen Mei from Qinjia village? I recall him mentioning to several high school classmates that he was getting married soon. Lin Yan has broken off his engagement with Chen Mei. I am now his fiancée, Xia Luoxue asserted earnestly. No, how can you be with him? Lin Yan is utterly unworthy of you. He is merely a country boy who hasn't even attended university. Zhang Tong's emotions flared, his tone rising with frustration. I am from the countryside too. And I only graduated from high school. Do you look down on me as well? Xia Luoxue shot him a displeased glance. Zhang Tong quickly waved his hands in protest. No, that's not what I meant. I mean, he cannot provide you with happiness. After I graduate from university next year, I will at least secure a stable job in a public institution with benefits and housing provided. If you marry me, you can live with me in the county. Lin Yan cannot offer you any of this. Upon hearing Zhang Tong's words, Xia Luoxue fell silent. It wasn't that she was swayed by his conditions, rather. She felt that Zhang Tong's mindset belonged to a different world altogether. She sensed that her old classmate had changed, no longer embodying the simplicity and sincerity he once had. She had never cared for material possessions. If she truly loved someone, she would be willing to strive and work together with that person. To build a life hand in hand. Whether in luxury or simplicity, it mattered not, as long as the one she loved was by her side. Just as Xia Luoxue prepared to reject Zhang Tong, a familiar male voice suddenly called out from behind. Zhang Tong, I fear what you claim may never come to pass. And in the end, you may find that even I, a mere country boy, surpass you. Xia Luoxue turned to see Lin Yan striding towards them. Panic washed over her as she worried Lin Yan might misunderstand her walk with Zhang Tong on the beach. Lin Yan, there's nothing between Zhang Tong and me. Please don't misunderstand. Seeing Xia Luoxue's urgent need to clarify, Lin Yan smiled reassuringly. I know exactly what kind of person my wife is. I trust you. Once Xia Luoxue realized Lin Yan held no misconceptions, she felt a wave of relief. Meanwhile, Zhang Tong, observing Xia Luoxue's demeanor towards Lin Yan and her eagerness to clarify their relationship, felt a surge of jealousy. The weight of Lin Yan's earlier words settled heavily on him. Lin Yan, what did you just say? Am I unable to fulfill the happiness I promised to Luoxue? Yet, I am a university student in the provincial capital. After I graduate next year, I will be assigned a job, and the least I can expect is a position in a public institution, complete with housing, a vehicle, a generous salary, and numerous benefits. On what grounds can you claim that I will ultimately fare worse than you? Since gaining admission to the university in the provincial capital, Zhang Tong's pride has soared, rendering him dismissive of nearly all his former high school classmates, for he is destined to enter the bureaucratic system. He looks down even more on individuals like Lin Yan, who have toiled in the countryside. When Zhang Tong boasts about his imminent job allocation upon graduation and his entry into a public institution, Lin Yan regards him as if he were a fool. In the 1980s or early 1990s, university graduates indeed enjoyed a privileged status, guaranteed job placements, housing allocations, and a plethora of subsidies. When a family in the countryside produced a university graduate, they would celebrate with a grand feast that lasted 3 days and nights. However, we are now in the mid to late 1990s, and Lin Yan recalls that this year, universities across the nation began piloting a program that eliminated guaranteed job placements for graduates. Starting next year, this policy will be fully implemented. In other words, Zhang Tong, reveling in his identity as a university student, remains oblivious to the fact that he will soon have to compete with ordinary individuals in the job market, submitting resumes in search of employment. Even if he is assigned a job after graduation, what difference does it make? The average salary in state-owned enterprises is merely around 500 yuan per month. Lin Yan casually pulls out a wad of cash from his pocket, a mix of red and green bills amounting to several hundred yuan. He raises it and declares, The money I earn in a single day of street vending is equivalent to your entire month's salary. What do you have to compare with me? Zhang Tong, taken aback by the sight of Lin Yan's stack of money, stares in disbelief. It is the first time he has seen such a substantial sum. As Lin Yan pointed out, even if Zhang Tong secures a position in a state-owned enterprise after graduation, his monthly salary will still pale in comparison to what Lin Yan earns in a single day. Realizing this, Zhang Tong's face flushes with embarrassment and shame. Observing Zhang Tong's stunned expression, Lin Yan cannot help but smile. The 1990s marked a period of rapid market economic growth, characterized by opaque market information and abundant opportunities. With diligence and a modicum of business acumen, one could easily amass considerable wealth by capitalizing on information disparities. Many elderly individuals who became wealthy in later generations often boast of their hard work in their youth, deriding young people for their lack of ambition. Oblivious to the fact that they merely reap the benefits of their era, circumstances create heroes. Lin Yan, let us depart. Xia Luoxue is equally astonished by Lin Yan's daily earnings from street vending, yet she refrains from probing further in the presence of outsiders. All right, Lin Yan nods and, taking Luoxue's hand, casts a glance at Zhang Tong. Sensing Lin Yan's possessive gesture, Luoxue's cheeks flush, yet she does not withdraw her hand. Just before leaving, Lin Yan suddenly turns back and addresses the still-dazed Zhang Tong. Zhang Tong, that you have gained admission to university. Do not forget that you too emerged from a rural school. Remember this. Education is not merely a means to escape the poverty of your hometown, but rather a way to liberate your hometown from its impoverishment. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Zhang Tong's body trembled violently. He realized that his own level of understanding paled in comparison to that of this rural lad. The thought made him wish he could dig a hole and disappear. Upon returning to Dashikan, Lin Yan noticed that Xia Luoxue's beautiful eyes were fixed upon him, prompting a smile from him. Luoxue, why do you keep staring at me? Is there something on my face? Xia Luoxue's lips curled into a smile, her gaze sparkling with an unusual brilliance. Lin Yan, it seems as though you've transformed into an entirely different person, as if a soul of a middle-aged man resides within you. Lin Yan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Xia Luoxue had discerned his reincarnation? My grandfather often says that a man who has experienced great ups and downs becomes more mature and composed. You must be one of those, she continued, seemingly lost in her thoughts. Initially, I was afraid that after you annulled your engagement with Chen Mei and proposed to me, I would merely be a substitute. But now, those thoughts have dissipated. Lin Yan, I am soon to become your bride, and you must treat me well. Do not let me lose this gamble. Upon hearing Xia Luoxue's words, Lin Yan felt a surge of tenderness within him. He reached out to caress her silky hair and spoke earnestly, Luoxue, remember this. My proposal is not a mere substitution. The one I love is you. And you alone for this lifetime. I shall bestow upon you the finest of treasures, ensuring your happiness and joy every single day. Lin Yan's gaze was intense as he looked deeply into Xia Luoxue's eyes. Hearing his declaration, her beautiful eyes softened, and she grasped his large hand in return. I believe in you. Chapter 15. Foraging for wild vegetables, they make a small profit. I sustain no loss suddenly. A thought struck Xia Luoxue. And she turned to Lin Yan with curiosity, inquiring, how come you have so much money on you? I reckon it's at least 400 or 500, isn't it? Not quite. It's just around 1,000, Lin Yan replied, a smile gracing his face. Wow, that much? Xia Luoxue gasped, her expression one of astonishment. I received a prepayment from a tea house owner who ordered a batch of rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts, Lin Yan explained. Xia Luoxue's face brightened with understanding. And she promptly advised, you should save this money and not spend it recklessly. Understood? I got it, my dear. From now on, all our finances will be under your control after we marry, Lin Yan chuckled. Xia Luoxue felt a flush rise to her cheeks. That's not what I meant. Even if she were to marry Lin Yan in the future, she would not be like the women in the village who demanded their husband's hand over their earnings. A man must have a full wallet to speak with confidence. Luoxue, there's something I wish to discuss with you. Noticing her embarrassment, Lin Yan ceased his teasing and spoke seriously. Let's not have Grandpa Xia go to the market to sell bean sprouts anymore. I'll buy all the bean sprouts your family cultivates at 1 yuan per pound. Today, he prepared 300 servings of rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts, using nearly 20 pounds of glutinous rice flour and 10 pounds of bean sprouts. Their family had exhausted the 2 tanks of bean sprouts they cultivated. It was only natural to buy from her, as one should not let good resources flow to outsiders. 1 yuan per pound? No, that's far too high. Grandpa won't agree to that. Xia Luoxue immediately shook her head. Bean sprouts are sprouted from mung beans and are mostly water, typically selling for about 50 cents per pound at the market. Just don't tell Grandpa Xia, all right? Lin Yan smiled. I urgently need these bean sprouts for breakfast, and the demand is substantial. It will be challenging to find other suppliers in the short term, since our families are so close. Buying from you saves me some shipping costs, and Grandpa won't have to toil daily to transport bean sprouts to the market. It's a win-win situation. Upon hearing Lin Yan's reasoning, Xia Luoxue hesitated but still shook her head, stating, then let's settle on 30 cents per pound. Any more, and Grandpa's temper will surely flare. I also don't want others to think I'm taking advantage of you. As she uttered those final words, Xia Luoxue lowered her head slightly, her lips lightly biting, her expression resolute. Lin Yan then realized that Luoxue was an exceptionally proud girl. It would be utterly impossible to convince her to sell bean sprouts at a price exceeding the market rate. Clearly, if he wished for both his fiancée and Grandpa Xia to have a better life, he would need to be more tactful. Luoxue, how about this? We keep the bean sprouts at 1 yuan per pound, but you must help me prepare the rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts every day. I'll cover the raw materials, and any surplus from selling the bean sprouts will be your wages, Lin Yan proposed. Making rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts? Upon hearing this, Xia Luoxue considered the idea favorably, yet still hesitated, saying, but that would still be too much for wages. That is settled then. Tomorrow, I will teach you how to make rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts, and you must help me prepare at least 200 servings. Lin Yan did not give Xia Luoxue a moment's hesitation, shoving the bag in his hand into her arms. This is a gift for you. Try it on and see if it fits. Without waiting for her response, he turned and left. Xia Luoxue stood there, staring blankly at the brand new jeans and top in her hands, a blush of happiness and shyness spreading across her face. This was the first time Lin Yan had given her a gift. Upon returning home, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Before Lin Yan could even begin preparing dinner, he heard the voices of San Go and the others outside. Stepping into the yard, he saw San Go and Hui Zai, each carrying a large burlap sack, their faces beaming with smiles as they entered. The bags were bulging, undoubtedly filled with wild vegetables, and their weight was impressive. It seemed that San Go and his companions had spent the entire day foraging in the back mountain. Have you all returned from gathering wild vegetables? Lin Yan inquired, pouring each of the 3 a cup of water from a large bowl, smiling as he spoke. San Go took the bowl, gulping down the water in one go. Wiping his mouth, he added, Brother Yin, it was really sunny up there today. We weren't prepared and didn't bring hats or water bottles. Otherwise, we could have gathered for another 2 hours. After speaking, San Go, Hui Zai, and Xiao Bin eagerly untied the tops of their sacks, revealing the fresh wild vegetables within. Brother Yin, we gathered all of this. Should we weigh it? Lin Yan took a quick glance, noting the good quality of the vegetables, indicating that San Go and the others had indeed put in genuine effort, not merely filling their bags for the sake of money. He weighed the vegetables. Xiao Bin had collected 50 jin, Hui Zai 55 jin, and San Go an impressive 70 jin. San Go, you really pushed yourself, gathering 70 jin in one go, Lin Yan remarked with a hint of admiration. San Go, feeling a bit anxious, replied, Brother Yin, did I gather too much? These wild vegetables are priced at 1 yuan per jin, and I worry that if I pick too many, you might not want them all. Not at all. I've said before, I will buy as much as you bring, Lin Yan reassured him with a smile, pulling out 70 yuan and placing it in San Go's hand. San Go, this is your payment for the wild vegetables. Hui Zai, here is your 55 yuan. Xiao Bin, your 50 yuan. The 3 of them stared wide-eyed at the real money in their hands. They couldn't believe that foraging for wild vegetables could actually earn them money. The smallest among them, Xiao Bin, felt his eyes welling up with tears. Due to his slight build, he was often overlooked for labor jobs at construction sites, and could only find odd jobs that barely earned him 10 yuan a day. Yet now, after just 1 day of foraging for wild vegetables, he had made 50 yuan, equivalent to what he would earn in 5 exhausting months of labor. Brother Yan, you are like a second father to me, Xiao Bin exclaimed, suddenly kneeling down, ready to bow to Lin Yan. San Go and Hui Zai exchanged glances, their expressions filled with complexity. Xiao Bin lived with only his grandmother, and because he had to care for her, he couldn't go to the provincial city for work. He was left to scrape by with meager odd jobs, but that little money was hardly enough to support both him and his grandmother. I recall that Xiao Bin's family lived in a humble tile-roofed house, which would leak during heavy rains. His grandmother, suffering from rheumatism, was tormented by her condition. However, now, with a little more effort, Xiao Bin could repair the house, ensuring that it would no longer leak during rainy days. Were it not for Yin Ge, Xiaobin and his grandmother would have been uncertain about how long they could endure in that dilapidated dwelling. Lin Yan quickly steadied Xiaobin, saying, "What are you doing? This money is what you earned from selling wild vegetables. It is not my charity. Why are you kneeling? Your priority should be to gather more wild vegetables. Fix the house and take care of your grandmother." With red-rimmed eyes, Xiaobin nodded gratefully, his emotions overwhelming him. Although Lin Yan spoke in such a manner, Xiaobin was deeply appreciative. Without Lin Yan, he would have had no opportunity to change his fate. Today, Dog Gu made some money. "Let's go, brothers, and treat ourselves to a nice meal in town," Sango exclaimed enthusiastically, thumping his chest. "You, young man, after earning money, do you not know to save? Spending so extravagantly, how will you ever marry?" Lin Yan shot a disapproving glance at Sango. Sango scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. "It's just that it's my first time earning such a sum. I'm simply overjoyed. All right then, tonight, let all of you stay and dine with me. I will prepare something delicious," Lin Yan offered as he invited Sango and the others to stay before turning to the kitchen to prepare. In this life, Lin Yan aspired not only to prosper, but also to uplift his good brothers from the same village. While others viewed these brothers as idle villagers, he recognized them as devoted sons who refrained from working away from home to care for their parents and elders. "Yen Ge, we've made money off you and are enjoying your hospitality. Doesn't he that feel somewhat inappropriate?" they said, feeling a bit guilty, and offered to help peel garlic and pick vegetables. Lin Yan did not hesitate to accept their help, casually tossing them some garlic and vegetables to prepare. Sango and his companions had harvested a total of 175 pounds of wild vegetables. Although he had paid them 175 yuan as purchasing money, Luing offered him 4 yuan per pound for the vegetables, allowing him to sell them for a total of 700 yuan. Thus, while Sango and the others might have made a small profit, he certainly did not suffer any loss. Chapter 16. The wedding date is set. Earn 60,000 in a month? The Lin couple returned from work, and upon seeing the 3 men peeling garlic in the yard, a peculiar expression crossed their faces. The sight of 3 large bags of wild vegetables on the ground further deepened Lin Shan's bewilderment. While Li Zuehua felt compelled to inquire about Lin Yan's purpose for gathering such an abundance of wild greens, but she was restrained by Lin Shan. When Lin Qing returned and noticed the 3 large bags of wild vegetables, she too was filled with curiosity, however. Her attention was swiftly captured by the delectable aroma wafting from the kitchen. "Brother, what delicious dish are you preparing tonight?" Lin Yan emerged from the kitchen, carrying a platter of food: soy sauce chicken, stir-fried pork with cucumber, lotus root meat pies, and a mixed vegetable pot. "Dinner will be served shortly. Please go call Luoxue to join us." "Brother, I already asked her. Sister Luoxue said we should eat by ourselves." As Lin Qing assisted in setting the table and arranging the bowls and chopsticks, Lin Yan speculated that perhaps Luoxue, being a girl, felt shy about joining them for dinner every night. Thus, he said to Lin Qing, "Then, please serve 2 portions of food and take them over to Luoxue and Grandpa Xia, and then come back to eat." "All right." Lin Qing nodded obediently. When she returned, the group officially commenced their meal. After a long day of foraging for wild vegetables, the 3 men were ravenous, and given their familiarity with one another, they shed any pretense of decorum and dug into their food heartily. After their meal, the 3 men helped clear the table before departing from the Lin family's courtyard. Lin Shan sat in the yard, smoking a cigarette, and gestured toward the 3 large bags of wild vegetables, inquiring, "Xiaoyan, what do you intend to do with all these wild vegetables? We can't possibly consume this much." Lin Yan chuckled and replied, "Dad, these wild vegetables are for sale. This morning, Sango and the others brought me 60 pounds of wild veggies, which I sold at the tea house in the county town, netting a profit of 180 yuan. "What?" Lin Shan's eyes widened in disbelief. "These wild vegetables are worth that much money? Xiaoyan, you're not joking, are you?" Li Zuehua questioned, her skepticism evident. "Why would I deceive you, Mom and Dad? I gather these wild vegetables with Sango and the others at 1 yuan per pound. And the tea house in the county town buys them from me at 3 yuan per pound," Lin Yan explained. Hiss. The couple gasped in astonishment at Lin Yan's words. "Goodness, 3 yuan per pound for wild vegetables, that's nearly the price of pork. Are city folks really that affluent?" Seeing his parents' astonishment, Lin Yan smiled and said, "Mom, Dad, nowadays, city dwellers are beginning to prioritize healthy eating, opting for more vegetables and less meat. Our wild vegetables are pure, natural greens, which are treasures to them." Li Zuehua remained unconvinced. Eating vegetables is considered healthy? During the famine, we ate wild vegetables every day, and our faces turned green. "Mom, It's about balance. When one works hard, it's essential to combine both meat and vegetables. City folks are quite particular about their food, Lin Qing chimed in. Lin Shan and Li Zihua exchanged knowing smiles. Being rural folk, they were unaware of such intricacies. As long as it's profitable, that's all that matters. Lin Shan remarked, before asking, Xiaoyan, how was your income from the stall today? Fortunately, today I set up a stall selling bean sprout rice rolls and earned 400 yuan. I sold 100 portions to the auspicious tea house, bringing my total to 550 yuan. Upon hearing this figure, the Lin couple's eyes widened in disbelief, as it nearly equaled their combined monthly income from labor. Lin Qing's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Brother, you are truly remarkable. You earned 730 yuan in just one day. To be precise, I earned 130 yuan today. The tea house ordered 200 portions of bean sprout rice rolls and paid me 400 yuan in full, Lin Yan replied with a smile. Lin Qing, her face full of surprise, exclaimed, Goodness, selling at a stall is so lucrative. I want to join you and set up a stall too. Lin Yan gently patted Lin Qing on the head, admonishing her, Nonsense. You are still young, and your primary task is to focus on your studies. Let me handle the money-making. I am looking forward to you becoming the first college student in our family. Lin Qing rubbed her head in pain, feeling aggrieved. Brother, I was just joking. You really hit me. The Lin couple could not help but burst into laughter. Their eldest son was earning money, and their youngest daughter was excelling in her studies. All the hardships they endured previously felt worthwhile. Xiaoyan, the tea house has ordered 200 portions of bean sprout rice rolls. Do you think you can manage that for tomorrow's stall? Li Zihua asked Lin Yan with concern. No need. I've already discussed with Luoxue. She will provide me with the bean sprouts at 1 yuan per jean, and we will prepare the rice rolls together. Lin Yan responded. Li Zihua nodded. That sounds good. You two can support each other and slowly build your own little home. At that moment, Lin Shan took out a red paper and said to Lin Yan, Xiaoyan, I have consulted a fortune teller regarding your and Luoxue's birth dates. Your destinies align perfectly, and I have calculated an auspicious wedding date for you both. The 25th of next month is an ideal day, and this year, there are only 2 suitable dates for your marriage. If you delay, it will be pushed to the end of the year. The 25th of next month? Lin Yan furrowed his brow. Although it was still the beginning of the month, with nearly 2 months until the 25th. If he wished to move into a villa with Xia Luoxue, he needed to commence construction by the start of next month. In the 1990s rural areas, building a 3-story red brick house would cost at least 30,000 yuan. If Lin Yan wanted to construct a 3-story villa with a courtyard, it would require a minimum of 50,000 yuan. In other words, he had to earn 50,000 yuan within a month to begin construction by the start of next month. Earning 50,000 yuan a month is a feat few families could achieve, not only in this era but even 2 decades later. Furthermore, Lin Yan intended to cover the betrothal gifts and buy essential appliances without relying on his family's finances, which would also require at least 10,000 yuan. Thus, he needed to earn 60,000 yuan in total, and after 2 days of selling at the stall, he had only made a little over 1,000 yuan, reaching merely 1/60th of his goal. The path to marrying Luoxue was indeed laden with challenges. Xiaoyan, if you think the 25th is too soon, you can consider postponing the wedding to the end of the year. Li Zihua's expression was intricate upon seeing Lin Yan, who resolutely shook his head, stating, No, we will marry on the 25th of next month. In his previous life, he had caused deep hurt to Luoxue, making her wait for the better part of her life. This time around, he was unwilling to let her suffer through even a mere 6 months of waiting. Father, please discuss the wedding date with Grandpa Xia, and I will take responsibility for all the expenses related to the wedding. After uttering these words, Lin Yan strode into the house. He needed to contemplate how to amass enough funds for both the house and the bridal price within a month. 60,000 yuan was neither too much nor too little. With his memories spanning 20 years of rebirth, he was confident he could devise a plan. Lin Yan recalled an abandoned Sanqing temple on the back mountain, a relic from the Tang dynasty, housing numerous stone statues of Taoist deities. He remembered that a villager from the neighboring village had secretly severed the head of one of the Sanqing statues a few years later, selling it to an antique collector for 30,000 yuan. With the 90,000 yuan he earned, that villager embarked on a business venture, amassing a fortune worth millions within a few years. If Lin Yan sought quick money, he could easily cut off the head of a statue from that temple and sell it for 60,000 yuan without issue. However, He could not bring himself to commit such an unscrupulous act. A gentleman values wealth, but only through righteous means. Chapter 17. Boss Lu collects ginseng the next day. As Lin Yan emerged from his dwelling, he bore the weight of 2 dark circles beneath his eyes. Even with the memories of 2 decades, amassing 60,000 yuan within a month proved to be a formidable challenge. To accumulate wealth swiftly, one typically either ventured into real estate or the stock market. However, he lacked the capital for real estate development, and the stock market appeared even more daunting. Lin Yan recalled the mid-1990s, when a financial storm of global proportions would ensue, resulting in a stock market crash that left many investors in disarray, crowded atop rooftops in despair. At that juncture, everyone yearned to withdraw their investments. Who would dare to enter the market then? Upon stepping outside, Lin Yan spotted Xia Luoxue seated in the courtyard, cradling 2 bags of bean sprouts. Appearing as endearing as a small kitten. "Luoxue, why are you up so early?" he inquired. "I feared I might delay your stall setup." "So," answered Xia Luoxue, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. It turned out that she remembered his plan to sell bean sprout rice rolls, and had risen early to prepare 2 bags of cultivated bean sprouts, waiting for him to awaken, eager to assist. "No need to rush. You haven't had breakfast yet." "Have you? Allow me to prepare something delicious first. Once we are well fed, we can take our time." Lin Yan accepted the bean sprouts from Xia Luoxue and ushered her into the kitchen to warm herself by the fire. Without delay, he gathered some lean meat, dried shrimp, and clam meat to concoct a large pot of seafood pork porridge. As he lifted the lid, the fragrant aroma of the porridge enveloped the room. Xia Luoxue's delicate nose twitched in surprise as she remarked, "It smells wonderful, Lin Yan. What kind of porridge are you making?" "Clay pot porridge. A specialty of our provincial city," Lin Yan replied, serving her a bowl. "This porridge not only delights the palate, but also nourishes the kidneys, strengthens the spleen, and fortifies the stomach and energy. Since you often skip breakfast, it's perfect for your health." The confirmation of their wedding date had been discussed the previous evening between Uncle Lin Shan and her grandfather, and upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Xia Luoxue's face flushed. Was Lin Yan concerned about her health, about her ability to bear children? Shyly accepting the bowl, she lowered her gaze and murmured, "I am quite healthy. Having 2 should not pose a problem." Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback, quickly grasping her implication, his lips twitching slightly. That was not his intention at all. However, the situation had become increasingly awkward, prompting him to remain silent as he retrieved the glutinous rice flour and bean sprouts, commencing preparations for the rice rolls. Seeing that the clay pot porridge was still quite hot, Xia Luoxue set her bowl aside and diligently observed Lin Yan as he crafted the rice rolls from the bean sprouts. Within half an hour, Lin Yan had prepared 120 servings of bean sprout rice rolls. He turned to Xia Luoxue and asked, "Do you understand how to make the rice rolls now?" "I do." She nodded affirmatively. "Then let's have breakfast first. Once we finish, we shall get to work," Lin Yan said with a smile, lifting the bowl of warm seafood pork porridge. Having risen at a similar hour, both were famished. As they savored the rich, silky texture of the clay pot porridge, expressions of contentment graced their faces. The Lin couple and Lin Xing gradually awoke to find 2 individuals enjoying breakfast in the kitchen, their faces adorned with an indescribable smile. "Brother, Sister Luoxue, what delectable fare are you indulging in?" Lin Xing teased as she entered the kitchen after freshening up. Upon hearing Lin Xing's address, Xia Luoxue's cheeks flushed anew, appearing particularly radiant amidst the steam rising from the porridge. "I've prepared clay pot porridge with clams, dried shrimp, and lean meat. Please serve yourself," Lin Yan replied. Having also washed up, the Lin couple joined them, and the 3 each ladled a bowl of porridge. Upon tasting it, their expressions transformed with delight. "This is absolutely delicious. Brother, when did your culinary skills improve so remarkably?" Lin Xing exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Shan, having quickly finished 1 bowl, eagerly filled a second, declaring, "This porridge rivals that of any hotel or tea house. If this porridge were sold, it would undoubtedly attract buyers," Li Tsuehua remarked. Her words sparked a bright idea in Lin Yan's mind. "Indeed, I could sell clay pot porridge. Selling porridge would be far simpler than dealing with bean sprouts and pig intestine noodles. There would be no need for cutting, drizzling sauces, or complicated processes. Just prepare a large pot and serve whoever desires a bowl." An hour later, Lin Yan's tricycle was laden with 600 portions of bean sprouts and pig intestine noodles, a large iron pot of clay pot porridge, and 3 sizable bags of wild vegetables. As he climbed aboard, he nearly struggled to pedal, ultimately setting off slowly with the assistance of Lin Shan and his wife pushing the cart. Lin Yan chuckled to himself, realizing he would need to purchase a motorized vehicle. For soon the volume of wild vegetables and breakfast items would become unmanageable. Furthermore, the rear of the cart might not withstand the weight, leading to an embarrassing incident if it tipped. Upon arriving in the county town, Lin Yan first visited the auspicious tea house to deliver the 200 portions of bean sprouts and pig intestine noodles requested by Lu Ying. After weighing the 3 bags of wild vegetables, which totaled 175 pounds, Lin Yan received 700 yuan based on the previously agreed purchase price. Lin Yan, when you factor in the advance payment for the bean sprouts and pig intestine noodles, you've made 100 yuan this morning. In this small county town, you're practically a little tycoon, Lu Ying teased him with a smile. Although she had requested 200 pounds of wild vegetables, she had anticipated a maximum of 150 pounds. Pleasantly surprised by Lin Yan's additional 25 pounds. While 25 pounds may not seem considerable, it was sufficient for her to sell 75 servings of wild vegetable snacks at 6 yuan each, yielding 450 yuan. After deducting the 100 yuan purchase cost, she stood to profit an additional 350 yuan. Though this amount was modest for a tea house owner, it would attract more customers, translating to potential earnings. Sister Lu, you jest. If anyone is wealthy, it is you, Lin Yan replied with a light laugh. Just as Lu Ying was about to say something further, her pocket vibrated. Lin Yan observed as Lu Ying retrieved a flip phone, his gaze shifting with intrigue. Though mobile phones had entered the domestic market in the 1980s, few possessed them, and the Nokia phone in Lu Ying's hand was priced at no less than 5,000 or 6,000 yuan, far beyond the reach of an ordinary household. After Lu Ying answered the phone, a grave expression emerged on her face after only a few exchanges. It seemed she consented to assist the caller in locating something before she ended the call. Noticing Lin Yan still present, Lu Ying apologized. I'm sorry. I had something quite important to attend to. Not to worry, business takes precedence, Lin Yan replied with a light chuckle. Observing Lin Yan's calm demeanor, Lu Ying suddenly recalled something and inquired, Lin Yan, if I remember correctly, you are from Deshir village? Yes, what of it? Lin Yan responded. Lu Ying appeared to be organizing her thoughts before she spoke. I've heard that rural mountains are abundant with rare medicinal herbs. Could you keep an eye out for aged ginseng? I am willing to purchase it at a premium. Aged ginseng? Lin Yan's expression shifted slightly. Lu Ying elaborated. I have an elder whose health is quite fragile and requires high-quality ginseng for nourishment. But as you know, such ginseng is exceedingly hard to come by in the city. It is only likely to be found in the mountains. If you can help me procure some, I assure you, you will not be at a loss. Rest assured. Sister Lu, I will keep a lookout for you. Lin Yan replied, nodding in agreement without further questions. After leaving the auspicious tea house, Lin Yan leisurely rode his tricycle toward the county's #1 high school, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. Lu Ying's words reminded him of a certain incident from years past. It was around this time when the father of a wealthy merchant in the county fell gravely ill and, upon recovering, needed precious medicinal herbs to regain his strength. The wealthy merchant declared that anyone who could find rare herbs would not only be compensated generously, but would also earn a favor from him. Consequently, all prominent individuals in the county began to fervently seek out aged medicinal herbs, no matter the price. Eventually, it was Lu Ying who presented a century-old ginseng to that affluent merchant, thereby securing his favor and establishing her reputation as the queen of the county's culinary scene. After the auspicious tea house flourished, some inquired about the origins of that century-old ginseng, leading to the revelation that it had come from Deshir town. Freshly unearthed before Lu Ying fortuitously acquired it at a high price. As a villager from Deshir village, Lin Yan knew well that while many villages surrounded Deshir town, only Deshir village, ancient family village, lay backed against the mountains. He surmised that the century-old ginseng Lu Ying purchased likely originated from the hills behind Deshir village. That century-old ginseng must still be hidden in the mountains, yet to be unearthed. A subtle smile graced Lin Yan's lips, his gaze intense with excitement as he proclaimed. Regardless of who was fortunate enough to uncover that century-old ginseng in a past life, it now rightfully belongs to me. The price for aged century-old ginseng is certainly not trivial. Chapter 18. Refrigerator with a bride. Upon arriving at the entrance of County #1 Middle School, Lin Yan found a considerable number of students waiting eagerly. Boss, you're late today. We're nearly starving. Hurry up, class is about to start. And I was hoping to indulge in a few more servings. The words of the students elicited a smile from Lin Yan as he swiftly set up his stall, handing out bowls of bean sprouts and pig intestine rice rolls to them. Watching the students savor the breakfast he had prepared, Lin Yan felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment swell within him. At that moment, Someone took notice of the large iron pot on Lin Yan's tricycle and curiously inquired, "Boss, what is in that pot?" Congee, a specialty breakfast from the provincial capital, made with lean meat, dried shrimp, and scallops. Its flavor is sweet and its texture smooth. Lin Yan explained, lifting the lid of the pot, releasing a fragrant aroma that wafted through the air. The students nearby were captivated. "How much for a bowl of this seafood, Congee?" one asked. "2 yuan a bowl," Lin Yan replied. "That is quite expensive," came the retort. "Not really. Lean meat, dried shrimp, and scallops aren't cheap," Lin Yan chuckled. The students pondered for a moment, then each decided to order a bowl. Upon tasting it, satisfaction spread across their faces. The 2 yuan spent felt worthwhile. In less than an hour, Lin Yan sold out all 400 servings of bean sprouts and pig intestine rice rolls, netting a profit of 800 yuan. He glanced at the iron pot, which was nearly empty now, having sold 200 bowls of congee for a profit of 400 yuan, leaving him slightly astonished. He hadn't anticipated that the congee would sell even better than the rice rolls, and, most importantly, it required less effort. Adding the 700 yuan earned from selling wild vegetables today, he now had 900 yuan in his pocket, making him feel quite elated. Earning 2,000 in a day, with a monthly income of 60,000, no longer seemed like a mere dream. As the school bell rang, only a couple of bowls of congee remained in Lin Yan's pot. After a moment's contemplation, he filled a bowl and walked to the security booth at the entrance. Tapping on the window, "Young man, is there something you need?" The security guard, an elderly gentleman in his 60s named Lu, peered at Lin Yan through his reading glasses. His expression one of caution. Lin Yan gestured towards his stall not far off and said to Mr. Lu, "Sir, I've been selling breakfast for students over there. Now that they've all gone to class, I have some leftover congee. Would you like to try a bowl?" "I can't afford it," Mr. Lu replied. "It's on the house. Please enjoy," Lin Yan smiled. Mr. Lu's eyes brightened. He had observed Lin Yan's stall over the past few days and had heard that a plate of bean sprouts and pig intestine rice rolls cost 2 yuan, which was only within the budget of the students. His daily wage was merely a few dozen yuan, making it hard for him to justify the expense. Upon hearing Lin Yan's generous offer, he perked up. Mr. Lu glanced around to ensure no one was watching and accepted the congee, savoring it with delight. "Young man, this congee is quite exceptional. It rivals that of upscale tea houses and hotels." Upon witnessing the elder's delight in his porridge, Lin Yan smiled and remarked, "It is prepared with premium lean meat, dried shrimp, and scallops, using only the finest ingredients. Naturally, the flavor is exquisite. In the business of serving students, one must act with integrity." "Well said," praised old Lu, giving Lin Yan a thumbs up. Before long, a bowl of seafood and pork porridge had vanished into old Lu's belly. Satisfied, he lit a dry tobacco pipe, squinting at Lin Yan as he said, "You, young man, possess remarkable culinary skills and a good heart. No wonder so many students frequent your stall. To be frank, the food at the school cafeteria is hardly fit for a dog." At old Lu's words, Lin Yan chuckled. Suddenly, old Lu remembered something and advised Lin Yan, "Young man, in light of your generosity in treating me to this bowl of porridge, allow me to share a bit of insider information. Our county's first middle school is set to evaluate its status as a civilized campus in the coming days. It would be wise for you to set up your stall a bit farther away for now, to avoid drawing the attention of the school authorities. Once the evaluation is complete, I shall inform you when it is safe to return." Lin Yan's eyes brightened at this news. He hadn't anticipated that treating old Lu to a bowl of porridge would yield such crucial information. Although the market economy was flourishing in this era and street vendors were not severely restricted, the local authorities still viewed them with disdain, often resorting to aggressive tactics to disperse them. Had old Lu not alerted him, Lin Yan might have faced expulsion by the school's officials summoning the enforcement agents while he was operating his stall. "Thank you for sharing this information, old Lu. I shall treat you to porridge every day henceforth." Lin Yan expressed his gratitude. "Huh, young man, do you take me for someone who shares for the sake of porridge?" Old Lu retorted with a chuckle. "Yes, indeed. I must have misjudged you, sir. This porridge is a tad bland. Please add more salt and cilantro tomorrow." After departing from the first middle school, Lin Yan, with nearly 2,000 yuan in hand, chose not to visit the market, but rather proceeded to the county's electrical appliance market. He now needed to purchase the ingredients for the next day's meals in advance. Although the weather was still mild, he knew that as it grew warmer, ingredients would spoil by the next morning if not properly stored. Thus, Lin Yan resolved to buy a refrigerator to place at Xia Luoxue's home, fulfilling one of the 3 electronic gifts required as part of his betrothal gifts. while also allowing him to store ingredients there. Later, he could prepare breakfast in Xia Luoxue's yard, fostering their relationship while balancing work and personal life. Hello, sir. What may I assist you in purchasing? Upon entering an appliance store, a female sales assistant approached him with a smile. I wish to buy a refrigerator. Do you have any good recommendations? Sir, we typically offer the Xiangsuohai single-door refrigerator and the Shuanglu double-door model. The former is priced at 685 yuan, while the latter is 1,200 yuan. Do you have any imports? Yes, we do, but imported refrigerators are quite pricey. A Panasonic single-door refrigerator costs 1,500 yuan. I'll take the Panasonic single-door refrigerator. Please assist me in loading it onto the tricycle outside and secure it properly. Sir, are you certain you wish to purchase this imported Panasonic refrigerator priced at 1,500? The saleswoman exclaimed, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. This is a hefty sum. Even with a good commission, it would take her 4 to 5 months of wages. Yet, this plainly dressed young man expressed his desire to buy without the slightest hesitation. I'll take it. Where do I pay? Lin Yan nodded. It was not that he was unwilling to support domestic products, but the quality of imported appliances in this era indeed surpassed that of their local counterparts. Some devices, even decades later, remained operational. For his wife's dowry, he naturally sought the best. Right this way, the saleswoman said, her excitement palpable as she guided Lin Yan to the payment counter. After settling the bill, the saleswoman glanced at Lin Yan's tricycle outside and remarked, Sir, our store provides home delivery for appliances. We use a tricycle for transportation, which is much safer. Do you deliver to rural areas? Lin Yan inquired. Free delivery within a 20-kilometer radius. Very well, please deliver it to Dashikan. After leaving his detailed address, Lin Yan pedaled away on his tricycle. Having earned 1,900 today, after purchasing the refrigerator, he was left with a mere 400. After a quick visit to the market, where he spent 30 on ingredients, he hurried back to Dashikan. Meanwhile, the entrance of the Xia family was bustling with activity. Numerous villagers gathered outside, their eyes fixated on the tricycle and several workers unloading cargo. A red cloth draped over the items, concealing their contents. Sango and his companions, having heard the commotion, rushed down from the mountain, concerned that Sister Xia Luoxue might be in trouble, and stood guard at the door. Even Lin Shan and his wife, who were working on plastering outside the village, hurried back. Xiada's face was etched with confusion as he puffed on his pipe, gazing at the tricycle with astonishment. Just 10 minutes ago, it had driven in from outside the village, inquiring about the address before arriving at his doorstep, announcing that the items ordered by Xia Luoxue had arrived and proceeding to unload. Xiada was well aware of his family's financial situation. How could his granddaughter Xia Luoxue afford such an expensive purchase, especially something so substantial? He questioned Xia Luoxue, who was equally bewildered. Consequently, Xiada intercepted the delivery workers, insisting that they had made a mistake and that his family had not ordered anything. The delivery address is clearly written. It is indeed here, one of the workers asserted, waving a slip of paper. But we truly cannot afford such large items, Xiada protested. The payment has already been made. Perhaps a family member purchased the appliance and has yet to inform you, the worker replied. Sir, our time is valuable. We have many more appliances to deliver. Why not allow me to bring the item into your home, and you can ask your family when they return? Xiada was even more perplexed. It was just him and his granddaughter, with no other relatives who would splurge on such a large appliance. Master, what kind of appliance is on this vehicle? How much does it cost? A well-meaning villager could not restrain himself and inquired. The vehicle contained imported Panasonic refrigerators, priced at 1,500 yuan each. The freight worker remarked. For such an expensive item, do you truly believe someone would pay for it and then mistakenly write the address? At this utterance, a wave of astonishment swept over the crowd. A refrigerator costing 1,500 yuan. They would have to forego meals for several months to afford one. Many villagers nodded in agreement, asserting, for something so costly, we've yet to see anyone misaddress it to our home. The notion of a mistaken address was absurd. It was clear that the refrigerator was intended for Grandpa Xia's household, who, with such lavish generosity, would spend over 1,000 yuan to gift a refrigerator to Grandpa Xia. Perhaps it was not for him, but rather for Xia Luoxue, the belle of our village, adored by many. The murmurs surrounding them reached the ears of the Lin couple, causing them to tense with concern. Regardless of who had bestowed the refrigerator upon Xia Luoxue, the sheer magnitude of the gesture indicated wealth. If he truly pursued Xia Luoxue, how would they contend with the prospect of their son competing for her affections? Chapter 19. The entire village gathers to forage for wild vegetables. No, I cannot accept such a precious item, regardless of who wishes to purchase it, Xia declared, tapping his cane firmly and standing resolutely at the doorway. Addressing the group of delivery workers. The workers exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their predicament. Having been paid, they were obliged to deliver the appliance to the designated address. Yet this elderly man was refusing to allow them entry to set it down. They had not anticipated encountering such a situation. As the standoff persisted, Lin Yan arrived pedaling his tricycle from the village entrance. Noticing the crowd surrounding Xia Luoxue's home, he raised an eyebrow and quickened his pace. Has the refrigerator arrived so swiftly? Their efficiency is commendable, Lin Yan remarked as he maneuvered his tricycle into the throng. Upon spotting the red cloth covering the appliance in the back of his vehicle, he smiled broadly. At this, the villagers turned their attention to Lin Yan. Their expressions a mixture of surprise and curiosity. Xiaoyan, did you purchase this refrigerator? Li Tsuehua exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Yan nodded affirmatively. Indeed. This is a gift for Luoxue. Grandpa Xia only requested a bride price of 333, so I decided to supplement Luoxue with the remaining funds for the television, air conditioner, and motorcycle in the coming days. This revelation astonished the entire village. They had not foreseen such ambition from Lin Yan. To marry Xia Luoxue. Not only was he prepared to pay the bride price, but he also intended to procure 3 essential appliances, a formidable gesture in rural life. So, the refrigerator is indeed a part of Lin Yan's bride price for Xia Luoxue. I always knew this child would achieve great things. One villager remarked, while another added, yes. A 500 yuan refrigerator, purchased without hesitation. How commendable. Grandpa Xia and Luoxue are fortunate. Lin Yan has truly matured. Indeed. Breaking off the engagement with Chen Mei was the wisest decision Lin Shan made. Securing a worthy daughter-in-law will surely bring prosperity to the family. Xia Luoxue was equally taken aback by Lin Yan's intentions, her cheeks flushing. What girl would not appreciate a man who devoted himself wholly to her? Xiaoyan, how can you spend money so recklessly? Your parents work hard to earn it. Xiaoda's expression darkened as he pointed his cane at Lin Yan, his voice rising in anger. You must return this refrigerator immediately. Otherwise, I will not allow Luoxue to marry you. If you are extravagant before the wedding, what will happen afterward? Upon hearing Xiaoda's words, several villagers displayed expressions of bemusement. They nearly forgot that Lin Shan had previously prepared a bride price of 888 yuan to facilitate Lin Yan's engagement to Chen Mei, and even after losing 1,000, there remained a substantial sum. With the bride price of 333 deducted, purchasing a refrigerator was hardly an issue. Though his parents have some savings, such spending is unwarranted. He plans to exhaust their entire savings, does he? They whispered among themselves. It appeared that Lin Yan had not yet matured. The villagers grew increasingly animated in their discussions, casting Lin Yan disapproving glances filled with disappointment. Lin Shan and his wife were somewhat bewildered, still grappling with the shock of their son purchasing a refrigerator for 500 yuan. They quickly sought to clarify the misunderstandings brewing among the villagers. Grandfather Xia, you have misunderstood. The money for the refrigerator was earned by Xiaoyan himself. He has not taken a single penny from us. Indeed, this child, Xiaoyan, has been quite industrious these past few days, venturing out each morning to sell goods and earn money. Xiaoda was taken aback and turned to Lin Yan. Xiaoyan, is it true that the money for the refrigerator is indeed earned by you? Yes. I sell breakfast at a stall and also purchase wild vegetables to sell in the city. I have made a little money, Lin Yan replied. Knowing that if he did not clarify things soon, he might lose his wife, he nodded hastily. Seeing this, Sangu and the others chimed in. Grandfather Xia, we can attest to this. Brother Yin has had us go up the mountain to pick wild vegetables, and he pays us a price of 1 yuan per pound. We've earned quite a bit these past few days. Indeed, Brother Yin is genuinely working hard to save money to marry Sister Luoxue. He has truly changed. Their words immediately caused a stir among the villagers. What? 1 yuan per pound for wild vegetables? When did wild vegetables become so valuable? I say, Sangu, was I? And Xiaoban have not been wandering around the village these past few days. They must be up the mountain picking wild vegetables. There are so many wild vegetables on the mountain that they can't possibly pick them all. Can we also pick wild vegetables to sell? Several villagers, who had a closer relationship with the Lin family, urged Lin Yan eagerly. Xiaoyan, you can't favor some over others. We, along with Sangu and the others, are your fellow villagers. You mustn't forget us in this money-making endeavor. Upon seeing this, other villagers also echoed their sentiments. Village head Chen Jiangwo approached Lin Yan and lowered his voice. Xiaoyan, if you have a way to sell wild vegetables, why not take the villagers along? When Chun Sen caused trouble and took Luoxue away, many families came to protect you. Lin Yan understood that the news of purchasing wild vegetables would eventually spread throughout the village. The villagers had been quite kind to their family over the years. If he only thought of Sangu and the others when it came to making money, it would inevitably breed discontent. Today, it was a perfect opportunity to help the villagers prosper together. Lin Yan raised his hand, signaling for all the villagers to be quiet and listen. Dear uncles and aunts, it is not that I do not wish to help everyone earn money together. It is simply that my channels for selling wild vegetables have yet to be fully established, and the demand is not substantial. Upon hearing this, the villagers looked anxious. Lin Yan continued, however, since the village head has mentioned that I should not forget everyone while making money, starting today, I will purchase up to 20 pounds of wild vegetables from each household. I cannot sell more than that. The villagers could arrange for people to go up the mountain to pick, as Dashi village is known for poultry farming. Most of the men in the village work in town or elsewhere, while the women tend to the chickens in their backyards. Raising chickens is not a complicated task. It primarily involves regular feeding, cleaning the droppings, and allowing the chickens to roam in the yard for the remainder of the time. Thus, the village women generally have some free time to go up the mountain to gather wild vegetables, and they usually stay together, which minimizes the risk of wild animal attacks. The villagers around him brightened at Lin Yan's words. Only 20 pounds? At 1 yuan per pound, that amounts to 20 yuan, which is quite a sum. My husband works outside, earning merely a little over 10 yuan a day. Does that mean I am earning more than he does? Xiaoyan is truly commendable. He earns money without forgetting about us, the ants. Upon seeing the villagers' faces brimming with excitement, Lin Yan hastily asserted, Dear uncles and aunts, although the quantity of wild vegetables is limited, we must ensure the quality is impeccable. If anyone tries to cut corners and sneaks in rotten leaves, I shall never accept their produce again. Rest assured, Xiaoyan, we are all from the same village. We would never stoop to such dishonorable deeds. Echoed the villagers in agreement. The village chief, Chen Jiangwo, observed the villagers thriving with Lin Yan's assistance, a sense of satisfaction spreading across his face. Lin Yan, I did not misjudge this child. A good lad. Nearby, the laborers transporting goods, upon hearing that selling wild vegetables could yield 20 yuan daily for every household, wore expressions of envy, wishing they could belong to Dashi village. Reincarnation is indeed a skilled endeavor. One of the workers exclaimed, eager to complete the task and depart, for he feared that his envy might overwhelm him. Of course we will move it. This refrigerator is a betrothal gift my grandson-in-law is giving to my granddaughter. It must be carried inside, said Xiada with a kind smile. Having watched Lin Yan grow up, he felt immense joy seeing him flourish. Grandpa, what nonsense are you speaking? The wedding has not yet taken place. Xia Luoxue blushed and protested shyly. The crowd erupted in laughter at her words. The workers carefully carried the refrigerator into the Xia household, connected it to the power source, and advised that it should not be opened for an hour before leaving. The surrounding villagers gathered around the refrigerator, pointing and expressing their admiration, as it was their first encounter with an imported appliance. I have already given 1/5 of the betrothal gifts. Our marriage is a certainty. I will marry you, Lin Yan said, holding Xia Luoxue's hand and smiling. All right. Xia Luoxue's face turned crimson as she nodded shyly, her response barely a whisper. The villagers, witnessing this, erupted in cheers, praising Xia Luoxue's good fortune. Had she not bravely accepted Lin Yan's proposal at the Chen family's doorstep, such happiness would not have blossomed. The commotion made Xia Luoxue's face flush even deeper. She shot a glare at Lin Yan before hurriedly retreating into the house. After the villagers' jubilation, they swiftly returned home, grabbing burlap sacks and heading up the mountain, eager to gather wild vegetables to sell. Sangu and his companions did not leave. Instead, they hesitated, casting uncertain glances at Lin Yan. They opened their mouths several times, but words failed to escape. Do you have something to say to me? Lin Yan, noticing the change in their expressions, inquired. The three exchanged glances, and eventually, they nudged Sangu forward. After a moment of hesitation, Sangu mustered the courage to ask, Brother Yan, you have sent the villagers to gather wild vegetables. Will you still accept ours? Despite their diligent efforts, the three could not match the quantity the entire village would gather. And with Lin Yan's earlier statement about the limited amount of wild vegetables he required, they feared their harvest might go unacknowledged. Of course. I will take as much as you have, Lin Yan replied. Take. Brother Yan, didn't you just say that you only needed a small amount? Just 20 jin from each family? Lin Yan understood and, with a smile directed at Sango, Hui Zai, and Xiao Bin, said, "You are my good brothers. When there is profit to be made, I will surely prioritize you." He was aware of the reason behind Sango and the others' presence at Xia Luoxue's home. They had heard commotion from the mountain and hurried down to protect their sister-in-law, thinking Qin-san had come to cause trouble again. How could a good brother like him not extend a helping hand? Finally, Lin Yan added, "Moreover, no matter how hard you three work, you won't be able to gather much more." Upon hearing these words, Sango and the others felt a surge of emotion, their eyes glistening. "All right. Since it is still midday, you should gather more wild vegetables." Lin Yan patted the shoulders of the three and said, "Wait for me a moment. I will accompany you up the mountain." Chapter 20. Want to learn the recipe for trendy tea snacks? It will cost you. Lin Yan first transported the ingredients from the back of the tricycle into the courtyard of Xia Luoxue's home. He advised her to refrigerate the items after an hour and then settled the payment for the 30 pounds of bean sprouts used in making the rice rolls. Upon seeing the 30 yuan in his hand, both Xia Luoxue and Grandpa Xia appeared somewhat astonished. "Xiaoyan, this amount is too much. We cannot accept it," Grandpa Xia remarked. Lin Yan waved his hand, encouraging Xia to accept. Grandpa Xia, "This 30 yuan is not only for the bean sprouts but also includes the wages for Luoxue's assistance in preparing breakfast. Your stove is larger than mine, and I would like to borrow it to expedite the breakfast preparation. The extra funds can be considered as payment for firewood." Without waiting for Xia to refuse, Lin Yan gestured and departed from the Xia family's courtyard. Observing Lin Yan's retreating figure, Xia leaned on his cane and remarked to Xia Luoxue, "Child, Xiaoyan is a good boy. Following him will not lead you astray." Xia Luoxue's face flushed slightly as she lowered her gaze. Upon returning home and securing the earnings of the day, Lin Yan changed into casual attire, gathered his tools, and set out to the mountains with Sango and the others. Once they reached the mountain, Lin Yan instructed Sango and the others to forage for wild vegetables while he ventured deeper into the forest, seeking the elusive century-old ginseng. The rear mountains of Dashikan were not singular, but comprised several ridges, with most villagers foraging for wild vegetables at the foot or mid-slope of the mountains. Lin Yan understood that ginseng thrives in cool, moist, and shaded environments, abhorred direct sunlight, and thus, he needed to explore the deeper, shaded areas of the mountain. However, whether due to Lin Yan's misfortune or lack of keen sight, he spent the entire afternoon searching without locating any aged ginseng. He only stumbled upon a couple of small wild ginseng plants, which he harvested to brew soup for his wife. When Lin Yan descended and returned home, the courtyard was filled with villagers who had finished foraging for wild vegetables, each household carrying a bag of greens. Lin Shan and his wife were busy preparing dinner in the kitchen, while Lin Qing assisted in the courtyard, checking the quality of each family's vegetables and weighing them. Evidently informed by Lin Shan and his wife of Lin Yan's intention to purchase wild vegetables from the entire village. "Brother, you're back." Upon seeing Lin Yan, Lin Qing excitedly handed over the accounting book. "I've checked and weighed the wild vegetables. Please take a look." Seeing Lin Qing's obedient demeanor, Lin Yan smiled, ruffled her hair, and then took the book to settle the payments based on the recorded weights. Although there was a limit of 20 pounds per household, he purchased any additional half or full pound without hesitation. In total, he acquired 405 pounds of wild vegetables, dispersing 405 yuan in payment. Every family beamed with excitement upon receiving their 20 yuan, their eyes shimmering with anticipation as they envisioned a lucrative opportunity. It was well understood that the wild vegetables on the mountain were inexhaustible. As soon as one batch was harvested, another would sprout, ensuring that as long as Lin Yan continued to buy wild vegetables, they could earn money daily. Many villagers praised Lin Shan and his wife for raising a good son, delighting the elderly couple immensely. After their departure, gazing at the 405 pounds of wild vegetables in the yard, a sense of worry crept over them. "Xiaoyan, do you truly believe you can sell all these wild vegetables?" Li Tsuehua asked with concern. "Do not fret, mother. These wild vegetables are quite popular in the city." Lin Shan replied, casting a glance at the family's tricycle, hesitatingly adding, "But how will you transport them to the city tomorrow? Isn't there a 3-wheeled motorcycle at the village head's house?" "I will speak to him shortly and request to borrow it for a day," Lin Yan thoughtfully suggested. Lin Shan nodded in agreement. At that moment, Lin Qing had finished preparing the meal and called everyone to dine. After dinner, Sango and his companions appeared in the Lin family's yard, their faces coated in dust, each carrying a large bag of wild vegetables. After weighing them, Lin Yan settled their payment. Sango had harvested the most, 75 pounds, followed by Xiaobin and Huizai with 30 pounds each, totaling 135 yuan. Observing the three as they carefully tucked away their earnings, Lin Yan smiled and said, Sango, Xiaobin, Huizai, I may need your assistance with something. Brother Yan, whatever it is, feel free to ask. We are all ears. Sango exclaimed, patting his chest. While you are out gathering wild vegetables tomorrow, keep an eye out for any wild ginseng. The older, the better, Lin Yan instructed. Wild ginseng? Brother Yan, why do you need that? Is Uncle Lin unwell? Sango inquired with concern. For the villagers residing in the mountains, wild ginseng and similar herbal medicines hold little value. They cannot be consumed as food and lack sales channels, typically left to gather dust at home, occasionally brewed for tea. Do not worry about that. Just keep an eye out for me. I have an urgent need, Lin Yan replied. If you find any aged ginseng, I will pay handsomely. Rest assured, Brother Yan, tomorrow, we will venture into the mountains specifically to look for wild ginseng. Sango assured him earnestly. There is no need to search exclusively. Continue gathering your wild vegetables. Just be vigilant, Lin Yan advised. After Sango and his friends departed, Lin Yan visited the village head's house once more to request the use of the three-wheeled motorcycle. In this era, three-wheeled motorcycles were still a rarity in the village and quite costly, but upon hearing Lin Yan's purpose for borrowing the vehicle, village head Chen Jiangwo readily agreed. The following morning, Lin Yan arrived at Xia Luoxue's yard, where the two prepared 600 portions of rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts and 200 servings of seafood and pork porridge. After handing 30 yuan for the bean sprouts to Xia Luoxue, Lin Yan went to borrow the three-wheeled motorcycle from the village head. Before leaving, he discreetly slipped 20 yuan into the village head's hand. Loading the wild vegetables and the stall's necessary equipment onto the vehicle, he twisted the throttle, and the tricycle sped towards the village outskirts. At the back door of the Jixiang tea house, Luing donned a striking red qipao that accentuated her alluring curves exquisitely. Standing by the back door, she meticulously checked the ingredients delivered by other suppliers while casting her beautiful gaze toward the street outside. Before long, Lin Yan approached on the three-wheeled motorcycle, prompting her eyes to brighten with intrigue. Lin Yan, have you purchased a motorcycle? Lin Yan smiled awkwardly, saying, I borrowed it from the villagers. I certainly can't afford a vehicle. Hearing this, Luing pondered, realizing that with Lin Yan's earning capacity, purchasing a three-wheeled motorcycle would be quite feasible. At that moment, Lin Yan had already unloaded all the wild vegetables from the vehicle and said to Luing, Sister Lu, I've brought over 500 pounds of wild vegetables this time. I wonder if your tea house can accommodate them? Lu Ying's eyes lit up with excitement as she replied, Brother Lin Yan, I was just about to tell you that I have 2 branches of the Jixiang tea house opening in the next few days, and I need a substantial amount of wild vegetables. Not to mention 500 pounds, even 700 pounds would be manageable. She continued. As for the bean sprout rice noodle rolls, starting today, I'll increase the order to 400 servings. At this point, Luing gazed at Lin Yan with bright eyes and said, Brother Lin Yan, your culinary skills are exceptional. I'm tempted to invite you to be the head chef at my tea house. Lin Yan quickly waved his hands in modest denial, saying, Sister Lu, you jest. My cooking skills cannot compare to those of the chefs at the tea house. I merely know a couple of snack recipes. Luing looked at Lin Yan with a knowing smile and remarked, Brother Lin Yan, I've specifically sent someone to investigate the tea houses in the provincial capital. The method you use for your cold wild vegetables is your own invention. Isn't it? Lin Yan was taken aback. Had the provincial tea houses not yet caught on to the trend of cold wild vegetables? It was merely a coincidence that he had come up with the recipe, and he felt it was not worth mentioning. He could only wave his hands in humility. Lu Ying's eyes sparkled as she eagerly grasped Lin Yan's hand, saying, Brother Lin Yan, recently, the Longfeng Tea House and I have been engaged in a price war, and my little establishment cannot bear the strain. You must help me. Help? How? Lin Yan was taken aback. Help me come up with a few innovative new dishes and snacks as signature offerings for the Jixiang Tea House to attract customers, Luing explained. Rest assured, I will not treat you unfairly. As long as the new snacks are delightful, I will pay a high price for the recipes. No, I will offer you equity in the business. How about a 10% share? The recent skyrocketing popularity of the cold wild vegetables convinced Luing that Lin Yan was indeed a talent. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan felt a flicker of interest. The restaurant industry has been an enduring field for centuries, and Luing is destined to become the gastronomic queen of the county. If he could invest in her Jixiang tea house at this moment, within a few years, he could easily accumulate a fortune of millions through the dividends from a 10% stake. As for innovative snacks, that was a simple matter. There were plenty of trendy dishes in the future. Delightful desserts such as the bouncy coconut milk pudding, flaky durian egg tarts, crisp spring rolls, and savory beef puff pastries, each could serve as a lethal weapon in this era. Lin Yan could recall countless popular delicacies that would ensure the Jixiang tea house thrived for decades. Sister Lu, I can think of a few innovative snacks. Lin Yan began, but before Lu Ying could respond, he shook his head and added, but a 10% share is insufficient. After all, the dividends from the shares would only come at the end of the year. Lu Ying couldn't help but feel disappointed. Indeed, a 10% stake seemed too little. Just as she was about to inquire how much equity Lin Yan would require to assist her, he preemptively stated, moreover, I need an increase in compensation. Chapter 21. The ex-wife who had an abortion. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Lu Ying was momentarily taken aback, but soon broke into a smile and replied, naturally, as long as you can present me with a satisfactory menu, I shall procure it at the premium price of 3,000 yuan per dish. If you can provide 10 specialty recipes of the same caliber as the cold wild vegetable dish, I will also grant you a 1% stake in the auspicious tea house. What do you say? All right, we shall proceed as you suggest, Sister Lu. Lin Yan nodded in agreement. I will take some time to thoughtfully devise a new menu for the tea house's specialty snacks. Although he had numerous recipes for popular snacks from the future stored in his memory, he felt that presenting a new snack menu to Lu Ying too hastily might come across as rather casual. The finest treasures are often those that are the most challenging to obtain, thus enhancing their value. Hearing Lin Yan's response, Lu Ying felt a surge of joy and remarked, Brother Lin Yan, the success of my auspicious tea house hinges upon you. Rest assured, I will ensure that you reap abundant rewards. As they conversed, Lin Yan had already unloaded the 400 portions of bean sprout pig intestine rice rolls and all the wild vegetables from his vehicle. After weighing the wild vegetables, they totaled 540 pounds, amounting to 160 yuan. With the addition of the 400 portions of bean sprout pig intestine rice rolls, Lin Yan's earnings swelled by 960 yuan, and a sense of exhilaration washed over him. Even in the future, only a select few could earn 3,000 yuan in a single day at this rate. Accumulating 60,000 yuan within a month seemed quite feasible. Brother Lin Yan, after you finish selling breakfast, please return your tricycle to where you parked and take the bus to find me, Lu Ying suddenly called out, stopping him before he departed. Although Lin Yan was uncertain of her intentions, he nodded in agreement. After exiting through the back door of the auspicious tea house, Lin Yan drove to County No. 1 high school. He had been cautioned by the security guard, Uncle Lu, the day before that the school would be evaluating its status as a civilized campus. So he opted not to set up his stall at the school entrance. Instead, he parked his vehicle at a corner less than 500 meters from the school gate and set up his stall. The students who frequented his usual spot noticed the change in location and exchanged glances before hastening towards him. Boss, why did you change your stall today? I was first in line. Everyone else, please don't cut in. Boss, hurry up. I can't resist your seafood pork porridge and bean sprout pig intestine rolls for a single day. Lin Yan chuckled, offering no further explanation, and swiftly began preparing the bean sprout pig intestine rolls, cutting them into portions, drizzling sauce, and selling them. Having prepared 600 portions that morning, with Lu Ying procuring 400 of them, he was left with only 200 portions, which sold out in less than half an hour, netting him 400 yuan. The seafood porridge sold a total of 198 portions, bringing in 396 yuan, culminating in a total of 796 yuan. As he felt the weight of his earnings, a smile graced Lin Yan's face. Today, his gross profit reached an impressive 3,756 yuan. As he was closing his stall, Lin Yan noticed 2 yellow Toyota buses approaching from a distance, with several school leaders from County No. 1 High School hurrying out from within. Upon seeing Lin Yan's stall at the intersection, their brows furrowed slightly, but noting the distance of 500 or 600 meters from the school gate, they refrained from voicing any objections. At that moment, 2 Toyota buses came to a halt at the school entrance, from which emerged several individuals who appeared to be leaders. After exchanging amicable handshakes, they proceeded into the campus. Lin Yan felt fortunate to have relocated his stall to the entrance of the school. Otherwise, he feared he might not be able to set up again the following day. After dismantling his stall, Lin Yan, as per his usual practice, ladled the remaining seafood porridge into a bowl and made his way to the security office at the school gate. Upon seeing Lin Yan approach, Old Man Lu exhibited a look of anxiety, glancing around to ensure the leaders were no longer present before exhaling a sigh of relief. He addressed Lin Yan, "You rascal. What brings you here?" "Old Lu, isn't it customary for me to treat you to breakfast?" Lin Yan replied, gesturing towards the seafood porridge in his hands with a smile. Old Lu's eyes brightened as he accepted the bowl from Lin Yan, swiftly pouring its contents into his thermos before handing it back to Lin Yan. His movements betraying none of his age. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "You were too kind. I thought you were merely speaking out of courtesy yesterday. I didn't expect you to actually treat me again." Observing Old Lu's preemptive preparation of the thermos, Lin Yan chose to remain silent, merely smiling in understanding. Old Lu glanced around once more, hesitating for a few seconds before lowering his voice to Lin Yan. "The selection for the civilized campus event will take at least a week. It would be best for you to set up your stall at the entrance during these days. If there are any updates, I will inform you." "Thank you, Old Lu." With the desired information in hand, Lin Yan departed. He drove to the market and purchased enough ingredients for 3 days, returning to the village with a sense of satisfaction. As Xia Luoxue's family had a refrigerator, he need not worry about the freshness of the ingredients. In Chinjia village, at the Chen residence, Chen San seethed with anger. How dare that bumpkin Lin Yan strike me in front of so many people and expect me to write a letter of guarantee at the ancestral hall? He must be dreaming. For 2 consecutive days, Chen San had been venting his frustrations at home, incessantly cursing Lin Yan and occasionally smashing bowls and pots. Chen San's mother, Feng Fang, attempted to calm her son while simultaneously reproaching Chen Mei as the elder sister. "How could you remain silent while your brother is bullied by Lin Yan? Haven't you been in a relationship with him for 2 years? How can you not handle a man? I don't care what method you use. Make Lin Yan come here immediately and apologize to my son." Hearing her mother's words, Chen Mei's resentment towards Lin Yan intensified. She could not comprehend why Lin Yan, who had doted on her for 2 years and obeyed her every whim, suddenly reneged on their engagement. How dare he strike her brother? "Mother, rest assured, Lin Yan and I have been together for 2 years. He once claimed that even in death, he could not part from me. His previous change of heart may have been due to a blow to the head from my brother, clouding his judgment. With just a gesture from me, he will return to my side like a loyal dog." Feng Fang, upon hearing this, wore a satisfied smile. "Indeed, my daughter, men should not be given the upper hand. They must be kept underfoot so they understand their place and dare not resist. You should certainly give Lin Yan a good scolding. I have heard that Lin Yan has recently discovered a lucrative avenue for selling wild vegetables, earning a modest sum. He even purchased a refrigerator for Charlotte. You should inform Lin Yan to deliver the refrigerator and, after he bows an apology to San Air, I shall contemplate whether to agree to the continuation of your wedding plans." A mischievous smile crept across Chen San's face as he chimed in, asserting that half of Lin Yan's earnings must be allocated to him, as it would serve as compensation for my medical expenses. The fact that Lin Yan can afford a refrigerator indicates that he possesses at least a few thousand yuan. Dividing that sum with him would suffice for indulgence for a time. I intend to demand that he relinquish all his funds to me. For a man should not possess money after marriage. Only by adhering to this can he be deemed worthy of marrying me, Chen Mei opined. In her perspective, Lin Yan's wealth rightfully belonged to her. Over the past 2 years, all of Lin Yan's earnings had consistently been surrendered to her. Otherwise, Chen Mei would not have been able to maintain her glamorous appearance without working after graduating from high school, relying solely on the funds Lin Yan provided. However, even Lin Yan's monthly salary of 200 to 300 yuan was insufficient to satisfy Chen Mei's desires. A few nights at the county bar could swiftly deplete that amount. Had it not been for her relationship with Lin Yan over the past 2 years, during which she secretly dated several other men and underwent multiple abortions, leaving her infertile as per the doctor's advice, she would never have entertained the notion of marrying this impoverished lad from the neighboring village. Yet, now that Lin Yan has begun selling wild vegetables and earned some money, he has, in a small way, become somewhat deserving of her. Chapter 22. An unexpected visit from my ex-wife. Upon returning to Dashikan, Lin Yan first returned the borrowed tricycle to the village chief. "Xiao Yan, have you sold all the wild vegetables you collected?" Village chief Chen Jiangwo inquired, his face displaying an expression of surprise at the sight of the empty cargo bed. Earlier that morning, when Lin Yan borrowed the tricycle, it had been laden with over 500 pounds of wild vegetables. Lin Yan nodded with a smile, replying, "I was fortunate." Village chief Chen Jiangwo could not help but express his admiration, saying, "Xiao Yan, you have matured and become capable. In the future, if you have the means, please lend a hand to the brothers and sisters in the village. As I grow older, the future of Dashikan will rely on young people like you." As he spoke, the village chief's expression turned wistful as he reminisced about the famine years when the villagers had to share their rations and somehow survive the Great Famine. He sighed again. Reflecting on the past, older individuals often tend to be a bit loquacious. Lin Yan maintained a smile on his face until the village chief finished speaking, after which he took his leave. On his way home, Lin Yan spotted a familiar figure standing at his door, her expression slightly displeased. "What are you doing here?" Lin Yan addressed Chen Mei with an unkind demeanor. "Lin Yan, what kind of attitude is that? Are you unaware that you are the one in the wrong?" Chen Mei replied, visibly angered, her gaze haughty as she continued, "I have come personally to find you, which is already showing you some respect. Don't overstep your bounds." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan chuckled. "What have I done wrong? Please enlighten me." He was no longer the Lin Yan of his past life, willing to be unconditionally kind to Chen Mei, nor foolish enough to place all his assets under her name. To him now, Chen Mei was merely a stranger. "Did you hit my brother?" she asked. "And if I did?" Lin Yan retorted. "Have you lost your mind? Don't you know my parents have only one son? How dare you hit him? Are you trying to embarrass me?" Chen Mei's voice was sharp as she pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Yan. "It was your brother who struck first. I merely retaliated." Lin Yan defended himself. "Even if my brother initiated the confrontation, you should not have retaliated. You are his brother-in-law. What is the harm in taking a few hits?" Chen Mei stated matter-of-factly. Lin Yan laughed. "So, it's acceptable for your brother to hit me. But I am not allowed to defend myself?" In his previous life, Lin Yan had foolishly refrained from fighting back or arguing, even going so far as to continually give money to Chen Sanhua. Now he realized how naive he had been. "Of course, taking a few hits from my brother won't cause you any real harm. As a member of the Chen family, do you not possess such tolerance?" Chen Mei remarked. She now felt that Lin Yan was increasingly unreasonable. He had never dared to talk back to her before. Was it all because of that woman, Xia Luoxue, that he now believed he could negotiate with her? In high school, the only reason she had associated with Xia Luoxue was that her grandfather often gave her pocket money, allowing her to frequently ask for money to buy food. She never imagined that this woman would dare to steal her man. "I am busy. If you have something to say, please be quick." Lin Yan was already amused by Chen Mei's foolish remarks and impatiently responded. Witnessing Lin Yan's impatient tone only fueled Chen Mei's anger further. She vowed that if Lin Yan wished to marry her, he would have to double the betrothal gifts. Otherwise, she would never agree. "That scoundrel. Lin Yan, you must immediately go to Chen's village, bow and apologize to my brother, and seek forgiveness from my parents. Furthermore, I heard that you bought a refrigerator for Xia Luoxue as a gift to provoke me. I must say, your actions are exceedingly foolish and only serve to portray your immaturity. My parents want that refrigerator. Hurry and have it moved from Xia Luoxue's house to mine. Additionally, you should share half of the earnings from selling wild vegetables with my brother. Once you have completed these tasks, I will consider whether to forgive you." Chen Mei angrily told Lin Yan. In her view, as soon as she made a demand, Lin Yan was obliged to comply unconditionally. After all, he was merely a country bumpkin. While she was a woman who thrived in the county's bars, she was giving Lin Yan a chance. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow, looking at Chen Mei as if she were a fool. Did this woman truly believe that he would come crawling back to her for marriage? "Lin Yan, are you mute? After hearing my words, don't you have a response?" Chen Mei's anger intensified at Lin Yan's silence. Lin Yan felt justified in clarifying their current relationship. "Chen Mei, have you not yet awakened? Who do you think you are? I have already broken off our engagement. There is no connection between us. Xia Luoxue is my fiancée. What business is it of yours if I buy a refrigerator for her? Dream on if you think I will give my earnings to your brother." At this, Chen Mei's expression darkened, and she furiously retorted, "Lin Yan, enough. You are over 20 years old, yet still resort to such childish antics? Can you not be more mature? My willingness to marry you is a blessing you could only dream of. Hurry and deliver the refrigerator that belongs to me to my home. And you should rightfully keep my money safe. Otherwise, don't expect me to marry you." The commotion attracted the attention of many villagers from Deshur village, who gathered to witness the spectacle. Upon realizing that Chen Mei, from Chen's village, was arguing with Lin Yan, they looked on with disdain. Lin Yan chuckled lightly. "Why is your face so audacious? We are no longer connected. Why should I give you my hard-earned money? My money, even if given, would be for my fiancée, Luoxue. You can only be considered my ex-girlfriend at best." At Lin Yan's words, Chen Mei was momentarily stunned. What did he just say? She was his ex-girlfriend? She had been dumped? In the 2 years of dating Lin Yan, she had been in relationships that could be counted on 2 hands. This was only the second time she had been rejected. Chen Mei recalled that half a year ago, while dating Lin Yan, She had also been involved with a well-off man from the county, and they were inseparable, even to the point of her becoming pregnant. In a decisive moment to marry that man, Chen Mei promptly ended her relationship with Lin Yan. Unexpectedly, Lin Yan appeared at her doorstep, weeping, and knelt there for an entire day and night, pleading for reconciliation, yet Chen Mei remained unmoved. Subsequently, the parents of the man from the county looked down upon her rural background, forbidding their son from associating with her. They even offered Chen Mei a substantial sum as a parting gift, insisting she undergo an abortion. Returning to her village, Chen Mei feigned illness and took 2 months to recuperate, during which Lin Yan continued to deliver soup daily and inquired after her well-being, subtly pleading for her to reconsider their relationship. Only after realizing her prospects of marrying into the city were bleak did she acquiesce to Lin Yan's request for reconciliation. Reflecting on this, her gaze towards Lin Yan turned hostile. The man who, merely 6 months ago, had humbly sought her forgiveness now audaciously dared to propose a breakup? Lin Yan, I am aware that your engagement to Xia Luoxue is merely an act to provoke me, intending to elicit my anger. You have witnessed my fury. Consider it a victory for you. Now, if you annul your engagement with Xia Luoxue, I shall grant you another chance for reconciliation, Chen Mei declared with an authoritative tone. Lin Yan, exasperated, found himself disinclined to engage in further dialogue with her, realizing he had overlooked her hysterical tendencies in the past. Chapter 23. Who do you think you are? Chen Mei was seething with anger. How dare Lin Yan presume to command her simply because he had made a modest sum of money? Her mother was right. Indeed, wealthy men often turn unscrupulous. If she did not teach this insufferable man a lesson, he would lose all sense of his own identity. It was imperative that Lin Yan understood that she was a woman far beyond his reach, and her willingness to marry him was a stroke of fortune for him. At that moment, a Honda motorcycle approached, ridden by a man in his 30s. He sported a stylish hairstyle, donned sunglasses, and wore a leather trench coat, an ensemble quite fashionable for the time. The motorcycle beneath him was not something just anyone could afford. Chen Mei's eyes lit up. It was Wang Hu from Lizzie Village. A few years prior, Wang Hu had expressed a desire to marry her, but she had dismissed him due to his age. After all, he was in his 30s. Her parents, however, favored Wang Hu as a suitable son-in-law. Just a few days ago, after Lin Yan had broken off their engagement, her parents sought out Wang Hu to discuss the bride price, though he had yet to respond. Now that Wang Hu had appeared, it was likely he was there for her. Chen Mei intended to wave him over to signal her presence. But Wang Hu had already arrived at the door of the Lin family. Wang Hu, how did you know I was here? Did my mother tell you? Chen Mei feigned an air of superiority. At the same time, she cast a glance at Lin Yan, as if to say, do you see? I have admirers aplenty. To win my affection is your fortune. You should kneel and apologize. Chen Mei, you are also here, Wang Hu remarked, a hint of surprise crossing his face upon seeing her. Chen Mei smiled haughtily and addressed him. Wang Hu, are you here to discuss the bride price? Let me make it clear, the bride price and gifts must meet my parents' demands, no less. I refuse to accept anything that is shortchanged. My greatest disdain is for those who are petty and quibble over every detail. A woman's marriage is a singular event in her life. It is a significant matter that cannot be treated lightly. As she spoke, she cast another glance at Lin Yan, who maintained a calm demeanor, fully aware that she was referring to him. The villagers around them were taken aback. They had not anticipated that following Lin Yan's breakup with Chen Mei, her family would swiftly engage in discussions about the bride price with the wealthy Wang Hu. The bride price can be discussed at length, Wang Hu replied, seemingly reluctant to delve deeper into the matter. Chen Mei, eager to flaunt her allure in front of Lin Yan, declared loudly, Wang Hu, what is the matter with you? Did you not profess your desire to marry me before? Now, when we discuss the bride price, you seem evasive. Are you not a man? Upon hearing Chen Mei's almost insulting remarks, Wang Hu's expression soured, yet he restrained his fury and replied, Chen Mei, regarding the matter of the betrothal gifts, I believe it would be better to discuss it another day at your home. I have other matters to attend to in Shi Village. He felt that discussing such a sensitive topic in front of so many people was inappropriate. No, I require your answer now. Are you unwilling to fulfill the betrothal gifts proposed by my parents? Chen Mei did not permit Wang Hu to evade the issue, stating bluntly, desire for a betrothal gift? Do you truly believe you are worthy? At this moment, Wang Hu showed no regard for Chen Mei's feelings and sneered. Who do you think you are? Wang Hu. What do you mean by that? Chen Mei's expression darkened. What do I mean? It should be I asking you what your parents mean. Chen Mei, do you know how much your parents and I have agreed upon for the betrothal gifts? 9,999 yuan. Go ask around. In 10 miles and 8 villages, who pays such a high price for a bride? Do you truly think of yourself as a refined young lady from the city? Stunned by Wang Hu's scathing rebuke, Chen Mei was momentarily at a loss. With an expression of indignation, she retorted, Wang Hu, if you cannot afford the betrothal gifts, just admit it. Why put on such an act? Cannot afford the betrothal gifts? Huh? Who does not know that I, Wang Hu, am considered a wealthy man in Liji village? A mere 9,999 yuan is nothing to me. But the question remains, are you worth that sum? You possess some beauty, but so what? Wang Hu scoffed, with that amount, I could marry a university student. Far more desirable than a mere country girl like you. Wang Hu, I will never marry you, even if you regret it. Regret? Spare me. With a brain like yours, I would find it beneath me to even touch you. Thankfully, brother Lin Yan called off the engagement. Otherwise, a woman like you, who only stands by her brother and parents without understanding the needs of a husband, would undoubtedly burden him for life. With that, Wang Hu spat on the ground before Chen Mei, startling her to retreat several steps. The villagers surrounding them applauded Wang Hu's words, as they resonated with the sentiments of the majority. As the realization of the situation dawned on her, Chen Mei's expression grew increasingly grim. She had not anticipated Wang Hu's words to be so harsh. Hearing the derisive laughter from those around her, her anger flared. It was all Lin Yan's fault. Were it not for him, she would not have been humiliated in public. Chen Mei, you should leave quickly and cease your pursuit of Lin Yan in Deshir village. Indeed, Lin Yan is about to marry Xia Luoxue. They are a match made in heaven. People like your brother and parents should refrain from causing trouble for others. As the words of the villagers echoed around her, Chen Mei's countenance darkened even further. She glared at Lin Yan with indignation and said, Lin Yan, you would do well to seriously consider my words. I will be waiting for you at home tonight. All you need to do is apologize to my brother and win my parents' forgiveness. I might be inclined to overlook past grievances. With that, Chen Mei turned and strode away. Insufferable, Lin Yan muttered, watching her retreating figure. In truth, it was not that he refrained from admonishing Chen Mei. Rather, after his rebirth, he realized she was nothing but a troublesome individual, and he found it tedious to engage in discourse with such a mentally unstable woman. The surrounding villagers, having witnessed the spectacle, dispersed in all directions. Just as Lin Yan was about to return to his courtyard, Wang Hu suddenly called out to him, Lin Yan, wait a moment. Lin Yan turned back, gazing at Wang Hu with curiosity. It was worth noting that he and Wang Hu had once been rivals in love, having clashed numerous times in their pursuit of Chen Mei. The reason Chen Mei's parents dared to raise the bride price when he was set to marry her was due to Wang Hu's earlier promises of a lavish dowry and his own bid for her hand. Logically, now that Lin Yan had experienced a rebirth and was aware of Chen Mei's true character, having called off the engagement, Wang Hu should have seized the opportunity to propose to the Chen family and marry Chen Mei himself. I heard about what happened in Chen family village the other day. The Chen family are truly mercenary, raising their demands arbitrarily. As for Chen Mei, she lacks discernment, blindly obeying her parents and brother. No matter how beautiful she may be, I would not dare bring such a woman home, Wang Hu remarked, seemingly reading Lin Yan's thoughts. Lin Yan suddenly understood, casting a more discerning glance at the seemingly simple Wang Hu. Indeed, in this era, those who could rise from humble beginnings and accumulate wealth were not necessarily simple-minded. What brings you to me? Lin Yan inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Hu responded, I've heard that you are acquiring wild vegetables in large quantities. I wonder if you would be interested in collaborating with me? It turned out that the mountains around Lichi village were also abundant in wild vegetables. Knowing that Lin Yan was engaged in extensive procurement, Wang Hu had come seeking a share of the business. Chapter 24. Did the three dogs uncover a century-old ginseng? Collaboration? Lin Yan raised an eyebrow, countering, what form of collaboration do you envision? The rear mountain of Lizzie village had already been contracted by me, abundant with wild vegetables. Should you desire to purchase in bulk, I could arrange for harvesting. Following his conversation with Wang Hu, Lin Yan discerned the latter's intent. However, he politely declined, as his need for wild vegetables was minimal. The Jixiang tea house required no more than 700 jin, and with each household in Deshir village limited to 20 jin per day, supplemented by the three dogs collection, their needs would be sufficiently met. Lin Yan had pledged to village chief Chen Jiangwo to help the brethren and sisters of Deshir village prosper. Thus, he could not afford to relinquish the benefits of wild vegetables to outsiders. Wang Hu seemed to have anticipated this outcome, and despite his slight disappointment, he requested Lin Yan's contact information. I currently do not possess a mobile phone. If you need to reach me, please call the village chief's home, Lin Yan replied. Observing Wang Hu's flip phone with a hint of surprise, after all, it was no small feat for a prominent figure in Lizzie Village to own one. Only the village chief's household had a public telephone, and the chief's wife and son operated a small convenience store, relying on the sale of daily necessities and charging for the use of the public phone to earn a modest living. All right, Wang Hu replied succinctly, leaving his contact details before exchanging a few pleasantries and departing on his Honda motorcycle. Watching Wang Hu zoom away on his bike, Lin Yan felt a flicker of excitement. In this era, what boy did not relish the thrill of riding a motorcycle and experiencing the exhilaration of flying close to the ground? Upon returning home and securing the more than 3,000 yuan he had earned, Lin Yan prepared to ride his pedal tricycle back to the county town. Just as he stepped outside, he encountered Xia Luoxue, who was hurrying towards him. Her cheeks were flushed, and beads of sweat glistened on her fair forehead. She was clearly breathless from a recent sprint. "Luoxue, why are you in such a rush?" Lin Yan asked with a smile, using his sleeve to wipe her brow. Feeling the warmth of Lin Yan's gesture, Xia Luoxue's face flushed deeper. Suddenly recalling something, she nervously inquired, "Did Chen Mei come by just now? What did she say?" She had been outside selecting soybeans when a fellow villager warned her that Chen Mei sought to reconcile with Lin Yan and urged her to return quickly. Upon hearing this, Xia Luoxue felt a pang of uncertainty. Though her exterior was strong, she was a deeply sensitive girl at heart. She worried that if she returned and witnessed Lin Yan reuniting with Chen Mei, she would be at a loss for how to respond. After all, Chen Mei and Lin Yan had shared 2 years of romance, a foundation that could not be easily overshadowed. Nevertheless, she ultimately steeled herself to come back. Regardless of Lin Yan's choice, she wanted to witness it with her own eyes. "She wishes to reconcile with me and even requested that I deliver the refrigerator I bought for you to her home," Lin Yan remarked with a smile as he noticed Xia Luoxue lowering her gaze. Xia Luoxue trembled slightly, biting her crimson lips. Indeed, she had come back. Did she still have a chance to compete? Xia Luoxue was acutely aware of Lin Yan's profound affection for Chen Mei. Once, Lin Yan had knelt at Chen Mei's doorstep for an entire day and night, with Xia Luoxue by his side, shielding him with an umbrella and providing warmth during the cold night. Even on the day of the wedding procession, when Lin Yan faced such humiliation at Chen Mei's home, he impulsively turned to her and became engaged, yet Xia Luoxue understood that should Chen Mei personally come forward to propose reconciliation, Lin Yan would undoubtedly acquiesce. Contemplating this, Xia Luoxue's expression inevitably dimmed. She lowered her head and stepped aside, addressing Lin Yan. "Grandfather is not at home right now. Please move the refrigerator out. When he returns, I will explain that it was my desire not to marry you that prompted you to take your belongings." As she uttered those final words, Xia Luoxue felt as though her heart were being cleaved in two, her spirit seemingly drained of all strength. She bit her lip, fighting back tears that threatened to spill from her reddened eyes. She cherished Lin Yan deeply, with fervent affection. Even if Lin Yan ultimately chose Chen Mei, she would still opt to shield him from the truth. Xia Luoxue had once naively fantasized about a scenario where Lin Yan and Chen Mei called off their engagement in favor of her, envisioning a life together, growing old side by side. Yet, it now appeared that such thoughts were merely her own unreciprocated longing. "Lin Yan, you must be happy." Xia Luoxue turned to leave, fearing that remaining any longer would reveal her tears to him. Just as she pivoted, a warm hand grasped her delicate, pale hand. "As my fiancée, do you not wish to inquire how I rejected Chen Mei?" Lin Yan's voice resonated beside her. "Rejected?" Xia Luoxue's beautiful eyes sparkled anew as she abruptly raised her gaze to Lin Yan. What did he say? He had turned down Chen Mei's reconciliation. Observing the flurry of confusion and uncertainty on Xia Luoxue's face, Lin Yan felt a pang of guilt. How could he have allowed her to suffer? He quickly recounted the details of how he had declined Chen Mei's advances. As he concluded, Lin Yan firmly grasped Xia Luoxue's hand, his expression earnest as he declared, "I have vowed that I shall love only you in this lifetime, and I will always treat you well. Never to go back on my word." Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Xia Luoxue could no longer contain herself and burst into tears. Lin Yan hurriedly enveloped her in his embrace, soothing her with gentle pats on her back. "Luoxue, it is my fault. I should have clarified everything with you directly. Your sadness is entirely my responsibility." Xia Luoxue's tears flowed even more freely. The anxiety and turmoil of the past days had drained her, but now, Lin Yan had tenderly offered her a sense of reassurance, allowing her to finally find solace. Lin Yan dared not speak further, fearing that any additional words might exacerbate her sorrow. After a prolonged moment, once Xia Luoxue had calmed down enough to pull away from his embrace. Lin Yan could not help but smile. Have you stopped crying? Xia Luoxue, her face flushed, shook her head in silence. Brother Yan, we found it, we found it. At that moment, a voice called out from a distance, belonging to Sango. The two turned to see Sango, Huizai, and Xiaobin approaching with bags of wild vegetables in tow. Upon hearing Sango's words, Lin Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Have you found aged wild ginseng? Just yesterday, he had enlisted Sango and his companions to assist in the search for a century-old ginseng, and he was astonished at how swiftly they had acted. Could it be that in a past life, it was indeed Sango and his team who unearthed the wild ginseng? Lin Yan couldn't help but scrutinize them a bit longer. In his previous life, while Sango and his friends dabbled in small businesses, their earnings were meager, barely sufficient for a modest living. Nevertheless, with the acquisition of that century-old wild ginseng, he would be able to command a substantial sum, while also securing the goodwill of Lu Ying and a prominent merchant from the county, achieving 3 benefits in one stroke. Brother Yan, we haven't yet located the aged wild ginseng, Sango replied, scratching his head sheepishly. Lin Yan was taken aback, his smile faltering as he lamented. Why the excitement if you haven't found the aged wild ginseng? It seemed his hopes had been dashed in vain. Sango offered a sheepish grin. Brother Yan, although we haven't unearthed the aged ginseng, we did discover a spirit mushroom of indeterminate age. What? Lin Yan exclaimed, his expression shifting in surprise. Chapter 25. Sister Lu, I no longer wish to strive. As he spoke, Xiaobin retrieved a mushroom the size of a basketball from his bag of wild vegetables, revealing a magnificent umbrella-shaped lingxi. Lin Yan took it in his hands, and astonishment instantly spread across his visage. This lingxi was at least 50 years old. Whether it had reached a century was indeterminate, even for his seasoned eye. Who had plucked this remarkable specimen? Lin Yan, holding the lingxi, turned to Sandog, Huizai, and Xiaobin, inquiring. Both Sandog and Huizai pointed towards Xiaobin in unison, claiming the lingxi was discovered by Xiaobin. Eager to clarify, Xiaobin added, we 3 found it together and harvested it as a team. We are all brothers. None of us wish for discord over the lingxi. Very well. If it was a joint effort, how much do you intend to sell this lingxi for? Lin Yan asked with a smile. Brother Yan, this lingxi is of no use to us. We merely happened upon it and picked it. You can take it. There is no need for any payment. Sandog waved his hand dismissively. Huizai and Xiaobin nodded in agreement, grateful for the opportunity Lin Yan had already provided them to sell wild vegetables. That won't do. This lingxi is the fruit of your labor, Lin Yan countered, shaking his head. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed, how about I purchase this lingxi for 3,000 yuan? Upon hearing this, the 3 young men were taken aback, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. 3,000 yuan? For our lingxi? Brother Yan, you must be joking. That is far too much, they exclaimed in unison. In this day and age, 3,000 yuan was no trifling sum. An ordinary rural family might earn that much in an entire year. To think that they could unearth a single lingxi worth an entire year's income. Not only were they astonished, but even Xia Luoxue was rendered speechless by Lin Yan's words. Lin Yan, where did you acquire such wealth? From my wife. Lin Yan replied with a smile directed at Xia Luoxue. At this, her cheeks flushed with color. Seeing the astonishment etched on Sandog and the others' faces, Lin Yan refrained from further discussion, returning to his room to fetch 3,000 yuan, which he distributed among them, as Sandog, Xiaobin, and Huizai held their respective 1,000 yuan notes. Their expressions were filled with awe. It was their first encounter with such a substantial sum. Each of their faces involuntarily broke into a foolish grin. Following brother Yan truly leads to fortune. Make sure to keep the money safe. Don't lose it. Lin Yan chuckled at their naive expressions. The 3 nodded eagerly, promptly tucking the money into the crevices of their clothing, ensuring it was secure. Having tasted the sweetness of success, Xiaobin's excitement bubbled over. Brother Yan, should we search for aged wild ginseng as well? Sandog and Huizai gazed at Lin Yan with hopeful eyes. Yes, if you can find it. I will purchase it at the same price. Lin Yan replied without a moment's hesitation. Given the uncertainty of whether Lu Ying would desire the lingxi, it would be prudent to acquire a root of wild ginseng as a safeguard. Furthermore, such rare medicinal herbs, especially those of considerable age, were highly coveted by the wealthy in the city. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, the 3 dogs and the 3 men felt invigorated. Turning around to dash back up the mountain. Lin Yan, why are you spending so much money to acquire Ganoderma and ginseng? What purpose does it serve? After they departed, Xia Luoxue inquired with curiosity. It serves a significant purpose. Whether I can earn enough for a wedding house before the marriage date hinges upon it. Lin Yan replied as he tucked away the Ganoderma, turning to Xia Luoxue and saying, Luoxue, I need to make a trip to the county town. I must take my leave. Watching Lin Yan ride away on his tricycle, Xia Luoxue's gaze grew distant, recalling his declaration about earning money for their wedding house, causing her cheeks to flush. Upon returning to the county town, Lin Yan made his way directly to the auspicious tea house. It was now midday, and after the bustling rush of the tea house had waned, Lu Ying found herself with some leisure. Upon seeing Lin Yan, a smile graced her face. Brother Lin Yan, you've arrived. You haven't had lunch yet, have you? Come, let me treat you to a meal. Without waiting for Lin Yan to decline, she led him to park his tricycle at the entrance and ushered him into a private room where she ordered 4 or 5 home-cooked dishes. Lin Yan couldn't help but marvel at Lu Ying's warmth. No wonder she became a culinary mogul and the foremost businesswoman in Fenghuang County in later years. Her approach to hospitality, valuing people over wealth, was a testament to her destined success. Sister Lu, I'm merely a humble vegetable vendor. You are being too kind, Lin Yan said, gesturing toward the delicious dishes on the table, engaging in pleasantries with her. Brother Lin Yan, do not belittle yourself. I believe you are destined for greatness. Lu Ying replied as she served him food. Feeling the sincerity in her words warmed Lin Yan's heart. Since he had not eaten lunch, he felt free to indulge. As they dined, their conversation flowed effortlessly, covering a myriad of topics from current events to economic discussions. Lin Yan, having been reborn 2 decades later, effortlessly shared many innovative ideas, while Lu Ying occasionally offered bold and forward-thinking business insights that left Lin Yan astounded, even prompting him to wonder if she too had experienced a rebirth. Their conversation grew increasingly lively, and Lu Ying's gaze towards Lin Yan held a newfound intrigue. Although she was in her early 30s, her years spent in pursuit of wealth had left her without a companion who understood her warmth. Before her sat Lin Yan, several years her junior, yet his courage and intellect commanded her respect. Coupled with his handsome appearance, she felt an unexpected flutter in her long-still heart. Brother Lin Yan, you are the most thoughtful man I have encountered. You are destined to achieve great things. Lu Ying's lips parted slightly, her beautiful eyes shimmering as she regarded Lin Yan. After a brief pause, she asked, do you have someone you like? Having lived once before. Lin Yan could easily discern the underlying meaning in Lu Ying's words. This woman before him was the foremost businesswoman in Fenghuang County, a culinary queen. It is often said that a woman 3 years older can bring fortune, and here was a woman merely 7 or 8 years his senior, in the prime of her allure. Seizing this opportunity, a thought crossed his mind. Sister Lu, I no longer wish to strive. I fear that he could instantly spare himself 2 decades of toil. Yet, Lin Yan spoke candidly. Sister, I have a fiancé now, and our wedding is scheduled for the 25th of next month. You must come to celebrate with us. He owned to amass wealth, but that ambition was solely to ensure a comfortable life for Xia Luoxue, his parents, and his sister. To abandon his principles and integrity for this pursuit would indeed be a misallocation of priorities. Engaged, you say? Lu Ying's eyes momentarily glimmered with disappointment, but she swiftly masked it with a smile, teasing, Oh, my dear brother, I wonder which fortunate young lady has captured your heart. Rest assured, I shall attend and bestow upon you a generous red envelope. Although they quickly shifted the conversation, a subtle tension lingered in the small room. Sister, you specifically asked me to retrieve the motorcycle tricycle this morning. Is there something you need? Lin Yan inquired. The demand for wild vegetables has surged lately, and your previous pedal-powered tricycle can hardly accommodate such quantities. Relying on borrowed motorcycles is not a sustainable solution, Lu Ying explained, her demeanor now composed. She produced a set of keys and presented them to Lin Yan with a smile, saying, I happen to have a Fatesai brand motorcycle tricycle available for you to use. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan quickly declined. Sister Lu, that is far too valuable. It's merely a loan, not a gift. If you damage it, you shall be responsible for its repair, Lu Ying retorted with a playful glare. Besides, having a motorcycle tricycle will expedite your deliveries of wild vegetables. Sparing me the agony of waiting, she added. Very well, Lin Yan conceded, unable to refuse her request. In a gesture of reciprocity, he retrieved a bag from the side and approached the dining table. As he opened it, he addressed Lu Ying, Sister Lu, I have something here. I wonder if you would accept it? Chapter 26. The Scrap Steel Magnate. Zhang Long. Upon hearing the words, Lu Ying's face lit up with curiosity, her beautiful eyes fixed on the bag before Lin Yan. When Lin Yan extracted the contents, a look of astonishment graced her features at the sight. This is A Ganoderma lucidum. Lin Yan cradled the basketball-sized, umbrella-shaped fungus, presenting it to Lu Ying. Sister Lu, I can only ascertain that this Ganoderma is at least 50 years old, but I cannot be certain of the exact age. As someone who operates a tea house and has encountered numerous rare medicinal ingredients, could you lend your discerning eye? Lu Ying wiped her hands and cautiously accepted the Ganoderma. Examining it closely for a moment before concluding, this Ganoderma is approximately 65 years old, a rather rare medicinal material. Sister Lu, I have yet to find the aged ginseng you requested. Would you be interested in this over 60-year-old Ganoderma? Of course I will take it. Lu Ying replied without hesitation. Although she had not located the aged ginseng, a 65-year-old Ganoderma was equally a potent tonic, suitable for gifting to an elder. She looked at Lin Yan and asked hesitantly, Lin Yan, how much do you intend to sell this Ganoderma for? Sister Lu, you may name your price. As your younger brother, I will not haggle, Lin Yan smiled. Despite the rarity of the Ganoderma, it held little value in his possession. Selling it to Lu Ying would not only yield substantial profit but also foster goodwill and a sense of obligation. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying felt warmth in her heart. Yet she was somewhat troubled. After a few moments of contemplation, she said, the market price for a 65-year-old Ganoderma is about 20,000, but given its rarity, I will acquire it from you for 30,000. How does that sound? All right, I will defer to Sister Lu. Lin Yan agreed. Having purchased the Ganoderma for 3,000, selling it for 30,000 presented a staggering profit margin of 1,000%. Wait, I will send someone to fetch the money right away. A smile graced Lu Ying's face as she prepared to rise. Sister Lu, I do not dare carry such a large sum of cash. Could you transfer it to my bank card instead? Lin Yan interjected, providing her with his bank account number. Since the 1990s, bank cards had gradually supplanted passbooks, with small transactions conducted in cash and larger dealings increasingly settled through bank transfers. Soon, someone arrived with the transfer receipt, respectfully handing it to Lu Ying. Lin Yan, the money has been transferred. Please keep the receipt safe, Lu Ying instructed as she passed it to him. Lin Yan nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door of the small private room. Shortly thereafter, a somewhat overweight middle-aged man entered, jovially exclaiming, Boss Lu, so you are here entertaining guests. I wondered why I couldn't find you for drinks. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lu Ying displayed a composed smile, feigning annoyance as she retorted, Boss Zhang Long. Knowing full well that I am entertaining guests, you still barged in. You startled my dear younger brother. Upon hearing this, Zhang Long turned his gaze towards Lin Yan and, with a hearty demeanor, proclaimed, My young friend, I must apologize. In the entirety of Phoenix County, only Boss Lu possesses the fortitude to match my drinking prowess. The craving for alcohol has overwhelmed me, compelling me to intrude here. Allow me to offer 3 cups as a penance. Lin Yan could not help but look at Zhang Long, as memory surfaced in his mind. Zhang Long was known for his generosity and grand spirit, often financially supporting impoverished university students, caring for the elderly, and donating to the renovation of hopeful primary schools. A renowned entrepreneur and philanthropist in the 1990s, he primarily dealt in scrap steel. Regrettably, his fate was tragic, as he too would soon face a demise akin to his own, taking a leap from a building. Lost in thought, Zhang Long already downed 3 cups of liquor and raised his glass to Lin Yan, saying, My young friend, having consumed these 3 cups, shall we forge a friendship? Observing Zhang Long's magnanimous nature and his willingness to befriend without inquiring about one another's backgrounds, Lin Yan sensed the warmth of this kind-hearted individual. It would indeed be a pity if such a philanthropist were to succumb to despair. With this in mind, Lin Yan gazed at Zhang Long and inquired, Brother Zhang, have you recently acquired a batch of scrap steel, preparing to make a move? How did you know? A look of surprise crossed Zhang Long's face as he regarded Lin Yan. Not long ago, he had personally traveled to another county to procure a batch of scrap steel. Yet it had only just returned to his warehouse, unbeknownst even to his company's executives. How could this young man have been privy to such knowledge? Brother Zhang, if you place your trust in me, Lin Yan, it would be prudent not to rush into selling that batch of scrap steel. It would be wise to inspect it first, Lin Yan advised earnestly, offering no further explanation. Zhang Long, intrigued by the mysterious background of Lin Yan, contemplated the implications of his words. Nonetheless, the scrap steel had been acquired at a great expense, and he was eager to sell it quickly to gather funds for purchasing additional scrap steel abroad, as an old friend had located an extraordinarily cheap batch overseas. If he could secure the necessary capital to transport and sell it, his assets could potentially double. Brother Lin Yan, as we are but newly acquainted, let us refrain from discussing business matters for now. Come, let us drink. Zhang Long chuckled, seemingly dismissing Lin Yan's counsel as he prepared to pour more drinks. While I appreciate your hospitality, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Lin Yan gracefully declined Zhang Long's generous offer, rising to depart. Before exiting, he felt compelled to reiterate, Brother Zhang, remember my words. Do not hastily sell that batch of scrap steel. An inspection will serve you well. Years prior, Zhang Long had found himself embroiled in a significant theft case due to a batch of steel he had purchased, an incident that even drew the attention of provincial authorities. Although he ultimately proved his innocence, the ordeal cost him dearly in resources, leading his company into decline. In a desperate bid to revive his business, he liquidated all his assets to fund the acquisition of scrap steel abroad. However, upon returning to the country, he was met with another calamity that left him financially devastated, culminating in a tragic end. Lin Yan was uncertain whether his subtle reminder to Zhang Long would provoke a butterfly effect, so he could only express himself in vague terms. Whether Zhang Long could comprehend the message was entirely up to him. After Lin Yan departed, Zhang Long turned to Lu Ying with curiosity and inquired, Boss Lu, what is the background of this Lin Yan fellow? Lu Ying pointed to the reishi mushrooms on the table and replied with a light smile. He is quite a remarkable individual. Given a few years, surpassing us would be an effortless feat for him. Upon noticing the reishi mushrooms, a look of astonishment crossed Zhang Long's face. These are aged reishi mushrooms. Are you planning to give them to that esteemed person in the county? Indeed. He sourced these for me in just 2 days. Lu Ying replied. You are truly fortunate, Boss Lu, to have found such a capable person to assist you. Zhang Long said, his face reflecting envy. At his words, a look of pride appeared on Lu Ying's face. But it was quickly overshadowed by a fleeting glimmer of melancholy in her beautiful eyes. Was she truly fortunate? No. The one who was fortunate should be the girl engaged to Lin Yan. Marrying such a capable man, she would likely never have to worry about money in her lifetime. Chapter 27. The warmth of home. When Lin Yan returned home, it was already 4 in the afternoon, and the courtyard of the Lin family was filled with villagers from the neighborhood. As Lin Yan parked the Fatesai brand tricycle at the entrance, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Look, it's a Fatesai tricycle with a front compartment, equipped with a steering wheel, just like a small car. I've heard it's quite pricey, at least 4 to 5,000. Goodness, 4 to 5,000. I couldn't afford that even if I didn't eat or drink for a year. In our village, only the village chief owns a tricycle, and his can't compare to this one with a compartment. When Lin Yan disembarked from the vehicle, the astonishment among the villagers intensified. Brother Yan, did you buy this? Sango exclaimed in surprise. Lin Yan smiled and shook his head. It belongs to a friend. He saw how dangerous it was for me to ride a tricycle daily while transporting wild vegetables, so he lent it to me for a while. Upon hearing this, the villagers exchanged knowing glances, their faces lighting up with realization. Lin Yan wasted no time and immediately brought out a scale to weigh the freshly harvested wild vegetables from each household, assessing their quality. After weighing, he discovered that each family had approximately 23 pounds of wild vegetables, clearly having picked a bit more than usual. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow and gazed at them, prompting the villagers to display sheepish smiles. Little Yin, we accidentally gathered a bit too much. If you don't want it, we can just take it back and cook it ourselves. Lin Yan shook his head and proceeded to pay them based on the weight. It was understandable that the villagers, having lived in poverty, sought to earn a little extra money. Despite the overabundance, the quality of the wild vegetables was excellent, and he was unwilling to be overly particular. Seeing the 23 yuan in their hands, each family wore a smile of satisfaction. I'll reiterate, each household will only receive payment for 20 pounds. Anything beyond that will not be accepted. Remember, if you exceed that amount, do not come complaining to me, Lin Yan emphasized. His words served as a reminder to the villagers. While he could overlook an excess of 2 or 3 pounds, anything beyond 25 pounds would be firmly rejected. The villagers nodded in agreement, showering Lin Yan with compliments before returning home to prepare dinner. Lin Yan then weighed the 3 bags of wild vegetables collected by Sango, Xiaobin, and Hui Zai, totaling 200 pounds, and handed them 200 yuan to share among themselves. The trio, having just earned 3,000 yuan from selling Ganoderma to Lin Yan earlier in the day, were no longer as exhilarated by the additional 200 yuan. All right, quickly stash the money away at home. I want to keep you here for dinner, Lin Yan said, playfully kicking each of them as he ushered them away. Just then, Xia Luoxue approached with a platter of dishes from next door. The 3 boys exchanged knowing smiles. Brother Yin, we won't interrupt your time with sister-in-law any longer. They teased. Yes, We're off to have our dinner. You two take your time to nurture your relationship. We envy you, Brother Yan. Xia Luoxue's face flushed at their remarks. Get out, get out. Lin Yan feigned a kick at them in jest. Upon witnessing the scene, the trio of dogs turned and fled, their laughter echoing from a distance. Xia Luoxue's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. Ignore them. They simply relish in jesting, Lin Yan remarked, scratching his head. It's quite all right. What brings you here? Xia Luoxue raised the bowl of lean meat porridge in her hands, her cheeks still aflame. I noticed you were preoccupied with your errands at noon and might not have had the chance to eat lunch. So I brought you some porridge I made earlier. As she spoke, her voice dwindled to a whisper, overwhelmed by shyness. Lin Yan understood. Xia Luoxue was concerned that he had been so absorbed in his work that he might have missed his meal, hence bringing him the warm porridge to stave off hunger until dinner. I've already eaten, Lin Yan replied with a smile. Oh? Then I'll take it back, Xia Luoxue said, slightly flustered. Lin Yan swiftly took the porridge from her hands, grinning. Even if I've eaten, I can enjoy more. The porridge prepared by my wife must not go to waste. In his previous life, when Lin Yan's career was just taking off, he often became so engrossed in his work that he neglected to find a meal. Chen Mei never considered whether he might be hungry. Her concerns lay solely in her appearance and where they might go for leisure. Even after a long day, upon returning home, he would find no steaming dishes awaiting him, leaving him to boil a simple egg noodle to satisfy his hunger before collapsing into bed. Chen Mei's only interests revolved around how much he earned and how much he could spare for her and her brother. Not yet married, so who is your wife? Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Xia Luoxue's face turned slightly pink, and she responded with a hint of playful retort. Lin Yan chuckled, savoring the warm porridge that filled him with a comforting warmth, causing his eyes to betray an unexpected sheen of emotion. Is the porridge too hot? Perhaps I was too hasty, Xia Luoxue, noticing his reddened eyes, inquired with concern. No, it's just the right temperature, Lin Yan replied, shaking his head with a smile. This is the warmth of home. Meanwhile, in the office of the chairman of Zhang's resource company in Fenghuang County, Zhang Long returned from Jixiang Tea House and informed his subordinates about the shipment of scrap steel he had arranged from the neighboring county. He calculated the expenses for purchasing this batch and prepared a report while instructing his team to contact potential buyers. He intended to sell this scrap steel at a lucrative price. Chairman Zhang, your capabilities are truly remarkable. To acquire such a significant quantity of scrap steel is impressive. Once we sell it all, we could earn at least 1 to 180,000, right? A middle-aged balding accountant complimented Zhang Long. In this era, 1 to 180,000 was indeed an astounding figure. Hearing this, a smug smile adorned Zhang Long's face, for he had exerted considerable effort to procure this batch of scrap steel. Initially, this batch of scrap steel was in the possession of a businessman surnamed Chen from the neighboring county. After nearly a week of negotiations and entertaining him at a bar, the latter finally relented and agreed to part with the scrap steel, albeit at a price 30% above the market rate. Were it not for Zhang Long's resources, which assured him of profitability from this batch, alongside his ambition to venture into the international scrap steel market, he would have been unwilling to pay such a premium. Yet, for reasons unknown, whenever he recalled Lin Yan's words from their midday encounter at the auspicious tea house, he found himself plagued by doubts. How could he possibly know that I had recently acquired a batch of scrap steel? I have told no one. Furthermore, what did he mean by advising me not to act hastily with this batch? Could it be that there is something amiss with it? The balding accountant, noticing Zhang Long lost in contemplation, could not help but inquire, Mr. Zhang, you are on the verge of receiving a substantial sum, yet you appear far from elated. This accountant had been with Zhang Long for over a decade, making him a stalwart of the company, and he too held shares. Zhang Long pondered for a moment before recounting the encounter with Lin Yan in its entirety to the accountant. Mr. Zhang, your concerns are not unfounded, the accountant replied, a pensive expression crossing his face. In recent years, the price of scrap steel has been on a continuous upward trajectory, and many have set their sights on this lucrative market. It is not inconceivable that someone might harbor ill intentions. Furthermore, I recall you mentioning that the original owner of this batch of scrap steel was somewhat reluctant in selling it to you. One cannot dismiss the possibility that this is a scheme. Should I take a team to the warehouse and conduct a thorough inspection to ascertain if there are any issues with the scrap steel? Indeed, a meticulous examination is warranted, Zhang Long affirmed, nodding in agreement. He increasingly sensed that Lin Yan's words were far from mere caution. Lu Ying had remarked that the young man was exceptionally capable. It was entirely plausible that he had caught wind of something. Chapter 29, Supplying breakfast to the school canteen in the warehouse, Zhang Long's expression was somewhat grim. Scattered across the floor were 7 or 8 cigarette butts, reflecting his discontent. Even the bald accountant beside him wore a similarly somber demeanor. Have all the inspections been completed? Have the problematic scrap steel pieces been identified? Zhang Long inquired, his tone tinged with irritation. Upon hearing this, the bald accountant's face grew serious as he replied. Although we have identified a ton of problematic scrap steel, there remains a portion yet to be discovered. However, with some effort, we can thoroughly inspect everything by the end of the day. As he spoke, a look of exhaustion crossed the accountant's face. Last night, he and Zhang had come to the warehouse to examine the newly received batch of scrap steel. It wasn't long before they discovered issues. Among the ordinary scrap, there was an unexpected mix of specially treated steel, as if someone had deliberately sought to conceal its original purpose. After a night of inspection and searching, the accountant had managed to identify most of this special steel, only to find that it was part of a stolen shipment. Previously, they had been warned by the authorities to report any discoveries immediately, emphasizing that private transactions were strictly forbidden, with dire consequences for violations. That was a close call. Had we unknowingly sold this batch, and it later came to light, no amount of explanation would suffice. The accountant lamented, relieved to have narrowly avoided disaster. Cold sweat beaded on Zhang Long's forehead as he nodded gravely. Indeed, we almost landed ourselves in trouble. These problematic scrap steel pieces are valued at several $100,000. How should we handle them? The accountant asked, prioritizing the company's interests. The options for dealing with the problematic scrap were limited. The first was to surrender it, assisting the authorities in apprehending those responsible for the theft and illegal trade of scrap steel. The second was to clandestinely transport the scrap to a remote city for a low-price sale. The former would incur substantial losses, while the latter, though potentially recouping costs, carried significant risk. All of it must be surrendered. Money can be earned again, but as a veteran, I cannot act against the interests of the nation and its people. Zhang Long declared resolutely. Immediately notify the authorities to take over the warehouse and account for all the stolen scrap steel. We will fully cooperate with them. Understood, Zhang. Meanwhile, Lin Yan had arrived at the entrance of County No. 1 Middle School, quickly setting up his stall. Eager students flocked to him, eager to spend their money on food. In less than half an hour, all 300 servings of bean sprout rice rolls and 400 bowls of seafood pork congee were sold out, netting a profit of 400 yuan. As was customary, he donated the remaining seafood congee to the elderly Lu at the school gate. After exchanging a few words, Lin Yan began to pack up his stall, ready to leave. Hey, young man, wait a moment. A robust voice called out from the direction of the school gate. Lin Yan turned to see a middle-aged man in a white shirt strolling towards him, exuding an air of scholarly demeanor. Beside him, Grandpa Lu was winking at Lin Yan, seemingly urging him to leave quickly. However, Lin Yan stood his ground, waiting for the man to approach. Seeing Lin Yan's steadfastness, Grandpa Lu grew somewhat anxious and feigned anger, saying, Young man, this is our vice principal Li Ping. Who permitted you to set up a stall selling breakfast here? You should leave at once. Li Ping raised his hand to stop Grandpa Lu and turned to Lin Yan with a smile, saying, Young man, there's no need to be overly anxious. Technically, your stall at the intersection falls outside our school's jurisdiction, so I shouldn't interfere. However, since you are selling breakfast aimed at our students, I must inquire. Lin Yan chuckled and replied, Vice Principal Li, what would you like to ask? Seeing that he could do little to change the situation, Grandpa Lu merely squinted in the sunlight. What do you sell at this breakfast stall? Are your ingredients hygienic? Li Ping inquired. Just then, Lin Yan had some leftover bean sprout rice rolls on the cutting board, so he wasted no time in assembling a portion, drizzling it with sauce, and scooping out a small bowl of congee from 2 iron pots, presenting it to Li Ping. Vice Principal Li, I sell bean sprout rice rolls and seafood pork congee. The bean sprouts are homegrown, and the rice noodles are steamed from glutinous rice flour. The congee is made with dried shrimp, scallops, fresh pork, and other ingredients, all prepared on the same day, absolutely fresh and clean. Would you like to try? Li Ping intended to say he had already eaten, but upon seeing the glossy appearance of the bean sprout rice rolls and congee that Lin Yan offered, he could not resist taking a few bites. After tasting, his expression showed surprise. The flavor is indeed delightful. It's no wonder the students enjoy your stall so much. Lin Yan smiled. Vice Principal Li, you flatter me. After all, I am serving students, and I must be conscientious. Li Ping nodded in agreement. Grandpa Lu secretly gave Lin Yan a thumbs up, praising his eloquence. Suddenly, Li Ping spoke. However, Your stall is set up by the roadside, and students gather there for breakfast while cars come and go. This poses considerable health and safety risks, and it could also affect our school's evaluation as a civilized campus. Grandpa Lu's eyes narrowed. It seemed they were indeed intent on sending Lin Yan away. Vice Principal Li. Lin Yan began to say something, but Li Ping interjected. Thus, would you be interested in supplying breakfast for our school cafeteria? What? Lin Yan was taken aback, seemingly struggling to process Li Ping's unexpected offer. Supplying breakfast for a school cafeteria was no small task, and the profits would certainly be substantial. If one were to consider who earns the most at a school, it isn't the employees of the logistics department, but rather the suppliers of the cafeteria and the owners of the convenience store. Lin Yan recalled that 20 years later, the agency fee for a convenience store at an ordinary high school in Phoenix County reached as high as $1 million a year, not including the rent for the space provided to the store owner by the school. The proprietor of the school cafeteria supplier frequently traverses the campus in a luxury Range Rover, valued in the millions, at a prestigious institution like County No. 1 High School. The wealth of the cafeteria suppliers and the convenience store owners is not to be underestimated. To be candid, the culinary skills of our cafeteria chefs are rather mediocre. The dishes they prepare fail to entice the students. It is not uncommon for students to pay for breakfast yet refuse to dine in the cafeteria, opting instead to attend class with empty stomachs. This practice severely undermines the quality of education and is detrimental to their learning. Li Ping, sensing Lin Yan's reluctance, hastily elaborated. The breakfast you offer features fresh and clean ingredients, and the flavors are delightful. The students are bound to enjoy it. Only when they are well-fed can they fully engage in their studies and contribute to the nation. Chapter 30. The Mysterious Origin of Luing Principal Li. You are absolutely right. In order to ensure that the students are well-fed and ready for class, I am willing to take on the responsibility of providing breakfast for the school cafeteria, Lin Yan declared earnestly, gazing at Li Ping with a resolute expression. Li Ping's face brightened with joy, but he quickly adopted a cautious tone as he remarked, however, the subsidy provided to the school cafeteria is rather limited, my young friend. Would it be possible to adjust the price for breakfast? The bean sprouts and pig intestine rice rolls, along with the seafood and pork porridge. I can sell them at 2 yuan per serving at my stall. Let us calculate the school's price at 1 yuan 50 per serving. Lin Yan inquired with utmost sincerity, Principal Li, how many servings do you think we should prepare each day? Having calculated the cost of the bean sprouts and pig intestine rice rolls, which was merely over 30 cents per serving, and the seafood and pork porridge costing similarly, he realized that at a price of 1 yuan 50 per serving, he would yield a profit margin of 500%. There are approximately 900 students across the 3 grades at County No. 1 Middle School. Let us start with 1,000 servings of each and gauge the students' reactions. Lin Yan proposed. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Li Ping felt a surge of excitement and quickly replied, that sounds splendid. Yet, he hesitated and looked at Lin Yan with concern. My young friend, with the price reduction, I hope the quality of the ingredients won't tea. He recalled previous encounters with suppliers who promised low-cost contracts while secretly compromising the quality of ingredients, nearly leading to food poisoning incidents among the students. Lin Yan, sensing the gravity of the situation, responded with indignation, Principal Li, what do you take me for? It would be my honor to see the students enjoy the breakfast I prepare. I would never cut corners on the ingredients. The quality of the ingredients I use for my breakfast will be the same as those I provide to the students. Upon hearing Lin Yan's commitment, Li Ping was deeply moved, his eyes glistening with tears as he grasped Lin Yan's hand, saying, my young friend, I express my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of the students at County No. 1 Middle School. Principal Li, regarding the payment for breakfast, could we settle it daily? After all, I am operating on a modest scale. Absolutely no problem. As Lin Yan left County No. 1 Middle School, an unmistakable smile adorned his face. With the demand from the school cafeteria requiring a daily preparation of 1,000 servings of bean sprouts and pig intestine rice rolls and 1,000 servings of seafood and pork porridge, he projected a gross profit of 3,000 yuan per day, yielding a net profit exceeding 2,000 after costs. Most importantly, the business offered stability. As long as he ensured the ingredients remained fresh and clean, maintaining the same delightful flavors, this venture could sustain him until Principal Li's retirement. However, he realized that such a substantial demand could not be met solely by himself and Xia Luoxue. He planned to involve his parents in this endeavor. Lin Shan and his wife rose early each day, working tirelessly to earn a living. Their labor was grueling, and they were often exposed to harmful dust. In his previous life, Lin Shan had worked relentlessly to repay debts incurred from his wedding, only to succumb to lung cancer after a few short years. Following Lin Shan's passing, his mother, Li Tsuehua, fell into deep sorrow and soon followed him. His sister, unable to afford college, had to seek work elsewhere, enduring immense hardship. In this life, Lin Yan vowed that such tragedies would not befall his family again. By having his parents assist in preparing breakfast, they could enjoy a restful day afterward, alleviating their burdens while keeping them engaged. Furthermore, when he eventually married Luoxue, they would also be able to help care for their grandchildren and enjoy the fruits of their labor. Lin Yan murmured softly, having secretly resolved to persuade his parents to set aside their work and return home to assist him. In the office of Zhang's resource company, Zhang Long was enjoying tea with a dashing man dressed in casual attire. The latter smiled at Zhang Long and remarked, "Zhang, you were fortunate to inspect the scrap steel before taking action. Otherwise, had this batch entered the market in Fenghuang County, you would likely find yourself in a predicament." Zhang Long forced a bitter smile and replied, "Li, please do not scare me. You know I am a law-abiding citizen. How could I ever engage in selling illicit scrap steel?" Li Aigua chuckled lightly, refraining from further alarming Zhang Long. "Well, you've clarified your side of the matter. What we need from you now is cooperation to help us draw out the gang involved in stealing and selling scrap steel, so we can apprehend them all at once. Only then might you recover your losses." "Understood." Zhang Long responded without hesitation, saluting with military precision. Though he had retired from service, he remained a soldier of the people, dedicated to defending his homeland and combating crime. The two exchanged knowing glances, bursting into hearty laughter. "Zhang, I heard that a young man alerted you to the issues with this batch of scrap steel. Is that true?" Li Aigua inquired curiously. "Indeed," Zhang Long nodded, recounting the events from the previous day at the auspicious tea house. Li Aigua's expression turned to one of surprise. "A mere vegetable vendor was aware of the problems with your scrap steel? Is he perhaps a fortune teller?" "That remains uncertain, but from what Boss Liu indicated, the young man possesses remarkable talents," Zhang Long replied with a smile, opting not to delve deeper into the matter. "Are you referring to Liuing from the auspicious tea house?" Li Aigua's expression shifted noticeably. As an experienced member of the county bureau, he was privy to information far beyond the common man's knowledge. In the eyes of Zhang Long and his fellow merchants, Liuing might merely be seen as a capable and prosperous businesswoman, yet Li Aigua had heard numerous whispers regarding her background. Rumor had it that Liuing hailed from the provincial capital, coming from a distinguished lineage with ancestors who had traversed snow-capped mountains, even on horseback. The fact that someone like Liuing endorsed this young man compelled Li Aigua to take him seriously. Li Aigua pondered, regardless of the circumstances. "That young man has saved you once. You ought to express your gratitude. Well, it's getting late. I must take my leave. I will reach out should anything arise," he concluded before rising to depart. After escorting Li Aigua out of the company, Zhang Long reflected, "Indeed, I should extend my thanks to that young man." He promptly returned to his office, opened the safe, and retrieved a meticulously carved wooden box. After casting a reluctant glance at it, he resolutely made his way to the auspicious tea house. Upon arriving at the auspicious tea house shortly after 8 in the morning, during the bustling morning tea hours, Lin Yan observed Liuing busily attending to her duties and chose not to interrupt her. Settling into a secluded corner of the tea house, Lin Yan ordered a selection of delicacies and began to savor his tea slowly. The past few days had been exceedingly hectic for him, making this rare moment of leisure all the more precious. As he observed the patrons of the tea house sharing laughter and joy, a profound tranquility enveloped his spirit. Lin Yan remained in his seat for 2 hours, and as the number of diners dwindled, Liuing finally noticed him in the corner. "Lin Yan, when did you arrive? Why didn't you inform me?" she inquired. Lin Yan chuckled awkwardly. "I just got here and saw you were busy, so I didn't want to intrude." Casting a glance at the remnants of the delicacies on the table, Liuing teased, "You promised to treat me to breakfast, yet here you are, indulging by yourself? Come on, Luoxue, you've been busy all morning. Surely you must be hungry." "Let us share a bite," Lin Yan replied, unabashedly smiling. Liuing shot him a sidelong glance. Had it been any other man, he would have likely invited her to a fancy Western restaurant for lunch. Yet here was Lin Yan, unfazed, inviting her to partake of the leftover breakfast treats. However, Liuing was indeed famished. And as she sat down and picked up her chopsticks, she remarked, "Lin Yan, this morning's tea doesn't tea count. You still owe me a meal." As Lin Yan prepared tea for her to cleanse her palate, he responded with a smile, "All right." At that moment, a robust figure appeared at the entrance of the tea house. Upon spotting Lin Yan, his eyes lit up, and he hurried over. "Little brother." I knew I would find you here. My instincts did not deceive me. Zhang Long exclaimed, grasping Lin Yan's hand with gratitude. You saved my life. Chapter 31. Zhang Long's Gratitude. The priceless ice-grade jade Buddha. Upon witnessing Zhang Long's demeanor, Lin Yan surmised a few things and calmly inquired, have you located the problematic batch of scrap steel? Zhang Long was taken aback by Lin Yan's words. It was evident that this young man was aware of the presence of inferior steel among the scrap he had acquired. I have indeed found it, thanks to you. Otherwise, I would have been in serious trouble. Zhang Long expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Beside them, Lu Ying's curiosity was piqued, and she asked, Mr. Zhang, what riddle are you two discussing? I fail to comprehend. In response, Zhang Long recounted the story of how he had procured a batch of scrap steel from a neighboring county, which contained a significant amount of inferior steel, explaining every detail to Lu Ying. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying's face displayed surprise as she turned to Lin Yan and exclaimed, Brother Lin, when did you acquire such prophetic abilities? Could it be that you possessed the gift of divination? Lin Yan was at a loss for words and could only respond with a smile. This only deepened Zhang Long's perception of him as enigmatic, prompting him to respectfully present a precious wooden box before Lin Yan. Brother Zhang, what is this? Brother Lin, you have saved my life, and I implore you to accept this small token of my appreciation. Zhang Long reverently opened the box to reveal a jade Buddha, roughly the size of an infant's fist. Mr. Zhang, this jade Buddha appears to be crafted from the ice-grade raw stone you purchased for 50,000 during your last gamble, Lu Ying remarked, her expression one of astonishment. If this ice-grade jade Buddha were to be sold on the market, it would fetch no less than 150,000. Are you truly giving it away? Though the jade Buddha is indeed precious, it pales in comparison to the life you have saved, Zhang Long replied. Upon learning the jade Buddha's value from Lu Ying, Lin Yan's expression turned serious as he raised his hand and said, Mr. Zhang, as you are slightly older than I shall address you as brother. This jade Buddha is far too valuable for me to accept. Besides, I merely offered a few words of caution. It is hardly deserving of such a gift. Please, take it back. Zhang Long was about to protest when Lu Ying interjected, Mr. Zhang, my brother here is a person of great integrity and honor. When he insists you take it back, you should comply, if you truly wish to express your gratitude. A simple meal with me and Sister Lu will suffice, Lin Yan added with a smile. Seeing the determination in Lin Yan's demeanor, Zhang Long had no choice but to accept the jade Buddha back, saying, then let us convene at the auspicious tea house for a lavish meal at noon, and I hope Brother Lin will grace us with his presence. Mr. Zhang, may I inquire if I am included in this feast? Lu Ying teased with a gentle laugh. Of course, of course. At noon, Lin Yan stayed at the auspicious tea house, where Zhang Long reserved a grand private room and ordered an array of exquisite dishes for their banquet. Although Zhang Long intended to serve wine, Lin Yan declined, stating he would be driving. The three of them toasted with tea instead, enjoying their meal while engaging in pleasant conversation, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Lin Yan held deep admiration for Zhang Long's character, grateful to have saved such a philanthropist, and Zhang Long, in turn, appreciated Lin Yan's talents, knowledge, and broad perspective. By the end of the meal, the two men had formed a bond of brotherhood. Brother Lin Yan, your kindness is beyond words, and I shall remember this favor. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek out your elder brother. I shall certainly be of help. After dinner, Zhang Long assured Lin Yan with a pat on his chest. Brother Zhang, you said it, and I shall hold you to it. If I need your help in the future, do not try to make excuses, Lin Yan replied with a smile. What sort of person do you think I am? They exchanged a knowing glance and burst into hearty laughter. Nearby, Lu Ying gazed at Lin Yan, her lips curving into a slight smile. Zhang Long, burdened with numerous matters at his company, conversed with Lin Yan for a while before taking his leave. Just before departing, he forcibly pressed 10,000 yuan into Lin Yan's hands, not affording him a chance to refuse, and drove away. This, Brother Zhang. Lin Yan chuckled wryly as he looked at the cash in his hand. Lu Ying remarked, you have rendered such significant assistance to President Zhang. He is indeed grateful. Rather than the ice jade Buddha, accept this money. Lin Yan nodded, acknowledging that to insist on returning it would undermine the bond of friendship. Sister Lu, I heard you mention that the ice jade Buddha was acquired through gambling stones. I wonder about these gambling stones. Lin Yan suddenly thought of something and looked at Lu Ying. Noticing Lin Yan's interest in gambling stones, Lu Ying smiled and said, given your current financial standing, you could indeed dabble in small-scale gambling stones. The gambling stone market is located on the outskirts of the county, if you wish to explore. I can arrange for President Zhang to take you in a few days. Thank you, Sister Lu. It is I who should be grateful to you. The reishi mushrooms you sent yesterday have been passed on to my elder relatives. After they consumed a portion, their health has indeed improved. And my business has received considerable support. I will need you to keep an eye on the ginseng matter, as I am looking to purchase at a high price. I will be attentive, Sister Lu. Lin Yan promised with a nod. On the journey back to the village, Lin Yan drove while contemplating. Today, through selling wild vegetables, he earned over 4,000 yuan, and with Zhang Long's generous gift of 10,000, his savings were nearing 50,000 yuan. It was time to put the house construction plans into motion. Upon returning to the village, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Lin Yan unloaded the dirty dishes from the back of his truck, washed them, and after drying, stored them in the utility room. Following his collaboration with the cafeteria at County No. 1 High School, he no longer needed to set up a stall. In the future, he would only need to prepare cooked porridge and set out the boards for bean sprout and pig intestine rice noodles, which the cafeteria staff would distribute as breakfast for the students. Thus, these dishes would no longer be necessary. After cleaning the dishes and preparing dinner, villagers from Dashikan began arriving one after another, delivering freshly picked wild vegetables, alongside the contributions from San Go and his friends. Lin Yan received a total of 700 jin of wild vegetables, incurring an expense of 700 yuan. A few villagers harvested 26 jin of wild vegetables, and Lin Yan paid them according to the established price of 25 jin, adhering to the rules he had set the previous day. The villagers, recognizing their position, could only smile awkwardly. After the villagers departed, San Go and the others leaned closer to Lin Yan, speaking in hushed tones. Brother Yin, while foraging for wild vegetables today, we stumbled upon what appears to be traces of ginseng on the shady side of the northern mountain. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Oh, have you found ginseng? He inquired eagerly. We only saw a few small ginseng plants. We have yet to discover any mature specimens, Sango replied candidly. Huizi interjected, however, now that we have identified the presence of ginseng in the northern mountain, it is plausible that mature ginseng might be found there. Lin Yan understood the rarity of century-old ginseng and nodded, instructing them, I entrust this matter to your diligent care. While you search for ginseng, remain vigilant against snakes, insects, and rodents, and ensure you are adequately protected. Chapter 32. Family meeting to discuss building a wedding house. Rest assured, Brother Yin, we all grew up in the mountains. Surely we understand this, Sango declared, patting his chest. After bidding farewell to Sango and his companions, Lin Yan loaded 700 pounds of wild vegetables onto the back of a 3-wheeled motorcycle. Brother, I'll help you. Lin Qing, returning from class, rushed over to assist in transporting the vegetables. The rural girls were not spoiled. They were quite capable and swiftly loaded all the wild vegetables onto the vehicle. Wash your hands and go call Sister Luoxue and Grandpa Xia. It's time for dinner, Lin Yan instructed, brushing off the dust from his hands. Lin Qing nodded in agreement. At that moment, Lin Shan and his wife returned from their day's labor, covered in white dust, their hair disheveled, occasionally coughing from the day's toil, clearly having inhaled a fair amount of dust. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yan's resolve strengthened to persuade his parents to abandon their external work and assist him in preparing breakfast at home. After dinner, once Xia Luoxue and Grandpa Xia had departed, Lin Yan gathered the family in the courtyard to convene a small family meeting. Xiaoyan, look at the dust on your mother and me. We should hurry and take a bath. Can't we discuss important matters after we've cleaned up? Lin Shan lamented. Taking a puff from his pipe, Li Tsuehua shot Lin Shan a disapproving glance, retorting, if our son is calling for a family meeting, it must be of significance. What's the harm in listening first, then bathing? Lin Yan wasted no time and stated directly, tonight's family meeting primarily concerns 2 matters. The first is whether we have any land available for building. I wish to construct a wedding house. At this proclamation, Lin Shan, his wife, and Lin Qing were taken aback. Brother, why build a wedding house? We have a 2-story home. Once you marry Sister Luoxue, you can live on the 2nd floor while I move to the 1st, Lin Qing suggested. The 1st floor is too damp. It's not good for our parents' health. When I was unmarried, it was one thing, but now that I am to marry, I intend for our parents to reside on the 2nd floor. While Sister Luoxue and I build a new wedding house, Lin Yan explained. Lin Shan fell silent upon hearing this. Li Tsuehua's expression grew troubled. Xiaoyan, our finances are limited. Perhaps we should postpone the wedding house for now. They wish to support their son in establishing a new home. Yet their savings were scant. Even though their son had begun earning money through his breakfast stall, it was not an easy feat to build a house. Father, mother, I will cover the cost of construction myself. I merely wish to inquire about the land situation. Lin Yan observed the worry etched on his parents' faces and smiled reassuringly. What? Lin Shan and his wife exchanged incredulous glances. Xiaoyan, where will you find the funds to build a house? Although their son had started earning money selling breakfast, constructing a house was no trivial matter. Lin Yan chuckled softly, saying, "This brings me to the second matter I wish to discuss." He surveyed his parents and sister before continuing. "You all know that I harvest wild vegetables daily to sell at the tea houses in the county, alongside my breakfast stall. And I have managed to earn a bit of money. Brother, you are earning money now, but you must not squander it recklessly. You need to save for marrying Sister Luoxue." Lin Qing could not help but exclaim. "Rest assured, I already have the dowry and the funds for the 3 rounds. What?" Upon hearing this, Lin Shan and his wife, along with Lin Qing, were taken aback. "Xiaoyan, are you joking with Mom? The dowry and the 3 rounds amount to at least 10,000 yuan. Have you earned that much just by selling breakfast and wild vegetables for a few days?" Li Tsuehua inquired, astonished. Lin Yan, well prepared, took out the money he earned today and laid it before his parents and sister, calmly stating, "This is all the money I made today." The 3 of them were rendered speechless, their eyes wide as if caught in a dream. "Wow, my heavens. How much is this?" Li Tsuehua gasped, astonished. "Not much. I earned just over 4,000 yuan today from selling breakfast and wild vegetables." Boom. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan nearly broke the pipe in his hand, while Li Tsuehua almost toppled off her stool. Fortunately, Lin Qing reacted quickly and steadied her. "How much? Son, can you repeat that?" Li Tsuehua asked, her face filled with disbelief. "Mom, you heard me right. I made over 4,000 yuan today." Lin Yan chuckled helplessly. "Moreover, I have reached an agreement with the cafeteria of County No. 1 Middle School to provide 2,000 breakfast servings daily, which will yield a gross profit of 3,000 yuan solely from breakfast sales." Gasped. The couple inhaled sharply again upon hearing this. A gross profit of 3,000 yuan daily means a monthly profit of 90,000. They had never seen such a sum of money in their lives. With this thought, the couple's eyes turned red. "Son, you have succeeded." Seeing his parents wipe their tears continuously, Lin Yan felt grateful that he had not disclosed his savings of 50,000 yuan to them. He truly feared that they might be overwhelmed by the news and faint. Now that Xiaoyan possessed the ability to earn, building a marital home was certainly within reach. However, they lacked land for a homestead. If they wanted one, they would have to purchase a plot from someone in the village, which could be acquired for 10,000 yuan for 300 square meters of wasteland. Lin Shan, feeling invigorated, pondered for a few seconds before solemnly stating, "If my son has the means to build a new home, it brings honor to our family, and I am naturally willing to support him." After entrusting the matter of buying land to his father, Lin Yan broached a second topic. "Mom, Dad, this batch of work with the ash is both laborious and dirty. You both cough every night, which is harmful to your lungs and health. It's better not to continue. As I am providing breakfast for 1,000 students at the school cafeteria, it would be more beneficial for you to stay home and assist me," Lin Yan said earnestly. "Although I need to wake up early to mass-produce bean sprouts and rice rolls, the working hours are short. Once the ingredients are ready, I will handle the delivery to the school, allowing you to rest for the day." He refrained from mentioning wages, knowing that family would not fuss over such matters. Discussing it further might create distance. In the past, when he was naive, it was his father who upheld the family. Now, it was his turn to bear that responsibility. Lin Shan's face displayed a hint of hesitation. After all, as a father, it was somewhat unsettling for him to consider working for his son. Lin Qing, tugging at Lin Shan and Li Tsuehua's hands, coquettishly remarked, "Dad, Mom, I believe brother is right. You both toil day in and day out, engaging in the back-breaking work of plastering, which not only dirties and exhausts you, but also harms your health. It would be far better to assist brother in selling bean sprouts and pig intestines. He has matured and become responsible. Once he earns money, he will surely repay you with filial gratitude." Upon hearing Lin Qing's words, Lin Shan took a few puffs of his dried tobacco, exhaling a heavy cloud of smoke. "All right. While we are still young, let us lend a hand to Xiaoyan." With his father's consent, Lin Yan's face instantly brightened. This decision meant that their collaboration with the cafeteria at County 1 High School was now on the right track, ensuring a stable income of over 2,000 daily for the family. He had abandoned his plans to marry Chen Mei that night, and now several of his ambitions were on the verge of fruition. In Chenjia village, within the Chen household, Chen's mother pointed at Chen Mei's face, admonishing her, "Did you not claim that Lin Yan would definitely listen to you? Come over to apologize to your brother and bring the refrigerator? It has been 3 days. Where is Lin Yan's shadow?" You also mentioned that he cannot live without you. Yet, after 2 years of dating, you do not even know what kind of person he is. Chen Mei's countenance darkened, her delicate hands clenched into fists. Impossible. He was once willing to die for me. How could he behave this way now? There must be something amiss. Chen San, whose injuries had nearly healed, could not help but scoff at his sister's words. Sister, if it is not your charm that has waned, then it must be that woman, Xia Luoxue, who is meddling and seducing Lin Yan. Men are inherently fickle. Upon hearing this, Chen Mei's face turned pale. In terms of beauty, Xia Luoxue was no less striking than she. If Chen Mei was regarded as the village flower of Xinjia village, then Xia Luoxue was the village flower of Dashikan, frequently compared by villagers from neighboring areas. Although Chen Mei pretended to maintain a harmonious relationship with Xia Luoxue, considering her a close friend, in reality, she harbored no genuine affection for her. Years ago, Lin Yan and Xia Luoxue had shared a childhood bond that nearly blossomed into romance. Largely due to her subtle advances and affectionate gestures that had tempted the naive Lin Yan, leading him to succumb to her allure. Chen Mei's relationship with Lin Yan was merely a means to flaunt superiority over Xia Luoxue, to make her feel inferior. It could be said that Lin Yan was merely a tool for her to undermine Xia Luoxue. All of this was Xia Luoxue's fault, had she not interfered. Lin Yan would have already married me, and all of his family's savings, the money he earned in these days, and the refrigerator he purchased would have belonged to me. Chen Mei's gaze was filled with malice as she gritted her teeth and spoke. Chapter 33. Stealing skills at the Dragon and Phoenix Tea House? Sister, if Xia Luoxue can entice Lin Yan, why can't you reclaim him from her? Chen San remarked with a mischievous grin. After all, you've been with Lin Yan for 2 years. You know his habits and preferences far better than Xia Luoxue. Chen Mei's eyes brightened. Indeed. How had she not thought of this? With her charm, a little sweetness towards Lin Yan could easily turn the tides in her favor and reclaim him from Xia Luoxue's grasp. Chen's mother, with a shrewd expression, added, Chen Mei, I heard that Lin Yan has returned to the village with a new 3-wheeled motorcycle. It seems he has earned quite a bit. Wang, who suddenly changed his mind and is unwilling to provide the betrothal gifts, so you must hold tightly onto Lin Yan. I understand, Mom. Chen Mei replied, somewhat impatiently. She had already devised a plan to deal with Lin Yan. The next morning, Lin Yan awoke to find his parents already up and bustling in Xia Luoxue's kitchen. By the time he arrived, 500 servings of bean sprout pig intestine rice rolls had already been prepared. Lin Shan and his wife had decided to assist their son with the student breakfast business, which was proving quite profitable, and they were determined to support him. With the help of Lin Shan and his wife, and Lin Yan's addition, within an hour, 1,000 servings of bean sprout pig intestine rice rolls and 1,000 servings of seafood pork congee were prepared and loaded onto Lin Yan's 3-wheeled motorcycle. After loading the wild vegetables onto the vehicle, he set off for the county town. As the students tended to rise early, Lin Yan, wishing to prevent them from going hungry, opted to go directly to the cafeteria of County No. 1 High School rather than the auspicious tea house. Upon reaching the school gate, he spotted Grandpa Lu, clad in a military coat, squinting as he sat there. Boss Lu, you're here so early? Lin Yan, now supplying breakfast to the school cafeteria, was no longer just a street vendor, and Lu's attitude towards him reflected a newfound respect. Just call me Xiaoyan, Grandpa Lu. That's what my family calls me. It feels more intimate, Lin Yan replied with a smile. He then produced a serving of bean sprout pig intestine rice rolls and a bowl of seafood congee, presenting them to the elder. Your breakfast. Grandpa Lu was pleasantly surprised by Lin Yan's warmth despite his success, and admiration flickered in his old eyes. You, young man, are truly rare and sincere. Come on, Grandpa Lu. Today Esme is no different from yesterday Esme, Lin Yan chuckled. All right, quickly deliver the meals inside. Many students are already awake, Lu urged. Understood. Upon arriving at the high school cafeteria, Principal Li Ping was already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Lin Yan, he hurriedly called for the cafeteria staff to help carry the breakfast inside, as a number of eager students were already waiting to eat. As Lin Yan exited County No. 1 High School, he held 3,000 yuan from the meal settlement. After deducting costs, he had earned over 2,000 yuan. Boss, why are you leaving? Aren't you selling breakfast today? A rarely early rising student, a loyal customer, called out as Lin Yan drove away. During this period, he has been indulging daily in the delectable rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts and seafood congee prepared by Lin Yan. His palate has become quite discerning. Should Lin Yan cease to sell breakfast here, he would surely find himself at a loss. He is not alone. Many students by the roadside exhibit anxious expressions. clearly having savored Lin Yan's breakfast and reluctant to part with such culinary delights. Starting today, I will no longer be selling breakfast, Lin Yan announced as he halted his tricycle. Upon hearing this, a chorus of dismay erupted from the surrounding students. Please, no? How can we survive without your breakfast? Is it the low price that prevents you from making a profit? Perhaps you could raise the prices a bit. We wouldn't hold it against you. Indeed. You must continue your stall, the students implored. Touched by their affection, Lin Yan felt a warmth in his heart. The effort he had put into rising early to prepare breakfast felt worthwhile. If he could ensure that the students would not attend classes on empty stomachs, he considered it a contribution to the future of the nation. Although I will no longer operate the stall, you will still have access to my breakfast, Lin Yan explained with a smile. From today onward, the breakfast at your school cafeteria will be supplied by me. The cafeteria is now serving. So hurry along and don't go to class on an empty stomach. The students' eyes lit up at this announcement. What? The school cafeteria will be serving the rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts and seafood congee made by the boss? When did the school become so generous? What are we waiting for? I've already paid for breakfast. I'll be the first in line. Friends, let's enjoy the complimentary seafood congee. In the blink of an eye, the students rushed towards the school, their speed surpassing that of when the school bell rings for dismissal. Lin Yan, taken aback, chuckled helplessly, filled with joy. Collaborating with the school cafeteria, though the unit price would decrease, would lead to greater volume sales. The quality of breakfast would improve, ensuring that students would be well fed for their classes. Additionally, the cafeteria would receive subsidies, preventing the waste of uneaten breakfast as had occurred before. Truly a win-win situation. After leaving County No. 1 Middle School, Lin Yan drove to the back entrance of Jixiang Tea House. As he approached, he could hear a commotion in the distance, as if a dispute were unfolding. Manager Pan, you've broken the rules with your underhanded tactics. Boss Lu, what are you talking about? It's simply that your kitchen staff were dissatisfied with your low wages and have switched to work with me. If a skilled worker comes to my door, would I deny them the opportunity to sell their expertise? You. As Lin Yan drew closer, he saw Lu Ying confronting a group of staff from Jixiang Tea House, facing off against those from Longfeng Tea House. Beside the plump manager from Longfeng Tea House stood two chefs with their heads bowed, whom Lin Yan recognized as former employees of Jixiang Tea House. The appearance of Lin Yan's tricycle also attracted considerable attention. Lin Yan, you've arrived just in time. There is something I need to discuss with you. Lu Ying's expression soured upon seeing him. The staff at the auspicious tea house were well acquainted with Lin Yan and were aware of his cordial relationship with their proprietor. The recipe for the cold-dressed wild vegetables was also provided by Lin Yan. At this moment, upon seeing Lin Yan's arrival, they felt as if they had encountered their pillar of support. Sister Lu, what has transpired? Through the exchange between both parties, Lin Yan could roughly surmise the situation. Yet he still inquired. Lu Ying's delicate face was flushed with anger as she pointed at the rotund manager, exclaiming, Our recipe for cold-dressed wild vegetables has been pilfered by their tea house. The plump manager, upon hearing this, became indignant. Boss Lu, we are all in the catering business. It is common for chefs to change establishments. To claim that we have stolen your recipe is an exaggeration. The staff from Longfeng Tea House wore expressions of smug satisfaction, mockingly gazing at their counterparts. After all, they once held the title of the premier tea house in the county. Even if they were to utilize the other's recipe, it would be considered an honor for the latter. You. Upon hearing the plump manager's words, Lu Ying's face flushed with indignation, ready to erupt. However, Lin Yan interposed, smiling as he said, Sister Lu, I believe Manager Pan has a point. At this proclamation, everyone was taken aback, including the staff from the auspicious tea house, who had not anticipated Lin Yan would speak in their defense. Could it be that even Lin Yan perceived the inferiority of the auspicious tea house compared to Longfeng Tea House and was deliberately seeking to cultivate a closer relationship with them? The plump manager smirked and remarked, Boss Lu, did you hear that? Even Boss Lin agrees with me. This recipe for cold-dressed wild vegetables indeed originated from him. What further words do you have to offer? Chapter 34. You may leave. There is no need to bring wild vegetables tomorrow. Lin Yan, do you truly comprehend what you are saying? Lu Ying gazed at him in disbelief. Jia Lu, it is merely a recipe for cold wild vegetables. Manager Pan desires it. We can simply provide it, Lin Yan replied. The staff of Jixiang Tea House felt a chill upon hearing his words. Their boss had treated Lin Yan with sincerity, only to be met with treachery. Since even Boss Lin has stated that there is no issue with my utilizing this cold wild vegetable recipe, I trust you will have no objections either, Boss Lu? Manager Pan said with a sly grin. Lu Ying's expression darkened, and she remained silent. Then, starting today, Longfeng Tea House will officially offer cold seasonal vegetables as a delicacy, Manager Pan declared with an air of triumph, adding for Lu Ying's benefit. I forgot to mention that when we introduced this dish yesterday afternoon, it was met with considerable acclaim from our regular patrons. I am confident it will attract numerous customers to Longfeng Tea House. With that, he waved grandly and led his team back. Before departing, the staff of Longfeng Tea House smirked arrogantly at their counterparts from Jixiang Tea House, inciting ire among them. The latter regarded Lin Yan with expressions akin to that of betrayal. Once the Longfeng Tea House personnel had left, Lin Yan turned to Lu Ying. Jia Lu. Before he could finish, Lu Ying interrupted. No, Boss Lin, I cannot regard you as sister. I misjudged you in the past. The wild vegetables you delivered today will be kept. I shall settle the account with you. You need not bring any more wild vegetables starting tomorrow. The surrounding staff of Jixiang Tea House cast Lin Yan disapproving glances. Are you upset with me, Lu Jia? Is it because you are indifferent to the theft of the cold wild vegetable recipe by Longfeng Tea House? Lin Yan remarked, his amusement evident. Lu Ying's demeanor did not surprise him. Indeed, I once believed you to be bold and capable of tolerating injustice. Have you forgotten the disdainful way Longfeng Tea House regarded you when you attempted to sell wild vegetables? I certainly have not forgotten, Lin Yan replied. Lu Ying scoffed. If that is the case, why would you relinquish the signature dish of cold wild vegetables to them? Even if I refused, would they not introduce this dish regardless? Lin Yan countered. Lu Ying's lips moved, yet words eluded her. Longfeng Tea House had already lured away 2 of her head chefs, both of whom were adept in the art of preparing cold wild vegetables. Even if she forbade it, Longfeng Tea House would undoubtedly still present this dish. Upon hearing Lin Yan's remarks, the staff's dissatisfaction began to wane. The essence of the dish, cold wild vegetables, lay in its crisp texture and its all-natural allure, which explained why, despite its high price, patrons were willing to indulge. As Lin Yan spoke, he directed his gaze toward Lu Ying. Posing a rhetorical question, the Longfeng Tea House does not offer wild vegetables, substituting them with ordinary seasonal greens. Although the flavors may be similar, they are, after all, not the same. If it were you, would you be willing to spend such a hefty sum merely for a dish of decent seasonal vegetables? Lu Ying's eyes sparkled, as if she had grasped something elusive. What if the Longfeng Tea House decided to offer this cold dish of seasonal vegetables at a reduced price to compete with us? Lowering the price would inevitably diminish the product's perceived value. It is akin to selling pork that originally costs $5 a pound for just 50 cents. Would you feel like you have struck a bargain? I would think that the pork is too cheap and must be of inferior quality, Lu Ying remarked. Indeed, the same principle applies to the transformation of wild vegetables into seasonal greens. Lin Yan nodded in agreement. Once the Longfeng Tea House introduces this dish, whether they sell it at the original price or at a discount, it would lead to their downfall. In light of this, why should I be vexed over their attempt to pilfer my recipe? A sharp intake of breath echoed among the staff of the auspicious tea house as they overheard Lin Yan's words, gazing at him as though he were a marvel. In just a few minutes, he had contemplated so much. No wonder he was capable of amassing wealth. Lu Ying looked at Lin Yan in astonishment, her eyes gleaming with admiration. Lin Yan, merely serving as a vegetable vendor is a disservice to your talents. Why not become a marketing consultant for my tea house? In addition to a salary, I would offer you a 10% stake in the tea house. Dear Lu, last time you mentioned granting me 10 shares for devising 10 recipes for the tea house. If you bestow another 10 now, that would amount to 20. Are you not concerned I might undermine you and take over your establishment? Lin Yan teased in response. Lu Ying raised an eyebrow, her tone playfully provocative. You could be bolder. Isn't it delightful to reap both wealth and beauty? The surrounding staff had never witnessed their boss exude such charm, and they gasped in awe, casting envious glances at Lin Yan. Boss, my teeth aren't great, but I too desire to enjoy the good life. Coughing lightly, Lin Yan averted his gaze from Lu Ying's intense stare, fearing that prolonged eye contact with this enchantress would leave him utterly entranced. He hastily shifted the topic. Sister Lu, let us discuss the new tea delicacies. Indeed, upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Lu Ying's eyes brightened. Have you thought of a new recipe? With a smile gracing his face, Lin Yan pointed to the 700 pounds of wild vegetables in the back of his 3-wheeled motorcycle. Sister Lu, will you still accept these items from my vehicle? Lu Ying shot him an exasperated glance and replied, Of course, I will accept them. In a private room at the auspicious tea house, Lin Yan reveled in the recent earnings of 2,800 yuan from selling wild vegetables, a smile illuminating his face as he casually lifted a cup of tea to savor it. Observing Lin Yan's demeanor, Lu Ying chided, Lin Yan, I have accepted the wild vegetables, and you have enjoyed your tea. It is time we discuss the new tea delicacies, is it not? I have already drafted the new recipes, but I left them at home, Lin Yan replied with a grin. Upon hearing the first half of the sentence, Lu Ying's face brimmed with joy, but as she caught the latter part, her smile swiftly transformed into disappointment. Lin Yan, you didn't bring the new recipe, did you? Are you teasing your elder sister? She said, her cheeks puffing slightly as she feigned anger. Don't be upset, sister. Surely you have paper and a pen here? I can simply rewrite it, Lin Yan responded. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying realized the logic of his words and immediately instructed someone to fetch paper and a pen, placing it before Lin Yan. Hurry up and write out the new recipe, or you shan't leave today. Lin Yan, upon hearing this, became invigorated. He pointed to his shoulder and sighed, oh dear, I can't manage it. After these past few days of rising early to make bean sprout rice rolls and foraging for wild vegetables, my shoulders are sore, and I can hardly lift a pin. Understanding his implication, Lu Ying bit her red lips, thinking to herself, you mischievous brother, just wait. If you don't come up with an innovative tea snack recipe, I'll see how I deal with you. Yet, despite such thoughts, she had already moved behind Lin Yan, her delicate fingers naturally beginning to massage his shoulders. Is this pressure about right, brother? Lin Yan squinted his eyes in satisfaction and nodded. Yes, that's fine. A bit more pressure would be even better. It's difficult to apply much force through your clothes. If you prefer more comfort, you can come to my office later and lie on the sofa. It would be much easier. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? We're siblings. What's inappropriate about it? Chapter 35. Do you believe in divination? If not, then it is instinct. Outside the private room, Zhang Long wore an expression of embarrassment as he gazed at Li Aigua before him. Today, he had intended to invite Li Aigua to enjoy morning tea with Boss Lu, but before he could even greet Lu, he was startled by a thought-provoking voice emanating from within the room. If it had been just himself who heard it, it would have been manageable. However, Li Aigua, a county bureau officer, was present. No matter the case, he was involved in all matters. And it was early in the morning. Surely this wouldn't tea lead to Boss Lu being summoned to the bureau, would it? Captain Li, this Zhang Long began to plead, only to be halted by a gesture from Li Aigua. Zhang, I apologize, but it is my duty, Li Aigua declared with a righteous expression. With that, he grasped the doorknob and twisted it, charging into the private room. Everyone, once you are dressed, raise your hands. You may remain silent, but everything you say will serve as your testimony in this case. Inside the private room, Lin Yan and Lu Ying turned their heads in unison, casting puzzled glances at Li Aigua. At that moment, Zhang Long burst in as well. Upon noticing Lu Ying's hand resting on Lin Yan's shoulder, seemingly giving him a shoulder massage without any other peculiar actions, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Li Aigua, witnessing this scene, appeared somewhat startled. As if he had realized his misunderstanding, his expression turning slightly awkward. You all were giving a shoulder massage? Li Aigua inquired. What else would it be? What did you think we were doing? Lin Yan retorted. Li Aigua's face grew even more embarrassed. Boss Lu, Brother Lin, allow me to introduce you. This is Captain Li from the County Bureau, Zhang Long interjected, eager to clarify the situation. Lu Ying, a businesswoman, although disturbed by the unexpected entrance, displayed no signs of displeasure on her face. She simply withdrew her delicate hand from Lin Yan's shoulder and smiled lightly. Ah, so you are Captain Li. It is an honor for our auspicious tea house to host you. If you don't mind, please join us for a cup of tea. Upon learning of Li Aigua's identity, Lin Yan regarded him with a peculiar look, feeling that the name was somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it in a previous life. Of course, no problem, Zhang Long quickly affirmed. Li Aigua, aware that his earlier abrupt entry seemed a bit impolite, sat down and raised a cup of tea, apologizing. Boss Lu, I misunderstood the situation after hearing some noise with Zhang outside. I owe you an apology. I should have punished myself with 3 cups, but as I must depart on a long journey shortly, I shall substitute tea for wine. With that, he downed the tea in one gulp. Hearing this, Lu Ying also lifted her cup, smiling gently. Since it was merely a misunderstanding, Captain Li need not dwell on it. Let us drink this tea and become friends. As a businesswoman who interacted with a diverse array of individuals daily, she recognized that forming an acquaintance with an official like Li Aigua could provide her with additional assurance against future disturbances. Li Aigua, appreciating Lu Ying's composed words, silently admired her demeanor. Recognizing that she was indeed from the provincial capital, her poise and eloquence were distinctly different from those of ordinary merchants. After Lu Ying finished her tea, Li Aigua turned towards Lin Yan and poured another cup. Brother Lin, I heard that there are issues with the batch of scrap steel from General Zhang, and it was thanks to your reminder. You truly possess remarkable insight. I hope you won't take the earlier incident to heart. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying displayed a look of surprise. She had initially thought that Zhang Long and Li Aigua had come to the auspicious tea house merely to enjoy tea. It now seemed they were indeed seeking a meeting with Lin Yan. Li Aigua's mention of the scrap steel was likely intended as a test. To her astonishment, Lin Yan's warning to Zhang Long had proven eerily prophetic. Lin Yan's expression shifted slightly. It appeared he had been correct. The batch of scrap steel that Zhang Long had retrieved was indeed problematic. Simultaneously, Lin Yan realized why Li Aigua's name felt so familiar. In his previous life, during this period, Zhang Long had failed to identify the issues with the scrap steel and had been approached by officials from the county shortly after selling it. The leader of that operation was none other than Li Aigua. After understanding the situation, Li Aigua had temporarily detained Zhang Long, urging his cooperation to expose the neighboring county's gang involved in trafficking illicit scrap steel, which he personally led to capture. Unfortunately, that gang was ruthless and armed, and in his effort to protect his comrades, Li Aigua sustained a gunshot wound to his abdomen. Although he ultimately brought the criminals to justice, he was compelled to retreat from active duty due to his injuries. Such a man of integrity naturally earned Lin Yan's utmost respect. Captain Li, since Lu Jie suggested we refrain from discussing the earlier matter, why do you bring it up again? Lin Yan respectfully addressed Li Aigua while raising his cup. I have always held great admiration for those like you, who boldly protect the people's property. This cup of tea is a tribute to you. Hearing this, Li Aigua smiled warmly. After several cups of tea, the atmosphere grew more congenial, and the group engaged in casual conversation. Brother Lin, I have a personal question I wish to pose. If you prefer not to answer, feel free to decline, Li Aigua said to Lin Yan. Brother Li, are you inquiring how I knew that General Zhang acquired a problematic batch of illicit scrap steel? Lin Yan anticipated the question and replied. Indeed. Li Aigua nodded straightforwardly. Lu Ying and Zhang Long exchanged curious glances, eager to hear Lin Yan's explanation. After pondering for a few seconds, Lin Yan countered, Brother Li, before I answer your question, will you answer mine first? Do you believe in numerology? He had foreseen this day when he warned Zhang Long about the scrap steel. But he could hardly reveal that he possessed knowledge from a past life. Instead, he sought a more mystical excuse. I have always kept a respectful distance from matters of the supernatural. Li Aigua responded after a moment of contemplation, offering a somewhat ambiguous reply. His stance could only be that of an atheist. Then I understand. I can tell you that my warning to General Zhang regarding the problematic scrap steel was. Lin Yan nodded slightly and continued, merely an instinct. Instinct? The three individuals exchanged peculiar glances upon hearing this answer. Clearly, such a response could hardly satisfy their curiosity. Li Aigua was aware of the answer, recognizing it merely as Lin Yan's excuse. Lin Yan must undoubtedly be a remarkable talent concealed within the bustling streets. However, for reasons unknown, he had chosen to remain hidden. Lin's intuition is indeed remarkable. A helpless smile appeared on Li Aigua's face as he spoke. Lu Ying cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yan, believing he was speaking nonsense. Lin brother, if your intuition is truly that accurate, could you enlighten me on which stock will rise soon? I wish to invest and make a modest profit. Sister Lu, I have consulted my intuition, and all those stocks marked in green can be purchased en masse. I would be foolish to trust you. Upon hearing this, everyone erupted into hearty laughter. As noon approached, Li Aigua received a phone call, and his expression suddenly turned grave. Manager Zhang, we have received intelligence from our brother department. That group has suddenly purchased train tickets out of the province, likely preparing to flee. I must head to the neighboring county immediately. You must accompany me and devise a way to draw them out. Upon hearing this, Zhang Long nodded. I will contact them right away. They have stolen so much scrap steel, and having sold me less than 70%, there should be another 30% they are hesitant to dispose of. I will tell them I sold that batch for a handsome profit and inquire if they have any stockpiled. If they plan to escape, they will surely wish to liquidate all their scrap steel. After a brief discussion, the two prepared to take their leave. However, Lin Yan suddenly stopped Li Aigua, saying, Team Leader Li, wait a moment. At that moment, Li Aigua was anxious and, seeing Lin Yan obstructing him, suppressed his urgency. Lin, we have had a delightful conversation today. Once I complete my mission, I shall invite you for a drink. I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot linger. With that, he attempted to depart. But Lin Yan insisted, Team Leader Li, if you trust my words, wear an extra bulletproof vest and bring an additional magazine. Chapter 36. Delicious and entertaining internet celebrity tea delicacies. Li Aigua paused in his tracks, turning to Lin Yan. Brother Lin, is this your intuition again? If you trust me, then indeed, it is intuition. Lin Yan replied with a smile. A rare seriousness crossed Li Aigua's face as he nodded emphatically at Lin Yan. Brother Lin, upon my return, I shall treat you to a grand feast. Captain Li, I shall await your triumphant return. After the figures of Li Aigua and Zhang Long vanished beyond the doors of the auspicious tea house, Lin Yan turned to find Lu Ying, arms crossed, regarding him with curious scrutiny. Lin Yan was taken aback. Sister Lu, is there something amiss with me that prompts such a gaze? I'm merely intrigued, she said, her voice laced with allure. You hail from Dashikan in Dashi town, dropped out of high school, and have never visited the provincial capital. How do you possess such extensive knowledge, seemingly even prophetic abilities? With a playful smile, Lu Ying's enchanting eyes flirted with Lin Yan. You harbor too many secrets, compelling me to wish to dissect your mind to uncover what resides within. Sister Lu, cannibalism is against the law. Goodness, who is talking about cannibalism? I am simply curious about the mysteries you hold. Very well, I shall confess. After graduating high school, I encountered a white-haired elder on the mountain who saw my unique physique and claimed he wished to impart wisdom. Sister Lu, where are you going? I have yet to finish my story. As Lu Ying walked towards the auspicious tea house, she rolled her eyes at Lin Yan. If I were to believe your tall tales, I might as well shut down this tea house and be done with it. Hurry inside and draft the new menu. Lin Yan shrugged in response. Before long, he had crafted a new menu, prompting Lu Ying to assemble the dim sum chefs for a trial run. By now, it was 10 in the morning, and the tea house was not particularly crowded, allowing ample time for experimentation. This time, Lu Ying had chosen wisely, selecting seasoned dim sum chefs who were not only long-standing members of the auspicious tea house but also shareholders, ensuring they would not be easily swayed away. In no time, the chefs had prepared the delicacies according to Lin Yan's specifications. Is this the white rabbit coconut milk jelly you mentioned? It appears, aside from its snowy whiteness, to lack any extraordinary qualities, Lu Ying remarked skeptically as she surveyed the 3 pristine white rabbit-shaped coconut milk jellies on the tea table. While the auspicious tea house was not devoid of jelly-based delicacies, their preparation was quite simplistic. Merely a mixture of a small amount of gelatin, granulated sugar, milk, and black tea, boiled and cooled. The tea houses in the provincial capital, in pursuit of aesthetic appeal, often adorned their jellies with delicate little umbrellas, which delighted children. Though the sales remained modest, the rabbit-shaped coconut milk jelly before them, while enhanced with the addition of coconut milk in a whimsical form, still only offered a slight improvement in flavor and texture compared to traditional jelly treats. Previously, jelly delicacies were characterized solely by their visual appeal and taste, primarily appealing to children. If parents were reluctant to allow their children to indulge excessively in jelly, the sales were bound to remain low. Lin Yan explained with a smile. However, my white rabbit coconut milk pudding is aimed at young couples. I assure you that once this delicacy is introduced, it will undoubtedly become a must-order treat for lovers during their tea time. Lu Ying's face displayed a hint of curiosity. What gives you such confidence? Lin Yan chuckled and signaled the qipao-clad waitress to bring a porcelain spoon. Sister Lu, my white rabbit coconut milk pudding is not only aesthetically pleasing and delicious, but it also possesses a unique characteristic. It's fun. Fun. Lu Ying was taken aback. It was her first time hearing a dessert described in such a manner. Shouldn't a remarkable treat prioritize taste, aroma, and appearance? The pastry chefs and qipao waitresses nearby exchanged peculiar glances upon hearing Lin Yan's words. If anyone else had uttered such a statement, the pastry chefs might have flipped the table in disbelief, but coming from Lin Yan, it felt different. Come on, little brother. Stop keeping me in suspense. What makes this white rabbit coconut milk pudding so entertaining? Lu Ying playfully shook Lin Yan's hand, inquiring further. Without hesitation, Lin Yan lifted the porcelain spoon and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, playfully struck the snowy white surface of the pudding. Thud, thud, thud. As the spoon landed, the pudding wobbled like a water balloon, jiggling delightfully, resembling a lively rabbit enticing diners with its charming form. Gasped. The pastry chefs around them gasped in astonishment. Could such a bouncy and adorable rabbit jelly truly be crafted by their hands? It was indeed visually stunning, delicious, and entertaining. The qipao-clad waitresses were utterly intrigued, their fingers itching to indulge in a taste of the delightful rabbit jelly. Lin Yan, how's this jelly so elastic? Lu Ying gazed at him in wonder. Sister Lu, tell me, is this white rabbit coconut milk pudding fun? Is it enticing enough to attract young diners? Absolutely, without a doubt. I have a strong premonition that once this delicacy is launched, it will draw in a plethora of young patrons. Lu Ying declared confidently. We must not overlook the younger and older demographics either. When we introduce this treat, we can inform diners that the ingredients include milk and coconut milk, both high in protein, which not only aids in calcium absorption but also enhances beauty, cools the body, and boosts immunity, Lin Yan added with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying's expression transformed into one of astonishment, her eyes fixed intently on Lin Yan. This clever little brother truly understood marketing. A born businessman. If this advertising campaign were to be launched, from septuagenarians to toddlers, everyone would surely want to sample this treat. What was once merely a child's snack jelly had transformed into a health supplement. Let us commence mass production immediately. Following Lin Yan's suggestions, I want to see this delicacy gracing every tea table at both the afternoon and evening tea markets. Lu Ying commanded, raising her head to address all the kitchen staff, Qipao waitresses, and the dining manager present. Moreover, today all employees will receive a threefold increase in their salaries. She anticipated that this delightful treat would be immensely popular, undoubtedly increasing the workload for her staff. Thus, she proactively raised their salaries to uplift their spirits. Indeed, upon hearing Lu Ying's subsequent announcement, all the employees sprang into action with fervor, as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. At afternoon tea, the debut of the White Rabbit coconut jelly was met with the acclaim that Lin Yan had predicted. It swiftly captivated all diners with its appealing appearance, delectable taste, and playful charm, making it a must-order at every table. The velvety texture and delightful chewiness of the White Rabbit coconut jelly, along with its benefits for calcium supplementation, heat-clearing properties, and beauty enhancements, instantly enchanted every patron. The kitchen was bustling, producing batch after batch of the White Rabbit coconut jelly, far exceeding demand. Observing the bustling scene in the tea house, Lu Ying felt invigorated, confident that with the signature dishes of cold wild vegetables and White Rabbit coconut jelly, it would not be long before she could expand the auspicious tea house to every corner of Phoenix County. Eventually, venturing into the provincial capital would not be out of reach. Just as Lu Ying was reveling in her ambitions, a voice suddenly interrupted from the side. Sister Lu, I've come up with a new tea treat. Shall we settle the bill for the new recipe? Upon hearing Lin Yan's remark, Lu Ying's smile faltered, and she shot him an irritated glance, her face flushed with anger. This troublesome younger brother had a knack for dampening her spirits at the most joyful moments. After paying Lin Yan the 3,000 for the new recipe, she hastily urged him to leave, wishing to preserve her elation. Lin Yan, unperturbed, left the auspicious tea house with a beaming smile, pocketing the day's earnings of 800 yuan. He then made a trip to the market, purchasing a selection of ingredients and snacks for Xia Luoxue before driving back to the village. Chapter 37. The fortuitous transformation of Li Aigua in the manager's office of the Longfeng Tea House. Manager Pan reclined comfortably on the sofa, a cup of tea in hand, humming a cheerful tune. Since he had lured away the chef from the Jixiang Tea House and introduced a dish of cold mixed vegetables, the patronage at his establishment had surged significantly. The sales reports for the morning and mid-morning teas had just arrived, revealing that, thanks to the novelty of the cold mixed vegetables, their sales had tripled compared to previous figures. He felt that his prosperous days were soon to unfold. What was Jixiang Tea House, and who was that country bumpkin? Soon, he would crush them beneath his feet. Once Longfeng Tea House's sales soared, he intended to apply for a branch. Swallowing Jixiang Tea House whole, he could hardly wait to see how Lu Ying would continue to flaunt her arrogance before him. As he envisioned the day he would overpower Jixiang Tea House, forcing Lu Ying to kneel before him, a wicked grin crept across his face. Suddenly, the door to his office burst open, and a frantic employee rushed in. It's terrible, Manager Pan. Something's gone wrong. What could possibly be so urgent? Why can't you be a bit more composed like me? Speak slowly. Pan Manager, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, sipped his tea leisurely. The employee, breathless and agitated, exclaimed, Manager Pan, Jixiang Tea House has launched a new delicacy called White Rabbit Coconut Milk Pudding, and it has garnered immense popularity among diners. The tea house is now packed, with many patrons queuing for tables. A number of our customers have abandoned their meals and rushed over there. Bang! Upon hearing this, Pan Manager's eyes widened in shock, and he dropped his teacup, shattering it into several pieces. How could this happen? Lu Ying, are you trying to annihilate us? The employee continued, Manager Pan, just now, the chairman called and said that Longfeng Tea House is to be closed down. You need to inventory everything in the coming days and then resign. At this, Pan Manager's eyes bulged as if he could not grasp the situation. Was he really about to lose his job simply for failing to procure Lin Yan's wild vegetables to maintain Longfeng Tea House's sales? Had he known this day would come, he would have treated Lin Yan with the utmost respect. At 3 in the afternoon, in a temporary conference room at a train station in a neighboring county, a group of armed personnel gathered. Li Aigua stood before them, addressing the assembly. We have received intelligence indicating that the gang involved in the scrap steel case we have been closely monitoring has purchased interprovincial train tickets and is likely to flee within the next few days. In the vast sea of people, should they manage to escape, it will be exceedingly difficult to execute a subsequent capture. As he spoke, Li Aigua gestured towards Zhang Long, who stood beside him. This gentleman is the proprietor of Zhang's resource company in Fenghuang County, a victim of this case, and a veteran. I have full confidence in his loyalty to our nation and his commitment to justice, which is why I have invited him to assist us in this matter. Mr. Zhang, please share your thoughts. Zhang Long nodded, casting his gaze over the crowd, and solemnly stated, on my way here, I managed to contact that group via phone. Under the pretense of wanting to purchase another batch of scrap steel, I successfully ignited their greed. However, their escape plan remains unchanged. We agreed to meet at the telephone booth east of the train station exit. I will pay, and in return, he will provide the key to the warehouse concealing the illicit scrap steel. My suggestion is that we act while I am engaged in the transaction with that gang, capturing them in one fell swoop, thus securing both the perpetrators and the evidence. After speaking, Zhang Long stepped aside. He was now merely a citizen, able to propose ideas. But the execution of law enforcement rested with those present. Upon hearing Zhang Long's words, expressions of contemplation washed over the faces of the crowd. As they pondered the feasibility of the plan, Li Aigua surveyed the assembly and, in a grave tone, inquired, what does everyone think of Zhang's proposal? If anyone has a better idea, please share. The group collectively shook their heads, expressing unanimous agreement with Zhang Long's suggestion. With no objections raised, the plan was set into motion. At 5 o'clock that afternoon, Zhang Long arrived at the telephone booth east of the train station, carrying a box of cash. Shortly thereafter, the group approached him. Just as the transaction was about to be completed, the surrounding bystanders suddenly transformed into armed plainclothes officers, executing an arrest of the thieving gang. Realizing their ruse had been uncovered, the criminals scattered in all directions, yet all were apprehended by the hidden officers, save for their leader who managed to escape. Li Aigua, witnessing the leader's attempt to flee, pursued him single-handedly, determined to keep the pressure on and deny him any opportunity for escape. Sensing his imminent capture, the gang leader drew a firearm and unleashed a barrage of bullets toward Li Aigua. As Li Aigua dodged and returned fire, the leader sneered. You're earning barely a few $100 a month. Why risk your life? Li Aigua, unyielding and filled with righteous fervor, replied. My family has served in the military for 3 generations. I was born to protect my homeland. You, a scourge to society, think you can buy my loyalty? Such delusions. Seeing that persuasion had failed, the gang leader's expression darkened, his eyes filled with malice. Then perish, he declared, stealthily closing the distance to Li Aigua. Being acutely attuned to sound, he realized that after their exchange of gunfire, Li Aigua had exhausted his 12 bullets, while he himself had 1 remaining. With that, he leaped in front of Li Aigua, pulling the trigger. A bullet hurtled toward Li Aigua, unaware of the gang leader's audacity to fire at such close range. Li Aigua hastily raised his weapon to retaliate. Click. To his dismay, the pistol emitted a hollow sound. He had already fired all his rounds. Bang! A bullet struck Li Aigua in the chest, and he collapsed to the ground. The gang leader, witnessing this, wore a sinister grin, proclaiming, You dare to play with life and death, unaware of your fate? Killing you. I will continue to live freely. With that, he turned and departed. Bang! At that moment, the sharp report of a bullet being fired pierced the air. The gang leader's eyes widened in shock as he stared blankly at his right leg, struck by the bullet. Turning around, he beheld Li Aigua, one hand gripping a gun, the other tearing apart the 2 layers of his bulletproof vest, his expression one of astonishment. How do you still have bullets? Li Aigua's face turned grave as he replied, Once you step inside, you'll have plenty of time to ponder that. As he spoke, several officers rushed in, swiftly apprehending the gang leader and securing him. Captain Li, are you all right? Zhang Long arrived just in time. His face draining of color upon seeing Li Aigua wounded in the chest, his voice laced with concern. Li Aigua, exhausted, sank to the ground. Probing at his bulletproof vest with his fingers, he noticed that the bullet had penetrated the first layer but had lodged itself in the second. Had he not worn both layers, that bullet might have claimed his life. Looking at the newly loaded magazine in his handgun, Li Aigua's expression grew contemplative. Had he dismissed the two phrases uttered by Lin Yan, this day might have not only cost him his life, but also allowed the criminals to evade justice. President Zhang. That brother Lin is indeed a remarkable individual. Chapter 39. The Mountain of Medicinal Herbs. Have wild ginseng emerged? After dining, the villagers gradually brought the foraged wild vegetables, amounting to 700 jin. Upon settling accounts, they departed with smiles on their faces. San Go and his companions were the last to return. And in addition to their wild vegetables, they carried an unassuming bag, caked in dirt. After weighing their produce and settling the payment, San Go unfurled the bag, revealing several slender roots of ginseng within. Brother Yin, today, in addition to the wild vegetables, we unearthed some wild ginseng, though it is of a modest age. Nearly 7 or 8 years. Do you wish to purchase it? San Go inquired tentatively. Beside him, Xiaobin hastily added, Brother Yin, please don't feel pressured. If you choose not to buy, we can simply dry it at home and keep it for soup. It turned out that while foraging for wild vegetables, they had also been on the lookout for aged wild ginseng. Although they had not found any vintage specimens, they did discover a considerable number of 7 to 8-year-old roots, which they deemed too valuable to discard, thus bringing some back to see if Lin Yan would be interested. Oh, 7 to 8-year-old wild ginseng? Lin Yan expressed interest, reaching out to meticulously examine the roots in the bag. Indeed, these wild ginseng roots bore only a few years of age. While their medicinal potency paled in comparison to that of century-old ginseng, they nonetheless possessed commendable therapeutic value. Considering that Lu Ying's tea house not only operated a tea market but also a dining establishment, these younger roots might be of use to her. Lin Yan promptly declared, I shall buy these younger wild ginseng roots at 10 yuan apiece. Will you sell them? The trio was taken aback by his words. 10 yuan for a single wild ginseng root. Given that there were at least 80 or 90 roots in the bag, they could potentially earn over 900 yuan. In contrast, their day's foraging for wild vegetables had only yielded around 200 yuan. Exchanging glances, they unanimously replied without hesitation, we will sell. Lin Yan swiftly calculated the total, confirming that there were exactly 100 roots of wild ginseng. He decisively produced 1,000 yuan and placed it in their hands. Divided equally, each person would receive over 300 yuan. This amount was already equivalent to their previous month's wages. In an instant, the expressions of Xiaobin and his companions transformed with excitement, surpassing even their earlier joy upon discovering aged Ganoderma. Although that vintage Ganoderma had fetched several thousand yuan, rendering them momentarily affluent, it was a rare herb, not easily found. In contrast, these younger wild ginseng roots were abundant. Brother Yan, will you continue to purchase wild ginseng in the future? Xiaobin could not contain his curiosity. Among the group, he was the most impoverished, living in a dilapidated earthen house with his grandmother, which was always on the verge of collapse. Initially, he had planned to use his earnings to repair their home, providing his grandmother with a more comfortable living space. Yet now, seeing the profitability of wild ginseng, he entertained the notion that if such bountiful harvests continued, he might even build a concrete house, offering his grandmother a more prosperous life. Are there many of these younger wild ginseng roots? Lin Yan inquired with curiosity. The mountains surrounding Deshir village were numerous, and he was not familiar with the conditions of every single one. These wild ginseng were all discovered on the medicinal mountain behind Beishan. There are many more, sprawling across the hills, and it would take a considerable amount of time to gather them all, Xiaobin exclaimed. Lin Yan's face displayed a contemplative expression. Although the medicinal mountain belonged to Dashikan, it lay deep within the mountains. In the past, there was a medicine king temple on the mountain where villagers would ascend to worship when afflicted by ailments. However, the temple was destroyed during a tumultuous event decades ago, and few ventured to the medicinal mountain thereafter. Nevertheless, it indeed harbored a plethora of medicinal herbs, supposedly cultivated by the former temple's caretaker. Perhaps I could cultivate herbs on the medicinal mountain and delve into the herbal trade? I will collect this small harvest of wild ginseng, but let us not overdo it, just 100 roots each day. With this thought, Lin Yan spoke. Furthermore, you should purchase some ginseng seeds in town. After each harvest of wild ginseng, sow some seeds into the ground. San Go, upon hearing this, displayed a look of confusion. Brother Yan, with so many young wild ginseng on the mountain, why should we bother sowing seeds? Wild ginseng, regardless of abundance, will eventually be depleted. By sowing seeds now, new wild ginseng will grow each year, allowing you to continue your harvest indefinitely. Lin Yan replied with a smile. This was indeed his strategy for sustainable development. San Go's face brightened with understanding. Brother Yan, you always think ahead. Xiao Bin, filled with enthusiasm, added, San go. We will follow Brother Yan's instructions. No more idle chatter. You brat, after making some money, your confidence has soared, daring to challenge me? It seems you're itching for a fight. Let us go practice. Fine, let us practice. As San Go and his companions engaged in playful banter while heading out to the courtyard, Lin Yan shook his head with a smile. The next day, Lin Yan rose early and went to Xia Luoxue's kitchen, where he joined the others in preparing bean sprout rice rolls and seafood porridge. Yesterday, he had only prepared enough for the school cafeteria's student meals and had not supplied any bean sprout rice rolls to the Jixiang tea house. Although Luing had not voiced her disappointment, he was certain she felt let down. Today, he planned to prepare an additional 500 portions of bean sprout rice rolls to supply to the tea house. Given the current foot traffic at Jixiang tea house, these would easily be consumed. After completing all preparations, Lin Yan drove to County No. 1 Middle School, unloaded the student meals, and settled the payment with Principal Li before preparing to leave. Hold on a moment, Boss Lin, Li suddenly called out to him. Lin Yan turned to face Li, respectfully inquiring, Principal Li, is there something you need? Your bean sprout rice rolls and seafood porridge are simply delectable. The students have been clamoring for more, and starting tomorrow, I would like to increase the portion for student meals to 500 each. Can you accommodate this? Li asked tentatively. He understood that adding an extra 1,000 portions would place considerable pressure on Lin Yan, but he had no choice, as the students were immensely fond of the combination of bean sprout rice rolls and seafood porridge. Even the school staff had ceased cooking at home, coming to the cafeteria demanding the same quality of meals as the students. Even the leader previously responsible for the selection of civilized campuses had heard about the delightful breakfast offerings at the cafeteria of County No. 1 Middle School and wished to conduct another inspection regarding the hygiene standards of the school canteen. If he fails to meet the expectations of the three parties involved, he may face dire consequences. Thus, his demeanor towards Lin Yan was tinged with a subtle humility, laced with an element of testing. Each additional order was to be increased to 500 portions, which meant an increase of 500 portions per item. A contemplative expression crossed Lin Yan's face. Preparing 500 servings of seafood congee was not overly burdensome. It merely required boiling a couple more pots. However, the 500 servings of bean sprout and pig intestine rice rolls would demand a bit more effort. Fortunately, with the assistance of parents and Luoxue, accomplishing this task was not insurmountable. All right, no problem. With gratitude evident in Li Ping's gaze, Lin Yan drove out of County No. 1 Middle School, carrying 3,000 yuan for the meals, and made his way to the auspicious tea house. Upon his arrival at the auspicious tea house, he found the entrance teeming with patrons, all queuing for tables, the business thriving immensely. In stark contrast, the neighboring Longfeng tea house, though still open, appeared desolate, with several weary hostesses languidly standing at the door, lacking vigor. The contrasting atmospheres of the two establishments were strikingly dramatic. Ultimately, Longfeng Tea House was destined for decline. It was only a matter of time before it would be acquired by Luing. Observing this scene, Lin Yan pondered thoughtfully. Chapter 40, Selling Ginseng. Seeking a construction team. Lin Yan, your brother, you have arrived. Please, take a moment to enjoy some ginseng soup to warm your stomach. The morning chill is quite intense. As soon as Lin Yan entered the back door of the auspicious tea house, Luing greeted him, accompanied by 2 waitresses in kipeos, one bearing ginseng soup and the other carrying a mink coat, prepared to drape it over Lin Yan. Unaccustomed to such treatment, Lin Yan felt both honored and somewhat startled. Sister Lu, what are you up to? Your hospitality is a bit overwhelming, he remarked with a hint of trepidation. Why should you fear? Just enjoy the soup. Luing replied, casting Lin Yan a playful glance. Though Lin Yan feigned fear, he accepted the ginseng soup and took a sip. The flavor was pleasant, though the quality of the ingredients left something to be desired, as the ginseng was freshly cultivated and rather young. Doesn't this ginseng soup taste delightful? It's a new addition to our tea house's menu, Luing inquired with a smile. It's quite good, Lin Yan nodded slightly, then shifted the conversation. Sister Lu, it seems the business at the tea house is exceptionally bustling today. I was just about to tell you. The new tea snack, the White Rabbit coconut milk jelly that you developed, has become an instant hit, doubling our customer flow. I plan to promote this snack to our other branches to boost their business as well, Luing exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she looked at Lin Yan. If it were not for Lin Yan's innovative snack, the auspicious tea house's patronage might have been reclaimed by the Dragon and Phoenix Tea House, jeopardizing her previous efforts. At the same time, She had received news that the Dragon and Phoenix Tea House was about to transition from a semi-public, semi-private establishment to a fully private entity, soon to publicly transfer shares. If she could secure the shares and operating rights of both Dragon and Phoenix and Auspicious, the renowned brand would surely attract many loyal customers. Congratulations, Sister Lu. It won't be long before the Auspicious Tea House's reputation spreads across the land. Lin Yan offered a few auspicious words. Lin Yan, I owe you a debt of gratitude for this. Come, today's breakfast is on me, Lu Ying declared, reaching for Lin Yan's hand to lead him into the tea house. Sister Lu. The wild vegetables and bean sprout rice rolls in the car have yet to be unloaded, Lin Yan reminded her. Leave them there. Someone will assist with the unloading. Once weighed, I will settle the bill directly with you, Lu Ying replied, her warmth making it difficult for Lin Yan to refuse, especially as he had matters to discuss with her. At a table in the bustling hall of the tea house, Lin Yan and Lu Ying savored tea snacks while engaging in casual conversation. Sister Lu, do you know of any reliable construction teams? Lin Yan inquired. A construction team? Are you planning to build a house? Lu Ying's expression shifted slightly. My wedding is on the 25th of next month, and I wish to complete the construction of my marital home before then, so my wife and I can move in. Upon hearing of Lin Yan's impending marriage, a unique glimmer flashed in Lu Ying's beautiful eyes, though it was quickly concealed. There should be quite a few construction teams in the countryside. Surely your village has some familiar ones? Rural construction teams manage small houses adequately, but I wish to build a villa with a courtyard, Lin Yan replied. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying understood Lin Yan's intent. Indeed, it was the construction team from the county that possessed greater expertise in building villas. Have you determined the start date? I'm not particularly concerned about the timing. The sooner, the better. Why the urgency? Lu Ying asked, her delicate brows slightly furrowing. I do know a reliable construction team, but I must check if they have availability. With that, she retrieved her phone and, in Lin Yan's presence, initiated a call, engaging in conversation. A minute later, she ended the call and turned to Lin Yan with a smile, saying, You were quite fortunate. Their team has just completed a project and is available. I've scheduled their designer to visit tomorrow for a site assessment, and you can discuss the plans then. Is that agreeable? Absolutely. Thank you, Sister Lu, Lin Yan replied, his eyes brightening with gratitude. If he were to handle this alone, it would have taken considerable time and effort. Lu Ying had been an immense help. No need to thank me. Just treat me to a nice meal when I visit your territory tomorrow, Lu Ying said with a smile. You are coming too? Lin Yan paused in surprise. What's the matter? Not welcome. Lu Ying raised an eyebrow, playfully challenging his reaction. No, of course, you're welcome, Lin Yan exclaimed, sensing her teasing demeanor, and he quickly smiled back. Satisfied, Lu Ying resumed sipping her tea, silently pondering the identity of Lin Yan's fiancée, curious about the remarkable individual fortunate enough to marry him. At that moment, an employee responsible for weighing goods entered and respectfully informed Lu Ying, Boss, the wild vegetables have been weighed. There are 700 pounds, 500 servings of bean sprout pig intestine noodles, and a bag of wild ginseng, exactly 100 roots. Lu Ying's expression shifted slightly as she glanced at Lin Yan. You brought wild ginseng? Previously, I asked someone to check if there was any aged wild ginseng on the mountain. While we couldn't find any old ginseng, we did come across a good number of younger roots. I wasn't sure if you would want them, so I brought them along, Lin Yan explained with a smile. Yes, of course, Lu Ying replied without hesitation. The medicinal properties of younger wild ginseng are still remarkable. When used in a medicinal chicken soup, it becomes a sought-after delicacy. For the seasoned Cantonese, a delicious bowl of ginseng chicken soup signifies the commencement of a sumptuous dinner, serving as the greatest comfort and reward after a long day's toil. While they may compromise on the quality of dishes or rice, the Cantonese have high standards for soup. Lu Ying envisioned that a soup crafted from 8 or 9-year-old wild ginseng, paired with an old hen and ingredients like red dates and goji berries, would undoubtedly shine in the market. I'll purchase these wild ginseng roots at 30 yuan each, and I'll take however many you have, Lu Ying declared excitedly. Looking at Lin Yan, Lin Yan's expression shifted upon hearing this. Purchasing at 30 yuan each for 100 roots of wild ginseng would amount to 3,000 yuan. Adding the 700 pounds of wild vegetables and 500 servings of bean sprout pig intestine noodles, he would directly earn 7,800 yuan today at Lu Ying's place. Had he just made nearly 10,000 yuan from the school cafeteria? He gasped in astonishment. Lin Yan couldn't help but gasp in surprise. When did making money become so effortless? Sister Lu, this wild ginseng grows on the mountain, and its quantity is limited. I cannot ensure a daily supply for you, he said, stuffing more than 700 yuan bills into his pocket with a smile after settling the bill. I understand. Just do your best. At that moment, another employee entered and addressed Lu Ying. Boss, General Zhang has arrived and wishes to meet with Boss Lin. Zhang Long is here? Lu Ying arched an eyebrow, countering with, is he alone or accompanied by others? Team leader Li from the county bureau is also present. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying turned her gaze toward Lin Yan, seemingly seeking his opinion, as it was Lin Yan whom their visitor wished to see. It appears that Brother Li has returned victorious. He still owes me a drink, and I cannot let him slip away, Lin Yan remarked with a grin. Understanding his intention, Lu Ying promptly instructed the employee to invite Zhang Long and Li Aigua into the room. Chapter 41. Recommend Sister Lu to invest in stocks. They will soar, Brother Lin. I owe you a great deal. As Zhang Long approached, he enveloped Lin Yan in a hearty embrace, his excitement palpable. Clearly, he had managed to recover the funds he had paid to that gang of thieving scrap metal dealers, thus avoiding a significant loss. Li Aigua's eyes were red-rimmed, and he appeared somewhat fatigued, as though he had not slept a wink throughout the night. Lin Yan turned to Li Aigua and remarked with a smile, Captain Li, it seems you successfully apprehended that band of wrongdoers. I trust you escaped unscathed? At the mention of this matter, a look of gratitude crossed Li Aigua's face. Had it not been for Lin Yan's advice to wear an extra bulletproof vest and carry an additional magazine, he feared he might have met his end in the neighboring county. Lin Yan had indeed saved his life. Brother Lin, your intuition has truly been my salvation, Li Aigua expressed gratefully. Beside them, Zhang Long briefly recounted the events that had transpired in the neighboring county. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying's face lit up with astonishment. She had not anticipated Lin Yan's instinct would prove so accurate as to save Li Aigua's life. Lin Yan, however, was somewhat taken aback. Was the bullet that struck Li Aigua in the chest rather than the waist? In his previous life, Li Aigua had been sidelined after being hit in the waist. Had his warning somehow triggered a butterfly effect that altered the outcome? It's merely a coincidence. Brother Li need not dwell on it, Lin Yan concluded. Unable to unravel the mystery further, he smiled at Li Aigua, who, upon hearing this, assumed Lin Yan was simply modest, not wishing his abilities to be widely known. He nodded in agreement. I understand your sentiments, Brother Lin. It is just a coincidence, indeed. Zhang Long interjected with a grin, Captain Li, I recall you mentioned yesterday that upon returning from the neighboring county, you would treat Brother Lin to a drink. There is no time like the present. Li Aigua nodded, precisely. We must celebrate. Brother Lin, come to my home tonight. I shall have my wife prepare a grand feast for you. Captain, may I join in on the drinks? Zhang Long chuckled. I'm in as well. Lu Ying eagerly added. Absolutely. You are all welcome, Li Aigua exclaimed. Having narrowly escaped a grave ordeal and returned from the neighboring county with the successful resolution of a major case involving stolen scrap metal, he felt a surge of happiness. The department's commendation was inevitable, and a promotion might even be on the horizon. After settling on the time and place for dinner, Zhang Long and Li Aigua departed first. As Zhang Long had numerous matters to attend to at his company, and Li Aigua needed to catch up on sleep after a sleepless night. Brother Lin, do you truly possess the art of divination? Lu Ying inquired with curiosity, gazing at Lin Yan. If Lin Yan's first intuition regarding Zhang Long's acquisition of scrap metal was merely a coincidence, then his second instinct, foreseeing Li Aigua's peril in the neighboring county, was undoubtedly more than mere chance. Understanding that Lu Ying was not easily deceived, Lin Yan could only smile and ask, Sister Lu, do you happen to have any surplus funds for investment? Why do you inquire about that? Lu Ying asked, puzzled by Lin Yan's question. In regards to deep technology, Shishu Changhong, and development bank, Lin Yan replied nonchalantly. What? Lu Ying was momentarily taken aback by the three terms unexpectedly uttered by Lin Yan, unable to grasp their significance. Lin Yan took a sip of tea and, feigning profundity, remarked, Sister Lu, did you not inquire yesterday whether I could intuitively discern which stocks are currently the most lucrative? I have already provided you with that information. If you have surplus funds, you might consider investing. At this, Lu Ying was even more astonished. Could it be that Lin Yan truly possessed such mystical abilities? Could he predict which stocks would rise? Reason told her that this notion was rather absurd, yet her emotions compelled her to trust Lin Yan. Perhaps he really did have such talent. After all, she had indeed heard of the stocks he mentioned. They existed, albeit she had not paid them much attention. If Lin Yan were to fabricate a story to deceive her, it would be improbable for him to conjure stock names on the spot. Very well. I shall place my faith in you this once. I will purchase 10,000 of each stock you mentioned. Lu Ying fixed her gaze upon Lin Yan, stating earnestly, You must ensure that I do not incur excessive losses. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan smiled, even wishing to inform Lu Ying that in 6 months, she would regret having invested so little. It is noteworthy that in 1996, the stock market saw its most staggering gains with the likes of Shin Technology, Sichuan Changhong, and Development Bank. Notably, Shin Technology stock soared by an astonishing 300 within a year, equating to a 23-fold increase. Should Lu Ying invest 10,000 by the year's end, she could effortlessly earn 230,000, a sum equivalent to the total income of an ordinary family laboring for 46 years without respite. Trading stocks is one of the few avenues that can elevate an ordinary individual to sudden wealth. After exiting the auspicious tea house, Lin Yan had scarcely taken a few steps when he was intercepted by a corpulent figure. It was Manager Pan, clad in a faded outfit, no longer exuding his previous arrogance. With a beaming smile, he approached Lin Yan, saying, "Boss Lin, it has been a while. How have you been?" Manager Pan, "We met just yesterday. If you have something to discuss, please be direct." "I am quite busy," Lin Yan replied, his demeanor indifferent and his tone calm. He held a profound disdain for petty individuals like Manager Pan, who had recently attained a modicum of success. "Boss Lin, as you can see, the business at Longfeng Tea House is dismal. To be candid, it will not be long before this establishment is forced to close and transfer ownership," Manager Pan said, still smiling broadly. "What does that have to do with me?" Lin Yan interjected, furrowing his brow. "Boss Lin, I am aware of the previous matters. I misjudged you. Look at my current predicament. You are magnanimous, so please do not hold it against me." Manager Pan chuckled awkwardly. Lin Yan maintained his calm expression, fixing his gaze on Manager Pan, awaiting his next words. "Boss Lin, I have heard that you are quite familiar with Boss Lu. Could you possibly speak to her on my behalf? Just let her know that if she is willing to hire me as the manager of the auspicious tea house branch, I can discreetly facilitate the low-price sale of Longfeng Tea House to her." Manager Pan said, still with an awkward grin. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's brow furrowed once more. This Manager Pan was truly unworthy. As the manager of the Longfeng Tea House, having served for many years, he had certainly earned the trust of his former employer. Now, witnessing the decline of the tea house's business, on the verge of closure, rather than contemplating ways to revitalize it, he was preoccupied with seizing the opportunity for personal gain and securing a backdoor escape, seeking to profit from the misfortunes. "Manager Pan, you jest. Although I am acquainted with Boss Lu, I am not a shareholder of the Jixiang Tea House, and such matters are beyond my purview," Lin Yan replied coolly. "If you have any thoughts, it would be best to discuss them directly with Boss Lu." This, Manager Pan's expression turned sour. After all, he had been at odds with Lu Ying for so long, undermining her at every turn. Now, he was expected to seek assistance from that young girl? How could he possibly save face? He still hoped to plead with Lin Yan for a bit of support. "Enough, Manager Pan. I have matters to attend to and cannot indulge in idle chatter any longer," Lin Yan interjected, starting his 3-wheeled motorcycle and departing swiftly. Thick black smoke billowed from the exhaust, billowing straight towards Manager Pan's face. Seeing Lin Yan's blatant disregard for him, Pan's expression twisted with resentment. His gaze fixated on the retreating figure of Lin Yan. This bumpkin, what is he so proud of? Does he truly believe he holds any significance? Without your assistance, I can still sell the valuable assets of the Longfeng Tea House. Chapter 42, The Pedestrian Street in the County. Selling trendy delicacies from a stall after purchasing a batch of ingredients from the market, Lin Yan returned to Dashigan. The demand for bean sprouts and pig intestine rice rolls from the school cafeteria at Jixiang Tea House was immense, necessitating his daily procurement of ingredients to meet this need. Upon arriving at Xia Luoxue's home, Lin Yan observed her busily tending to the yard, seemingly checking the germination of the mung beans. It is worth noting that cultivating high-quality bean sprouts is no simple task. The method employed by Xia Luoxue's family is quite intricate, primarily divided into 4 steps: sorting the beans, soaking and washing, layering with cloth, and watering. The sorting process involves rinsing the mung beans in water twice, selecting out the shells and any spoiled beans. The chosen beans are then washed again to soften the shells, a crucial step. If the shells are not adequately softened, the germination rate will significantly diminish. Once the sorting and soaking are complete, suitable containers must be selected, opaque yet allowing for drainage, before proceeding to layer the cloth. Layering involves placing a clean, white cloth at the bottom of the container, followed by the soaked mung beans, and then covering them with a second piece of soaked cloth before sealing the container. Finally, It is essential to sprinkle an appropriate amount of water on the cloth daily to maintain moisture, allowing the sprouts to emerge in approximately 3 days. These entirely hand-cultivated bean sprouts are nutritionally superior, far surpassing those hastily produced through various methods in the markets of the past. This is also the reason Lin Yan dares to sell his bean sprout pig intestine rice rolls at such a premium price. Luoxue, are you busy? Lin Yan inquired with a smile. The consumption of bean sprouts has been quite high recently. I intend to grow a larger batch to prevent shortages, Xia Luoxue replied. Her cheeks slightly flushed upon seeing Lin Yan. You haven't ventured out in quite some time, have you? Would you like to accompany me to the county for some fun? Lin Yan asked tentatively. As he recalled, Xia Luoxue had not visited the county since graduating high school, having only made it as far as the town. Her days consisted solely of tending to bean sprouts and caring for her grandfather, resembling a typical homebody. Go to the county for fun? Upon hearing this, Xia Luoxue's eyes brightened, revealing a flicker of excitement. After all, she was just a girl in her early 20s, and her playful spirit had not yet faded. It was merely her responsibilities that kept her indoors. However, I still need to look after the bean sprouts. Xia Luoxue's expression reflected her hesitation. Luoxue, if Xiaoyan invites you, you should go. I can manage the bean sprouts in the yard. Her grandfather, Grandpa Xiada, chimed in with a smile as he emerged from the house. Grandpa, can you manage on your own? Xia Luoxue asked, a hint of concern in her voice. Did I not used to ride my tricycle every day to the town market with the bean sprouts? Grandpa Xia chuckled. Now that Xiaoyan has taken over our bean sprouts, I can simply oversee them. What could possibly go wrong? Xia Luoxue, hearing this, felt her resolve wavering. Luoxue, I now have a 3-wheeled motorcycle. A round trip to the county takes only about 10 to 20 minutes. If anything urgent arises, I can return swiftly. Lin Yan encouraged her from the side. Well, all right then. I'll go change into a different outfit. Ultimately, Xia Luoxue could not resist Lin Yan's persuasion, nodded in agreement, and turned to enter the house to change her clothes. When Xia Luoxue emerged, she wore a light yellow round-neck shirt and black denim trousers. Her lustrous black hair tied into a ponytail with a pink butterfly clip. This seemingly ordinary ensemble, however, appeared extraordinarily enchanting against the backdrop of her sparkling big eyes and elegantly arched brows. For a moment, Lin Yan was left mesmerized. How could he have been so blind in the past, overlooking such a stunning beauty while foolishly fawning over Chen Mei? Am I dressed incorrectly? Should I change again? Sensing Lin Yan's unwavering gaze, Xia Luoxue said somewhat anxiously, No, you don't need to. You look the best like this. Lin Yan shook his head, speaking earnestly. My wife is the most beautiful. No celebrity can compare. Just before they departed, Grandpa Xia suddenly grasped Xia Luoxue's hand, pressing a bankbook into her palm, and whispered, Luoxue, take this money and buy a few new outfits and some jewelry when you reach the county city. Although our family isn't wealthy, you must have some adornments when you marry into another family. Grandpa. Hearing her grandfather's words, Xia Luoxue's face turned a deep shade of crimson. Grandpa Xia didn't say much more, simply gesturing for her to return soon. The tricycle glided down the road, with Xia Luoxue seated on the side of the carriage. Watching Lin Yan navigate the steering wheel with ease, her beautiful eyes slightly squinted. Is this what one would call a date? Would Lin Yan hold her hand? Or perhaps make other bold moves? Should she reject or accept? Luoxue, we've arrived. Just as Xia Luoxue was lost in her thoughts, Lin Yan's voice suddenly broke through her reverie. She looked up and saw the tricycle had stopped outside the pedestrian street of the county city. Although it was still afternoon, the pedestrian street was bustling with people, the calls of street vendors and shopkeepers resonating throughout. Xia Luoxue had witnessed such a scene in ages, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Come on, today it's my treat. Whatever you want to eat or buy is on me, Lin Yan declared with a hearty pat on his chest. I have my own money. I don't need you to treat me, Xia Luoxue pouted playfully, smiling as she spoke. With that, she took Lin Yan's hand and led him into the pedestrian street. The two wandered east and west, sampling numerous local delicacies, such as taro cooked in a bamboo steamer drizzled with sesame oil, sweet and savory potato cakes, and a cool jelly-like treat resembling turtle jelly, enjoyed with spicy sauce. Each dish was utterly delectable in their eyes. As Lin Yan ate, he observed the surroundings. It was now the mid to late 1990s, and the street vending economy was thriving, particularly in a place like the county city's pedestrian street. Securing a stall to sell any kind of snack could yield a fortune, and more than a few people had managed to buy houses and cars through street vending. Should I also acquire a stall to sell those popular delicacies from my past life? Items such as crispy potato towers, handcrafted lemon tea, decadent dirty buns, cheesy hot dog sticks, crunchy pork belly, and strawberry tarts. Any one of these, brought to this era, would surely be a sensational hit. However, Lin Yan quickly shook his head, dispelling the thought. While selling snacks could indeed be lucrative, it would be far too exhausting. Not to mention, just the act of making handcrafted lemon tea would wear him out. It would be wiser to pursue a more profitable venture with less labor. Lin Yan mused to himself. Perhaps he could establish a few orchards and herbal gardens, hire someone to assist with cultivation, manage the sales channels himself, accumulate some initial capital, and then invest it all in the stock market, taking a bold leap. Wouldn't that be preferable? Lin Yan, are you considering setting up a stall to sell snacks? Xia Luoxue, noticing Lin Yan's shake of the head, inquired with surprise. No. Just managing the student meal supply business for the school cafeteria is already enough to keep us busy. I was merely speaking off the cuff, Lin Yan quickly replied. Upon hearing this, Xia Luoxue nodded in understanding and chose not to pursue the matter further. At that moment, a somewhat sharp voice suddenly pierced the air nearby. Lin Yan, what are you doing here? And with Xia Luoxue? Chapter 43 Chen Mei? As a male confidant, she truly commanded Lin Yan's attention. He turned to see Chen Mei standing a short distance away, her face flushed with anger. Beside her stood a neatly dressed man whom Lin Yan recognized as Li Sheng. After graduating from high school, Li Sheng had once confessed his feelings to Chen Mei, only to be rejected and subsequently assume the role of her male friend. In their previous life, while Chen Mei and Lin Yan were in a romantic relationship, she frequently ventured out shopping with Li Sheng. Lin Yan would feel a pang of jealousy, yet Chen Mei dismissed his concerns, asserting that Li Sheng was merely a good friend and that her affections lay solely with Lin Yan. If there had been anything between them, she claimed, they would have been together long ago. Their quarrels often culminated in Chen Mei leaving home for a few days, only to return after Lin Yan called, promising her various gifts. Chen Mei, is there something you need? Lin Yan asked, maintaining a calm demeanor upon seeing her with Li Sheng, pointing accusatorily at Xia Luoxue. Chen Mei replied with a harsh tone, why are you out shopping with her? Are you trying to drive me insane? Yet you are also out shopping with your best male friend, Lin Yan retorted coolly. Lin Yan, don't misunderstand. Chen Mei and I are merely friends. There is nothing more. Her heart belongs to you, Li Sheng interjected hastily. Did you hear that, Lin Yan? Li Sheng and I are just friends. It's you who has misconstrued the situation, Chen Mei insisted. I am not mistaken, and whom you choose to shop with is your prerogative. I have no right to interfere, Lin Yan replied, his expression remaining composed as he took Xia Luoxue's hand. Therefore, my outing with my wife is of no concern to you. I have already annulled our engagement. At this final declaration, Li Sheng's eyes brightened noticeably. After years of being Chen Mei's male confidant, his only privileges had been to hold her hand or give her occasional shoulder massages. He had never advanced further. The fracture in Chen Mei and Lin Yan's relationship might just offer him an opportunity for a complete triumph. Lin Yan, you know that your annulment with me and your relationship with Xia Luoxue are merely attempts to provoke me. End all contact with her now. And I will forego your apology to my brother. Just adhere to the previous bride price, and I will marry you. Chen Mei commanded, her tone authoritative. She longed to witness the despair on Xia Luoxue's face, the very friend who dared to steal her man, her possessions. She wished to see Xia Luoxue desolate and humiliated, crushed beneath her heel. Insane. Lin Yan shot a glance at Chen Mei, uttering those 3 words before taking Xia Luoxue's hand and preparing to leave. Seeing Lin Yan's dismissive attitude, Chen Mei reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, leaping up and clawing at Xia Luoxue. You shall not leave. This matter is far from resolved. Xia Luoxue, you shameless woman, stealing my man. I shall scratch your face so that you will never marry. Everyone was taken aback by Chen Mei's sudden outburst. As Chen Mei's sharp nails were poised to graze Xia Luoxue's face, a look of panic washed over Xia Luoxue. No girl is indifferent to beauty. In that critical moment, a powerful hand intervened, shielding Xia Luoxue and seizing Chen Mei's pointed hand. Chen Mei, have you had enough of this? Lin Yan's gaze was filled with disdain as he coldly addressed her. I haven't had enough. If you have the guts, strike me, Chen Mei retorted defiantly, attempting to free herself from Lin Yan's grip and reach for Xia Luoxue's face. In the past, whenever she threw a tantrum while with Lin Yan, he would remain silent, allowing her to scratch her skin without protest. She found it hard to believe that he would dare oppose her now. A crisp slap echoed through the air. Chen Mei's eyes widened in disbelief as a handprint slowly appeared on her right cheek, vividly fresh. Have you come to your senses? Lin Yan released his hold on her and asked indifferently. Li Sheng rushed forward, enveloping Chen Mei in his arms, and reproached Lin Yan. Lin Yan, how could you hit someone? Chen Mei has been your girlfriend for 2 years. Can you justify treating her this way? The bustling pedestrians had long since taken notice of the commotion. Upon hearing Li Sheng's words and witnessing the scene before them, they quickly conjured a dramatic narrative, pointing fingers at Lin Yan. Lin Yan's expression remained composed as he glanced at Chen Mei, now cradled by Li Sheng, who displayed no resistance. Li Sheng, have you reconsidered what you just said? I was with Chen Mei for 2 years, yet during that time, she has spent more moments with you than with me. I offered her family my parents' life savings as a bride price, but what did she and her family do? They raised the stakes after accepting. A woman like that is not worthy of my commitment. The surrounding crowd, upon hearing this, began to murmur disapprovingly, directing their scorn towards Chen Mei, with even Li Sheng finding himself among the criticized. Li Sheng's complexion fluctuated between green and purple. Li Sheng, haven't you always harbored feelings for Chen Mei? Now that I've called off our engagement, you can pursue her openly, Lin Yan continued. Just one thing. I hope you manage her well and refrain from disturbing me again. With that, he took Xia Luoxue's hand and turned to leave, leaving behind the duo of Li Sheng and Chen Mei, who were now the subjects of public scrutiny. Seeing this, Li Sheng hurriedly pulled Chen Mei away from the scene. Unbeknownst to them, amidst the crowd of onlookers stood a stocky middle-aged man, his face twisted with malice as he observed Lin Yan and Xia Luoxue. Lin Yan, I never expected to find you here. Let me show you the consequences of offending me, he declared, reaching for his phone to make a call. Not long after, in Li Sheng's dilapidated home, Chen Mei, clutching a beer bottle, incessantly poured its contents into her mouth, the amber liquid cascading down her red lips and chin, creating a striking visual that captivated Li Sheng beside her. Chen Mei, stop drinking. If you keep this up, you'll be drunk. Li Sheng, tell me, in what way am I inferior to Charlotte Snow? Why did he choose to break off our engagement and be with her? Chen Mei's voice trembled as she spoke. Taking another sip of wine afterward, Li Sheng offered words of comfort, saying, Lin Yan's choice not to be with you is his loss. A woman as exceptional as you should not be disregarded. He must be blind to let you go. While speaking, he gently patted Chen Mei's fragrant back, attempting to soothe her emotions. My parents merely wish to increase the betrothal gifts. Is that so wrong? I am only getting married once in my lifetime. And being their only daughter, can he accommodate my parents' wishes? Chen Mei's delicate face flushed slightly from the alcohol as she leaned against Li Sheng's shoulder, feeling aggrieved. As he caught a whiff of the intoxicating fragrance emanating from her hair, Li Sheng felt a stirring in his heart. He hesitated to act boldly, awkwardly resting his hand on her shoulder to console her. I too believe Lin Yan's actions were excessive. It's merely a matter of betrothal money, after all. For a woman as remarkable as you, not just 10,000, but even 20,000, I would willingly provide. Li Sheng's words were sincere. Having graduated from high school and worked for 4 to 5 years, he had saved over 20,000. The old house he lived in was purchased by his parents, and he could easily meet Chen Mei's demands for a dowry if it came to marriage. At that moment, Chen Mei, already tipsy, gazed at him with her enchanting eyes. Her interest piqued. Would you truly be willing to offer 20,000 for the dowry? Li Sheng had never experienced such an intense gaze directed towards him, especially from the girl he had secretly admired for years. He was a straightforward person, devoid of extravagant hobbies and lacking extensive life experiences. Hearing Chen Mei's words caused his heart to race and his face to flush as he earnestly nodded, I would, with her eyes shimmering with emotion. Chen Mei wrapped her arms around Li Sheng's neck and kissed him. Li Sheng's eyes widened in astonishment. He had only wished to be Chen Mei's close friend, never anticipating that she would reciprocate his feelings in such a manner. Chapter 44. Misunderstanding. No undue advantage taken of my sister-in-law Lin Yan held Xia Luoxue's hand as they strolled through the pedestrian street. Occasionally, they would enter a charming clothing store where Xia Luoxue would select garments while he observed the marketing strategies employed by these establishments. Although the market economy was rapidly advancing in this era, the marketing techniques remained rather rudimentary. When a customer entered, the typical exchange involved inquiries about prices followed by haggling, complaints about the high cost, and often, if the customer turned to leave, the proprietor would call them back with offers of friendship. The sale of clothing hinged entirely on the customer's whim. Unlike the myriad marketing tactics that emerged 2 decades later in Lin Yan's previous life, such as buy one get one free promotions, discounts, seasonal sales, and clearance events that seemed to stretch indefinitely, Lin Yan recalled a large clothing mall from his past, which had a bright red sign declaring last 10 days of clearance that remained for years. The store owner frequently changed cars, upgrading from BMWs to Mercedes. And then to Maybachs, yet the clothing store never seemed to close. However, the pensive expression on Lin Yan's face was interpreted differently by Xia Luoxue. Lin Yan, are you unhappy because of Chen Mei? If so, perhaps we should head back, she said cautiously, not wanting to force him to feign happiness due to her presence. The mention of Chen Mei might have stirred memories of sorrow within him. Lin Yan snapped back to reality upon noticing Xia Luoxue's concerned gaze and smiled gently. I am not unhappy at all. However, you have been shopping for quite some time. You must be feeling weary. Shall we find a beverage shop to quench our thirst? In this era, county towns lacked bubble tea shops. Most beverage establishments primarily sold ice cream, fruit juices, and soft drinks. Hearing his suggestion, Xia Luoxue swallowed hard. After several hours of wandering under the sun, she too felt parched. All right, they selected a beverage shop, with Xia Luoxue taking a seat at a table by the entrance while Lin Yan entered to purchase drinks. At that moment, several unsavory individuals approached, their intentions unmistakable as they surrounded Xia Luoxue. Hey there, little sister, are you alone? What would you like to drink? My friends and I would be happy to treat you. Watermelon juice, mango juice, or perhaps some milk. Hiki. Their faces twisted into mischievous grins as they spoke. Xia Luoxue's expression shifted to one of panic upon hearing their words. Being an innocent young girl, she had never encountered such a situation before. My boyfriend is inside buying drinks. Please leave me alone. The leader of the gang, a yellow-haired ruffian, was unfazed by her protest, grinning slyly. Oh, your boyfriend is here too? Perfect. When he comes out, we can let him know we borrowed his girlfriend for a while. I doubt he'll dare to object. With that, he reached out, intending to touch Xia Luoxue's face. The surrounding ruffians erupted in laughter, egging him on. Xia Luoxue's face paled, and she hastily rose, attempting to flee into the beverage shop, for only beside Lin Yan did she feel safe. She believed wholeheartedly that he would protect her as he had in their childhood. Yet, the gang refused to let her escape, blocking her path. Get away from me. The young man with blonde hair was even more exhilarated upon witnessing the scene. His temper was quite fiery. Such a spirited girl was precisely to his liking. Old Pan had done him a favor by summoning him to engage with such an exquisite girl. He chuckled. Come here, let me touch you. With that, his hands transformed into claws, poised to reach for Xia Luoxue. At that moment, a transparent glass bottle suddenly hurtled towards him, shattering into countless fragments upon striking his forehead. Wincing in pain, the young man staggered back, his eyes widening in fury as he glared at the assailant. Who dares to ambush me? Do you have a death wish? Do you believe I won't eliminate you? Lin Yan's expression turned cold, his gaze resembling that of a ferocious beast intent on devouring its prey. Fixating on the thugs before him. How dare they disturb his wife in just a moment of inattention? Had he not arrived in time, she would have been subjected to their harassment. Seeing Lin Yan, Xia Luoxue's eyes immediately reddened, nearly spilling over with tears of indignation. You sit aside. I will finish this quickly. Lin Yan handed her the watermelon juice he had purchased, instructing her to wait. Still shaken, Xia Luoxue cautioned him. Be careful. Understood. Observing the couple completely disregarding him, engrossed in their own conversation, the blond young man, clutching his bleeding forehead, erupted with rage. You little brat. How dare you throw a glass bottle at me? Are you tired of living? Lin Yan turned, casting a chilling glance at the young man, and replied ominously. Which hand were you planning to use to bully my wife? I intended to use both hands. What of it? The blonde laughed derisively at Lin Yan's words. What are you pretending for? Do you really think you're a martial arts master from a film? Brothers, seize him. I want him to experience the sensation of a glass bottle shattering on his head. His companions, seasoned ruffians, charged at Lin Yan the moment he finished speaking. They were confident that dealing with an ordinary youth would pose no challenge. As the assailants lunged towards him, Lin Yan remained calm, displaying no hint of alarm. He clenched his fists, delivering a powerful blow to the first thug who approached, shattering his teeth. Without missing a beat, he ducked and weaved among them, his fists hammering down upon each face with unrelenting force. Each strike resulted in broken noses or shattered teeth. In mere moments, 4 or 5 thugs lay groaning in agony on the ground. Damn, I've encountered a tough opponent, the blond young man exclaimed, astonished at the sight. As Lin Yan advanced towards him with a menacing glare, panic set in. Brother, it was all a misunderstanding. I was merely acting under orders to cause trouble. I never intended to take advantage of your wife. However, Lin Yan appeared to disregard the young man's pleas, closing the distance with a forceful shoulder charge that sent the young man flying several meters, crashing to the ground and rolling several times. As the youth with yellow hair rose once more, his mouth was stained with blood, and he gazed at Lin Yan with palpable terror. Lin Yan harbored no semblance of compassion for those who dared to bully his beloved, had it not been for the constraints of a lawful society. He might have been driven to contemplate murder. Yet, the ferocity in his gaze had already instilled such dread in the yellow-haired youth that his very soul trembled. The intensity of Lin Yan's stare was unlike anything the youth had encountered among even the most formidable figures he had known. He was struck by the disquieting notion that had he merely touched Xia Luoxue, his life would have been forfeit. "Spare my life, and I shall repay you with unwavering servitude." As Lin Yan approached, the yellow-haired youth hastily bowed his head in a plea for forgiveness. "Who sent you here?" Lin Yan inquired coldly, standing before the trembling figure. Chapter 45, Manager Pan's failed scheme. Manager Pan of the Longfeng Tea House had claimed that there were beautiful young women here, and even offered us 3,000 yuan to teach someone a lesson. As he spoke, the young man with yellow hair cast a nervous glance at Lin Yan. "Who are we supposed to teach a lesson to? Is it me?" Lin Yan's lips curled into a sardonic smile as he spoke coldly. The young man nodded in affirmation. "So, I am only worth 3,000 yuan?" Lin Yan gazed at him with icy disdain, his curiosity piqued. It became evident that Manager Pan was seeking revenge for the slight he felt earlier that day, and his indignation had boiled over. The young man was visibly intimidated by Lin Yan's piercing stare, hastily slapping his own face. Smack! Smack! "Brother, we were wrong. We failed to recognize your greatness. Please spare us." The resounding slaps echoed with palpable force, betraying his genuine fear of Lin Yan. Lin Yan remained silent, merely observing the young man's self-punishment. Passers-by, drawn by the commotion, displayed expressions of astonishment, gathering at a distance to witness the unfolding scene. As the crowd swelled, Xia Luoxue felt increasingly uncomfortable. Noticing her discomfort, Lin Yan intervened, halting the young man's self-inflicted punishment. "Enough. I have no time to watch your self-harm." The young man, relieved, lowered his hand from his face. Yet, he and his companions did not dare to flee, their expressions tense as they fixated on Lin Yan. "My wife was frightened by you. Shouldn't you apologize?" Lin Yan remarked. "Yes, we should." The young man quickly responded, nodding vigorously. Without hesitation, he and his companions bowed deeply before Xia Luoxue, offering their apologies, and then presented the 3,000 yuan that Manager Pan had given him, respectfully extending it toward her. "Sister-in-law, we were in the wrong earlier. Consider this 3,000 as a token to soothe your nerves." Seeing the gang bowing and offering compensation, a flicker of panic crossed Xia Luoxue's face as she stepped back a few paces. Never mind, I don't want the money." Although these ruffians had intended to intimidate her, they had been dealt with by Lin Yan, and she felt no need to accept the ill-gotten gains of the young man. Realizing Xia Luoxue's refusal, the young man broke into a cold sweat, glancing furtively at Lin Yan, who was watching him with a chilling gaze. His legs weakened, and he hurriedly insisted, "Sister-in-law, you must accept this money. Otherwise, my brothers won't be able to sleep at night." Xia Luoxue hesitated at his words. "Luoxue, this money is just a small gesture of goodwill. You should accept it," Lin Yan encouraged. With no other option to decline, Xia Luoxue reluctantly agreed to take the money, though she intended to hand it over to Lin Yan for him to manage. Upon seeing Xia Luoxue accept the money, the young man sighed in relief and turned to Lin Yan with respect. "Brother, what do you think about this? Let's consider today's events settled. My name is Lin Yan, and I reside in Dashikan. If any of you have further grievances, feel free to seek me out." Lin Yan spoke. Upon hearing this, the thugs trembled and shook their heads in fear. The few punches Lin Yan had thrown earlier felt as heavy as hammers. Had they landed on their bodies, they would surely have shattered bones. Such a person was undoubtedly a skilled practitioner. While they were indeed ruffians, they were not foolish enough to confront someone of such martial prowess. "Brother Yin, how could we dare to defy you?" A young man named Huang Feng, who had a certain reputation in these streets, smiled as he addressed Lin Yan. "In the future, if you need anything, feel free to seek me out." The passers-by around them displayed expressions of astonishment. Who did not know that Huang Feng was the notorious leader of thugs in this pedestrian street and the nearby areas? He was known for his bullying and penchant for violence, yet now he seemed to have been completely subdued. Lin Yan merely hummed in acknowledgement, saying little else. Observing this, Huang Feng wasted no time and led his gang away. As the crowd dispersed, realizing there was no more spectacle to witness, Xia Luoxue approached Lin Yan, holding 2 cups of watermelon juice, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Lin Yan, you are truly remarkable. When did you become so formidable?" "Isn't it because I feared you would be bullied?" My potential was unleashed, dear wife, Lin Yan replied with a smile. Xia Luoxue blushed as she handed him a cup of watermelon juice, shyly retorting, "How shameless. Who is your wife? We are not even married yet." As Lin Yan accepted the juice, he gently grasped Xia Luoxue's delicate hand, grinning mischievously, "That will come soon. In just over a month, you will be mine." The latter playfully struggled a bit but allowed Lin Yan to hold her hand. "After we finish this juice, where shall we go? I'll buy you a few outfits. And tonight I'll introduce you to my friends. Are you bold enough to come? What is there to fear? I am your fiancée," Xia Luoxue replied, her heart fluttering with joy at the thought that Lin Yan truly held her in his thoughts. Meanwhile, Huang Feng and his companions arrived at a Western restaurant. Manager Pan sat at a window-side table, elegantly dining with a scarf around his neck, gracefully wielding his knife and fork while savoring his meal, occasionally inhaling the aroma of the red wine with a look of sheer bliss. "Boss Huang, you've arrived." Upon seeing Huang Feng, Manager Pan greeted with a sly grin. "So, how did it go? Did you deal with that kid? Is his companion as enticing as you said?" "Enticing, indeed," Huang Feng replied, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he gritted his teeth. Unbeknownst to Pan, the dark expression on Huang Feng's face went unnoticed as he continued to cut a piece of steak, chuckling, "As long as it's enticing, take your time to enjoy. Boss Huang." Suddenly, before Pan could finish his sentence, a resounding slap struck him, sending him reeling and scattering his steak, while red wine splattered everywhere. "Didn't you say that kid was merely a vegetable vendor, easily manageable?" Huang Feng shouted angrily, pointing at his own face and that of his subordinates. Fortunately, being afternoon, there were not many diners in the restaurant, sparing them from drawing too much attention to the commotion. However, upon witnessing this scene, the waitstaff at the Western restaurant recoiled, too intimidated to intervene. Manager Pan was also taken aback by Huang Feng's slap. Upon glancing up, he observed the bruised faces of Huang Feng and his companions. Their noses askew, eyes darkened, and cheeks swollen, a rather comical sight. "What on earth happened, Boss Huang? Did that little fellow strike you?" Manager Pan inquired with astonishment. With a scowl, Huang Feng retorted, "You feign ignorance. Brothers, drag him outside and teach him a lesson. Let us not tarnish this establishment." The thugs, who had already been simmering with indignation, felt a surge of resentment. Had it not been for Manager Pan's interference, they would not have suffered such a beating, losing even the 3,000 yuan that their leader had in hand to the opponent. Manager Pan, filled with trepidation, was dragged out of the restaurant, his pleas for mercy falling on deaf ears. Soon, anguished cries echoed from outside the establishment. By the time Huang Feng and his companions had vented their fury and departed, Manager Pan emerged battered and bruised, his face a mask of disarray as he staggered towards the pedestrian street. At that moment, he received a call from the chairman. "Old Pan, the higher-ups have decided. Starting tomorrow, the state-owned shares will be withdrawn, and the Longfeng Tea House will be converted into a private entity, available for public transfer. You will no longer be needed to manage the tea house. You may leave." Upon hearing this news, Manager Pan felt as though he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. He attempted to plead his case, but was met with a busy signal. He had been abruptly disconnected. From that day forth, he was now an unemployed drifter. At his age, after years of managing the Longfeng Tea House, if it weren't for the presence of state-owned shares, the establishment would have long ceased to operate. Now, the prospect of finding a new job seemed bleak. Who would want to hire him? Unbeknownst to all this, Lin Yan and Xia Luoxue had spent several more hours strolling along the pedestrian street. As darkness fell, they drove to Li Aigua's home. Upon their arrival, they discovered that Lu Ying, Zhang Long, and others had already gathered, casting peculiar glances towards the kitchen. Following their gaze, Lin Yan observed Li Aigua clad in an apron, brandishing 2 kitchen knives, bustling about in the kitchen, seemingly unable to locate the gas stove's ignition switch. Meanwhile, it appeared that Li Aigua's wife was not at home. "Brother Lu, President Zhang, what is going on here?" Lin Yan inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Chapter 46. The Wedding Gift for My Younger Sister. Mr. Zhang's unfortunate visit due to an emergency surgery at the hospital, team leader Li's wife could not return home, leaving the task of preparing dinner to him. Zhang Long chuckled awkwardly. It turned out that Li Aigua's wife was a doctor at the county hospital. She had planned to join them for dinner after work, but was unexpectedly called to attend to a critical patient, necessitating that Li Aigua take over the cooking duties himself. "Brother Lin Yan, could this lovely lady by your side be the fiancée you often speak of? She is truly a vision of beauty." "No wonder you are so enamored," Lu Ying remarked, casting a smile towards Xia Luoxue, who was standing beside Lin Yan. Upon hearing Lu Ying's compliment, Xia Luoxue's cheeks flushed with delight, secretly pleased to realize that Lin Yan had mentioned her in front of others. Hello, Sister Lu, Brother Zhang. Lu Ying and Zhang Long both smiled at her greeting. Brother Lin Yan, you brought your fiancé without informing us. As your elder siblings, we were entirely unprepared for a gift, Lu Ying chided, giving Lin Yan a playful glare. Zhang Long retrieved a small wooden box from his bag and said with a grin, as luck would have it, I happen to have a small jade Buddha here. Consider it a token of introduction for your fiancé. Upon opening the box, they revealed a finely carved jade Buddha, exquisite and lifelike, undeniably valuable. Zhang Long had previously presented Lin Yan with a larger jade Buddha, which was declined. Thus, he hoped this smaller one would be accepted. Xia Luoxue quickly shook her head. This is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Though she had little experience with jade jewelry, she recognized the worth of the item in the box. Seeing her hesitation, Zhang Long's expression turned anxious. Luoxue, since it is a gift from Brother Zhang, you should graciously accept it, Lin Yan encouraged, understanding Zhang Long's intent. He realized that rejecting the jade Buddha would not sway Zhang Long. It would be wiser to accept it graciously and repay him in another manner later. Indeed, Sister Luoxue, this small jade Buddha holds little value. Please accept it. Zhang Long eagerly nodded in agreement. Given Lin Yan's insistence, Xia Luoxue reluctantly accepted the jade Buddha. Lu Ying shot Zhang Long an exasperated glance and half-jokingly remarked, Mr. Zhang, since you have given a jade Buddha, I suppose I must present something as well. With that, she slightly rolled up her sleeve, revealing her fair wrist adorned with a jade bracelet, simply polished and devoid of excessive embellishments, exuding a sense of natural purity. Lin Yan understood that the less handwork involved in jade pieces, the more precious they were. Dear Sister Luoxue, this jade bracelet is of little worth. As you are soon to marry Brother Lin Yan, consider it a wedding gift from your elder sister, Lu Ying said, gently placing the bracelet onto Xia Luoxue's hand with a warm smile. Beside them, Zhang Long felt a subtle twitch at the corners of his mouth upon hearing Lu Ying's words. While others may be oblivious, he was acutely aware that the jade bracelet in Lu Ying's possession was part of a pair. Even if sold separately, its worth would be substantial. To exchange this solitary bracelet for a modest Toyota sedan would be an effortless endeavor. Yet, he could not comprehend why Lu Ying would choose to gift one of the matching bracelets to Xia Luoxue. Thank you, Sister Lu. Xia Luoxue, blushing and shy, graciously accepted the gift, having been encouraged by Zhang Long's earlier remarks. It appeared that Lin Yan had been rather vocal about their impending nuptials, seemingly intent on solidifying their commitment without leaving room for reconsideration. Lin Yan, observing the scene, smiled subtly. Suddenly, a cacophony of clattering dishes erupted from the kitchen, indicating that Li Aigua, who had not cooked in a while, was somewhat flustered. I should go help Team Leader Li in the kitchen, otherwise, we may not eat tonight. Lin Yan remarked with a smile as he stood up. I'll assist as well, Xia Luoxue quickly added. Lu Ying, taking Xia Luoxue's hand, replied with a smile, Luoxue, let the men handle the cooking. Let us sit and chat for a while. Xia Luoxue hesitated, but Lin Yan encouraged her. Just sit and converse with Sister Lu. I will manage in the kitchen. Given Xia Luoxue's keen interest in finance and management, and Lu Ying being the youngest and most accomplished entrepreneur in the county, it was an excellent opportunity for her to learn. Once in the kitchen, Lin Yan efficiently tidied the previously chaotic space. Brother Lin, it's been a while since I've cooked, and I've become a bit rusty, Li Aigua chuckled awkwardly. You handle the work daily. Allow me to take over, Lin Yan responded, taking the knife and spatula from Li Aigua with a smile. I'll lend a hand, Lin Yan agreed, quickly surveying the ingredients that included pig trotters, shrimp, ribs, tenderloin, and beef. Within moments, he had devised a menu in his mind. Half an hour later, everyone gathered around the dining table, which was laden with delectable dishes: braised pig trotters, spiced shrimp, rib soup, sweet and sour tenderloin, stir-fried beef, and 2 plates of sautéed vegetables, totaling 6 dishes and a soup, quite a feast. Just then, Li Aigua's wife returned and, upon seeing the sumptuous spread, looked at him in astonishment. Am I seeing things? Did you prepare all this? Li Aigua's lips quivered slightly as he sheepishly replied, the ingredients were all prepared by me. This prompted hearty laughter from the group. Brother Lin, your culinary skills surpass even those of the head chef at my restaurant. I am increasingly curious. Do you excel at everything? Lu Ying remarked with a smile. Childbearing, however, is something that must rely on my wife. Lin Yan waved his hand dismissively, holding Xia Luoxue's hand. At his words, Xia Luoxue's face flushed crimson, and she discreetly stepped on Lin Yan's foot beneath the table. Lin Yan winced in pain, but could only endure it, his expression peculiar. The onlookers exchanged knowing smiles at the scene. Once the meal commenced, Li Aiguo produced a treasured bottle of Mount, a liquor he had preserved for many years, and they began to indulge in small sips together. After several rounds of drinks, Lin Yan recollected the jade Buddha that Zhang Long had presented twice, both of good quality, and could not help but inquire, "Brother Zhang, I heard from Sister Lu that you have achieved some success in the jade business?" Zhang Long, upon hearing this, awkwardly smiled and replied, "I only possess a modest understanding of jade. I have opened a few jade shops in the county, and the business is mediocre, merely managing to avoid losses. My primary venture remains in scrap steel." At this juncture, Zhang Long cautiously turned to Lin Yan and asked, "Brother Lin, I plan to travel abroad soon to procure a batch of scrap steel for resale. Could you assist me in assessing whether this endeavor will be fruitful?" As soon as these words left his lips, the attention of the others shifted towards Lin Yan. His two prior instances of uncanny foresight had convinced them that he possessed remarkable divinatory skills, albeit constrained by the times from openly declaring it. Zhang Long's inquiry was, in essence, a subtle test. Even Xia Luoxue's delicate face bore a hint of astonishment. When had Lin Yan acquired such fortune-telling abilities? Having grown up together, she had never witnessed him studying divination. "I do not practice fortune-telling." Lin Yan shook his head and stated. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present turned knowing. It seemed Lin Yan preferred to remain low-key. However, Lin Yan then shifted his tone and asked Zhang Long, "But I wonder, Brother Zhang, do you believe in my intuition?" Zhang Long's eyes lit up at this remark, sensing potential, and he eagerly nodded. "I believe you, Brother Lin. Please, go ahead. My intuition tells me that your journey is fraught with peril, and it may very well lead to the dissipation of your wealth, or worse, invite a fatal calamity," Lin Yan declared with grave seriousness. At this proclamation, the crowd was taken aback. Chapter 47. Guiding Li Aiguo to patrol more towards the east. Upon hearing this, Zhang Long's face turned pale. "Brother Lin, please do not frighten me. My heart cannot bear it. This is merely my intuition. Brother Zhang may disregard it." Lin Yan replied calmly. There were certain truths he found difficult to express directly to Zhang Long, yet his words were not meant to instill fear. He recalled a past life where Zhang Long drew attention for dealing in a batch of black scrap steel. It took considerable effort for him to clear his name, yet his reputation had already suffered. In a desperate move, he invested his entire fortune in acquiring dozens of tons of scrap steel from abroad, only to find himself caught in the midst of a sudden plummet in international steel prices. The substantial stock he held became a burden, leading to significant losses and substantial debts. In a moment of despair, he took his own life by jumping from a building. Therefore, when Lin Yan warned that Zhang Long's overseas venture might harbor great misfortune, even potential death, it was no jest. "Please, Brother Lin, do you think I would distrust you?" Zhang Long replied hastily, forcing a smile. "I won't be going abroad, and I shall not proceed with that batch of scrap steel." He then turned to Lin Yan and said, "Brother Lin, you possess remarkable insights. Do you have any good ideas? I may not have much, but I do have some funds. Perhaps we could partner in a business venture? I have heard that Boss Lu's tea house became the most popular in the county thanks to your guidance." At this, Luing shot Zhang Long a disapproving glare. "Mr. Zhang, do you think it too much to poach my talent in front of me?" "Boss Lu, what are you saying? Brother Lin is not your partner in the tea house. If I wish to collaborate with him, why should that be a problem?" "Who says he isn't?" Luing exclaimed, grasping Lin Yan's shoulder and pulling out a share transfer agreement from her bag. "Brother Lin, this is a 15-share transfer agreement for the Longfeng Tea House. If you sign it, you will receive a 15 dividend every year." The crowd gasped in astonishment. "Boss Lu, are you serious?" Zhang Long said, visibly surprised. "Why is it that you can discern Lin Yan's capabilities, yet I cannot see his superior business acumen?" Luing retorted with a cold huff. Her actions were not impulsive. Lin Yan's innovative tea creations had solidified the Longfeng Tea House's position as the premier establishment in the county. His marketing strategy for the White Rabbit coconut milk pudding had left Luing in admiration. If she could secure Lin Yan's involvement in the auspicious tea house, it would undoubtedly elevate its status to one of the most renowned in Guangdong province. "Xia Lu, I cannot accept a gift of shares without merit," Lin Yan said with a light smile, glancing at the agreement before him. "Who says you have no merit? Mr. Zhang has already articulated your contributions quite clearly. You are more than deserving of this 15 share," Luing solemnly remarked. "Furthermore, these shares are not being given to you for free. I had previously promised that as long as you presented 10 distinctive tea snack recipes, I would grant you 10% of the shares. Now, this is merely a preemptive agreement. Beside them, Xia Luoxue looked astonished. She had not anticipated Lin Yan's popularity outside, with so many business owners eager to collaborate with him. In that instant, her eyes narrowed slightly, and a smile graced her lips. Such a capable man would soon become her husband. Upon signing the share agreement, a smile involuntarily appeared on Lu Ying's face. Zhang Long, noticing this, quickly interjected, "Brother Lin, since you are partnering with Boss Lu to establish a tea house, we shall refrain from interfering in the catering industry. However, if you see potential in other sectors, we can discuss those further. Brother Zhang, if you trust me, let's abandon the scrap steel business." Lin Yan pondered for a few seconds before replying to Zhang Long. "If we are to engage in business, let us delve into jade and gold. We can arrange a time to discuss the specifics in detail." Zhang Long's face brightened at this suggestion, and he eagerly nodded, preparing to pour wine for Lin Yan. Nearby, Li Aigua rapped the table, feigning anger. "You lot are being excessive. This is clearly my banquet for Brother Lin. Yet it has turned into a business negotiation. Forgive us, Captain Li. It is our fault. We shall drink 3 cups in penance." Zhang Long hurriedly responded, "Not a chance. You think you can just drink my treasured Maotai all at once?" Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. As the meal neared its conclusion, Lin Yan suddenly recalled something and addressed Li Aigua. "Captain Li, if you have no pressing matters, it would be prudent to increase patrols in the eastern direction, particularly focusing on those scenic areas." Li Aigua was momentarily taken aback by Lin Yan's words. Patrol the eastern direction? The area east of the county is mountainous with numerous attractions. It is not a residential zone. Aside from the occasional tourists, there aren't many people there. What purpose would my patrol serve? Lu Ying quickly reacted, saying to Li Aigua, "Captain Li, if Brother Lin suggests you increase your patrols in the east, you should do so. After all, you go out to patrol daily. It's just a few extra steps." "Indeed, Captain Li, heed Brother Lin's advice. There is no mistake in it." Zhang Long chimed in, winking at Li Aigua. Upon hearing their remarks, Li Aigua was initially stunned, but then suddenly grasped the situation. Staring intently at Lin Yan, "Brother Lin, is this yet another of your instincts?" "Captain Li, I observed your facial features. Initially, they suggested a man destined for demise. However, that ominous aura has dissipated, replaced by a hint of vitality. As long as you proceed with caution in your endeavors, you should reach a secure retirement." Lin Yan spoke with a calm demeanor. "However, your facial features lack the requisite official aura. I can faintly discern a trace directed towards the east. If you aspire to ascend further, you may need to venture more toward that direction." At this juncture, Lin Yan added, "Of course, these observations are merely casual remarks. You may choose to disregard them." Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Li Aigua felt revitalized, as the intoxication on his face dissipated by a third. With Lin Yan's clarity, to feign ignorance would be sheer folly. If one wishes to ascend, should one not venture further eastward? Brother Lin, your words are etched in my mind. I shall patrol diligently," Li Aigua declared, his gaze fixed on Lin Yan, nodding earnestly. Lin Yan replied, "Then allow me to extend my early wishes for health and prosperity to you and your wife." Upon hearing the shift in Lin Yan's address, Li Aigua's body quivered. His cheeks flushed with warmth. If he successfully managed this task, could he truly ascend 3 ranks? After departing from Li Aigua's residence, Lin Yan settled into the sidecar of a tricycle, while Xia Luoxue took the helm, steering them back to the village. "Lin Yan, what did your last words to brotherly signify? Do you truly possess the gift of foresight?" Xia Luoxue inquired curiously as she drove. Lin Yan chuckled softly, shaking his head, refraining from elaboration. His advice to Li Aigua to traverse further east stemmed from a recollection of a significant event from his past life. Shortly after the conclusion of the black scrap steel case, a notable incident unfolded in the county. A provincial official, accompanied by his girlfriend, visited Fenghuang County for leisure, only to encounter a notorious fugitive serial killer, narrowly escaping a gruesome fate. Fortunately, a vigilant officer on patrol at the scenic area acted decisively, fatally shooting the serial killer and saving the provincial official. Due to the swift nature of the event and its prompt resolution, it remained largely unknown to the public. Lin Yan had learned of it years later, through a chance conversation with a retired personnel from the county bureau. It was said that the officer who had saved the provincial official, owing to this commendable act coupled with his commendable skills, rapidly ascended through the ranks within a mere 5 years, enjoying considerable acclaim. Now, as Lin Yan relives this life, having recalled such a fortuitous occurrence, he felt compelled to extend his assistance to Li Aigua. Chapter 49. Opening the clam to save a life. Lin Yan maintained a composed demeanor, stating, "Since they are from our village, We ought to lend a helping hand." As he spoke, he stepped into the kitchen to gather some oil, salt, and vinegar, leaving Sango and the others in a state of bewilderment. Was he going to assist in saving a life or preparing a meal? Before long, Lin Yan and his companions arrived at the dock. At this moment, village chief Chen Jiangwo, Boss Chen, and several seasoned fishermen had gathered. Chen Mei sat on the ground, pallid and weak, with his left hand trapped in a clam the size of a tray, blood oozing from the crevice of the shell, his breathing shallow. The crowd encircled him, their brows furrowed with concern. "Village chief, what shall we do?" The clam appears to be startled. "If we attempt to pry it open with a knife, we might very well sever Chen Mei's arm," remarked one of the elderly fishermen. "No, we cannot use a knife any longer. He is my only son. You all must help me preserve his hand," Boss Chen exclaimed in a panic. "If all else fails, we could boil some water and pour it over the clam to scald it to death, thus opening the shell," suggested another fisherman. "That won't do. If we pour boiling water, Chen Mei's hand will be scalded as well," another voice countered. The fishermen quickly divided into two factions, one advocating for the boiling water method, while the other vehemently opposed it. Boss Chen was increasingly distressed, nearly collapsing in fear. He cherished his only son and could not bear the thought of losing him. Lin Yan, having just arrived, began to grasp the situation. The methods for opening a pearl clam were straightforward. One could either use a knife to cut along the clam's edge, severing the two tendons for easy extraction of the pearl, or one could clean the shell and immerse it in boiling water, allowing for the extraction of pearls along with a delectable clam broth. "Village chief, you are well versed in such matters. Do you have any alternative solutions? My son's hand cannot be harmed," Boss Chen implored, his gaze fixed on Chen Jiangwo with earnest hope. "Boss Chen, your son's flesh is already exposed. If we do not pry open the shell soon, he may bleed to death," village chief Chen Jiangwo sighed, taking a few puffs from his dry tobacco. Observing the blood streaming from Chen Mei's hand, "Using boiling water to open the clam is indeed our only viable option." Upon hearing this, Boss Chen's face turned ashen, and he stumbled slightly but was steadied by a few quick-witted crew members. After a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and nodded, instructing his crew to boil water in preparation for the clam extraction. Meanwhile, Lin Yan approached Chen Mei, examining the decades-old pearl clam. Clams of such age from the deep sea often contain pearls of exceptional quality. Black pearls, blueberry pearls, or even golden pearls could emerge. If fortune smiled upon them, they might uncover extraordinary or imperial pearls, which could fetch astronomical prices. "Lin Yan, what brings you here?" When Chen Mei laid eyes on Lin Yan, a look of astonishment flickered across his face, his gaze imbued with a peculiar light. Slightly turning his head, he spoke in a low voice, clearly aware of the engagement between Xia Luoxue and Lin Yan, and feeling a sense of indignation. Before his rival, he could not afford to exhibit any warmth. "I heard you got your arm caught by a clam. I came to see if I could be of assistance," Lin Yan remarked with a light chuckle. Chen Mei's expression turned somewhat peculiar. He felt that Lin Yan's words carried a hint of derision. Furrowing his brows, he replied gravely, "If so many seasoned fishermen have no effective methods, what could you possibly do? What if I told you that I can open the clam shell without using boiling water, while ensuring your hand remains intact? Would you believe me?" Lin Yan countered. His voice was not loud, yet those nearby heard him clearly. "Lin Yan, what did you just say? You can really open that clam shell without boiling water and save my son's hand?" Mr. Chen inquired, his face filled with hope as he gazed at Lin Yan. Suffering burns from boiling water is no trivial matter in severe cases. It could lead to cell necrosis in the arm, necessitating major surgery and skin grafts, while in less severe cases, it would require months of recovery. Indeed, Lin Yan affirmed with a nod. Having traveled extensively in his previous life, he had encountered various new phenomena, including the specialized clam divers in the southern seas who possessed numerous techniques for opening clams. He had once engaged in conversation with an elderly clam diver and learned some methods, making it a feasible task for him to assist Chen Mei in opening the clam shell. "Xiaoyan, do you have confidence in this? This is no joking matter. One misstep and Chen Mei could lose his hand," reminded village chief Chen Jiangwo. "Rest assured, village chief, when have I ever spoken falsely?" Lin Yan replied earnestly. Hearing this, village chief Chen Jiangwo nodded slightly. Although Lin Yan had previously been somewhat unruly, he had become more reliable with maturity. "Xiaoyan, please help open the clam shell and save young Chen Mei. Consider it a favor owed to you by Uncle Chen," Mr. Chen urged, growing increasingly anxious. Just as Lin Yan was about to respond, the elderly fishermen nearby immediately voiced their disapproval. No, village chief, Mr. Chen. Do you truly believe that Xiao Yin can open the clamshell without harming Chen Min's arm? I have fished and harvested clams for decades. And aside from boiling water and using a knife to pry them open, I know of no other methods. We cannot let Xiao Yin take unnecessary risks. This concerns Chen Min's arm. Xiao Yin, we recognize your business acumen, but this is entirely different from prying open a clamshell. Mr. Chen's face reflected uncertainty upon hearing their words. I've stated I have a method. If you do not believe me, then proceed with your own approach. The burnt hand will not belong to me, Lin Yan said, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation. While he indeed had a solution, he did not wish to be doubted in his endeavors. After all, should someone later use this as an excuse to entangle him in disputes, it would become quite bothersome. Upon hearing these words, Chen Min's lips twitched involuntarily. The mere thought of his son's hand potentially being scalded caused Boss Chen's legs to weaken once more. Grasping Lin Yan's hand firmly, Boss Chen stated solemnly, Xiao Yin, I have faith in you. You should be the one to open the clam. The elderly fishermen, witnessing this, were poised to interject. However, the village chief, Chen Jiangwo, promptly interrupted, saying this matter should be left for Chen Min to decide. The crowd, upon hearing this, recognized the wisdom in his words and turned their gazes toward Chen Min. Sensing the collective attention, Chen Min lifted his eyes to Lin Yan, hesitating for a few moments before finally saying, let Lin Yan take charge. The others, hearing this, found themselves at a loss for further objection. I have one more request, Lin Yan said, glancing back at Boss Chen. Is it possible for you to sell me this pearl clam? If you ensure my son's hand remains safe, I will gift you the clam. At that moment, Boss Chen was solely focused on safeguarding his son's hand, leaving no room for other considerations. He quickly replied, that won't do. Lin Yan shook his head and proposed, how about I purchase it for 40 yuan at market price? The declaration stunned everyone present. A clam of such size would typically fetch no more than 20 or 30 yuan. Lin Yan's offer of 40 yuan was indeed exorbitant. They had initially presumed Lin Yan sought to take advantage of the situation, yet it became evident that he genuinely intended to purchase it at a fair price. In his desperation to save his son, Boss Chen, disregarding any further thoughts about the clam's value, was solely concerned with Lin Yan prying open the shell swiftly to protect his son's hand. Without hesitation, he acquiesced to Lin Yan's terms. Let us proceed at your price. He resolved to later compensate Lin Yan with both the money and the pearl clam. Lin Yan promptly produced 40 yuan, handing it over to Boss Chen before preparing to pry open the clam. Chapter 50. Delivering the pearl to the bride. Lin Yan possessed a limited array of tools for prying open the clam shells: a prying knife, some sea salt, a spoonful of white vinegar, and a spoonful of soy sauce, all mixed together. As the crowd observed Lin Yan approaching Chen Min with a bowl of this peculiar concoction, expressions of astonishment adorned their faces. Wasn't he meant to be rescuing someone? This scene resembled the preparation of raw seafood. At that moment, many villagers from Dashishia gathered, having heard the news of Chen Min being trapped by the clam. Even Xia Luoxue and Lin Qing made their way to the dock, and upon spotting Lin Yan amidst the throng, they exchanged glances of surprise. Since when did your brother start prying open clams? Xia Luoxue inquired incredulously. Lin Qing shook her head, replying, I have no idea. Brace yourself, it might hurt a bit. Amidst their curiosity, Lin Yan had already arrived at Chen Min's side, calmly addressing him. Upon seeing the bowl of seasoning in Lin Yan's hands, Chen Min's lips twitched slightly. However, given the circumstances, he had no choice but to place his trust in Lin Yan. All right, without further ado, Lin Yan poured the mixture into the crevice between Chen Min's arm and the clam shell. Although the sight of the bowl seemed somewhat absurd, it proved effective. The abundant sea salt would compel the clam to open its shell. As the seasoning flowed into the clam, Chen Min was immediately overwhelmed by the salty sting, causing him to cry out in pain. Fortunately, San Go and his companions were well prepared, having restrained Chen Min's body to prevent him from thrashing about and frightening the clam. Xiao Yan, why hasn't the clam opened yet? Boss Chen, visibly distressed, leaned closer to Lin Yan, inquiring anxiously. Just a few more minutes, Lin Yan replied nonchalantly. Xiao Yan, Chen Shu has only this one son. You must be cautious. Observing Lin Yan's composed demeanor, Boss Chen's anxiety diminished somewhat as he spoke gravely. Rest assured, Uncle Chen, although this is my first time opening a clam, I have observed this process no fewer than 10 times, Lin Yan assured with a smile. Upon hearing that it was Lin Yan's first attempt, Boss Chen's forehead twitched in apprehension, realizing he was entrusting his son to a novice. A pang of regret washed over him. Look, the clam is opening. At that moment, someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed. Instantly, all eyes turned toward the spectacle. The decades-old pearl clam, seemingly unable to withstand the saltiness, began to slowly part its shell. Hurry, gently pull Chen Min's arm out. Do not startle the clam. Village Chief Chen Jiangwo commanded decisively upon witnessing this. Several crew members of the fishing boat finally reacted, hastily grasping Chen Min's arm and slowly pulling it outward. Their movements deliberate and cautious to avoid alarming the clam. Chen Min understood the gravity of the situation, even as his arm was extracted. Causing excruciating pain at the injury site, he gritted his teeth and endured. Once Chen Min's arm was finally freed, Boss Chen exhaled a breath he had been holding. Rushing to his son's side. Son, are you all right? Dad, I'm fine. How can you be fine? Come on, we're going to the hospital. Boss Chen, he said anxiously. Father, I assure you, I am perfectly fine. The clam did not crush my hand. A simple bandaging of the wound will suffice. Chen Min waved his uninjured hand to emphasize his point. Hearing his son's reassurances, Boss Chen finally exhaled in relief. He turned to Lin Yan. Expressing his gratitude, Xiao Yin, I owe you a great debt today. Otherwise, my son's arm would have been irreparably damaged. As he spoke, he pressed the $40 back into Lin Yan's hand. Uncle Chen, what do you mean by this? You cannot be considering retracting your offer to sell me this precious pearl clam. Lin Yan quickly blocked Boss Chen's hand, his voice tinged with urgency. Take the money back. You keep the pearl clam. You saved my son's hand, and I cannot accept this payment. Boss Chen replied earnestly, No, this is not negotiable, Xiao Yan. You must take it. Otherwise, I will not find peace. Lin Yan asserted. In his previous life, he had learned much about clam harvesting and identifying pearls from the fishermen of the southern seas. There was undoubtedly something valuable within this particular pearl clam. And if Boss Chen refused to accept the money, it could lead to complications later. Xiao Yan. Boss Chen attempted to decline further. Uncle Chen, since Xiao Yan wishes to purchase your pearl clam, you should accept the money. Your fishing boat's journey is not an easy one. Should Xiao Yan find a high-quality pearl within, do not go back on your word. Village Chief Chen Jiangwo interjected. Village Chief, do you take me for someone lacking integrity? I would never act in such a dishonest manner. Boss Chen replied with firm conviction. He glanced at Lin Yan and then at the surrounding villagers, ultimately deciding to accept Lin Yan's money in front of them all. He wanted to demonstrate his reliability, proving he was not one to go back on his promises. Uncle Chen, you have accepted the money. The entire village is witnessing this. If I happen to uncover an emperor pearl, you must not retract your agreement. With Boss Chen's acceptance of the payment, a smile spread across Lin Yan's face. You rascal. Even if you were to unveil a celestial pearl, I would remain silent. The bystanders erupted in laughter at the banter between the two. Soon, curiosity painted their faces as they turned their gazes toward the pearl clam. A clam that had matured over decades was indeed a rare find, and it was certain to contain pearls of noteworthy quality. However, the caliber of the pearls would ultimately depend on luck. Brother, hurry and open the clam. If you find a splendid pearl, it could be crafted into jewelry for Sister Luoxue. Lin Qing exclaimed impatiently. At this, the villagers turned their smiles toward Xia Luoxue. Her face flushed a deep crimson as she gently swatted Lin Qing's hand. Xiao Qing, do not speak foolishly. What foolishness? You are about to become my sister-in-law. Is it not normal for my brother to gift you some jewelry? He would surely be willing, right, brother? And you still talk. Sister, do not tease your sister Luoxue. However, if something wonderful emerges, I could indeed craft a piece of jewelry for you, dear Luoxue. Upon witnessing the blush on Xia Luoxue's face, Lin Yan remarked to Lin Qing. The villagers gathered around, stirred by this exchange, erupted into cheer. San Go, Xiao Bin, and Huizai among them, shouted joyfully. Reveling in the moment, the village chief, Chen Jiangwo, observing this scene, took a puff from his pipe and sighed. Youth is truly delightful. As Lin Yan approached the pearl oyster, he readied himself to sever the oyster's ligament with a pry tool, ensuring it would lack the strength to close its shell. Yet, upon closer inspection, he realized the oyster was far too large. He would need one knife to prop open the shell and another to cut the ligament, guaranteeing success. Chen Min's arm had been caught because he had failed to do just that. Here, take this and open the oyster. At that moment, a pry tool was extended towards him from the side. Lin Yan turned to see that it was Chen Min offering the knife. Luoxue is a wonderful girl. I know that her refusal to accept my proposal is because the one she secretly loves is you. Chen Min, having bandaged his wound, solemnly handed the pry tool to Lin Yan. In the past, you drifted through life, relying solely on your parents for sustenance, and I held you in contempt. However, You have changed immensely. Luoxue will surely find happiness with you. Treat her well. Chen Mei's voice was not loud, yet he spoke without hesitation, allowing the surrounding villagers to overhear, their expressions shifting to one of intrigue. I shall make her the happiest woman in the world. Lin Yan replied with a light chuckle as he accepted Chen Mei's pride tool. Upon hearing his words, Xia Luoxue felt a dreamy haze envelop her gaze. The Lin Yan of today was leagues beyond the boy who once merely drifted through life. He had transformed into someone capable of preparing breakfast for himself, venturing out to earn money, and skillfully finding buyers for the wild vegetables that went unnoticed in the village. Not only did he know Officer Li from the county bureau, but his two friends were also generous souls, gifting her exquisite jade jewelry. Now, Lin Yan was increasingly enigmatic to her. Yet, this remarkable and mysterious man was soon to become her husband, openly expressing his affection before so many witnesses. He truly loved her. Xia Luoxue felt that marrying Lin Yan was a blessing bestowed upon her from a past life. Chapter 51. The shipment of the Imperial Pearl. At this moment, Lin Yan had successfully pried open the clamshell, severing its tendons to prevent it from closing tightly. Once the shell was parted, the surrounding villagers gathered eagerly to witness the pearl production. The sight that greeted them was nothing short of astonishing. It was no surprise that this aged clam yielded an extraordinary number of pearls, at least 40 to 50, though their quality remained uncertain. Even should they be the lowest grade of white pearls, each could fetch 5 to 6 coins, and with such a bounty, a sale exceeding 200 was hardly implausible. Lin Yan's fortune was indeed remarkable. The murmurs of the crowd reached Lin Yan's ears, and a smile crept upon his lips. The notion of merely white pearls was a gross underestimation of his discernment. With a deft flick of his pry knife, he extracted a pearl, holding it aloft for closer inspection. The orb was exquisitely round, displaying a captivating blend of gray and deep purple hues that mesmerized the onlookers. Gasped. Could this truly be the Imperial Pearl? The seasoned elders, accustomed to dealing with clams, collectively inhaled sharply, their astonishment palpable. Who would have thought, after living so many years, we would encounter an Imperial Pearl? My heavens, I believe them to be mere myth. The village chief, Chen Mei, took a long drag from his pipe, striving to quell his astonishment. This child, Lin Yan, is extraordinarily fortunate. Curious, Sango inquired, Chief, aren't all pearls the same? What varieties could there possibly be? Chen Mei sighed, shaking his head at the ignorance of the younger generation, living by the mountains and sea for generations, and yet you children know so little. The pearls from freshwater clams are typically white, while those from deep-sea clams exhibit a spectrum of colors. This variation significantly enhances their value. Beyond the freshwater white pearls, there are purple pearls, blueberry pearls, golden pearls, and black pearls, each increasing in worth. The villagers' faces reflected their astonishment as they realized the intricacies of pearl classification. Chief, could it be that the pearl in Lin Yan's hand is the black pearl you mentioned? Hui Zai pointed curiously at the dark gray orb. The villagers echoed his curiosity. No, Chen Mei corrected, shaking his head gravely. The pearl Lin Yan possesses is of a quality surpassing that of black pearls. It is a true gem among pearls, known as the Imperial Pearl. Among the finest pearls, only the Demon Pearl and the Celestial Maiden Pearl can be compared. However, the probability of encountering such exquisite specimens is a mere fraction, 1 in several 100,000. Xia Luoxue and Lin Qing were left speechless by the chief's revelations. Lin Yan's casual extraction had yielded a pearl of such exceptional quality? Chief, what is the market value of this Imperial Pearl? Lin Qing inquired with keen interest. Chen Mei pondered for a moment. At the very least, it should command a price of several hundred coins each. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonished murmurs. 100 pieces for a single pearl? Their monthly wages barely amounted to a few hundred. The pearls that Lin Yan had extracted from this clam, just a handful of them, could suffice to cover their strenuous month's labor? Xiao Yan, I shall offer you 150 for each of those Imperial pearls. Boss Chen declared with utmost seriousness, addressing Xiao Yan. He had a friend who was eager for such high-quality pearls and had urged him repeatedly to keep an eye out for them. Yet, as a fishing boat owner, Boss Chen had ventured out to sea countless times, but the deep-sea pearls he had procured were merely of decent quality. To his astonishment, Lin Yan's very first opening of a clam had revealed Imperial pearls. Truly, some people were born to excel, much to the chagrin of others. 150 per piece? Sango and the others were left in utter disbelief. If this clam contained at least 50 Imperial pearls, did that not imply that Yin Gu had purchased this pearl-bearing clam for merely 40 yuan and was poised to make a staggering profit of 7,500? an astonishing profit margin of 200 times. Their gazes towards Lin Yan were filled with awe. Yen Gu is incredible. Not for sale. Unexpectedly. Lin Yan shook his head in response. The crowd was taken aback. Why? Xiaoyan, do you find the price too low? Would you prefer to propose a different price? Boss Chen inquired, a hint of anxiety in his voice. No, as I mentioned earlier, if I uncover high-quality pearls, I intend to use them to craft jewelry for my wife. Lin Yan clarified his intentions. Although Xia Luoxue already possessed a jade bracelet gifted by Lu Ying and wore a jade Buddha pendant around her neck, merely a protective charm, he yearned to create a pearl necklace and a ring for her. Xiaoyan, a necklace and a ring could be fashioned from around 20 pearls. Would it be possible for you to sell the remaining imperial pearls to Uncle Chen? After comprehending Lin Yan's intentions, Boss Chen pondered for a few moments before responding. His demeanor was sincere, his tone tinged with a plea. It was evident that Boss Chen was in dire need of these high-quality deep-sea pearls. Very well, let us proceed as you suggested. At that moment, Lin Yan had already extracted all the pearls, 70 in total. Retaining 20 for himself, he could still sell 50. After all, this clam had been sold to him by Boss Chen at a price exceeding the market value, and he viewed it as a kind gesture. After the exchange of money for goods, the surrounding villagers gazed at Lin Yan with envy. Having just earned 7,500 was indeed a cause for admiration. All right. You all lack Xiaoyan's fortune. Enough of this. Return home to prepare dinner. If you delay any longer, your wives may become quite irate, the village chief Qin Jiangwo remarked, waving his hand. The crowd chuckled and dispersed. Before departing, Boss Chen, in gratitude for the villagers' assistance, invited them to select some seafood to take home for their meals. As he turned to inspect the catch from this fishing trip, he noticed that Lin Yan had not yet left, prompting him to pause. Xiaoyan, do you have further business? Boss Chen, I wish to discuss a business proposition with you. A business proposition? I am merely a fisherman. What business do we have to discuss? Boss Chen was taken aback and curiously inquired. In today's world, few young individuals are willing to engage in the fishing boat business, as each sea voyage demands over half a month away from home, often leading to spouses straying. Although it can yield some profit, upon returning, one is invariably cloaked in the pungent scent of fish, and in old age, one may suffer from rheumatism. Were it not for his only son, Chen Mei, he would be reluctant to have him inherit the family trade. Do you often harvest a multitude of pearl oysters in your fishing grounds? Lin Yan asked with a smile. I wish to purchase a batch of oysters. Xiaoyan, are you still considering gambling on pearls? I must advise you that opening oysters for pearls is not always fruitful. And even when it is, the quality may be subpar, potentially failing to recoup the investment in the oysters, Boss Chen remarked with a hint of caution. Lin Yan, being a fellow villager and younger, he harbored no intent of deceiving his junior for profit. Uncle Chen, you misunderstand. I have no intention of gambling on pearls. I simply wish to sell them in the county town, Lin Yan clarified with a smile. These pearl oysters do not fetch much. Are you certain you want to buy a batch? Upon hearing that Lin Yan did not intend to gamble on pearls, Boss Chen breathed a sigh of relief but continued. Generally, when they bring back pearl oysters, they open them for pearls, selling the valuable ones to jade and jewelry shop owners, while the remaining oyster meat is dried and sent to the seafood market, thus profiting from both ends. Uncle Chen, I am quite certain. Very well. I have about 100 deep-sea pearl oysters on my boat. I'll sell you 100 at 10 yuan each. How does that sound? Before Lin Yan could respond, Lin Qing exclaimed, 10 yuan each? That's rather expensive. Lin Yan was not surprised in the slightest. In this era, ordinary beef, mutton, and pork had become commonplace on the tables of the common folk, while the affluent began to seek after exotic delicacies. Seafood such as shark fin and sea cucumber commanded high prices. All right, I'll take them all, but I have no water tank. So I'll leave them on your boat for now and return tomorrow to collect them. Agreed. I will prepare a water tank for you. Just return it after use. After finalizing the arrangement, Lin Yan paid half the deposit to Boss Chen and then departed with Xia Luoxue and Lin Qing. This Xiaoyan has truly grown up, exhibiting maturity and composure, and he conducts his affairs with great astuteness. The position of the wealthiest man in Dashikan is destined for him. Boss Chen reflected as he watched Lin Yan's departing figure and then turned to Chen Mei, saying, Luoxue, my child, you will find it challenging to compete with him. Perhaps I should seek a suitable young lady for you. Hearing his father's words, Chen Mei gazed in the direction Lin Yan had vanished, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. Chapter 52. Principal Li, your forehead is dark. Upon returning home, the Lin couple had prepared a meal. Hearing about the incident where Boss Chen's child was trapped by a clam, Li Tsuehua inquired, "So, was he rescued?" "Yes, and my brother made quite a bit of money." Lin Qing exclaimed with excitement before Lin Yan could speak. "Xiaoyan, you want to help, yet you charge someone? They are from our village." "You should return the money immediately," scolded his mother. "Mom, the money I earned isn't from that. What other money could it be? Hurry and return it." Lin Qing interjected with a light laugh. "Mom, brother really didn't take any money for helping. He earned the money from opening clams for pearls." She succinctly explained to Lin Shan and Li Tsuehua how Lin Yan had purchased the clam that had trapped Chen Mei's hand. Upon hearing this, the couple sighed in relief. "Thank goodness it was tea money for helping," Li Tsuehua remarked. Lin Shan, taking a puff from his pipe, asked curiously, "Did you really find something? How many pearls did you find?" "Dad, you should ask what quality they are." Lin Qing chuckled. "You little girl, stop keeping me in suspense and just tell me." According to the village chief, Lin Yan had uncovered exquisite pearls, known as emperor pearls, worth 150 yuan each. He found 50 pearls, earning a total of 7,500 yuan. "Goodness!" exclaimed Lin Shan and his wife, both taken aback. "What? You found emperor pearls, and 50 of them at that? 7,500 yuan? My word. That's more than all our savings combined. Actually, I found 70 pearls. I'm keeping 20 to make a necklace and a ring for Luoxue." Lin Yan smiled at his parents' astonished expressions. Upon hearing this, Li Tsuehua nodded. "That girl Luoxue is soon to join our family. She deserves some jewelry." Lin Qing, filled with envy, said, "Brother, I want jewelry too." "You little girl, you're still so young. What do you need jewelry for? When you grow up, your brother will naturally prepare some for you," Lin Shan replied sternly. Lin Qing pouted in response. "When I find more good pearls next time, I'll make you some jewelry," Lin Yan reassured his sister. Hearing this, Lin Qing's face lit up with joy. Finally, Lin Yan stated, "Dad, I've already arranged for the engineering company from the county to come down tomorrow for a site survey and to design the blueprints. We're going to start building the house." "Xiaoyan, I've been meaning to ask, how tall and how large do you plan to build?" "This plot is nearly half an acre," Lin Shan inquired. "In the village, ordinary families typically built about 100 square meters, leaving a path in front and adding 2 or 3 stories, which would be considered affluent. But with Lin Yan purchasing half an acre, Lin Shan was uncertain what kind of house his son intended to construct. "Father, I am contemplating the construction of a grand villa, a magnificent 3-story structure, encompassing 100 square meters for a quaint courtyard. Within the courtyard, I envision a fish pond, a gazebo, a rockery, and a pebble path." Lin Yan elaborated on his vision for the residence. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan displayed a look of astonishment, remarking, "Xiaoyan, your aspirations are beyond what the villagers can accomplish. We must indeed seek assistance from a construction company in the county. However, if possible, do enlist the help of the villagers as well. Rest assured, Father, I have everything arranged. For those willing to assist, I shall compensate them at a rate 10% above the market price," Lin Yan assured. Satisfied with this response, Lin Shan nodded approvingly. His son had matured, displaying a thoughtful consideration that rendered further advice unnecessary. Early the following day, Lin Yan set off for the county town, transporting prepared student meals and wild vegetables. Upon arriving at the cafeteria of the county's first high school, he unloaded 3,000 breakfast servings from the vehicle. "Boss Lin, you truly are remarkable. I was concerned that you might not arrive so promptly after increasing the order by 1,000, Principal Li Ping remarked with a smile. At that moment, several students passed by, respectfully greeting him, to which Principal Li nodded, instructing them to prepare for breakfast. "Principal Li, it seems your rapport with the students is quite strong." Lin Yan commented with a light chuckle. "These students are delightful. I sincerely hope they achieve admission to prestigious universities, thereby meeting their parents' expectations of the school." Principal Li replied with a gentle smile. At this, Lin Yan's smile faltered slightly, as if recalling a poignant memory. "Boss Lin, did I say something amiss?" Noticing the change in Lin Yan's expression, Principal Li inquired. "Principal Li, are the students burdened with heavy academic workloads?" Lin Yan asked, gazing intently at Principal Li. "Many students at our school come from average backgrounds, and education is their sole path to a better future. Thus, they hold themselves to high standards, even without our prompting. They impose additional work upon themselves," Principal Li responded, taken aback by Lin Yan's question but answering nonetheless. "Is there a particularly diligent student from a less fortunate background at your school?" Lin Yan pressed. "Now that you mention it, I recall a dedicated senior named Chen Yali, who studies earnestly. She rises at 5 o'clock for morning reading on the playground, and after breakfast, she returns to her class an hour early to preview her lessons. She often studies late into the night, never returning to her dormitory until she has completed her work, Principal Li recounted after a moment of contemplation. Furthermore, her family seems to be struggling. She has 2 younger brothers in middle school, and her parents exhibit a preference for sons, he added. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's mind began to formulate a plan. He fixed his gaze on Principal Li, asking, Principal Li, do you believe in fortune-telling and physiognomy? Principal Li was momentarily taken aback by Lin Yan's unusual inquiry. After a brief hesitation, he replied, I believe in it to some extent. But I feel that if one wishes to alter their fate, it ultimately relies on their own efforts. Lin Yan found Principal Li's response unsurprising. This ambivalence was precisely what he had hoped for. Principal Li, I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding physiognomy. Just now, I scrutinized your countenance and observed that your forehead appears darkened, suggesting that you may soon attract some unfortunate events. If things do not improve, your esteemed position as principal could be jeopardized. Mr. Lin, are you jesting? What misfortunes might I encounter? Li Ping's face paled in alarm. The mysteries of fate must not be divulged. I can only forewarn you that this harbors ominous portents of bloodshed. It is advisable to avoid high places. And I recommend that all doors leading to rooftops in the school be securely locked. Furthermore, you should organize several psychological counseling sessions for the students, as well as campus activities such as sports events to alleviate their academic pressures. At this juncture, Lin Yan paused, seemingly hinting at something deeper. Additionally, pay close attention to those students from impoverished backgrounds who study diligently. Remain aware of their mental states, for you may be able to avert this calamity. Lin Yan, while professing that the secrets of fate must remain undisclosed, was indeed implying his thoughts quite clearly. If Li Ping were not oblivious, he would surely grasp the underlying message. Evidently, upon hearing Lin Yan's words, a contemplative expression crossed Li Ping's face. Suddenly, he turned to Lin Yan. Mr. Lin, are you suggesting that it pertains to Chen? Principal Li, once spoken, such matters lose their potency. Ponder this in solitude. Lin Yan interjected, halting Li Ping's inquiry. He recalled that in a similar time frame of the previous year, a grave incident transpired at County No. 1 High School, stirring not only the county's education bureau but also garnering the attention of the municipal office. A female student from a disadvantaged background tragically took her own life by jumping from a building the night before the college entrance examination. Subsequent investigations revealed that this student had fervently dedicated herself to her studies, aspiring to gain admission to prestigious institutions and alter her destiny. However, her parents exhibited a pronounced preference for sons, bluntly stating that even if she were to gain university admission, they would not permit her to attend, insisting instead that she work post-graduation to support her 2 younger brothers' education. Compounding her distress, she faced failure in her last mock examination, which proved to be the final straw. In a moment of despair, she chose to end her life. This tragic event resonated deeply among the student body, resulting in widespread despondency, with many students who had previously performed well faltering in their examinations. The reputation of County No. 1 High School plummeted, and school leaders, including Li Ping, faced severe repercussions. Lin Yan's recollection of this incident was twofold: to safeguard Li Ping's position and his own business interests, and to potentially save the life of a young girl. Mr. Lin, I shall heed your counsel. Regardless of the veracity of your insights, I will initiate several psychological counseling sessions and campus activities to help students relieve their stress. Li Ping declared earnestly, gazing intently at Lin Yan. Nodding in agreement, Lin Yan chose to say no more. After settling the bill for the student meal, he drove away from the campus. Mr. Lin's words have enlightened me. I must not solely focus on students' academic performance without considering their mental well-being. Li Ping murmured softly, reflecting on Lin Yan's departing figure. Having said that, he turned and made his way towards the school cafeteria. At this hour, Chen Yali should be enjoying her breakfast. Chapter 53. Li Igel patrols the eastern scenic area upon arriving at the auspicious tea house. Lin Yan promptly unloaded the bean sprout pig intestine rice rolls and wild vegetables. The daily supply at the tea house had now stabilized at 500 portions of bean sprout pig intestine rice rolls and 700 jin of wild vegetables, yielding a profit of 3,800 yuan. There was no need for Lu Ying to intervene, as the manager of the tea house settled the accounts directly with Lin Yan. Boss Lin, our owner is in the tea house lobby and has instructed that once the weighing is completed, you should go in and see her, the manager informed. Lin Yan nodded in acknowledgement, expressed his gratitude, and entered the auspicious tea house. From a distance, he spotted Liu seated at a tea table, engaged in conversation with several individuals. "Brother Lin Yan, you're here," Liu called out, beckoning him over, and then introduced him to the others. "This is Boss Lin. My brother. Please pay close attention to the construction matters. Boss Liu, you flatter us. This is our livelihood," one of them replied. Liu turned back to Lin Yan, saying, "Brother Lin Yan, these are my friends from the construction company I mentioned. They are all highly qualified graduates in architecture." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan nodded in acknowledgement of the individuals before him. Through the introductions, he learned that the president of the engineering company was surnamed Li, who specialized in architectural design, while another, responsible for all project matters, was surnamed Wang. Once seated, discussions commenced. "Boss Lin, could you elaborate on your specific requirements for the house?" President Li inquired with a smile. Lin Yan nodded and shared his ideas and rough designs. True to his professional background, President Li quickly grasped Lin Yan's intentions, and their conversation flowed seamlessly. Lin Yan's innovative design proposals even left President Li in awe. "Boss Lin, if I hadn't been informed by Boss Liu that you ventured into entrepreneurship right after high school, I would have thought you were a university graduate in architecture. Some of your design theories are even concepts I never encountered during my studies," President Li remarked, astonished. "You flatter me, President Li. I merely indulge in reading some casual literature in my spare time," Lin Yan modestly replied, having lived an additional 20 years in his previous life. Lin Yan's worldview far surpassed that of his contemporaries. Even casual remarks from him could elicit admiration. This was not a testament to his own brilliance, but rather a reflection of the excellence of his homeland. In the following 2 decades, under the rapid development of their motherland, an abundance of new ideas emerged that were unimaginable to those from 20 years prior. With a proud smile, Liu turned to President Li and said, "I've told you before that my brother is quite capable. Do you believe me now?" President Li nodded in agreement. "President Li, Boss Lin, we have a general understanding of the villa design, but I believe we must conduct a site survey and measurements before finalizing the plans." Engineer Wang interjected after a brief pause. Lin Yan agreed with Engineer Wang's assessment. After enjoying a morning tea, the group set off by car to Dashi village, preparing for an on-site investigation. At the county bureau's entrance, Li Aigua donned a patrol uniform, ready to embark on his patrol duties. "Captain Li, has a major case occurred that necessitates your personal patrol?" Several subordinates, witnessing the scene, expressed their astonishment and inquired in unison. "Nothing of the sort. I simply grew weary from reviewing documents at the bureau and decided to take a stroll. Would any of you care to join me?" Captain Li Aigua waved his hand dismissively and replied nonchalantly, "Captain, patrol duties are assigned to our on-duty colleagues, and we still have a plethora of documents to organize. So we shall remain here," they responded, exchanging glances and awkward smiles upon hearing that no significant case was at hand. "Indeed, you should enjoy a breath of fresh air on your own," they concluded before hastily departing. Observing their retreat, Li Aigua refrained from further comment. After all, these subordinates had braved countless dangers alongside him, enduring the grueling black scrap steel case that had robbed them of proper rest for months. Some had even sacrificed their vacations to assist him. With such rare leisure now at hand, it was only fair that they be allowed to rest. "Captain, I will accompany you." At that moment, a youthful figure smiled at Li Aigua. "Tang Yu, you have only just joined the county bureau. It would be prudent to familiarize yourself with the documents first. Patrolling can be rather arduous." Li Aigua observed her with a hint of indulgence. Tang Yu, a recent police academy graduate recruited for her exceptional talents, consistently displayed remarkable diligence, primarily undertaking clerical tasks. Her vivacious personality endeared her to the seasoned officers, who intended to guide her into administrative roles, sparing her from the more perilous duties typically assigned to men. "Captain, I grow weary of sifting through documents every day. I feel as though I might suffocate from the monotony. Please, allow me to join you on patrol, and I promise I won't be a nuisance," Tang Yu playfully implored. Seeing her earnestness, Li Aigua relented. "Very well, go don your bulletproof vest, and I shall permit you to accompany me." "A bulletproof vest? Captain, you just stated that no major cases are unfolding. Why must I wear this?" "Because I said so. Do you wish to go or not?" Li Aigua replied firmly. Tang Yu, realizing her options were limited, reluctantly agreed. Once she had donned her gear, she climbed into Li Aigua's vehicle. "Captain, which district shall we patrol now?" Recalling Lin Yan's reminder from the previous day, Li Aigua pondered for a moment before responding. "Let us head to the eastern scenic area. The patrol presence there is rather weak, and we should focus our efforts in that direction." "Patrolling a scenic area? Splendid. Tang Yu, at an age where adventure thrilled her. Beamed at the prospect of patrolling while exploring the sights. Before long, they arrived at the scenic area, which was bustling with visitors on this Friday. As Tang Yu followed Li Aiguo on their patrol, she marveled at the beautiful landscapes, her face aglow with joy. Everything seems normal. Could it be that I miscalculated? Li Aiguo murmured, a hint of uncertainty crossing his features. Captain, what anomalies are you referring to? What are you talking about? Tang Yu queried, intrigued. Nothing of consequence. After such a lengthy stroll, you must be tired. Allow me to treat you to some water, he casually suggested. Sounds great. They chose a bench in front of a small shop within the scenic area, purchased 2 bottles of ice-cold water, and began to drink heartily. On a sweltering summer morning. After patrolling for a while, they were already drenched in sweat. Finally catching their breath, Tang Yu realized why her senior colleagues discouraged her from venturing out on patrol. It was indeed exhausting. After finishing her water, she exhaled deeply. If you're feeling tired, you can head back. I can manage the patrol alone. Li Aiguo offered with concern. Captain Li, you seem quite fixated on this particular scenic area. Have you received some information? Perhaps you could share it with me? I assure you, I can keep a secret, Tang Yu tentatively inquired, having noticed that Li Aiguo appeared somewhat distracted throughout the morning, as though burdened by a hidden worry. To this, she added, consider it mere idle chatter. Once I hear it, I shall forget. Li Aiguo shook his head with a light chuckle. It's nothing significant. A friend mentioned to me that if I aspire to advance in my career, I should frequent this area. Ever since I woke up today, I felt somewhat uneasy and decided to take a stroll here. Captain Li, you actually believe such nonsensical advice? Tang Yu remarked in astonishment, casting a sideways glance at him. It's not so much belief as it is a lack of anything better to do, so I came to see for myself. Li Aiguo replied with a gentle laugh, already regretting his choice to confide in Tang Yu. The younger generation seemed even more resolute in their atheism than he had been. Regardless, I don't subscribe to such notions. If one could truly predict where crimes would occur and pinpoint the perpetrators, our archives wouldn't be burdened with so many unresolved cases, Tang Yu muttered, pouting. However, at that moment, Li Aiguo appeared oblivious to her words. His gaze fixed intently on a distant point, his expression serious. Captain Li, what are you looking at? Tang Yu questioned, noticing the intensity of his stare and revealing a look of confusion as she followed his line of sight. Upon glancing in that direction, she too was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 54, Guiding the Students, Future Billionaire Women, in the cafeteria of County No. 1 High School. A modestly dressed female student with twin ponytails had just finished washing her lunch container and was preparing to return to her classroom to study. Her face bore the marks of fatigue, her eyes were reddened, as if she had wept the previous night. Qinyali, wait a moment. Just as she stepped out of the school cafeteria, a voice called out to her from behind. Turning around, she saw Principal Li Ping, and a look of respect crossed her face. Principal, did you need something from me? There's no need to be anxious. I merely wish to have a brief chat with you, if that's all right. Noticing the redness around Qinyali's eyes, Li Ping's tone softened. Okay. Qinyali replied, a hint of nervousness in her voice, yet she nodded in agreement. Observing the bustling crowd at the cafeteria entrance, Li Ping suggested they walk towards the teaching building while they talked. Is the pressure of studying heavy lately? Li Ping inquired. No, not really, Qinyali responded, biting her lip and shaking her head. Is that so? It's not wise to tell lies to the principal, he gently admonished. Qinyali lowered her gaze. If something is troubling you, it would be better to share it with me. Perhaps I can assist you. Whether in your studies or personal life, Li Ping encouraged. Perhaps it was the long absence of confiding in someone. Or perhaps it was Li Ping's comforting words that soothed her, but after a few moments of hesitation, Qinyali finally began to express her feelings. Principal, I want to pursue my studies. I wish to attend university. I do not want to marry right after graduation. The world is vast, and I have yet to see enough of it. I do not want to return to the village and marry a stranger. Marry right after graduation? You haven't even reached the legal marriage age. Who would dare let you marry? Li Ping replied, astonished. It's my parents. They've said that regardless of how I perform in the upcoming college entrance examination, they will not support my university education. After graduation, I am to marry into a family in the neighboring village, to be someone else's wife, and after a few years, obtain the marriage certificate. Qinyali's voice quivered, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of despair. I had planned to show them my report card after this mock examination to prove my good grades in hopes of persuading them. But during the exam days, I got my period and couldn't concentrate. I know I didn't do well. I feel I have no chance to continue my studies. Principal, I truly do not want to marry so early. I would rather die than accept that. Upon hearing this, a tempest stirred within Li Ping. He had been attentive to Chen Yali's academic performance, noting she consistently ranked in the top 5 of her school, as long as she performed adequately in the entrance examination. Gaining admission into prestigious universities would be no challenge. He felt fortunate to have heeded Lin Yan's advice regarding the student's mental health. Otherwise, given Chen Yali's current state of mind, it was likely that upon receiving her mock exam results, she would succumb to the unbearable pressure of failing and the burdens from her family, potentially leading her to take impulsive actions. Recalling Lin Yan's warning to secure all the rooftop doors of the school buildings, a shiver ran through him, and a sense of fear began to take root in his heart. Dear Chen Yali, rest assured that as long as you wish to pursue your studies, the principal will unconditionally support you. Focus on your learning. Do not concern yourself with the results of this mock examination. Devote yourself entirely to the college entrance examination. With your capabilities, gaining admission to a prestigious university will undoubtedly be a trivial matter, Li Ping said earnestly, gazing at Chen Yali with encouragement. As for your parents, I will speak to them. If they refuse to support your college education, I assure you this, should you gain university admission, the principal will cover your tuition fees. Li Ping's words were, for an 18 or 19-year-old girl, a beacon of hope in the darkness, a lifeline that pulled her from the abyss. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Chen Yali burst into tears, collapsing into Li Ping's embrace as she wept uncontrollably. Everything will be all right. It will all pass. With the principal here, Li Ping comforted her, gently patting her back like a caring elder. Though his salary was modest, he found it manageable to assist several underprivileged students in attending university. Witnessing his students gain access to education and acquire knowledge to serve their country made his role as a principal feel worthwhile. Seeing Chen Yali cry brought a sense of relief to Li Ping's heart. It seemed she was unlikely to contemplate despair. He silently resolved to convene a faculty meeting that very day to mobilize all teachers in conducting psychological support activities for the students. Although the college entrance examination was imminent, he planned to organize a sports day a week in advance to allow the seniors to relax and balance their efforts. Principal, once I begin working after university, I promise to repay you for the tuition. I will never forget your kindness, Chen Yali said. Her voice choked with emotion after regaining her composure and stepping back from his embrace. You need not repay me. After you finish university and find success in your career, simply lend a helping hand to others within your capacity, Li Ping replied, shaking his head with a gentle smile. Chen Yali nodded thoughtfully in response. Unbeknownst to Li Ping, his timely assistance and casual remark would years later lead to the emergence of a female student, merely 30 years old, who ascended to the ranks of national wealth. This very student returned to her alma mater in the year preceding his retirement, generously donating a new campus. Due to this connection, Li Ping received a promotion before his retirement. In his later years, this student frequently visited him, treating him as a father figure. Meanwhile, at the newly acquired homestead of Lin Yan in Dashi Village, Mr. Li and Engineer Wang were busy measuring with tools, occasionally discussing the design of the new villa. Lin Yan stood to the side, refraining from interjecting. He had already conveyed his vision for the house to Mr. Li and Engineer Wang. The specifics of the design would be left to these professionals. Although Lin Yan had been reborn, he was not omnipotent. Mr. Lin, the survey and measurement of this land have been completed. We need to return and draft the specific design plans and drawings, which we will present to you later. If everything meets your approval, we shall commence the construction. Mr. Li approached Lin Yan and stated. Lin Yan nodded with a smile, expressing his gratitude. I appreciate your efforts, Mr. Li and Engineer Wang. I have full confidence in your professional capabilities. Brother Lin, this Dashi village is indeed a picturesque place, nestled between mountains and sea. I find myself tempted to purchase a plot here and build a villa for myself, Lu Ying remarked, her face aglow with a smile directed at Lin Yan. If Sister Lu wishes to build a home in Dashi village, I would naturally welcome it. My only concern is whether you would find country living to your liking. Lin Yan responded with a grin. What is there not to enjoy? I have always dreamed of a tranquil life amidst the fields, with the sound of insects and the fragrance of rice, Lu Ying replied. Sister Lu, how about we make a trade? You give me your money, and I'll offer you my house in exchange, Lin Yan jested. I would indeed consider giving you my money, but it seems you are unwilling to accept my generosity, Lu Ying said, casting Lin Yan a flirtatious glance, her tone laced with a hint of melancholy. Lin Yan cleared his throat, seeking to alleviate the awkwardness. Chapter 55. A seafood feast at the engineering team beside him. Mr. Li and Engineer Wang, upon noticing the situation, promptly turned their gazes elsewhere. Lin, It's nearly noon. And since we rarely visit the seaside, won't you treat us to a sumptuous seafood feast? Upon seeing Lin Yan feign ignorance, Lu Ying playfully bit her lip and remarked, "Not at all. Since you've come to Dashikan, I must treat you well. Please, make yourselves comfortable at my home while I prepare the seafood." Lin Yan replied with a smile. With that, he led Lu Ying, Mr. Li, Engineer Wang, and the others back to the Lin family courtyard. At that moment, Lin Shan and his wife were in the yard, assisting Xia Luoxue in planting soybeans and various vegetables. Their daily routine primarily involved helping Lin Yan steam bean sprouts and rice noodle rolls in the morning, and with little else to do. They occupied their time by aiding their future daughter-in-law in the garden. "Xiaoyan, who are these guests?" Lin Suihua inquired curiously upon seeing Lu Ying and the others. "Mother, this is Sister Lu, the owner of Jixiang Tea House in the county. She's the one who purchases our wild vegetables," Lin Yan explained, pointing to Lu Ying and clarifying to Lin Shan and his wife. "These individuals are from the county construction company, assisting me in building a new house." Upon hearing about Lu Ying and the others' affiliations, Lin Shan and his wife became quite serious, promptly moving tables and chairs and pouring tea. Lin Yan informed Xia Luoxue that he would procure some seafood for lunch to treat Lu Ying and the others, asking her to help entertain them before heading out. "Sister Luoxue, am I disturbing you?" Lu Ying asked with a smile, holding Xia Luoxue's hand. "Not at all. We welcome your presence." Having met before, Xia Luoxue and Lu Ying quickly fell into an engaging conversation, creating a harmonious atmosphere in the courtyard. After Lin Yan left, he made his way directly to the pier. Chen Mei was aboard his fishing boat, cleaning the cabin, evidently having sold most of the seafood he had caught. "Lin Yan?" Chen Mei exclaimed in surprise upon seeing him. "Are you here for the pearl clams?" "I'll collect the pearl clams later. Do you have any good seafood to sell me?" Lin Yan inquired. Chen Mei pondered for a moment. "I do have some, but not much. Feel free to choose." He led Lin Yan to the fish tank on the boat. Lin Yan quickly surveyed the limited seafood available and selected a few oysters, razor clams, crabs, and 2 lobsters, settling the payment with Chen Mei before returning to the village. Upon his return to the courtyard, he found Xia Luoxue and Lu Ying engrossed in discussions about business knowledge, while Mr. Li and Engineer Wang were deep in conversation with Lin Shan regarding the construction details. Lin Yan greeted them before heading into the kitchen to prepare the meal. With a bounty of seafood in hand, he opted for a simple yet exquisite preparation, steaming the crabs to preserve their natural flavor, making a sweet porridge with the lobsters, and preparing the oysters with minced garlic for a truly unforgettable taste. The razor clams, often referred to as finger clams, would be stir-fried with green peppers and a hint of fermented black beans, creating a delightful dish. Additionally, Lin Yan stir-fried a plate of cured meat and a few green vegetables. As everyone gathered around the dining table, their eyes widened at the sight of the 8 tantalizing dishes laid before them, each one promising a feast for the senses. To everyone's astonishment, Boss Lin's culinary skills were truly remarkable, showcasing his multifaceted talents. Engineer Wang expressed his admiration, remarking that the aroma of the dishes was certainly on par with that of the chefs at Boss Lu's tea house. President Li concurred, praising, "My brother's culinary prowess is indeed unparalleled." As Lu Ying spoke, she delicately picked up a piece of razor clam and savored the tender clam meat within. The moment it touched her palate, it melted away, releasing a burst of flavors from the spicy sauce intertwined with the fragrance of fermented black beans, mingling with the essence of seafood, which brought a look of rapture to her face. "Sister Luoxue, marrying my brother will surely bring you great culinary delights," Lu Ying teased, glancing at Xia Luoxue after finishing her meal. Xia Luoxue blushed and shyly replied, "Oh, Sister Lu, please don't mock me." The laughter erupted among the group at this exchange. Soon, everyone could no longer resist the temptation and began to indulge in the delectable dishes. By the end of the lunch, each person was left with round, satisfied bellies, occasionally letting out satisfied burps. "This food is exquisite. I truly cannot fathom what I will do if I can no longer enjoy such delightful dishes," Engineer Wang lamented. President Li added, "For this meal prepared by Boss Lin, I would willingly part with 500 yuan. Lu Ying chuckled. "President Li, my brother is quite the capable individual. He earns money at an astonishing rate. Your 500 yuan wound tea cover a single meal for him." "I was presumptuous. My apologies, Boss Lin," President Li responded with an apologetic tone. Lin Yan waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was of no consequence. He recalled how, 2 decades later in his past life, the private dining industry flourished. with many affluent individuals desiring to hire chefs to cook in their homes. The agritourism that began to rise in the 21st century seemed like a venture worth considering for Dashikin's future economic growth. After the meal, President Li and engineer Wang departed to work on the villa designs. Brother Lin, I must take my leave. When your wedding house is ready and the ceremony is held, please invite me to celebrate, Lu Ying said, waving goodbye to Lin Yan as she prepared to drive away in her Volkswagen Santana. The appearance of her Volkswagen Santana in the village had already attracted considerable attention from the villagers. In this rural era, it was indeed a remarkable presence. With a staggering price tag of 200,000 yuan, wealth that many would never accumulate in a lifetime. Sister Lu, could I borrow your phone to call Brother Zhonglong? Lin Yan inquired. Lu Ying was taken aback. What do you need him for? To discuss a business matter, he replied. And does that business not include me? Lu Ying feigned annoyance. It's merely a small venture, but you will certainly have a share in it, Lin Yan said with a light chuckle. Oh, what kind of business? Lu Ying's eyes sparkled with curiosity. For now, that remains confidential, but it could potentially increase the foot traffic at the tea house by at least 30%, Lin Yan explained. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying's expression turned to one of astonishment. Without hesitation, she took out her phone and dialed Zhang Long's number for Lin Yan. After finishing the call, Lin Yan returned the phone to Lu Ying and said, Sister Lu, please head back to Jixiang Tea House. I will come find you shortly. Upon witnessing Lin Yan's enigmatic demeanor, Lu Ying's beautiful eyes flickered with curiosity, yet she refrained from inquiring further and drove away. At that moment, Boss Chen arrived, accompanied by several assistants carrying a few water tanks. Xiaoyan, I have brought you the pearl clams and water tanks you requested. Remember to return them once you are done, Boss Chen remarked. Boss Chen, you truly are a kind-hearted person, going above and beyond. Could you assist me in loading these onto the tricycle's cargo area? Lin Yan replied with a sheepish grin. You've become quite shrewd, haven't you? Boss Chen observed with a resigned smile, gesturing for his assistants to help with the loading. Lin Yan expressed his gratitude repeatedly, and after Boss Chen and his team departed, Lin Shan and his wife, along with Xia Luoxue, took notice of the cargo in the tricycle's back. Xiaoyan, why have you purchased so many pearl clams? Li Tsuehua inquired, puzzled. Mom, please don't ask too many questions. I can only tell you that this batch of pearl clams will allow me to earn at least 1,000 yuan, Lin Yan replied with a light chuckle. Upon bidding farewell to his parents and Xia Luoxue, Lin Yan drove to the auspicious tea house in the county. Chapter 57. The kidnapping incident encountered by Li Aigua, his hands moved with astonishing speed, and he swiftly opened 3 oyster shells in succession. The first and second yielded only a single pale pearl each, neither perfectly round, valued at $5 apiece, resulting in a total loss of $30 for the lady and her companion. The third, however, revealed a lustrous pure white pearl, round and gleaming, which Zhang Long offered to purchase for $25. Thus, the lady and her partner still incurred a loss of $25. Onlookers shook their heads in dismay at the scene. They had forewarned that this endeavor would not yield profit. 3 attempts had only resulted in a loss of $25. While it was entertaining, the prospect of making money seemed an impossibility. The 2 remaining oyster shells were likely to produce nothing but white pearls. Upon hearing the chatter around them, the lady and her companion displayed a hint of anxiety. Meanwhile, Lin Yan had already begun to pry open the 4th oyster shell, which contained but a single pearl nestled within the oyster meat. As he extracted the pearl, a flash of violet light caught the attention of the crowd. It appeared to be a purple pearl. Zhang Long's expression shifted, astonished as he exclaimed, This is a purple pearl, perfectly round and with a splendid luster. What remarkable luck! The lady, upon hearing this, nervously inquired, How much can this purple pearl be sold for? If I were to buy it, I could offer you $100. Zhang Long pondered momentarily before responding. At this revelation, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The lady and her partner, having lost $25 on the first 3 pearls, now stood to gain $35 from the purple pearl, even after accounting for the cost of the 4th and 5th oyster shells. The 5th oyster shell, even if it yielded just a single pearl, would still ensure a profit. Lin Yan remained unfazed by the surrounding commotion and proceeded to open the 5th oyster shell. This elicited yet another round of gasps from the onlookers. Inside the 5th shell lay a total of 12 pale pearls, each of a considerable size. Although the shape and quality were subpar, if sold individually, they could fetch $5 each, totaling $60. Zhang Long inquired, Do you intend to sell them or craft them into pearl jewelry? Not selling. I shall make jewelry, the lady declared without hesitation. With that, She glanced proudly at her companion, seemingly eager to convey the wisdom of her decision. The crowd looked on with envy at the lady and her partner, who had spent $100 to open 5 oyster shells, not only recouping their initial investment but also profiting $35 and acquiring a string of pearls worth $60, essentially equivalent to several days' wages, a small fortune indeed. Many in the crowd pondered, if others could uncover exquisite pearls, why could they not? Boss, we want to open oyster shells too. I shall open 5. I too shall open 5. I want to open 10. In an instant, Lin Yan's stall was surrounded by eager individuals, each clamoring to open shells in pursuit of pearls. Luing observed the scene, her eyes filled with astonishment. Meanwhile, the young couple who had struck it rich had already taken the oyster meat into a tea house, ordering several hearty dishes, eager to indulge in a grand feast. She could foresee that the pedestrians would soon become patrons of her tea house. Not only would Lin Yan prosper, but she too would share in the fortune. An hour later, Lin Yan's stall was deserted, the water tank emptied of its pearl clams, while the tea house behind him was brimming with customers. Leaning back in his chair, he contentedly began counting his earnings. Today, he had opened 120 pearl clams, purchasing them at 10 yuan each and selling them for 20, yielding a gross profit of 200 yuan. Meanwhile, Zhang Long wore a broad smile. His pouch filled with purple pearls. Once he transformed them into jewelry, he would earn at least threefold. Lin, you truly have a knack for making money. In just this hour, you've raked in over 1,000 yuan. I can hardly keep pace with your earning speed, Zhang Long exclaimed, giving Lin Yan a thumbs up. Brother Zhang, those purple pearls in your pouch must be worth tens of thousands, right? I'm so far behind you, Lin Yan replied. Zhang Long chuckled awkwardly, waving his hand dismissively. A little profit from processing is nothing compared to what you make, Lin. Luing shot them both a disapproving glance, remarking, you two should stop flattering each other. It's rather insincere. At her words, Zhang Long burst into laughter. Lin, you set up your stall right at my tea house's entrance and utilize its resources to process the clam meat for customers. Shouldn't you pay me a little for the effort? Luing turned to Lin Yan. Sister Lu, what I'm doing is to attract foot traffic to the tea house. Just look at how many people are here now. You can't expect me to work for free, Lin Yan chuckled. Look at my hands. They're calloused from opening clams. As a shareholder, I doubt many work as hard as I do. Luing shot him a disapproving look. All right, enough of this pity act. Sister Lu, could you assign a seafood processing chef from the tea house to assist me? Lin Yan asked. What do you intend to do? Luing inquired warily. Are you trying to take advantage of my tea house? Not at all. If you can find me a clam opener, I'll pay them 30 yuan a day. They can either return to work at the tea house afterward or finish for the day, Lin Yan replied with a smile. He realized that opening clams was a laborious task not suited for him. In the past, when he lacked funds, he had to do everything himself. But now that he was financially stable, he needed to hire someone to do the work. 30 yuan a day? You're generous with the wages. Fine, I'll help you find someone. Luing agreed. After finalizing some details, Lin Yan departed from the auspicious tea house. He planned to discuss the daily supply of pearl clams with Boss Chen upon his return, arranging for deliveries directly to the auspicious tea house. With Luing covering the cost up front, he intended to deduct the expenses from the proceeds of the clam sales. Lin Yan was confident that Boss Chen would not refuse his request for over 100 clams daily. Having settled this matter in his mind, Lin Yan drove towards the telephone exchange. Recent events had made him realize the necessity of having a telephone. He intended to install a landline at home to facilitate communication with Lu Ying, Zhang Long, and the others. In this era, to install a landline telephone, one must first report to the telephone bureau and then await the arrival of the installation technician. The cost of setting up a landline is 3,000 yuan, and currently, in Dashi village, apart from the village chief and Mr. Chen, very few families possess a landline. Previously, Lin Yan had been deterred by financial constraints from considering the installation of a landline. But now that he has the means, he shows no hesitation. Meanwhile, to the east, in the scenic area, Li Aigua and Tang Yu swiftly maneuver through the thicket. Not far from them, a couple with peculiar expressions and stiff bodies walks ahead. Behind them stand 2 men in black attire, their faces obscured by masks, rendering their identities indistinguishable. In their right hands, they appear to be concealing something, pressing it against the couple's backs, occasionally urging them to move faster. Captain Li, these tourists seem to be in distress. Should we approach them for questioning? Tang Yu inquires. The couple appears to be in a hostage situation, and the men behind them may be armed. We must not act impulsively, Li Aigua, with his extensive experience, replies. Hostage situation? A kidnapping? Tang Yu gasps, startled. Is it possible that she encounters such a significant case on her first patrol? Captain Li, what should we do now? You return to gather our colleagues at the bureau. I will track them and leave markers along the way. That's not feasible. We are deep within the scenic area. By the time I return with reinforcements, it will be too late. Additionally, it is risky for you to go alone. Captain Li, we should find an opportunity to rescue the couple together. Tang Yu insists. No, it's far too dangerous. Li Igua begins to reprimand her. However, Tang Yu interjects. Captain Li, I was a martial arts champion in school. I can protect myself. You must trust your comrade. Seeing the resolute determination in Tang Yu's eyes, Li Igua realizes that no amount of persuasion will alter her decision. After much contemplation, he finally concedes, very well, but in the ensuing actions, you must follow my lead. Yes, Captain Li. Chapter 59, The Younger Brother-in-Law's Attempt to Claim the Wild Vegetable Business. A look of astonishment spread across Chen Mei's face. You are the elder sister. Now that your brother wishes to embark on a business venture, should it not be your responsibility to assist him? Or shall I be the one to provide? Feng Fang responded with an air of entitlement. As a young woman, what use is it to hold on to such a sum of money? Sooner or later, you will marry into another family. Once you wed into a wealthy household, you shall possess everything you desire. Your brother, however, is in a different predicament. His academic performance leaves much to be desired, and our family is not affluent. If he does not engage in some small business to earn money, he may find it difficult to attract a wife. You, as the elder sister, ought to lend a hand to your brother, she continued. Mother, I understand. There is no need to elaborate further, Chen Mei replied, biting her red lip. I shall provide the capital. How much do you require? Chen San pondered for a moment. Recalling that Lin Yan collected approximately 700 pounds of wild vegetables daily. To surpass him, he would need to gather at least 1,000 pounds. At least 500 yuan. He declared. Such a large sum? Chen Mei's brows furrowed slightly. Over the years, although several men had bestowed money upon her, she had spent rather extravagantly and still retained only a little over 2,000 yuan. Sister, you promised to support me, Chen San replied with an awkward smile. With no other recourse, Chen Mei retreated to her room and emerged with just over 1,000 yuan, cautioning Chen San. Once you earn money, you must return the principal. Rest assured, sister. When I make a profit, I will share dividends with you and our parents, Chen San sweetly assured her. The two elderly parents, upon hearing this, were immediately filled with joy. Soon after, Feng Fang departed to promote her son's wild vegetable collection endeavor. As per Chen San's instructions, they aimed to gather 1,000 pounds of wild vegetables by noon the following day. Meanwhile, Chen's father took a digging tool to the foot of the back mountain and returned with about 10 to 20 pounds of wild vegetables, preparing to sell them in the county the next morning. With everything in place, a sense of pride illuminated Chen San's face. He was on the verge of becoming a notable figure in Qinjia village, where once those who looked down upon him would soon find themselves begging for his generosity. The young women who previously dismissed him would undoubtedly turn their affections his way, casting coy glances. The mere thought made Chen San's blood surge with exhilaration. At the dock in Dashi village, Boss Chen gazed at Lin Yan in disbelief. Xiaoyan, are you serious? Do you truly require such a vast amount of goods each day? His astonishment was understandable. Lin Yan had just returned the water tank he had borrowed and immediately expressed his desire to discuss a business transaction. He proposed an order for at least 100 deep-sea pearl oysters daily, given that the purchase price for each oyster was 10 yuan. Lin Yan effectively engaged in transactions worth thousands of yuan daily. Over the course of a month, this would amount to 30,000 yuan. Boss Chen owned several fishing boats that set out to sea daily, ensuring that this quantity was not a problem. His only obligation was to guarantee that deliveries arrived at the auspicious tea house in the county by noon each day. In the past, he would venture out to sea to salvage seafood, which he would sell directly on the dock to merchants seeking fresh catches. Not only were the prices low, but the selection was often picked over, leaving him with unsold remnants that he could only give away to his crew and friends. He would place specific orders for seafood. However, Lin Yan's order represented a steady income for him. Uncle Chen, being from the same village, it's only natural that you would prioritize your own. Lin Yan remarked with a smile. Xiaoyan, since you've taken care of me, I won't let you suffer. From now on, for every 10 you buy, I'll give you one free. Boss Chen responded, visibly pleased. Lin Yan was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected boon. With a daily wholesale of 100 units, he would receive an additional 10, amounting to 100 yuan worth of pearl clams at 10 yuan each. After discussing some collaborative details, Lin Yan took his leave. Watching Lin Yan depart, Boss Chen couldn't help but shake his head in admiration. The Lin family's ancestral grave must be smoking. They've raised a promising child. At that moment, Chen Mei emerged with a bowl of fried rice and, upon seeing his father, inquired whether he wanted some. Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is eating. Look at Lin Yan. His earning potential is nearly surpassing yours. Boss Chen retorted, giving him a playful flick on the forehead. Dad, even if we want to make money, we must first fill our stomachs, Chen Mei replied, a look of grievance on his face. Once admired as the son of the esteemed Boss Chen, he now felt like a mere cautionary tale in comparison to Lin Yan after returning from the sea. The following day, Lin Yan rose early and, alongside his parents and Luoxue, prepared 500 portions of bean sprout rice noodle rolls before allowing them to rest. It was Saturday, and with the county's first high school on break, they were not required to provide student meals. After loading the 500 portions of bean sprout rice noodle rolls and wild vegetables onto his vehicle, Lin Yan set off for the county town. Not long after departing the village, a motorcycle stealthily followed him from behind. Chen San, with a serious expression, intently focused on Lin Yan's tricycle, determined not to lose sight of him. To usurp Lin Yan's business, he needed to discover where Lin Yan sold his wild vegetables. Soon, he trailed Lin Yan to the rear of the Jixiang tea house, where he saw the staff unloading the bean sprout rice noodle rolls and wild vegetables. After weighing the wild vegetables, the tea house manager handed Lin Yan a stack of cash, leaving Chen San astounded. He had not anticipated that selling wild vegetables could be so lucrative. Manager, did you just receive wild vegetables from Lin Yan? After Lin Yan left, Chen San hurried to the back door of the Jixiang tea house and questioned the manager. Who are you? Do you know Boss Lin? The manager replied, casting a curious glance at Chen San. Of course I know him. He is my future brother-in-law, the manager declared, leaving Chen San filled with envy and a forced smile at the mention of Lin Yan's connection. Upon hearing that Chen San was Lin Yan's brother-in-law, the manager of the auspicious tea house relaxed his vigilance somewhat. Ah, you are Lin's brother-in-law. What brings you here? Chen San inquired curiously. What is the price for the wild vegetables you purchased from Lin Yan? For yuan per jean. Why do you ask? The manager replied. Chen San was taken aback by this revelation. Lin Yan was only buying wild vegetables in the village for a mere 1 yuan per jean. To sell them in the county for 4 yuan per jean was nearly approaching the price of pork. If Lin Yan was collecting 700 jeans of wild vegetables daily, that would translate to a staggering profit of 2,800 yuan each day. It was no wonder Lin Yan had been so smug lately. He had clearly found his footing. Upon reflection, Chen San realized he possessed 1,000 jeans of wild vegetables himself. At 4 yuan per jean, reselling them would yield a daily profit of 4,000 yuan, an amount that, quite frankly, his parents would struggle to earn in an entire year. If he were to return home with such wealth, the village girls would surely be within his grasp. And even his sister would regard him with newfound respect. Manager, I also have some wild vegetables here, of quality no less than Lin Yan's. Would you care to take a look? Chen San said, his face beaming with a smile as he produced a bag of wild vegetables for the manager to inspect. The manager of the auspicious tea house regarded Chen San with a puzzled expression. Brother-in-law, we have already established a partnership with your brother-in-law. I'm afraid we cannot purchase your wild vegetables. Why not? Chen San countered. Your tea house operates for profit, does it not? You require wild vegetables. And I just happen to have them. What could possibly prevent you from buying them? Moreover, my brother-in-law's money is essentially my own. We are family. Buying my wild vegetables would be no different. Seeing that the manager remained unyielding, Chen San gritted his teeth. How about this? If you are paying Lin Yan 4 yuan per jean, I could offer mine at 3 yuan and 50 cents per jean. I have 1,000 jeans of wild vegetables, which is even more than Lin Yan can supply. The manager contemplated this for a few seconds before responding. I will need to consult with the owner. Please wait here. Of course, please hurry, Chen San replied, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Once the tea house manager had entered, a sly smile crept across Chen San's face. Lin Yan, oh Lin Yan, your wild vegetable business is about to be snatched away from you. This daily profit of 3 to 4,000 yuan is not meant for you to possess. I shall enjoy it on your behalf. Chapter 60. Setting up the phone. How many wives have you married? Before long, the manager of the tea house emerged, accompanied by a woman of striking beauty. When Chen San beheld her, his eyes widened in astonishment. He had never encountered such a stunning woman in their county. Are you the one selling wild vegetables? Lu Ying's enchanting eyes surveyed Chen San before she spoke in a rather indifferent tone. The tea house manager promptly introduced. This is our tea house's owner, Ms. Liu. Indeed, I have 1,000 pounds of wild vegetables. Provided the price is right, you may take them all. Chen San abruptly regained his composure, a sheepish smile gracing his face as he nodded. Lu Ying's gaze turned frosty. You claim to be Lin Yan's brother-in-law? Yes. I am Lin Yan's brother-in-law. My name is Chen San, he replied with an awkward grin. I have never heard Xia Luoxue mention that she has a brother. Furthermore, your surname does not match. Lu Ying's expression darkened, skepticism evident in her voice. Chen San's smile faltered, and he chuckled awkwardly. It's a long story. Then make it brief. Lin Yan was supposed to marry my sister, but Xia Luoxue intervened and snatched him away from her. It is ironic that she was my sister's closest friend. In truth, she is nothing but a shameless person. Chen San's face flushed with indignation as he recounted the entire saga. From what I know of Xia Luoxue, she is not the type to interfere in someone else's love life. Upon hearing Chen San's disparagement of Xia Luoxue, Lu Ying's countenance darkened further. As for you, regardless of your relationship with Lin Yan, your attempt to usurp his wild vegetable business makes it difficult for me to trust your character. Your sister must also be of questionable virtue. Please leave. Ms. Liu, what do you mean by that? Chen San was taken aback. Our owner has made it quite clear. We will not be accepting those wild vegetables. You may take them away, the tea house manager stated firmly. But why won't you accept my wild vegetables? I have inquired. And Lin Yan supplies you with only 700 pounds each day. I can provide you with 1,000 pounds daily. Chen San became anxious, determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Are you attempting to drive down the price? Fine, I will sell them to you for $3 a pound. Surely that will suffice? Lu Ying's glare was icy as she fixed her gaze on Chen San. The auspicious tea house does not engage with individuals of questionable character. Regardless of how low your prices may be, $2.50 a pound, it cannot be any less. Chen San gritted his teeth, feeling the sting of loss. Lu Ying, devoid of patience for Chen San's distress, turned to retreat into the tea house. Seeing this, Chen San grew frantic. No, you cannot leave. If you do not accept my wild vegetables, how will I explain it to the villagers? 1,000 pounds of wild vegetables in his possession would spell disaster for him. With that, he prepared to grab Lu Ying's arm. Young man, please remain calm. Whether or not we accept the wild vegetables is a matter for our tea house. If you intend to cause a disturbance, do not blame us for being unkind, the tea house manager interjected, positioning himself in front of Chen San with a frosty demeanor. As he spoke, 2 security guards from the tea house noticed the commotion and hurriedly approached. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen San felt a surge of trepidation and instinctively took a few steps back. Nevertheless, he defiantly declared, you unscrupulous merchants, colluding with Lin Yan will undoubtedly meet a dismal fate. If you reject my wild vegetables, there are plenty of tea houses that will gladly accept them. Unappreciative fools, I scoff at you. Upon hearing Chen San's words, the tea house manager and 2 security guards darkened their expressions, ready to retaliate. Observing their reaction, Chen San hastily grabbed his bag of wild vegetables and fled. After departing from the auspicious tea house, Chen San wore a sullen expression, harboring a fierce anger within. He could not comprehend why the personnel at the auspicious tea house refused to accept his wild vegetables. His produce was of equal quality to Lin Yan's, yet it was priced lower. The proprietor of the auspicious tea house, despite possessing a beautiful visage, evidently lacked any acumen for business. When one opens a business, is it not profit that one seeks? The auspicious tea house may turn down his wild vegetables, but there are myriad other tea houses in Phoenix County. If they find themselves out of business, they need not blame him. With his bag of wild vegetables in tow, Chen San visited several more tea houses, inquiring whether they would purchase his produce, but received only refusals or offers for a meager quantity. After a round of inquiries, he managed to sell merely 20 to 30 pounds of wild vegetables, whereas no one in the village was willing to accept the 1,000 pounds he had brought. He was utterly bewildered. How could the auspicious tea house consume 700 pounds in one go, while others dared to request only a handful? After further questioning, Chen San came to understand that the auspicious tea house required such a large quantity because it had a recipe for cold wild vegetables provided by Lin Yan, which was both delectable and had become the establishment's signature dish. Furthermore, the auspicious tea house had opened several branches within the county, allowing them to internally utilize these wild vegetables. In contrast, other tea houses seemed only to know the rudimentary method of blanching wild vegetables, resulting in a lackluster flavor and minimal patronage, hence a negligible demand for wild vegetables. Chen San reached a disheartening conclusion. If the auspicious tea house would not accept his produce, it meant that the wild vegetables he held would soon become burdensome. Contemplating this, his countenance darkened. That detestable Lin Yan. Why did he have to provide the tea house with the recipe, thereby rendering his wild vegetables unacceptable even to other establishments? This could not stand. He needed to confront Lin Yan and demand the recipe for the cold wild vegetables. As his brother-in-law, he was entitled to such a favor. Unbeknownst to Lin Yan, his former brother-in-law had set his sights on his recipe. At that moment, he had just returned to Deshur village and inadvertently ran into a technician, newly arrived in the village, searching for the location of his home. Lin Yan quickly approached the technician, guiding him to his residence and offering him a bottle of beibinjiang from the refrigerator to quench his thirst. The technician was taken aback by Lin Yan's generosity, as such a beverage was not a common indulgence for him, who usually refrained from such luxuries while working outdoors, opting instead for his own water. After savoring the beibinjiang, the technician felt invigorated and inquired about the desired installation location for the phone. Upon learning that it was to be placed in the hall, he wasted no time in beginning the installation process. The commotion here has captured the attention of numerous villagers, who have gathered around in curiosity. What could the Xiaoyan family possibly be up to? I recognize that master. He is the technician from the telephone bureau, whom I encountered last year when he installed a phone for the village chief. Xiaoyan has certainly made strides. It seems that installing a telephone costs around 3,000 yuan, and he appears to have procured the funds effortlessly. Indeed, I recall not long ago when he married Chen Mei. The several thousand yuan in bride price was cobbled together by his father. Thus, it seems he made a prudent choice in breaking off with Chen Mei to become engaged to Xia Luoxue. Marrying the right wife can bring prosperity, and look, isn't Xia Luoxue already bringing him good fortune? Amid the murmurings of the villagers, a hint of envy lingered in the air. Although it was already the mid to late 1990s, families in the village capable of installing a telephone remained few and far between. The Lin family was gradually becoming affluent, and many villagers whose financial circumstances were similar to theirs could not help but feel a twinge of discomfort. Boss, the phone has been installed. Would you like to give it a try and see if the sound works? The technician soon finished setting up the telephone and inquired of Lin Yan. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yan picked up the receiver and dialed Lu Ying's number. Hello, who is this? The call connected swiftly, and Lu Ying's voice resonated from the other end. Hello, Sister Lu. It's me, Lin Yan. Lin Yan briefly explained to Lu Ying that a new phone had been installed at home and that he wanted to test the sound. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Ying suddenly asked, Lin Yan, do you know someone named Chen San? Lin Yan was taken aback. Sister Lu, how do you know him? Is he really your former brother-in-law? Former brother-in-law? How many wives have you had apart from Xia Luoxue? Lu Ying inquired with curiosity. Chapter 61. Rectifying a mother's regret. It is a long story. I shall explain it to you when we meet. Lin Yan chuckled awkwardly. Very well. But I must caution you, your former brother-in-law brought a sack of wild vegetables today, inquiring if I would purchase them. He even mentioned having 1,000 pounds in stock and aimed to compete with you in business, which I promptly declined. Reminded Lu Ying on the other end of the line. However, his subordinates were too talkative and disclosed the price at which I procured the wild vegetables. Be wary. He may attempt to sabotage your efforts. No matter, he cannot stir up much trouble, Lin Yan replied dismissively. Chen San possesses 1,000 pounds of inventory, likely amassed from the villagers of Qinxia village. Currently, with the wild vegetables unsold, this predicament should prove sufficiently vexing for him. After ending the call, Lin Yan exchanged pleasantries with the telephone technician. Before departing, he offered a selection of snacks and some homemade cured meat, which left the technician quite embarrassed, prompting him to provide his personal contact number to Lin Yan, assuring him that he could reach out should any issues arise with the phone. At that moment, Lin Shan and his wife learned of the telephone installation and hurried back from the neighboring courtyard. Upon seeing the telephone in the house, their eyes widened in astonishment. Xiaoyan, did you have this phone installed? Lin Shan inquired, his gaze piercing. In Deshur village, very few households possess a telephone, and he had never dared to believe that his own home would be equipped with one. Indeed, Lin Yan nodded. How much did it cost to install this phone? Xiaoyan, you mustn't squander your earnings. Li Hua, stroking the telephone, expressed both curiosity and a hint of regret on her wrinkled face. It was merely 3,000 yuan. 3,000 yuan. The couple gasped in unison. Not excessive, I reasoned. Having a telephone facilitates communication with other business owners. Timely information is crucial to avoid losses. Lin Yan casually fabricated an excuse. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan and his wife both nodded in agreement. Li Hua, tentatively touching the receiver, asked, "Is the phone bill expensive? Will it cost more to call the neighboring county?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yan immediately grasped his mother's concerns. Li Tsuehua's family did not reside in Fenghuang County, but rather in the adjacent Wudong County. In her youth, she had fled from famine to reach Fenghuang County, where she fortuitously encountered Lin Shan. Lin Shan, with his honest and simple nature, had selflessly shared his meager rations with Li Tsuehua, who was on the brink of starvation. As a lone woman struggling to survive, she recognized Lin Shan's kindness and chose to marry him. Together, they have supported one another through the years. After escaping the famine, Li Tsuehua re-established contact with her family. However, due to the distance of a county and the responsibility of raising 2 children, she seldom returned home, perhaps once a year. As the eldest sister, she had a younger brother and 2 sisters, and the 4 sisters shared an exceptionally close bond. Shortly after Li Tsuehua gave birth to Lin Qing, her brother prospered, becoming a well-known gentleman and affluent figure in the neighboring county. Upon learning that his sister had married a simple countryman, Li Tsuehua's brother, who was also Lin Yan's uncle, proposed that she return home and sever ties with Lin Shan, vowing to find her a suitable family. Li Tsuehua, a woman of unadorned thoughts and steadfast loyalty, refused to abandon her husband and children. Unexpectedly, Lin Yan's uncle, in a fit of anger, declared that Li Tsuehua should never return to Wudong County. Stubborn by nature, she had indeed not visited her maternal home for many years, only occasionally corresponding with her 2 sisters to inquire about their parents' health. Now, seeing that a telephone had been installed at home, Li Tsuehua felt a stirring desire to call her sisters and reconnect. "Mother, the call isn't expensive. It's the same price nationwide. You haven't contacted uncle or aunt in quite a while. Why not give them a call and chat for a bit?" Lin Yan remarked, noticing Li Tsuehua's contemplative demeanor. Upon hearing this, Li Tsuehua's expression revealed a flicker of temptation, but after a brief hesitation, she shook her head. "Never mind, I haven't been back in so many years. If I call now, they might not even recognize me. Dear wife, why not give it a try? Your younger brother was angry because he thought you would suffer marrying a man like me, a mere country bumpkin. And he was upset that you did not heed his advice," Lin Shan said, scratching his head, a simple smile spreading across his dark face. "Now that our son has made something of himself, I trust your brother will have nothing to say." Li Tsuehua remained hesitant. Lin Yan, taking the initiative, picked up the phone and asked his father, Lin Shan, for uncle's number before dialing it. "Hello? Who is this?" A robust voice from a middle-aged man answered on the other end. Lin Yan handed the receiver to his mother, encouraging her to speak. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Li Tsuehua's eyes misted over, her voice catching in her throat. "Who's I? It's me, your sister." Silence enveloped the line, as if the person on the other end was momentarily stunned by the sound. Lin Yan could faintly detect the middle-aged man's throat constricting, struggling to suppress his emotions. After several minutes, the man's voice finally broke through the quiet. "Sister, after all these years, you've finally forgiven me and called me? I thought you were angry with me for speaking harshly the last time and would never acknowledge me as your brother again." At this, tears cascaded from Li Tsuehua's eyes like a dam bursting, flooding her with years of heartache, grievance, longing, and guilt. Her son and daughter were in Phoenix County. Her husband was in Phoenix County. This was her home, and she could never bear to leave it. Yet Wudong County was also home. It was where her roots lay. For the sake of this family, she had sacrificed her own, and even her brother struggled to understand her. How could she not feel sorrow and injustice? However, now, with the advent of the telephone, she finally has the opportunity to reconcile with her brother, ensuring that they do not live their lives as strangers. "Tiger's sister, how could I be angry with you? We are family. Sister, I apologize. I was too young and impetuous in the past." As the middle-aged voice on the other end of the line spoke, 2 female voices chimed in. "Brother, is that the eldest sister on the phone? Give it to me. I wish to speak with her." Upon hearing the voices of her 2 younger sisters, Li Tsuehua's face lit up with an excited smile. "Little sister." Seeing their mother, Li Tsuehua, mending her relationship with her relatives, chatting animatedly, Lin Yan could not help but smile as well. In his previous life, after his father succumbed to lung cancer, his mother had lived alone in the village, isolated and without companionship, leading to a life of despondency. In her final moments, she still murmured the names of her brother and sisters. In this lifetime, being able to assist his mother in reconciling with her family has somewhat alleviated his past regrets. He stepped outside, leaving space for his mother, Li Tsuehua, and her relatives. Given the fervor of their conversation, it would take them hours to exhaust their topics. Just as he exited the courtyard, he spotted Mr. Li from the engineering company, arriving hurriedly from the county town with a stack of design blueprints for his review. Aiming for the final draft, Mr. Li had intended to show Lin Yan the final villa design renderings, but to his surprise, Lin Yan, upon receiving the blueprints, began examining them one after another, seemingly well-versed in the architectural drawings produced by CAD software. Mr. Li, I've glanced over the design plans. I find most aspects satisfactory. But there is a minor issue. I previously requested that all external walls be 1.5 bricks thick. Yet I noticed several external walls depicted as only 1 brick. After reviewing the blueprints, Lin Yan pointed out a few minor concerns. Mr. Lin, you can read CAD drawings? Mr. Li inquired, somewhat astonished. Lin Yan replied with a smile, I can read a bit. Mr. Li, can my requests be accommodated? Chapter 62. Commencing construction, duplicating Charlotte's future home, not a problem. I'll return and make the necessary adjustments. Mr. Li replied eagerly, nodding his head. Lin Yan acknowledged with a slight nod, refraining from further comment. The error in the blueprints could not be entirely attributed to Mr. Li. Typically, the external load-bearing walls of houses consist of a single brick wall, measuring 24 centimeters in thickness. However, considering that this villa would serve as the marital abode for both himself and Charlotte, he decided to enhance it to a wall thickness of 1.5 bricks, or 36 centimeters, which would also improve sound insulation. Mr. Li, just modify the design blueprints upon your return. For now, we can sign the contract and allow engineer Wang to begin preparing the materials for the site, Lin Yan stated. Upon hearing this, Mr. Li's expression brightened. He promptly produced the pre-prepared contract for Lin Yan's review. After perusing the document and finding no significant loopholes, Lin Yan signed it without hesitation. According to his specifications and design, the construction cost of this villa approached 70,000 yuan. In this era, 70,000 yuan was indeed a substantial sum. Many toiled for over a decade, abstaining from luxuries, and still might not amass such wealth. After signing the contract, Lin Yan immediately paid the agreed-upon half of the construction fee, with the remaining amount to be paid incrementally as construction progressed. Mr. Li, my expectations for this house are quite high, and with just a month and a half remaining until my wedding with my fiancée, I wonder if the house can be built to a satisfactory standard within this time frame? Lin Yan inquired. Rest assured, this villa will be personally supervised by me, and there shall be no oversight, Mr. Li promised, thumping his chest for emphasis. Lin Yan's prompt payment of half the construction fee was a refreshing experience for Mr. Li, who had not encountered such a straightforward client in quite some time. Indeed, Mr. Li's words were not mere rhetoric. Within half an hour of leaving Deshur village, an excavator rumbled into the village and began fervently digging the foundation. An hour later, engineer Wang arrived with materials and the construction team to commence groundwork preparations. Villagers who had previously agreed to assist were organized into the construction team, under Wang's unified direction. Many villagers gathered at the village entrance, observing as Lin Yan's land was steadily excavated by the machine. Children's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of the roaring excavator, and they leaped about, as if imagining themselves operating the machinery. The adults merely cautioned the children to keep a safe distance to avoid injury. For the ensuing 10 to 15 days, the villagers did not need to worry about their children running amok. The excavator's activity was enough to captivate the entire village's youth for the entire day. Xiaoyan, are you really starting construction so soon? This is a significant matter. Why haven't you consulted someone to select an auspicious date? Even the village chief, drawn by the commotion at the village entrance, approached Lin Yan upon realizing that excavation had commenced on his land. I have already consulted the matter. These days are all favorable for construction, Lin Yan replied. He spoke with certainty, having received this information from his father, Lin Shan, after acquiring the plot of land. Upon hearing this, village chief Chen Jiangwo ceased his inquiries. Xia Luoxue listened at home as Uncle Lin spoke, revealing that Lin Yan had begun excavating the foundation for the plot he had purchased. Unable to resist, she went over to observe. When Lin Yan had proposed to her, he had mentioned constructing a marital abode for them to reside in after their wedding. She had thought it was mere talk, but to her surprise, he was sincere. Luoxue, you've arrived just in time to see the design blueprint of our future home. If it doesn't suit your taste, I can have it redesigned, Lin Yan said with a smile as he handed her the architectural drawings of the villa. You can build it however you wish. I will love it regardless. Xia Luoxue stammered. Her cheeks flushed as she hurriedly pushed the blueprint away. Take a look. This is our future home. As the lady of the house, it's essential for you to see it, Lin Yan insisted earnestly, gazing at her with unwavering seriousness. Faced with his resolute demeanor, Xia Luoxue reluctantly accepted the blueprint. Upon examining it, she was utterly astounded. The design depicted a 3-story European-style villa spanning 200 square meters, accompanied by a 100-square-meter garden featuring a lawn and a koi pond. A foam mountain adorned the pond, beside which sat a quaint pavilion, elevated above the water and connected by a glass walkway. Beneath the walkway, koi gracefully swam, creating a breathtaking scene. This house was akin to her dream castle. Do you like it? Lin Yan inquired playfully, noticing her astonishment. Both the villa's style and the garden were meticulously crafted based on the residence Xia Luoxue had once shown him from 20 years in the future. Before his previous life ended tragically, she had expressed a desire for him to live with her in that villa, believing it would feel like home with him. In his past life, burdened by guilt towards her, Lin Yan had shunned the idea of relying on her, leading to his fateful decision. Now, reincarnated, he naturally replicated the villa's design, determined to provide Xia Luoxue with a true home in this life. I absolutely love it, Xia Luoxue affirmed, nodding earnestly. It's precisely the dwelling of my dreams. I feel as though I have lived here in a dream before. I'm glad you love our home. In the future, we, along with our children, shall live joyously and blissfully in this garden, Lin Yan said, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Xia Luoxue felt her face warm at his words. After returning to the entrance of their homes, they retreated to their respective courtyards. Upon entering, Lin Yan found Li Tsuehua finishing a phone call, her face beaming with excitement as she tidied their home, with Lin Shan assisting her. Mom, have you finished talking with Uncle? Lin Yan inquired. Yes, I also informed them that you were getting married next month. Your uncle said they would attend your wedding. Li Tsuehua replied, her face radiant with joy. That is wonderful. I'm eager to meet Uncle and Aunt, Lin Yan responded with a smile. Feeling happiness swell within him at the prospect of his mother reconciling with her family, granting him an additional sense of belonging. Meanwhile, he secretly rejoiced at having built a marital home. Otherwise, next month when his uncle and others arrived, there might not be a place for them to stay. By the way, the phone at home rang just now. It was Boss Lu calling, stating that someone from the county bureau was looking for you and advised you to visit her tea house as soon as you return. Suddenly, Lin Shan turned to Lin Yan and remarked, Someone from the county bureau is looking for me? Lin Yan was taken aback. Son, have you gotten yourself into some trouble? Why else would someone from the county bureau be looking for you? Li Tsuehua, returning to her senses from her earlier excitement, expressed her concern. Mom, don't overthink it. If I had truly caused any trouble, I fear someone would have already come to arrest me, rather than sending me to a tea house in the county. Lin Yan replied with a light chuckle. Upon hearing this, Li Tsuehua also felt that his reasoning was sound. Lin Yan tidied himself up and advised his parents to keep an eye on the house construction matters before heading to the county. The only acquaintance he had at the county bureau was Li Aigua, so he suspected this matter was somehow related to him. Chapter 63. Chen San's change of heart on wild vegetables upon returning to Qinjia village. Chen San was greeted by a throng of villagers in his courtyard, each clutching bags of wild vegetables, their faces alight with anticipation. The moment they spotted Chen San, praises erupted from the crowd. Chen San is back. How wonderful. The wild vegetables we gathered can finally be exchanged for money. I always said that this boy has potential. He is destined for greatness, and look now. He has become a vegetable merchant. Chen, I harvested 30 pounds of wild vegetables this morning. You must give me 45 yuan. For I am counting on this money for my meals, one villager implored. Chen San's parents stood nearby, their faces glowing with pride at the villagers' compliments. In the past, these same villagers had often ridiculed them, claiming their son was worthless, any ne'er-do-well reliant on his sister. Now, with so many praising Chen San, their hearts swelled with satisfaction. Rest assured, my son is a man of great promise. This trivial sum for wild vegetables is but a drop in the bucket for him, Feng Fong declared, waving her hand dismissively, and the villagers nodded in agreement. Turning to Chen San, she smiled and asked, Isn't that so, my son? However, Chen San was simmering with frustration. What do you mean collect? I'm not taking any wild vegetables. Everyone should return home, he retorted impatiently. The crowd gasped in shock. Chen, you can't be serious. You won't collect the wild vegetables? With an air of irritation, Chen San replied coldly, Indeed, I have no channels for selling wild vegetables. So I will not accept yours. This declaration incited outrage among the villagers, their faces reddening with anger. Are you jesting with us? Do you have any idea how hard we worked to gather these wild vegetables since dawn? You can't just refuse them. Are we mere fools to be toyed with? You will take them today, and at 1 yuan 50 per pound. or else. The villagers were incensed, and it seemed they were ready to confront Chen Mei physically. Seeing the escalating situation, his face paled, and he hurriedly ducked behind Feng Fang and Chen Mei for protection. "My son, what on earth is happening? Didn't you just say yesterday that wild vegetables are in high demand? Why can you not sell them?" Feng Fang inquired, puzzled. "Don't even mention it. I took samples of the wild vegetables with me to the county town today, hoping to sell them to the tea house that Lin Yan collaborates with, but they refused. They wouldn't even lower their prices to take them," Chen San lamented, his previous impatience evaporating. "I sought out several other tea houses, but without the unique preparation methods that Lin Yan provides, they were also not interested. I truly cannot find a market if I accept the wild vegetables. They will simply rot in our hands." Upon hearing this, Feng Fang's expression turned ashen. If the wild vegetables could not be sold, then collecting them would be a futile endeavor. The villagers surrounding Qinjia village, upon processing Chen San's words, revealed expressions of disdain, their gazes towards him filled with contempt. No wonder Chen San suddenly began to gather wild vegetables in Qinjia village. It turns out he intended to usurp Lin Yan's wild vegetable business. This scoundrel truly lacks integrity. After all, Lin Yan was once the boyfriend of his sister, yet he resorts to such despicable means to seize another's livelihood. However, these matters are of no concern to them now. They are driven by a singular thought, the pursuit of money. Chen San, regardless of whether you can sell them or not, we have harvested the wild vegetables as per your request. Collectively, we have exactly 1,000 jin. Today, you must take these wild vegetables, whether you like it or not. A burly villager stepped forward and coldly declared to Chen San, "I want to take them if I can't sell them." Chen San cowered behind Feng Fang, responding timidly, "I care not for your excuses. If you refuse to collect them, do not blame us for vandalizing your home." The burly man retorted with a disdainful huff. Immediately, several villagers picked up sticks, preparing to wreak havoc on Chen Mei's house. The other villagers exchanged glances, all yearning to reclaim their hard-earned rewards. Seeing this, Chen San's legs nearly buckled in fear. Feng Fang and Chen Mei turned pale with dread. "Stop." At that moment, the village chief arrived, intervening to halt the villagers poised to destroy the house. Upon seeing the chief, Feng Fang felt a wave of relief wash over her and pointed at the assembled villagers, exclaiming, "Chief, please uphold justice for us. These people intend to rob us of our money, threatening to demolish our home if we do not comply." Upon hearing Feng Fang's words, the villagers' faces darkened with indignation. They were already aware of the Chen family's shamelessness, but they were taken aback by Feng Fang's audacity to twist the narrative. What has transpired here? The village chief ignored Feng Fang and directed his inquiry toward the burly villager. The burly villager, feeling compelled to speak the truth, recounted the events in detail. "In this matter, we are not at fault. Your son requested us to gather wild vegetables. We did so, and now you must take them. The price per jin, or whether you can sell them, is of no concern to us." The village chief furrowed his brow upon hearing this and coldly addressed Feng Fang. "You must understand, this is Qinjia village, and you are residents here. The land beneath your house belongs to the village collective, and the villagers of Qinjia have the right to decide whether to reclaim this land." His words served as a stern warning to Feng Fang. While they may have previously indulged in petty squabbles, when it comes to matters of money, if they offend the entire village, they might find themselves without a place to reside. "Chief, we understand." Chen Mei and her husband, having grasped the implications of the chief's words, exchanged uneasy glances but nodded in agreement. "Xiao Mei, please settle the payments for everyone." Hearing this, Chen Mei's expression soured. Whenever there was a need for money in the household, it always fell to her to provide. Regardless of how many men she became entangled with, it felt as though their home was an endless pit. In the present circumstances, if she refrains from offering compensation, not only might the homestead be reclaimed, but her younger brother could also fall victim to the wrath of the villagers. Should her brother sustain any injuries, their parents would undoubtedly hold her accountable. With a determined resolve, Chen Mei ultimately decided to pay the villagers, settling the debt for the wild vegetables. Following the transaction, the villagers regarded Chen Mei and her family with disdain. If only they had settled the accounts sooner, there would have been fewer troubles. They truly believed themselves to be of some significance. It was only Lin Yan who indulged them. Lacking Lin Yan's capabilities, they ought to reflect on their own worth before attempting to emulate others in acquiring wild vegetables. Upon hearing the villagers' remarks, the expressions of the Chen family members shifted between shades of green and purple. Chapter 64. The disappearance of Li Igwa once all the villagers had departed. Chen Sankai let out a sigh of relief and exclaimed, "Bah! A bunch of narrow-minded individuals." One day, I shall amass a fortune. Be quiet. Chen Mei shot him a glare and retorted angrily. Look at the predicament you've caused. Now we have this 1,000 pounds of wild vegetables weighing us down. What do you propose we do? Can you really blame me, sister? If anyone is to be blamed, it should be you. Chen Sankai replied defiantly. Had you possessed the ability to retain Lin Yan's loyalty, this wild vegetable business would have belonged to our family by now. You. Chen Mei's expression darkened upon hearing Chen Sansai's words. Chen Sankai continued, I've already consulted the tea house owner. They purchased Lin Yan's wild vegetables at 4 yuan per pound, and he is currently earning 2,800 a day. 2,800 a day. Feng Fang's eyes widened at the revelation. Good heavens, Lin Yan has become quite prosperous. She immediately turned to Chen Mei and said, Chen Mei, your brother speaks the truth. If it weren't for your ineptitude, the wild vegetable business would be ours. Mother. Chen Mei was somewhat indignant. I don't care what means you employ, but make sure Lin Yan buys the 1,000 pounds of wild vegetables from us. Additionally, ensure he entrusts the management of the business to Chen Sankai. I might consider reducing the bride price, Feng Fang interrupted, her confidence blinding. Now that he possesses a modicum of financial capability, he is somewhat worthy of you. Upon hearing this, Chen Mei recalled Lin Yan's previous indifference towards her and his closeness with Xia Luoxue, revealing a hint of hesitation. If she wished to reclaim Lin Yan's heart, she would need to entice him with some sweetness. After all, during their 2 years together, Lin Yan had never once touched her, as she often used her traditional values to refuse him, insisting that intimacy should only occur after marriage. If she were to actively seduce him and offer him some pleasure, he would surely abandon Xia Luoxue and return to her, wouldn't he? With this thought, a confident smile graced Chen Mei's face. Mother, leave this matter to me. Upon arriving at the auspicious tea house, Lin Yan observed that aside from Lu Ying, Zhang Long was also present, and both wore troubled expressions. Sister Lu, brother Zhang, what has transpired that prompted such urgency in summoning me? Lin Yan inquired directly. Lin, our brother Li has gone missing. Zhang Long responded with palpable agitation. Li Aigua has disappeared? Lin Yan was taken aback. What happened? Zhang Long did not withhold any information and recounted everything he knew. It turned out that early this morning, he had received a call from Li Aigua's wife, inquiring whether Li had been drinking with him, which led him to discover that Li had not returned home all night. Initially, Li Aigua's wife assumed that he had gone out for drinks with Zhang Long after work. Upon inquiring with Zhang Long, she realized that was not the case, and subsequently called the bureau, only to discover that they were already aware of Li Aigua's disappearance, along with that of a female subordinate who had accompanied him on patrol. The bureau was in the midst of an urgent search, and they had opted not to inform his wife to prevent unnecessary worry. After all, the disappearance of a captain and his female subordinate while on patrol could easily lead to unfounded speculation. However, Li Aigua's wife was not a woman prone to panic in the face of adversity. She promptly sought to understand the situation in detail and learned from several of Li Aigua's subordinates that he had unexpectedly mentioned a patrol in the eastern scenic area the day before he went missing. She recalled that 2 days prior, during a dinner invitation from Li Aigua, Lin Yan had suggested that he patrol the eastern scenic area more frequently. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan began to grasp the gravity of the situation. It seemed the events of his previous life were about to unfold once more. He lifted his gaze to find Lu Ying and Zhang Long staring intently at him, as if trying to decipher some hidden truth from his expression. Why are you all looking at me like that? Lin Yan inquired. Lin, it's because Captain Li went missing after following your suggestion. Now that we are among friends, shouldn't you share something with us? Lu Ying asked, her face adorned with a sly smile. Indeed, my younger brother, with Captain Li's fate uncertain. Wouldn't it be prudent to employ your intuition to discern a way forward? Zhang Long, a close friend of Li Aigua, added with a hint of urgency. This matter requires a lengthy explanation, but there is no time for that now. Captain Li's disappearance likely indicates he is in peril. Our immediate priority must be to rescue him, Lin Yan stated as he stood up. Turning to Zhang Long, he urged, Brother Zhang, if you trust me, have Captain Li's wife notify the bureau to dispatch personnel to the eastern scenic area. A significant case is at hand. With that, he exited the tea house and mounted a 3-wheeled motorcycle, preparing to depart. Where are you heading? Lu Ying called after him with concern. To save lives, Lin Yan replied curtly, not pausing for her response as he drove away. Seeing this, Lu Ying and Zhang Long quickly contacted Li Aigua's wife. Only she could compel the county bureau to take the matter seriously and send personnel to the eastern scenic area. Meanwhile, at the eastern scenic area, outside a small mountaintop cabin, 2 groups were locked in a standoff. Beside Li Aigua lay a struggling figure. with Tang Yu firmly restraining his head and back to prevent him from rising. This individual was not an assailant, but rather the male half of the couple Li Aigua and his team sought to rescue. Yesterday, after discovering the couple had been taken hostage by two criminals, Li Aigua and Tang Yu had followed them without even a moment to contact the Bureau for support. The two parties, one overt and the other covert, soon traversed the outskirts of the scenic area and delved deep into its uncharted territories. This area remained undeveloped, verging on a primordial jungle. After a taxing wait for the assailants to reach the mountaintop cabin and take a break, Li Aigua's team found that their phones had lost signal, rendering them unable to communicate. They were left with no choice but to devise a plan to create an opportunity to rescue the hostages. However, these two desperados appeared to be extremely vigilant fugitives, taking turns to keep watch even while sleeping. By the time they finished resting, it was already dawn. One of the thugs, clad in a tattered shirt, took a lecherous interest in the young woman from the couple, dragging her into the large shed outside with vile intentions. The young man, unwilling to witness his companion's humiliation, resisted fiercely but was brutally beaten. As the girl teetered on the brink of violation, Tang Yu could no longer remain passive. He launched the first strike, attempting to rescue the hostages. Yet, the two hardened criminals reacted with alarming swiftness, dodging his assault and swiftly counterattacking. In the ensuing skirmish, only the young man was freed, while the girl remained in the clutches of the assailants. The two groups then found themselves locked in a tense standoff outside the house, one side pressed against the outer wall for cover, the other huddled within the shed, neither daring to make the first move. The stalemate dragged on until noon, with both sides pushed to the brink of exhaustion, yet unwilling to relent. "Let me go? I have to save her," the young man pleaded desperately, writhing in futile struggle. Chapter 65, The Rescue of the Hostage. Calm yourself, Lei Hong urged. "I understand your concern for your girlfriend's safety, but the assailants are two ruthless criminals. Your impulsiveness will only provoke them further." Li Aigua, standing nearby, interjected to soothe the boy. "Trust us, I will ensure your girlfriend's safe return. But before that, I must guarantee your safety. The path down the mountain is right behind us. You should leave first." The boy, visibly agitated, retorted, "What do you know? I can die, but she cannot come to harm. If anything happens to her, it won't just be my family that suffers. Your county, even your city, will face consequences." Seeing the boy's emotions spiraling out of control, Li Aigua exchanged a glance with Tang Yu, signaling her to hold firm and prevent the boy from exacerbating the situation. Tang Yu, clearly attuned to Li Aigua's cue, subtly tightened her grip. "We only want a way out. Let us go, and once we are safe, we will return the girl," a voice from the opposing side declared. The speaker, clad in blue work attire, bore an innocuous demeanor, but the replica gun in his hand belied his true nature as a desperate criminal. Another thug, dressed in a tattered shirt, chimed in, "Exactly. Once we are safe, we will release her." "That is impossible," Li Aigua replied gravely. "You have taken a hostage, which constitutes kidnapping. If you release the hostage now and come with us, you may still receive leniency." His expression hardened as he assessed the two men before him, who radiated menace, their hands likely stained with the blood of countless victims. They were not to be trusted. Should they escape, they would undoubtedly kill the hostage and flee. Li Aigua's strategy was to outlast them, testing their endurance and waiting for a moment of weakness to strike and eliminate them. Yet, he had misjudged these criminals' mental resilience. They were seasoned fugitives, their minds already on the brink of collapse after days of evasion. Having fled to Fenghuang County, they had intended to lie low in a secluded mountainous area. However, upon being discovered by a couple who noticed their weapons, they had no choice but to take the couple hostage, planning to dispose of them in the wilderness, only to encounter two law enforcement officers instead. Now, with their predicament laid bare, and unwilling to let their captives escape, despair engulfed them. The thug in blue, face twisted in rage, bellowed, "If we are denied a way out, then we shall all perish." With one hand gripping the girl's neck and the other brandishing the gun, he prepared to eliminate the hostage before confronting Li Aigua head-on. "Don't!" the boy cried out in terror. He understood the gravity of the situation better than anyone. He had arranged this trip to strengthen his relationship with her, never anticipating that their bond would lead to her potential demise. Even if he returned alive, he feared the repercussions from his family and the consequences from hers. "Wait, I promise to meet your demands. Just don't harm her. I'll let you all go." Li Aigua hastily interjected, attempting to placate the assailant's frayed nerves. "Too late to deceive me. Everyone shall perish." The man in blue overalls bellowed, his face contorted with madness. In that critical moment, a stone suddenly struck the side of the blue-clad assailant, hitting his gun-wielding hand with precision, causing the firearm to clatter to the ground. In a swift motion, a figure lunged from the shadows, seizing the assailant and yanking him away from the girl, executing a perfect shoulder throw. Lin Yan. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Li Aigua's face brightened with excitement. Nearby, the assailant in a shirt, witnessing his comrade being taken down by Lin Yan, glared with malice. Turning to raise his handgun, intent on eliminating both the girl and Lin Yan. Bang! The unmistakable sound of a bullet discharging echoed through the air. A dark hole appeared at the temple of the shirt assailant, and he collapsed lifelessly. Li Aigua, still in the stance of having fired, breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing the demise of one assailant. He and Tang Yu quickly rushed forward, shielding the girl behind them. Throughout the ordeal, the girl's countenance remained eerily calm, as though she had weathered countless storms, exhibiting no fear even when death loomed moments ago. Realizing his companion had been slain and that the hostage had been rescued, the blue-clad assailant understood his escape was futile. Consumed by rage, he drew a dagger from his waist, his voice dripping with menace. "Kid, even in death, I shall drag you down with me." "That depends on whether you possess the capability," Lin Yan replied with a faint smile. The blue-clad assailant's expression twisted into a grotesque mask of fury as he lunged at Lin Yan with the dagger. Tang Yu, witnessing this, prepared to intervene, but was stopped by Li Aigua, who bore a look of contemplation. "Let us observe a moment longer," he urged. Tang Yu, alarmed, protested, "Captainly, he has a dagger. He cannot handle this alone." "Not necessarily." Li Aigua gestured towards the two combatants engaged in a fierce exchange. Upon closer inspection, Tang Yu discerned the truth. While the blue-clad assailant wielded a dagger, his mental state was compromised, causing his attacks to lack coherence. In contrast, Lin Yan, though unarmed, moved strategically, seizing every opportunity to counterattack. His speed and strength revealed him to be a master of combat. Tang Yu was certain that even a martial arts instructor from their school would find the outcome of a match against Lin Yan to be uncertain. "Captainly, who is this combat expert?" Tang Yu inquired, her expression a mixture of awe and curiosity as she glanced towards Li Aigua. "Just a friend with exceptional skills." Li Aigua replied with a smile, offering no further elaboration. Within mere minutes, Lin Yan seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful punch to the blue-clad assailant's temple, rendering him unconscious. Tang Yu hurried forward to secure him with handcuffs. "Brother Lin, I owe you my gratitude. Had you not arrived, I fear this situation could have escalated beyond control," Li Aigua said as he approached Lin Yan to express his appreciation. At last, he curiously inquired, "How did you know we were here?" Lin Yan chuckled and replied, "Intuition." Upon arriving at the eastern scenic area, his memories became remarkably clearer. Recalling that in his previous life, a police officer had seemingly shot the criminal from a small cabin at the mountain's peak, prompting him to ascend just in time to witness the assailant's intentions, forcing him to take action. However, to Li Aigua, this assertion seemed rather enigmatic. Li Aigua solemnly addressed Lin Yan, saying, "Brother Lin, this is the second time you have rendered me invaluable assistance. I fear I shall never be able to repay this debt in this lifetime." Lin Yan glanced at the boy beside him, who was concerned for the girl's well-being. Noting the boy's distinguished demeanor, turning back to Li Aigua with a light smile, he asked, "Do you recall what I mentioned to you a few days ago?" Li Aigua was momentarily taken aback, about to respond, but Lin Yan gently gestured towards the boy not far away, interrupting, "The secrets of heaven must not be divulged. Your benefactor is right beside you." Li Aigua suddenly understood. The resolution of a kidnapping case had indeed brought him a reward. Furthermore, given the heinous nature of the two criminals, who had likely committed numerous atrocities, it was possible that he had eliminated a notorious fugitive. Having saved 2 lives, he could be awarded a 3rd-class merit, or perhaps even a 2nd-class merit. Was this the promotion opportunity Lin Yan had previously alluded to? At this moment, he was entirely convinced of Lin Yan's capabilities. This intuition was remarkably accurate. As they spoke, several plainclothes officers arrived at the scene, drawn by the commotion caused by the gunfire. Seeing that the situation was under control, Lin Yan patted Li Aigua on the shoulder and said, "Director, everything here is settled. I shall take my leave. Do visit the auspicious tea house for a cup of tea sometime." Despite being the captain of the county bureau, Li Aigua would have typically reacted with hostility to anyone else touching his shoulder. Yet, he felt nothing but joy at Lin Yan's gesture, primarily because Lin Yan had addressed him as Director Li. "Once this matter is resolved, I shall treat you to a grand feast." Li Aigua chuckled. Lin Yan waved his hand, preparing to depart. "You saved my life. I owe you a debt of gratitude. What is your name?" Please tell me, so that I may repay you in the future." The girl exclaimed, eager to express her appreciation. The boy beside her gazed at Lin Yan with immense envy, for no one in Phoenix County, or even in Qingxiang City, had ever received such acknowledgement from a girl. Despite his relentless efforts to win her favor, he would never dare to hope for such words. "Just call me Lei Hong," Lin Yan replied without turning back, waving his hand dismissively. "Lei Hong?" The girl paused for a moment, then burst into laughter upon realizing his jest. This fellow bore a certain humor about him, considering himself a nameless benefactor. Yet, she was not one to enjoy being indebted to others. She was determined to repay this favor. Chapter 66. Chen Mei's visit to sell unsold wild vegetables. By the time Lin Yan returned to Deshir village, it was already evening. The construction team at the village's residential area had finished their work for the day. He could see that the excavator had completed 1/3 of the foundation. And within 2 days, they would begin erecting the steel framework and pouring the foundation. As he walked towards his home, he noticed the villagers of Deshir village lining up in the courtyard, waiting for Xia Luoxue to weigh the wild vegetables and collect their payments. He chuckled awkwardly to himself, realizing he had become somewhat of a hands-off manager. With the school breakfasts and the wild vegetable purchases, others were assisting him. And all he needed to do was transport the goods. With those 2 ventures seemingly wrapped up, he felt a sense of ease. Just as Lin Yan was about to enter his house, he heard the sound of a 3-wheeled motorcycle approaching rapidly from behind. Turning around, he saw Chen San driving an old 3-wheeler, carrying Chen Mei to him, with several large bags piled in the back. "What brings you here?" Lin Yan inquired coolly as Chen Mei disembarked from the vehicle. With an indifferent expression, Chen Mei pointed to the bags and coldly stated, "Lin Yan, I have 1,000 pounds of wild vegetables here, sourced from my brother in Qingjiao village at 150 per pound. I'm now offering them to you at 2 yuan per pound." Her tone bore an unmistakable air of command, reminiscent of their past interactions. Lin Yan couldn't help but chuckle at her audacity. He had been purchasing wild vegetables from the villagers at just 1 yuan per pound, and that was limited to 20 pounds per household. With 20 households, that amounted to only 400 pounds. Yet here was Chen Mei, demanding he accept 1,000 pounds at double the price. Where did she find the nerve to say such things? "Do you even hear yourself?" Lin Yan retorted coldly. Chen Mei remained unfazed, her demeanor suggesting that everything she said was entirely reasonable. She exuded an air of superiority, her gaze fixed firmly on Lin Yan. "Lin Yan, I'm offering you a way out, a chance to mend fences with my brother and my parents," she continued. "Mend fences? Why should I?" Lin Yan was perplexed by Chen Mei's line of reasoning. Noticing Lin Yan's bewildered expression, Chen Mei felt a twinge of disdain. It seemed only she could tolerate a man with such a lack of perception. She gestured toward the wild vegetables, saying, "You struck my brother on the day of your wedding, which was a grave offense. Your sudden cancellation of the engagement has left my parents and brother with a significant negative impression of you. Now, seeing you overwhelmed with your wild vegetable business, they have chosen to set aside their grievances and assist you by procuring these vegetables. This is a gesture of goodwill from them, a chance for you to redeem yourself. You must seize it." After hearing Chen Mei's reasoning, Lin Yan laughed. On the day he married Chen Mei, he believed that Chen San deserved the blow for his actions, and he had ended the engagement because he found Chen Mei unworthy of marriage. He felt no remorse for either decision. Moreover, his heart was set on marrying Xia Luoxue and building a life with her. He had no intention of returning to the thorny path that led back to Chen Mei. Is it necessary to curry favor with Chen Mei's parents and younger brother? He simply did not anticipate that Chen Mei would be so brazen. It is evident that Chen San is envious of his wild vegetable business, inciting the villagers of Chen family village to gather wild vegetables, and subsequently following him to the auspicious tea house in the county town, intending to usurp his business. Had it not been for his amicable relationship with Lu Ying, his wild vegetable enterprise might have indeed been undermined. Now, with Chen San's wild vegetables failing to sell in the county tea house and no viable alternatives in sight, he is resorting to transporting 1,000 jin of wild vegetables to Deshir village, hoping to offload them to him. Moreover, he concocts an excuse, suggesting that Lin Yan owes him a favor. This woman, truly adept at playing both roles. There is no need for such gestures. "I appreciate the goodwill of your parents and brother, but," Lin Yan remarked calmly, "I cannot accept these wild vegetables. Please take them back." Upon hearing this, Chen San grew anxious. Chen Mei, however, remained composed. She fixed her gaze on Lin Yan, clenching her teeth as she spoke. "Lin Yan, I understand you still harbor resentment. Upset that my parents unexpectedly increased the bride price on our wedding day. They did so out of concern for me, and they will return the bride price after the marriage. We have been together for 2 years. How can one simply cast aside such feelings? Your deep affection for me has led to this intense conflict. Regarding the bride price, I have persuaded my parents that if you accept this 1,000 gene of wild vegetables, they are willing to reduce the bride price, which is their utmost concession. Sensing that a forceful approach was futile, Chen Mei shifted her strategy to a softer plea. She possessed a fair appearance, and in that moment, her demeanor reflected the fragility of a distressed woman, which could easily soften a man's heart. Is that so? So, I should thank your parents? Lin Yan replied with a faint smile, his gaze dripping with sarcasm. At this time, the villagers of Deshur, having heard the commotion, emerged from their homes. Upon seeing Chen Mei and her brother, expressions of curiosity flickered across their faces. What could these siblings possibly want from Lin Yan? There was no need for gratitude. Once we marry, you can entrust your wild vegetable business to my brother. My mother believes that families should manage the business for peace of mind. Chen Mei failed to perceive the irony in Lin Yan's laughter as she began to map out their future. I also believe that such labor should be handled by my brother. After our marriage, you only need to accompany me. Cook for me, manage the household, and keep me cheerful. After all, I am with you not for your wealth. I simply desire your company, even if you achieve nothing. A gasp rippled through the surrounding villagers. Was Chen Mei here to humble herself and win Lin Yan back? This woman is skilled at feigning vulnerability. We, the Luo family, have always been strong, and I doubt we can match her in the art of manipulation. Sango, Xiaobin, and Huizai felt an acute sense of tension. They had finally witnessed Lin Yan extricating himself from the clutches of Chen Mei's enchantment, flourishing in his endeavors. And they certainly did not wish for him to revert to his previous aimless state. Dear Luoxue, you must intervene quickly to disrupt Chen Mei's act of feigned vulnerability. Otherwise, Yin Gu may well succumb, Sango urged. Indeed, Luoxue, in the past, Yin Gu has committed numerous absurdities for Chen Mei, indicating the depth of his affection for her. It is only due to the profound betrayal from Chen Mei and her family that Yin Gu has become disillusioned. Now, with Chen Mei employing her soft tactics, he may find it difficult to resist, Xiaobin concurred. You are the only one capable of awakening Yin Gu from this stupor. The other villagers chimed in, encouraging Xia Luoxue to assert her position as the rightful wife and dispel the X. However, Luoxue shook her head confidently and proclaimed, I have faith in Lin Yan. He will navigate this situation adeptly. Chapter 68. No increase in price. Outing with Charlotte Lin Yan did not desire the current state of affairs. However, human nature is often insatiable. Regardless of whether he purchased wild vegetables at 1 yuan per gene, 1 yuan and 50 cents, or even 2 yuan per gene, there would always be individuals who believed the price to be inadequate. Given this reality, it was prudent to issue a gentle reminder. The wild vegetables, if sourced from other villages, could be procured at an even lower cost. Offering them at 1 yuan per gene was already generous, reflecting a consideration for the villagers. At this moment, Sango and a few others stepped forward in agreement. Brother Yin is right. If it weren't for him collecting wild vegetables in the village, we might still be idling about as local ruffians. The price he offers for our produce enables us to earn dozens of yuan each day. Many from neighboring villages envy our good fortune in having brother Yin willing to lead us to prosperity. Upon hearing Lin Yan and Sango's remarks, the surrounding villagers nodded in unison, their previous grievances dissipating into thin air. Were it not for Lin Yan, they would not even have this opportunity to earn. Sango turned to a plump villager woman, Aunt Li, and remarked, Aunt Li, I recall Uncle Li has a fondness for alcohol. Each day he works for 10 yuan, yet spends 3 yuan. Now, you earn at least 20 yuan daily. Even if you occasionally pick an extra 5 genes, Brother Yin will still pay you for that. Are you not satisfied? Aunt Li's face revealed an awkward smile, leaving her speechless. The other aunts, who also had a penchant for small gains, observed Aunt Li's silence and chose to refrain from voicing their opinions. Chen Mei, witnessing this scene, felt a twinge of surprise. She had initially believed that informing the villagers of Dashi village about Lin Yan's high prices for wild vegetables would incite them to confront him. Even if they did not vandalize Lin Yan's property, they would undoubtedly press him for answers. To her astonishment, Lin Yan had effortlessly resolved the conflict with just a few words. When had his eloquence become so formidable? Chen Mei, are you still here? Do you not feel embarrassed enough? Lin Yan turned to her with a calm inquiry. Lin Yan, I truly have no other options. Please do not take my earlier words to heart, Chen Mei pleaded, attempting to don a pitiful facade once more. Could you possibly agree to pay 1 yuan and 50 cents per gene for my brother's batch of wild vegetables? It would help us preserve our capital. And both my brother and I would be immensely grateful. not wishing to engage further with such a capricious and shameless woman. Lin Yan felt no inclination to utter another word. I do not collect a large quantity of wild vegetables each day, merely a few hundred genes. You may ask the ants in our village. If they are willing to relinquish their share to you, I can consider it. With that, he approached Charlotte and smiled. Shall we head inside? Are you not going to deal with her? Charlotte inquired. There's no need for me to intervene, Lin Yan replied, shaking his head. Charlotte said nothing further as she took Lin Yan's hand and walked towards the courtyard, right before Chen Mei's gaze. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, the villagers surrounding them immediately grasped his intent and began to drive Chen Mei and Chen San away. Leading the charge was Aunt Li, along with several other malicious women, who vociferously cursed, accusing Chen Mei of sowing discord between them and Lin Yan, and threatening to vandalize the cart and tear apart the bags of wild vegetables. Witnessing this display, Chen Mei and Chen San hastily retreated in their vehicle, their exit marked by utter disarray. On their way home, Chen San glanced at the truck bed filled with an abundance of wild vegetables and inquired, Sister, what shall we do with all these vegetables that we cannot sell? Chen Mei, with a fierce glare directed at her ineffectual brother, retorted, What else can we do? From now on, our family will feast on wild vegetables daily. The thought of enduring such an insipid diet darkened Chen San's expression. Never had he endured such humiliation. No way, sister, I cannot swallow this insult, he declared through gritted teeth. Swallow it or not, what can you do? If you possess any skill, sell the wild vegetables. Chen Mei's contempt for her brother grew ever more pronounced. Sister, if I cannot sell these wild vegetables, then I shall ensure that Lin Yan's vegetables suffer the same fate. A malevolent glint flashed across Chen San's face as he spoke coldly. What do you intend to do? Chen Mei questioned, her eyes narrowing at her brother. Leaning closer to her ear, Chen San whispered his scheme in hushed tones. After hearing his plan, a flicker of uncertainty crossed Chen Mei's features. Is this truly feasible? Might we not escalate matters beyond control? Fear not, sister. This is not my first venture of this kind. Just you watch. Encouraged by her brother's assurance, Chen Mei steeled herself and nodded. Very well, let us ensure that Lin Yan's vegetable business falters as well. If he accumulates more wealth, he will surely look down upon our family. The two siblings, united in their malice, deliberated on various details during their journey home, and upon arriving in the village, both wore expressions of smug satisfaction. Many villagers of Chun family village observed the siblings' return, noting the truck's bed brimming with bags of wild vegetables, clearly indicating they had failed to sell the substantial haul. They wondered how, in such dire circumstances, the Chen siblings could still manage to smile. Truly, this family possessed audacity. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Yan had already begun to guard against their underhanded tactics. In the Lin family's courtyard, all the villagers had departed, the wild vegetables weighed and arranged. Sango and his companions had also counted their small wild ginseng and taken their leave. In the courtyard, only Lin Shan and his wife, Lin Qing, and Xia Luoxue remained. Lin Yan, Xia Luoxue expressed her concern, considering Chen Mei and Chen San's characters. If you refuse to accept their wild vegetables, they will undoubtedly seek to sabotage you. You must be vigilant. Rest assured, I am well aware, Lin Yan replied, acknowledging Xia Luoxue's concern with a nod. He understood that the Chun siblings aimed to undermine him through his businesses involving bean sprouts and pig intestines, as well as his wild vegetable venture. Currently, his bean sprout rice noodle rolls are primarily supplied to school canteens. The Chun siblings are unable to enter the school, making it impossible for them to cause any disturbances here. The only place where mischief can occur is at the auspicious tea house run by Lu Ying. When he delivers wild vegetables to the tea house tomorrow, he should remind Lu Ying to be vigilant. Chen San's presence at the tea house will be recognizable to both the security personnel and the manager, so even if he attempts to create chaos, they will be prepared. Brother, Sister Luoxue is right. Chen San is indeed malevolent and will not relent easily, Lin Qing emphasized. Observing the worried expressions of the two women and reflecting on his own life since his rebirth, he realized he had been so preoccupied with making money that he hadn't taken a moment to relax. Luoxue, dear sister, shall we go on a picnic tomorrow? Lin Yan suggested immediately. Sure, it's a rare weekend, and I yearn for some fun. Tomorrow, our family will go on an outing, Lin Qing replied, her youthful spirit igniting her enthusiasm for leisure activities. In her previous life, after getting married, Lin Yan's family was burdened with considerable debt. Lin Shan and his wife were perpetually busy working to earn money, leaving Lin Qing responsible for all household chores, including laundry and cooking, along with the demanding high school curriculum, leaving her no time to unwind and embrace her youth. In this new life, having not married Chen Mei. Lin Yan's family bore no debts, and with Lin Yan's emerging financial acumen, Lin Shan and his wife no longer needed to toil daily, allowing for a well-ordered household. As a result, Lin Qing led a much easier life, akin to that of a city's only child, free from the burdens of domestic duties. Able to contemplate where to spend her weekends and indulge in relaxation. I want to go. I must tend to the bean sprouts in the yard. Xia Luoxue hesitated. Please, Luoxue, if you don't join us, what fun will it be? Lin Qing pleaded, tugging at Xia Luoxue's hand with a playful pout. My brother wants to date you. If you don't give him a chance, how can I hope to hold my nephew soon? At these words, Xia Luoxue's face flushed crimson. Xiao Qing, don't say such things. You're making me angry, she retorted. Lin Shan and his wife exchanged amused glances. Luoxue, tomorrow you should accompany Xiao Yin and Xiao Qing on their outing. We can keep an eye on the bean sprouts in your yard, Lin Shan suggested with a smile. Indeed, you've hardly had any leisure time since childhood, always caring for your grandfather or busy with the bean sprouts. It's time for you to relax. Li Tsuehua concurred. Xia Luoxue felt a tinge of shyness at their encouragement. Luoxue, my parents and sister have said as much. Would you do me the honor of joining us for the picnic? Lin Yan looked at Xia Luoxue with hopeful anticipation. Well, very well. Xia Luoxue replied, her head bowed and cheeks flushed. Upon hearing this, smiles illuminated the faces of everyone present. Chapter 69. This meal has a hint of sweetness. As dusk enveloped the sky, Lin Yan entered the kitchen, preparing to cook dinner for the family. Noticing his actions, Xia Luoxue followed suit, assisting him in selecting and washing vegetables, as well as performing various tasks, occasionally retrieving the condiments he required. Observing their seamless cooperation, akin to that of newlyweds. Lin Shan and his wife, along with Lin Qing, could not help but smile, instinctively creating more space for the two. Soon, the sizzling sound of ingredients meeting hot oil filled the air, a fragrant smoke curling upwards, mirroring the smoke rising from households throughout the village. The savory aroma of the stir-fried dishes wafted through the village, captivating the senses. In the village, numerous children, eagerly awaiting their meal, raced about the narrow paths, brandishing wild grass sticks in playful abandon. Upon catching a whiff of the delectable scents emanating from a nearby home, they boldly entered without hesitation, affectionately calling out to their uncles and aunts. Kind-hearted households would often share a couple of steaming morsels of meat, delighting the children. After several visits, the children found themselves quite satiated, losing interest in returning home for dinner. Ultimately, they were herded back by their parents brandishing wooden sticks, leaving a crowd of amused villagers behind. This scene had become a unique hallmark of the era. Within Lin Yan's courtyard, a few children from neighboring households had gathered as well, sweetly perched by the kitchen window, watching Lin Yan skillfully wielding his spatula. The enticing aromas elicited innocent smiles from their faces. Uncle Lin Yan, your cooking smells so good. When I grow up, can I marry you? One child exclaimed. Don't be silly. Uncle Lin Yan is about to marry Aunt Luoxue. Even when you grow up, you can't marry him. Another replied. Oh, what should I do? I really want to eat Uncle Lin Yan's cooking. Isn't it said that only by marrying a man can one eat his meals? Indeed. So only Aunt Luoxue can enjoy Uncle Lin Yan's cooking. Upon hearing these candid remarks, Xia Luoxue's cheeks flushed crimson. Lin Yan, addressing the neighboring children, said, You all? Go home and fetch a small bowl. I'll give you some to take back. The children's faces lit up with joy at his words, and they scampered home, returning quickly with 2 small bowls, one for vegetables, the other filled with their family's stir-fried dishes. Be careful with those. Don't spill them. Now, off you go to eat. Lin Yan distributed the food among the porcelain-like children, patting their heads before sending them on their way. Meanwhile, Xia Luoxue observed Lin Yan's gentle demeanor as he spoke softly to the children, lost in admiration. If they were to have children in the future, he would undoubtedly dote on them. Would that spoil them? It seemed teaching the children was a responsibility she would have to undertake. She mustn't let him indulge them too much. Lost in her thoughts, Xia Luoxue suddenly snapped back to reality, her cheeks ablaze with embarrassment. What was she thinking? They were not even married yet, and she was already contemplating having children. How utterly shameless. Luoxue? Lin Yan's voice broke through her reverie. Yes. Xia Luoxue stammered, her face still flushed, nodding vigorously. Upon encountering the unusual demeanor of Xia Luoxue, Lin Yan felt a twinge of curiosity but refrained from probing further. On the small dining table in the courtyard, 4 exquisite dishes were presented alongside a pot of soup. Sweet and sour pork, stir-fried green peppers with cured meat, blanched vegetable hearts, garlic-flavored chicken wings, and chive egg drop soup. Each dish was a harmonious blend of color, aroma, and flavor. In 2 decades' time, these might seem like ordinary home-cooked meals, yet in the present, they constituted a lavish feast. Wow, brother, today's spread is quite sumptuous. And it seems these dishes are all favorites of Sister Luoxue? Lin Qing remarked with a teasing smile as she surveyed the table. Xia Luoxue's face flushed, and she experienced a flutter of unusual emotions. Indeed, these were among her most cherished dishes, and she had not anticipated that Lin Yan would prepare meals she loved. This indicated that Lin Yan truly held her dear in his heart. Must you be so chatty? Hurry and fetch Grandpa Xia for dinner, Lin Yan retorted with mock annoyance. Understood. Lin Qing playfully stuck out her tongue before darting off to the neighboring yard. While preparing the meal, Lin Yan had not deliberated much. After Xia Luoxue selected the vegetables, he instinctively cooked these particular dishes. In his previous life, after marrying Chen Mei, he often prepared these very meals. Could it be that Xia Luoxue had always occupied a special place in his heart, and that his true affection had always been for her? You need not cater to my taste by preparing my favorite dishes. I am not picky, Xia Luoxue said, her cheeks slightly reddening as she addressed Lin Yan. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan snapped back to reality, dispelling the myriad of fleeting thoughts in his mind. Now that he had been reborn, pondering such matters seemed futile. You are my wife. If I do not cook for your preferences, for whom shall I cook? Lin Yan replied with a broad smile. In this lifetime, he resolved to wholeheartedly cherish Xia Luoxue, aspiring for a blissful existence together and envisioning a future filled with 3 or 4 chubby children. Though family planning policies were stringent in recent years, rural areas were less regulated. Even if caught, the worst consequence would be a hefty fine for exceeding the limit. In his former self, Lin Yan might have worried about being unable to afford such fines, leading to a forced sterilization, but now, with his earning potential, such penalties held little significance. Xia Luoxue's face turned as red as a ripe apple upon hearing Lin Yan's words. During the meal, Lin Yan continuously served her dishes, urging her to eat more, his demeanor akin to that of a husband caring for his pregnant bride. Xia Luoxue was quite slender, and gaining a little weight would ease the burdens of childbirth in the future. Flustered by Lin Yan's ardent gaze, she lowered her head to eat, avoiding eye contact with others, yet secretly reveling in the moment. Must he be so unreserved? What will Grandpa and my uncles and aunts think of me? Lin Shan and his wife, along with Grandpa Xia, exchanged peculiar glances at the scene, while Lin Qing, filled with excitement, watched eagerly as she devoured her meal. This food is absolutely delightful. After the meal, Grandpa Xia sat in the courtyard smoking his pipe, engaging in light-hearted conversation with Lin Shan. Just as Lin Yan was about to tidy up the dishes and take them into the kitchen for washing, Xia Luoxue had already taken the lead. Entering the Lin family's kitchen, I'll handle the washing, she declared. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan was unwilling to forfeit the opportunity to be alone with his wife and nurture their bond. I will help you, he exclaimed, promptly following her into the kitchen. Even washing dishes became an occasion for them to be together. Lin Qing observed this scene, shaking her head in bemusement. Burp. What a sweet aftertaste this burp carries. What could be the reason? Chapter 70. Preparations for the outing. Crispy roast chicken on the following morning. Lin Yan rose early. He had made arrangements with Xia Luoxue and his sister Lin Qing the previous evening for an outdoor picnic. So he needed to swiftly prepare the bean sprout rice noodle rolls for the auspicious tea house and then head to the market to procure various items for their excursion. After preparing the ingredients, his parents awoke and joined him in his efforts. Before long, they had completed the bean sprout rice noodle rolls. By the time Xia Luoxue arrived from the neighboring courtyard, Lin Yan had already packed the rice noodle rolls, wild vegetables, and ginseng into the car. He asked Xia Luoxue to wait for a moment while he made a quick trip to the county town, and then he drove out of the village. Once Lin Yan left, Lin Qing got out of bed and pulled Xia Luoxue into the house to discuss their attire for the day's outing. It was a rare occasion for a picnic, and both girls were particularly invested in their appearances. Little Qing, do you think your brother really likes this hairstyle you've done for me? And these pants, are they perhaps a bit too short? Xia Luoxue remarked nervously as she gazed into the mirror. Rest assured, Sister Luoxue, the hairstyle I've designed for you is the latest trend. It will undoubtedly captivate my brother, making him willingly kneel at your feet, Lin Qing assured her, patting her chest for emphasis. Upon hearing Lin Qing's words, Xia Luoxue's face flushed crimson at the thought of going on a date with Lin Yan, her heart fluttering with excitement. When did I ever say I wanted to captivate your brother? Don't speak nonsense, Sister Luoxue. Just look at yourself in the mirror. You're beaming like a flower, and yet claim you don't wish to enchant my brother? You still say. The two girls giggled and laughed, filling the room with youthful merriment. Meanwhile, Lin Yan drove to the county town, heading directly to the auspicious tea house. Upon arrival, he instructed the staff to unload the bean sprout rice noodle rolls, wild vegetables, and ginseng from his vehicle and present them to the tea house manager for weighing. Boss Lin, I owe you an apology. Yesterday, I spoke too hastily and disclosed the price for purchasing wild vegetables to outsiders, the manager said, looking remorseful after the weighing and settling of accounts. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan understood that the manager was referring to Chen San and waved his hand dismissively. It's merely a trivial matter. Although Chen San did come to trouble me, I have already sent him away. Lin Yan did not intend to pursue the matter further. Recognizing that the manager was a capable aide of Lu Ying, skillfully managing the tea house, Chen San's incident was a minor error. Blaming him would only sow discord with this seasoned individual. Sensing Lin Yan's tone was not accusatory, the manager finally breathed a sigh of relief. Despite being the manager, he was still required to heed Lu Ying, the owner. Lu Ying had informed him the previous day that Lin Yan now held a 1% stake in the tea house, making him a boss as well. And if Lin Yan wished, he could easily dismiss him. Boss Lin, General Lu is in the tea house. Would you care to join her for a cup of tea? The manager inquired respectfully. Not today. I have some matters to attend to and need to buy a few things at the market, Lin Yan replied. Lin Yan shook his head. As he spoke halfway, he suddenly remembered something and inquired, Manager, do you have any freshly processed hens and dried lotus leaves? The manager of the auspicious tea house was momentarily taken aback and asked with confusion, We do have them, but Mr. Lin, may I ask what you intend to do with them? Well, I am planning to take my wife and sister for a picnic. If you have any hens ready for sale, it would save me the trouble of butchering, Lin Yan explained. Upon hearing this, the manager promptly replied, I see. I will have someone fetch a plump hen for you. After the tea house staff brought over the packaged fresh hen and dried lotus leaves, Lin Yan prepared to pay. However, the manager firmly insisted on putting it on his account. Lin Yan understood that the manager was attempting to apologize for the matter concerning Chen San. Ultimately, unable to refuse, he accepted the ingredients and requested the manager to send him some seasoning packets as well. Manager Zhou Xiang, upon hearing this, readily agreed and sent a staff member to retrieve the seasoning packets. During the wait, Lin Yan inquired, How has business been at the tea house these days? Thanks to you, Mr. Lin, with the cold wild vegetable salad and white rabbit coconut milk pudding as our specialty snacks, the tea market has been thriving. The dining market was previously struggling. But since you introduced the clam opening event the day before yesterday, many people have come to the tea house to process clam meat, thus improving the dining business over the past couple of days, Zhou Xiang replied, thinking Lin Yan was evaluating his management skills. Ultimately, it still boils down to the dining menu not being enticing enough for diners, relying solely on gimmicks to attract customers, Lin Yan analyzed with a furrowed brow. In the county's tea houses and restaurants, the home-cooked dishes prepared by chefs are rather similar, with little variation in taste, thus offering diners a plethora of choices. Zhou Xiang chuckled awkwardly. Lin Yan nodded slightly, recognizing that the tea houses and restaurants in small county towns primarily focus on small-scale dining. It is rare for them to send chefs to larger establishments in provincial cities for training or to develop their own signature dishes. As seen 2 decades later in his previous life, establishments like the auspicious tea house, transforming into a brand to open chain restaurants, represent a rather avant-garde business concept. In this era, to establish a restaurant as a chain brand, it is essential to have unique signature dishes. The tea house's success in the tea market is attributed to the cold wild vegetable salad and white rabbit coconut milk pudding, both of which are distinctive snacks. However, the dining market lacks specialty dishes, resulting in lackluster business. Having received a hen as a gesture of goodwill, Lin Yan felt compelled to assist Zhou Xiang in return. Do you have pen and paper? Lin Yan asked Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang was initially taken aback, but quickly displayed a look of delight, realizing that Lin Yan was about to propose a new dish. Yes, of course. He hurriedly fetched paper and a pen and respectfully handed them to Lin Yan. After receiving the paper and pen, Lin Yan began to ride on the back of a tricycle. Within 2 minutes, he completed the recipe for the new dish and handed it over to Zhou Xiang. This is the new dish I envision. Present it to Sister Lu. It should enhance the business of the tea house, Lin Yan remarked lightly. Boss Lin, how did you conceive this dish? Just by looking at the method, I can almost predict its exquisite flavor, Zhou Xiang exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement as he scanned the preparation steps. I can foresee that once this dish is unveiled, it will undoubtedly sweep through all the eateries in the county. The dining business at our tea house may even overshadow the tea market. This dish is already quite common in the provincial capital. I merely refined its preparation method to shorten the cooking time, Lin Yan humbly replied, waving his hand. He then added, to prepare this dish, a specialized iron vat is required. Please remind Sister Lu to have one custom made. Rest assured, Boss Lin, I will prioritize this matter. Zhou Xiang grinned. As the manager of Jixiang Tea House, he had also been granted a share by Lu Ying. If both the dining and tea businesses flourished, his year-end bonus would be substantial. In the midst of their conversation, a staff member brought over the seasoning package. Lin Yan took it and prepared to depart. Suddenly, Zhou Xiang recalled something and asked, Boss Lin, what is the name of this new dish? Guangzhou Crispy Roast Chicken. Lin Yan replied, driving away without looking back. This dish can be regarded as a signature delicacy of the provincial capital, rich in garlic aroma, with a crispy skin and tender meat. When it is freshly taken from the iron vat, it boasts a golden hue. As one gently tears apart the chicken leg, the crisp skin emits a delightful crackling sound. And the juices, sealed within by high temperatures, flow forth clear and fragrant. The taste is utterly captivating, ensuring one never tires of it. Introducing this crispy roast chicken to the culinary offerings in the small dining establishments of Phoenix County would undoubtedly be a game-changer. Chapter 71. The Department Store. Purchasing my sister's dreams after departing from the auspicious tea house, Lin Yan drove to the market, where he procured a variety of snacks for a picnic, along with some miscellaneous items, before making his way to the county's department store. Once he parked the car, he temporarily stowed his purchases in the tricycle compartment and securely locked the door, feeling reassured as he entered the department store. The prevailing atmosphere of this era was not as safe as that of the 70s and 80s. Pickpockets were numerous, and one had to remain vigilant in such large establishments. Lin Yan visited the department store with the intention of purchasing art supplies for his sister, Lin Qing. Despite Lin Qing's remarkable artistic talent, she was limited to using ordinary pencils and standard notebooks for her drawings, lacking access to professional art tools. In his previous life, Lin Qing had managed to self-study sketching and life drawing under such adverse conditions. After his rebirth, Lin Yan had vowed to earn a substantial sum of money to support Lin Qing in her pursuit of art, enabling her to excel in her art examinations and gain admission to the Central Academy of Fine Arts. With a bit of money at hand now, it was time for him to assist his sister in upgrading her artistic materials. The art entrance examinations primarily assessed skills in sketching, life drawing, and color painting, each requiring distinct tools available only at specialized stationery stores. As he approached a stationery shop, he unexpectedly collided with a petite girl who was half a head shorter than him. The girl, caught off guard, dropped her art supplies, scattering them across the floor, and stumbled a few steps, nearly losing her balance. Quick to react, Lin Yan reached out to steady her, preventing a fall. What is wrong with you? Can't you watch where you're going? The girl, appearing to be around 17 or 18, had a youthful visage and pouted slightly, expressing her irritation towards Lin Yan. My apologies, I'll help you pick them up right away. Lin Yan, unperturbed, bent down to gather the scattered art supplies. Although their collision was merely due to the obstructive wall at the shop's entrance, and neither party was at fault, Lin Yan saw no reason to argue with a girl of her age, reminiscent of his sister. Seeing Lin Yan's sincere demeanor as he helped her retrieve her supplies, the girl softened her stance. Here is your wallet and the art tools. Please check to see if anything is damaged. I will compensate you. Before long, Lin Yan had gathered all the art supplies and a wallet, presenting them to the girl with a gentle smile. No need for that. I was also in the wrong. I was in a rush to meet my friends, hence my haste. The girl waved her hand dismissively, accepting the wallet and art supplies, her cheeks slightly flushed with embarrassment. I'm sorry for losing my temper with you. Lin Yan, upon hearing her words, grasped her straightforward and kind nature. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the girl waved goodbye and departed. This minor incident did not linger in Lin Yan's mind. Upon entering the stationery store, a sales assistant approached him politely, inquiring, Hello. How may I assist you today? I require specialized sketch paper, pencils ranging from HB to 8B, charcoal pencils, charcoal sticks, kneaded erasers, as well as watercolor pens and paints. Lin Yan pondered aloud. The stationery sales clerk, intrigued, inquired cautiously, Sir, do you have an art student at home? Indeed. Lin Yan nodded slightly. We offer meticulously curated art student toolkits that include a drawing board, drawing clips, erasers, and brush cleaning jars. I recommend purchasing a set. Very well. I shall take a set. Furthermore, we also sell individual sets of consumables such as charcoal pencils, colored pencils, paints, sketch paper, and drawing paper. I suggest you purchase 2 sets at once, which should suffice for approximately a month as consumption. All right, I will take 2 sets. Sir, do you require textbooks for sketching, figure drawing, and color theory? We have the latest editions available. 1 set, please. After a thorough selection, Lin Yan was somewhat taken aback at the checkout when he realized he had spent 60 to 70 yuan. Pursuing art and music is undeniably a luxury not easily afforded by an ordinary family. Merely acquiring a few art supplies cost him a week's worth of hard-earned wages. For a novice in the arts, the daily consumption of sketch paper, pencils, and charcoal pencils is immense. Although these 2 sets of art supplies are said to last a month, in reality, he would likely need to purchase them again in less than half a month. In other words, the monthly cost of an art student's education equates to the wages of an average person over 2 weeks. This does not account for expenses such as art training class fees during winter and summer breaks, or concentrated training before art examinations. Nevertheless, for Lin Yan, such expenses were not a concern. He possessed the means to earn. In his previous life, he had owed his sister Lin Qing much, and in this life, he intended to ensure that she could wholeheartedly pursue her passions and desires. You are not leaving. You bumped into me, and my wallet has vanished. You must have stolen it. Return my wallet. Just as Lin Yan exited the stationery store with several large bags of art supplies, he heard a familiar voice nearby. Turning, he spotted the young girl he had briefly encountered earlier, tugging at the collar of a frail young man, her tone laced with both anxiety and indignation. Lin Yan could not help but smile at the sight. This girl seemed to have a propensity for accidents, having collided with 2 people in less than 10 minutes. However, noticing that she appeared to be in a spot of trouble, he shook his head and approached with purpose. Little sister, you may indiscriminately eat, but you must not speak recklessly. Do you possess any evidence to prove that I stole your wallet? The frail young man scoffed disdainfully at the girl. By now, a crowd of onlookers had gathered, yet none stepped forward to assist. They merely pointed and murmured about the girl and the young man. You. Upon hearing the young man's words, Tang Rou's face flushed crimson with anger, her small fist clenched tightly. Observing the appearance of the young girl, the slender youth, brimming with confidence, smirked and remarked, "Little sister, in such a public setting, it would be wise for you to refrain from pulling and tugging at me. Otherwise, others might misconstrue our relationship, which would be quite unfortunate." Upon hearing these words, Tang Rou hastily released her grip on the slender youth's hand and, in a fit of anger, retorted, "Scoundrel." Unfazed, the slender youth chuckled, "Little sister, since you cannot provide any evidence to prove that I took your wallet, I shall take my leave." With that, he prepared to depart. The passers-by, witnessing the scene, made no attempt to intervene. Tang Rou, incensed, stamped her foot in frustration. However, just as the slender youth had taken a few steps, he was unexpectedly collided with by another figure, causing him to stagger back. "You fool! Can't you watch where you're going?" he exclaimed, but before he could finish his tirade, he was left speechless. In front of him stood the person who had bumped into him, holding a pink wallet and walking toward Tang Rou. "Little sister, is this pink wallet yours?" Chapter 72. Uneven Roads. Provoking thugs, thank you for retrieving my wallet. Although Tang Rou was unaware of how Lin Yan managed to reclaim her wallet, her face radiated joy as she accepted it. She gazed at Lin Yan with gratitude. The moment Lin Yan bumped into her and assisted in retrieving her art supplies and wallet, she recognized him as a good person. Without Lin Yan's intervention, her wallet might have been stolen. "This is my wallet." The slender youth, upon witnessing the retrieval of the stolen wallet, grew anxious and spoke without thinking. "Say that again. Whose pink wallet is this?" Lin Yan turned to the slender youth, inquiring coolly. The curious glances of passers-by fell upon the slender youth. It was evident to any discerning observer that the pink wallet could not possibly belong to a grown man. Their earlier reluctance to defend Tang Rou stemmed from a desire for self-preservation. But witnessing Lin Yan stand up for her naturally compelled them to lend their support, a delightful endeavor that everyone was eager to partake in. Realizing the scrutiny of the crowd, the slender youth promptly fell silent. Should he assert that the wallet belonged to him again, he risked being cornered and confronted by the onlookers. "You meddlesome brat. I'll remember you. This isn't over." He spat, pointing a finger at Lin Yan before turning to flee. The crowd erupted into derisive jeers at his retreat. Lin Yan dismissed the youth's threat with a scoff, paying it no heed. "Thank you for helping me once more. May I ask your name?" Tang Rou's cheeks flushed slightly, her beautiful eyes shyly fixed on Lin Yan as she spoke. For young women of 17 or 18, there lingers an innate hero complex, a fantasy of encountering a unique man who treats them exceptionally well. Just call me Lin Yan, he replied. I am Tang Rou. You may call me Xiao Rou. As my family does, she said, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. This nickname was known only to her family, making Lin Yan the first outsider to learn it. Given the prevalence of pickpockets in this department store, your wallet has already been exposed twice. It has likely caught the attention of numerous thieves. Allow me to escort you out for your safety, Lin Yan suggested without much thought. However, to Tang Rou's ears, his words seemed to carry an additional implication. Did he wish to find an opportunity for them to be alone together? Strolling hand in hand through the department store, was that something only couples would do? Was he perhaps interested in her? The more she pondered, the more her face flushed, feeling as if it might ignite with heat. Are you all right? Noticing Tang Rou's unusual demeanor, Lin Yan asked with concern, gently touching her forehead. The temperature felt normal. She didn't appear to have a fever. Tang Rou's eyes widened in astonishment, as if a steam locomotive had suddenly ignited in her mind, releasing billows of steam. She felt as if she were ablaze. It was her first experience of being touched by a male, and it sent her heart racing. I am fine. Let us proceed. Tang Rou hastily shook off Lin Yan's hand, her face flushed with embarrassment, and made her way outside the department store. Observing Tang Rou's demeanor, Lin Yan chuckled softly, noting that her character resembled that of his younger sister, Lin Qing. Upon exiting the department store and arriving at the area where the tricycle was parked, Lin Yan turned to Tang Rou and inquired, Where are you headed? Would you like me to give you a ride? Tang Rou, still blushing, shook her head and replied, No need. I can take the bus shortly. Lin Yan nodded in agreement, refraining from insisting, as this was their first encounter. An excessive enthusiasm might raise suspicions of ulterior motives. At that moment, the abrasive sound of metal scraping against the ground suddenly echoed behind them. You brat, you finally emerged. Quite the catch. Haven't you already hooked a female student? Upon hearing this brash proclamation, Lin Yan turned to see the previously encountered scrawny youth wielding an iron rod, flanked by two similarly armed companions, all sporting arrogant expressions. Clearly, the youth, having lost the wallet he had so painstakingly pilfered from Lin Yan in front of witnesses, harbored resentment. After sprinting out of the department store, he had summoned two accomplices to lie in wait for Lin Yan, intent on teaching him a lesson. It's you. What do you want? Tang Rou's expression turned anxious upon seeing the scrawny youth. What do I want? Heh, the scrawny youth, Wang San sneered. I intend to deal with both of you. As he spoke, his companions synchronously struck the ground with their iron rods, creating an alarming shower of sparks. Witnessing this scene, Tang Rou's face paled. Though young, she discerned the gravity of the situation, her voice trembling as she pleaded, You just want my wallet, right? I can give it to you. Just don't hurt us. Who the hell cares about your meager funds? I took your wallet to borrow some money. But it seems you are rather ungrateful, Wang San retorted, reveling in the fear reflected in Tang Rou's tone. You think it's that simple to just settle things with a little cash? At this juncture, Wang San's gaze roamed over Tang Rou. Licking his lips with a sinister grin, he remarked to his two companions, This girl is quite attractive, still a student, very fresh. Let us take her to the alley and have some fun, shall we? The two accomplices responded with lewd chuckles, openly endorsing Wang San's suggestion. Tang Rou's complexion turned ghostly white upon hearing their lewd intentions, her eyes filled with trepidation. Wang San, seeing Lin Yan remain silent, mistakenly believed he had intimidated him with his iron rod, and his arrogance swelled further. Approaching Lin Yan, he taunted, You were quite the tough guy earlier, weren't you? So vocal about meddling in others' affairs. Why the silence now? I thought you were formidable, but it appears you are merely a timid quail. Upon hearing these words, the two companions of Wang San erupted into laughter, their gazes towards Lin Yan laced with scorn. Tang Rou cast a despondent glance at Lin Yan. Although he had a robust physique, he was unarmed. It was unlikely that he could contend with the three ruffians before him, and he might not even possess the courage to resist. She feared that both she and Lin Yan were doomed today. However, to her astonishment, Lin Yan remained composed after Wang San's proclamation. Are you finished? He inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Wang San. Taken aback, Wang San reflexively replied, Yes, I'm finished. I had expected you to wield that iron rod and bring along these two inept fools to engage me with something of substance. But it appears you merely resort to these hollow threats, Lin Yan remarked, shaking his head in disappointment. In any profession, one should take pride in their craft. You local thugs ought to elevate your dialogue. Do you understand the concept of professionalism? Your lack of skill is so disheartening that I find it unsatisfying even to strike you. Amused by Lin Yan's words, Tang Rou, who had previously felt a sense of panic, burst into laughter. Wang San, now regaining his composure, felt his face flush with rage upon hearing Lin Yan's taunt. This young man not only displayed no fear, but also had the audacity to mock them. Did he not realize that they were armed with iron rods? The sound of Tang Rou's laughter only intensified Wang San's humiliation, twisting his expression into a snarl. You have quite the tongue, kid. I shall relish the moment I shatter your teeth, and then we shall see how you retort. Boys, let us get to it. Chapter 73. Tang Rou, my destiny's monkey king? No sooner had the words been spoken than two thugs behind him, gripping iron rods, lunged at Lin Yan's head. Brother Lin Yan, watch out. Tang Rou's face paled with alarm as she cried out in warning. Seeing the two ruffians charging at him from both sides, rods in hand, Lin Yan struck first. He closed the distance to one of them in an instant, delivering a vicious right hook that left the man's mouth bleeding. Then swiftly seized the iron rod from his grasp. With a twist of his body, Lin Yan maneuvered behind the injured thug, locking his arm around the man's neck and shoving him toward the other attacker's swinging rod. The iron rod came crashing down, leaving a crimson mark on the already bloodied thug's head. Before the other could even utter an apology, another swing of the rod was already whistling toward his skull. Ah! Two agonized screams pierced the air in quick succession. Stay down. Lin Yan moved again, effortlessly flooring both men, leaving them writhing in pain, too battered to rise. The entire sequence had unfolded in mere seconds. By the time the two thugs were sprawled on the ground, Wang San was still frozen in shock. From a short distance away, Tang Rou watched Lin Yan's effortless, dashing combat skills with wide, gleaming eyes, her cheeks flushed with admiration. What an enchanting man. First, he had steadied her when she nearly fell. Then he had retrieved her stolen wallet. And now he had shielded her from these thugs. 3 times. Lin Yan has protected me 3 times now. Could he truly be my destiny's monkey king? Tang Rou murmured under her breath, her heart aflutter. The previous year, a fantasy film starring Stephen Chow had premiered in Hong Kong. Initially met with lukewarm reception, it later gained explosive popularity after screenings in mainland universities, where scholars dissected its themes. Many young women began dreaming of encountering their own destined monkey king, a hero who would one day appear before them clad in golden armor, treading upon rainbow clouds, wielding the legendary Rui Jingu Bang, ready to defend them. Tang Rou was one of those dreamers. Though the Lin Yan before her wore only simple work clothes, rode a humble motorcycle, and wielded nothing more than an ordinary iron rod, the sight of his broad, protective back was nothing short of heroic, utterly captivating. I think I'm falling for him. Now it's just you, Lin Yan remarked coolly, dusting off his hands as he turned to Wang San. Would you like to knock yourself out, or shall I do it for you? Don't get cocky, kid. Wang San finally snapped out of his daze, his voice laced with venom. No matter how good you are, can you take on 10 men at once? My boss is Wang Feng, he's nearby. One call, and he'll be here. Lay a finger on me, and you'll regret it. Wang Feng? Lin Yan's brow arched slightly. Now you've heard of him. Wang San smirked, mistaking Lin Yan's reaction for fear. Kneel, apologize, and pay up for my men's medical bills. And maybe I'll let you walk away. Smack. Before he could finish, a sharp slap rang through the air. On Wang San's face, a distinct handprint emerged. Now that I've initiated contact, summon your leader, Lin Yan remarked with a calm demeanor, his gaze dripping with disdain. Behind him, Tang Rou observed the scene, her body tingling with exhilaration. Truly, he was her supreme treasure, exuding such formidable presence. You're finished, boy. Today, I shall surely dismantle your hands. Wang San, enraged, retreated several steps, distancing himself from Lin Yan, before pulling out a pager to summon reinforcements. Lin Yan made no attempt to hinder him, leaning casually against a tricycle, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. Lin Yan, perhaps we should flee now. He alone cannot obstruct us both, Tang Rou whispered urgently, pressing close to Lin Yan. These ruffians have numerous acquaintances, and soon, escape will be impossible. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan affectionately ruffled her hair and replied with a smile. These scoundrels will not relent until they are sufficiently intimidated. I despise leaving troubles for the future. It is better to resolve them all at once. If you are frightened, you may leave first. During the confrontation, I may not be able to look after you. Tang Rou, upon hearing this, pouted her lips in defiance. What do you take me for? You attracted their ire for my sake. If I run away now, how could I still be worthy of being your Xia? Your friend? With that, she picked up a metal rod from the ground, clutching it tightly as if to bolster her own courage. As they spoke, a group surged from the adjacent street, exuding an aggressive aura that sent pedestrians scurrying to avoid any fallout. Wang Feng, surrounded by his entourage, strode forward with an air of arrogance, nostrils flaring. Who dares to be so brazen as to trouble Wang San? Do they not know he is my subordinate? Seeing his leader, Huang Feng, accompanied by 7 or 8 followers, Wang San's face lit up with excitement. Indeed, his leader was granting him face. He pointed at Lin Yan. Working with bravado, boss, it's this brat. He meddled in my affairs, obstructing my business at the department store, and even assaulted my men. You must take charge. He added, it would be best if you broke his arms, so I can vent my anger. With that, he dutifully produced a wad of cash from his pocket and handed it to Huang Feng. Tang Rou, noticing the approaching ruffians, felt a surge of fear and instinctively hid behind Lin Yan, clutching the hem of his shirt with one hand while gripping the metal rod with the other. After all, she was merely a young girl, and trepidation gnawed at her heart. Huang Feng assessed the cash in his hand, estimating it to be several hundred yuan. And a smirk crept onto his lips. This subordinate was indeed considerate. He casually pocketed the money and said coolly, rest assured, anyone who dares to bully me shall be dealt with severely. As he spoke, Huang Feng's gaze fell upon Lin Yan, and he nearly fell to his knees in shock. Was this the fierce person who had nearly shattered his skull with a glass bottle during their previous encounter on the pedestrian street? Brother, what a coincidence. Huang Feng stammered, struggling to maintain a semblance of composure. Indeed, what a remarkable coincidence. It seems your injuries have healed quite well since we last met. Lin Yan replied with a grin. Huang Feng's body trembled, his complexion paling. After being struck by Lin Yan and colliding with the Iron Mountain last time, he had spent several days nursing his injuries with medicinal alcohol, finally managing to rise from his bed today. Little did he expect that upon stepping outside, he would encounter this formidable opponent. I hear you intend to assist your little brother in incapacitating me? Lin Yan inquired with a smirk. Huang Feng hastily shook his head, attempting to clarify. Brother, this is a misunderstanding. It must be a misunderstanding. The surrounding subordinates gazed at Huang Feng in astonishment. They had never witnessed their leader bowing so lowly. Boss, this scoundrel has thwarted my plans and harmed our men. What need is there for discussion? With so many of us, a single spit from each would suffice to drown him, Wang San remarked, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Silence, Huang Feng retorted, striking Wang San across the face with a swift motion, furiously admonishing him, this is not a place for you to speak. Wang San was left bewildered by the sudden blow. Chapter 74. The heart of a young girl. Huang Feng turned to Lin Yan, a smile plastered across his face, and said, Big brother, the earlier incident was merely a misunderstanding. This brat has been spouting nonsense, and I have already dealt with him on your behalf. Just breaking one of his hands should suffice. Lin Yan cast a glance at Huang Feng and replied coolly, in my previous life, I amassed a fortune of millions and had my fair share of dealings with individuals from the underworld. I understand that one must not be overly lenient with such people. Otherwise, they will take advantage of you. Having provoked these ruffians, he realized he must project sufficient ruthlessness to keep them in line. Otherwise, numerous troubles would inevitably come knocking on his door in the future. Upon hearing this, Huang Feng's expression shifted subtly, and there was a newfound fear in his gaze as he looked at Lin Yan. Yet, he dared not defy Lin Yan, should a fight ensue. It would be his subordinates who would suffer the consequences. Break his hand. Huang Feng pointed at Wang San and instructed his few subordinates. Wang San's expression changed drastically, and just as he was about to protest, 2 of the younger men had already seized his arms. Another subordinate brandished a metal rod and brought it crashing down upon his arm. Crack. The sound of breaking bone resonated, accompanied by Wang San's anguished scream. Ah, my hand. Wang San clutched his injured arm, rolling on the ground in agony. Huang Feng turned to Lin Yan, respectfully inquiring, Big brother, are you satisfied with this? I abhor complications. It would be prudent for you to keep your subordinates in check. This marks the 2nd time they have provoked me. Next time, my response may not be so lenient. Lin Yan replied, his demeanor unruffled. Yes, I will ensure they behave, and I will not allow them to create further trouble, Huang Feng hastily assured, nodding vigorously. The surrounding subordinates were left in stunned silence at the unfolding scene. Tang Rou gazed at Lin Yan with rapt admiration, her eyes fixated on his retreating figure. To instill such fear in a group of thugs, his background must be extraordinarily formidable. Who exactly is he? Truly a destined treasure. Leave, Lin Yan said, his tone indifferent. At his command, Huang Feng felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He beckoned his subordinates, swiftly assisting Wang San and the other 2 injured men out of the vicinity. They fled several streets before locating a small clinic where they finally halted to tend to the injuries. Each person heaved heavy breaths, and Huang Feng collapsed onto a dilapidated sofa, wiping the sweat from his brow. After a much-needed respite, Huang Feng assessed Wang San and the others, their wounds now bandaged, and Wang San's fractured arm secured with a splint. Throughout the ordeal, Wang San remained silent, his countenance darkened, seemingly harboring a swell of resentment. Wang San, do you have something to say? Huang Feng regarded him with a cold stare. Boss, why did we run? That brat was alone. What was there to fear? Wang San retorted defiantly, his frustration palpable. Yet, one thought lingered unspoken, that Huang Feng had obediently followed Lin Yan's orders, leading to the shattering of his arm. This realization left him feeling profoundly disheartened. Smack! Huang Feng struck Wang San across the face, exclaiming, "You know nothing. Do you understand why I have been bedridden for so many days and only just risen? This injury was inflicted by that ruthless man. The other ruffians." Upon hearing Huang Feng's words, were taken aback. The young man appeared to be a mere country bumpkin, yet he managed to injure their leader? Huang Feng commanded their loyalty and respect precisely because of his superior skills. Even if he was formidable, did we not outnumber him? Let us confront him together. Surely, he cannot withstand our combined force. Wang San retorted, a hint of defiance in his tone. With a swift motion, Huang Feng delivered another resounding slap to Wang San's other cheek, rebuking him. What do you mean, confront him together? Last time, I, along with Huzi and several others, were all taken down by him in a single encounter. I was fortunate to escape with only a lacerated scalp, my bones nearly shattered. Huzi and the others still bear distorted faces, unable to straighten them out. If you wish to frighten others or struggle to find a partner, then by all means, go provoke that ruthless man. At these words, the ruffians recoiled, shaking their heads in refusal. Their purpose in this life was to earn money and pursue women. How could they do so with disfigured faces? Observing the trepidation in his subordinates, Huang Feng added a further warning. Moreover, the master who provides me with medicinal wine for my injuries remarked that the man who attacked me is undoubtedly a practitioner of Bejiquan, and his skills are formidable. Had he not held back, my bones would have been reduced to rubble, leaving me bedridden for life. Fear etched itself on the faces of his subordinates. If he had restrained his strength and nearly left Huang Feng incapacitated, what fate awaited them had they dared to confront him? Wang San, pale-faced, also felt the weight of Huang Feng's words. Huang Feng cast a sidelong glance at Wang San and said coolly, Wang San, do you believe that my breaking your hand in front of that ruthless man was a curse or a blessing? Indeed, it was a blessing. Thank you, boss, for saving my life, Wang San replied, feeling a sense of relief. Had it not been for the leader's intervention, he might have engaged Lin Yan, and the outcome would have been far worse than merely losing a hand. It could have resulted in lifelong paralysis. Yet, Huang Feng added, though I spared you from his wrath, you should still take this money back. As he feigned reaching into his pocket, Wang San quickly interjected, Boss, this money is my tribute to you. It would be unreasonable to take it back. Seeing Wang San's eagerness to please, Huang Feng withdrew his hand with satisfaction and turned to the other subordinates, instructing, remember the face of that ruthless man. Do not provoke him in the county town again, or you shall not keep your lives. The ruffians nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Yan had successfully repelled Huang Feng and his gang. Becoming an idol in Tang Rou's eyes, she bombarded him with inquiries, leaving no stone unturned. Initially, Tang Rou had no intention of taking Lin Yan's tricycle, but she changed her mind, playfully pleading with him to take her to a bus station a few kilometers away. Throughout the journey, Tang Rou chattered incessantly, exuding enthusiasm. Upon arriving at the bus station she had mentioned, she reluctantly disembarked. Lin Yan, will we meet again? Will we lose contact? She murmured, pouting and gazing intently at him. Don't you already have my phone number? How could we possibly lose touch? Lin Yan replied with a hint of helplessness. He had not intended to give his number to Tang Rou, yet her persistent coaxing and her vow not to disturb him with unnecessary calls compelled him to relent. Hearing this, Tang Rou's cheeks flushed, and she stammered, at a loss for words. Lin Yan gently patted her head and chuckled. All right, I'm leaving now. At your age, you should focus on your studies and not dwell on other matters. With that, he drove away, as she watched Lin Yan's tricycle recede into the distance. Tang Rou felt her face burn. Did he, perhaps, perceive her feelings? Chapter 75. Tang Rou's identity in a moment of contemplation. A sleek black Audi came to a halt before Tang Rou. A chauffeur emerged from the vehicle, bowing respectfully to her and stating, I apologize for my tardiness, Mississippi. Not at all. With my father preoccupied with the affairs of such a vast estate, and your daily obligations to transport him to numerous destinations, I have inadvertently caused you inconvenience. Tang Ro replied with a slight bow, her tone apologetic. It is no trouble at all, Mississippi. Please, do get in, the driver urged, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses as he gestured for her to enter the car. Could you assist me in locating an individual? Tang Ro inquired once she settled into the back seat. Of course, Mississippi. What can you tell me? The chauffeur responded with utmost deference. His name is Lin Yan. In his 20s, and he is likely not from the county, Tang Ro provided succinctly. The driver acknowledged her request, assuring her that he would require some time to conduct the search before starting the engine and departing from the bus station. Unbeknownst to Lin Yan, the young woman he had encountered earlier possessed an extraordinary background. Upon returning to Dashur village, he found his sisters, Xia Luoxue and Lin Qing, awaiting him in the courtyard. Their expressions turned to surprise as they beheld the abundance of items he had brought back. Brother, did you rob a department store? There is so much stuff in the car, Lin Qing exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Lin Yan ruffled his sister's hair, chiding her playfully. Is that any way to speak of your brother? Ah, that hurts, Lin Qing protested, clutching her head. Xia Luoxue chuckled at the scene and asked, Lin Yan, what did you buy? Nothing too extravagant. Since we are planning a picnic, I thought it prudent to gather some snacks. I procured a variety of treats at the market for you to enjoy at home, Lin Yan explained as he began unloading boxes of flavored milk, packages of white rabbit candy, and bags of sunflower seeds. In addition, there were watermelon-flavored bubble gum, fig-flavored dried radish snacks, spicy strips, whistle candy, crispy noodles, and hawthorn slices. The two sisters stood in awe, speechless at the sheer volume of snacks, enough to establish a small convenience store in the village. Brother, with this many snacks, are you certain they are intended for our picnic? This could easily supply a small shop for our parents, Lin Qing remarked, her eyes wide in disbelief. Lin Shan and his wife emerged from the house, equally astonished by the sight of the scattered snacks. Xiaoyin, are you planning to open a convenience store? Lin Shan asked, bewildered. Let us do it. We could set up a small stall on the first floor and sell snacks since we have a telephone installed. If anyone in the village needs to make a call, we can charge a fee similar to the village chief shop, Li Tsuehua suggested with enthusiasm. Since the installation of the telephone, she frequently chatted with her siblings, and with her son's newfound success, her confidence had significantly grown. Coupled with the hours spent preparing bean sprouts and rice noodle rolls each morning, she found herself with ample free time and was eager to alleviate her boredom. Opening a small convenience store would certainly make her days more fulfilling. As a mother, I believe you are absolutely right. Upon hearing this, both Xia Luoxue and Lin Qing couldn't help but chuckle. When parents are affectionate towards each other, children tend to emulate that behavior. Conversely, if parents fail to respect one another, it inevitably influences their children's perspectives on marriage. Lin Yan, momentarily taken aback, had merely considered purchasing an abundance of snacks for his wife and sister, never once contemplating the idea of establishing a convenience store. However, prompted by his parents and sister, the notion of opening such a shop began to seem quite feasible. Thus, he decided to heed his mother's advice and venture into setting up a small convenience store. He planned to ask Wang Gong to recruit a few workers and gather some materials to construct a metal shed for the shop. Although the village's convenience store appeared modest and primarily offered snacks, the profit margins were remarkably substantial. It was entirely plausible to sustain a family with the income generated from a small shop. In the decades following his previous life, the streets became filled with convenience stores because they proved to be lucrative. With an area of merely 10 square meters, it may not seem expansive. Yet daily revenues could soar to 7,000 or 8,000, accumulating over 200,000 per month. After deducting costs for goods, rent, utilities, and the salaries of 2 rotating employees, the remaining profits would belong entirely to the owner. Establishing several convenience stores could easily lead to an annual income exceeding 1 million. Upon hearing her son's words, Li Tsuehua's face lit up with excitement. Let us not delay any longer. We should go right now. With that, she urged Lin Shan to head to the village entrance to consult Wang Gong about the cost of constructing a metal shed, vowing to cover the expenses herself. Wang Gong, upon learning of the project, wasted no time and quickly enlisted 2 workers to erect the metal structure. Once the arrangements were finalized, Lin Yan chose to take a step back from the process, entrusting the management of the convenience store to his parents while he focused on restocking the inventory. Sister, these are for you to enjoy. I'll head to the kitchen to prepare some picnic lunches, then we'll be on our way. Lin Yan retrieved several large bags and a square canvas bag from the back of the tricycle, handing it to Lin Qing. Upon hearing that her brother had bought her something, Lin Qing's face lit up with curiosity. Brother, what did you get me? I'm all grown up now. You're not buying me toys, are you? Lin Yan simply smiled and replied, why don't you open it and see for yourself? Seeing her brother's mysterious demeanor, Lin Qing eagerly unzipped the canvas bag. Upon discovering its contents, her expression froze momentarily before transforming into one of exhilaration. It was an art board, charcoal pencils, art textbooks, and watercolor supplies. Brother, is all of this for me? How do you like it? Do you enjoy your gift? Lin Yan asked, observing his sister's delighted expression, reassured that his expenditure had not been in vain. I love it. Thank you, brother. Lin Qing exclaimed, embracing Lin Yan and planting a kiss on his cheek. You're getting older, yet you still act so impulsively, Lin Yan remarked, wiping the drool from his face with a resigned smile. Fortunately, Xia Luoxue seemed accustomed to it, understanding that this was merely the bond of deep sibling affection, thus she did not harbor any jealousy. In his previous life, after Lin Yan wed Chen Mei, she forbade him from any interaction or communication with other women. Even when his sister sought to playfully tease him, Chen Mei would become envious, displaying an intense possessiveness. On several occasions, when Lin Yan had arranged business dinners with female clients, upon discovering this, Chen Mei would disrupt the gatherings, leaving both him and the clients in an awkward predicament, causing their collaborations to repeatedly fall through. He truly could not fathom why he had been so infatuated with Chen Mei in his past life, as if ensnared by some enchantment. Brother. I just knew that with Sister Luoxue by your side, you would not forget your little sister, Lin Qing said playfully, sticking out her tongue. Lin Yan shook his head, instructing Xia Luoxue to accompany Lin Qing in drawing, while he made his way to the kitchen to prepare bento boxes. The sun shone brightly on this splendid day, with a pleasant cloud cover. Although the sun was out, it was not overly hot, making it perfect for an outdoor excursion. He intended to prepare an abundance of snacks, ensuring that their outing would be a joyful one. Chapter 76. Setting off for a picnic, delicious snacks upon entering the kitchen. Lin Yan retrieved the ingredients he had procured from the market, a package of frozen chicken wings, a bag of frozen fish balls, and several pieces of dried squid. He first placed the chicken wings and fish balls into a pot of boiling water to thaw and heat them, then removed them to cool. Next, he blanched the thawed chicken wings to eliminate any residual blood, followed by heating oil in a pan. He added minced ginger, garlic, and scallions, then the chicken wings, frying them until they turned a golden hue. Finally, he poured in a bottle of Coca-Cola, submerging the wings, and commenced a slow simmer over low heat. If the village children were to witness the glass-bottled Coca-Cola being used for cooking, something they rarely indulged in, they would undoubtedly shed tears of envy. As the Coca-Cola chicken wings simmered, Lin Yan left them undisturbed, knowing that to infuse the wings with flavor, the syrup from the cola needed time to melt. He turned his attention to boiling another pot of water, into which he added a curry spice packet. Once the packet dissolved, he submerged the fish balls in the curry broth to cook. To create a delectable pot of curry fish balls, patience was equally required for a gentle simmer. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Yan cleaned the dried squid, dried it thoroughly, wrapped it in aluminum foil, and placed it in the charcoal embers beneath the stove to roast. Within 10 minutes, he retrieved the foil-wrapped squid, and upon unwrapping it, a delightful aroma wafted forth. He tore the squid into shreds, rewrapped it, and prepared it to be enjoyed at the picnic. No one could resist the allure of dried squid strips paired with seafood mustard soy sauce. Brother, what delicious dish are you making? It smells wonderful. I can hardly wait for the picnic. I want to eat it now. Lin Qing exclaimed, entranced, as she entered with Xia Luoxue 20 minutes later. That's a secret. You'll find out when we get there. Have you packed everything? We can set off for the picnic. Lin Yan replied, cheerfully placing the Coca-Cola chicken wings and curry fish balls into several iron bowls with lids. Upon hearing they could leave, both girls became excited, swiftly gathering their painting supplies, picnic blanket, and various snacks to load onto the tricycle. It was now noon, and every household in the village had prepared their lunch. Gathering at their doorsteps to eat while chatting animatedly with neighbors, their conversations filled with fervor. In this era, few families owned televisions, and there were no captivating dramas to accompany meals. The most entertaining moments often arose from the casual banter exchanged before and after dining among neighbors. As Lin Yan drove the tricycle along the village paths, Lin Qing and Xia Luoxue sat on either side of the vehicle, the gentle breeze teasing their dark tresses. Due to the limited space, Lin Qing leaned against the window, making an effort to leave room for her brother and sister-in-law. Little Qing, where are you headed on this fine afternoon? Several villagers inquired, noticing Lin Yan's tricycle and the girl perched at the window. The weather is splendid today. My brother is taking me and sister-in-law out for a picnic. Lin Qing replied, beaming with happiness, her face radiant. Upon hearing this, the villagers expressed their envy. Their faces illuminated with admiration. Luoxue, the fortunate girl, has not yet entered her home, and Xiao Yan has already showered her with numerous gifts, taking her on delightful excursions. One might say that the ancestral graves of the Lin family are indeed blessed. Children from numerous esteemed families have come to propose to Luoxue, yet she has chosen none but Xiao Yan, a stroke of fortune for him. Your words hold truth. When Lin Yan was previously with Chen Mei, he was impoverished. After their engagement was called off, he became betrothed to Xia Luoxue, soon constructing a house, acquiring a vehicle, and engaging in a thriving wild vegetable business. This girl, Luoxue, brings prosperity to her husband. Xiao Yan ought to take her on more adventures and treat her well, for that is the path to wealth. The murmurs surrounding them reached Xia Luoxue's ears, causing her entire face to flush with embarrassment. Stealing a glance at Lin Yan and noticing his calm demeanor, she breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, Lin Yan, don't listen to their nonsensical chatter. Your success is solely due to your own abilities. It has little to do with me. She believed that men are inherently proud and dislike being perceived as having thrived through their wives, especially now, with villagers attributing Lin Yan's prosperity to her influence. These people cling to superstitions and outdated beliefs. My brother's wealth is the result of his hard work, rising early to prepare countless bowls of bean sprouts and pig intestine noodles, sourcing wild vegetables, and tirelessly seeking sales channels in the county. His achievements have nothing to do with whether I bring him fortune or not. Lin Qing nodded in agreement. However, Lin Yan, serious in his gaze, turned to Xia Luoxue and said, what they say is not unfounded. It is indeed because you bring me fortune. Ever since you agreed to marry me, I have felt an inexhaustible surge of energy. Everything I undertake flows effortlessly, and the mere thought of you fills me with courage, rendering me unafraid of any setbacks. The wealth I have garnered owes half of its credit to you. Moreover, not only do you bring me prosperity, but I sense that after our marriage, we shall be blessed with many children, a pair of twins, perhaps one of each gender, and a set of twin girls. We shall live together in enduring happiness. Upon hearing Lin Yan's heartfelt declaration, Xia Luoxue's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson, her head burying itself into her chest. Lin Yan, cease this talk. You're being mischievous. We are soon to be wed, and exchanging sweet words between spouses is hardly mischief. Lin Qing, overhearing this exchange, was taken aback. When had her usually naive brother, so easily swayed by Chen Mei, become so eloquent in expressing affection? Could it be that he had gained insight after ending his engagement with her? Observing her brother's playful banter with Xia Luoxue, Lin Qing felt a desire to exit the vehicle. The sweetness of their exchange was overwhelming. She feared it might elevate her blood sugar. Before long, the trio arrived at a small creek, across which lay a sparse grove of trees, the verdant grass beneath perfect for a picnic. After parking the car, Lin Yan unloaded all their supplies and carefully stepped across the stones in the creek to reach the grassy expanse on the other side. Xia Luoxue and Lin Qing diligently spread out the picnic blanket and arranged an array of delectable snacks. Subsequently, the two young women reclined upon the blanket, basking in the sun while indulging in their treats. Brother, these chicken wings are delightfully sweet and utterly delicious, and the fish balls have a savory flavor with a hint of spiciness that I've never experienced before. After savoring 2 chicken wings and a couple of curry fish balls, Lin Qing felt her taste buds awaken and excitedly inquired, what are the names of these 2 snacks? Xia Luoxue was equally astonished by the exquisite offerings prepared by Lin Yan. It was her first encounter with such delightful cuisine. Observing the astonished expressions on the faces of the 2 women, Lin Yan felt a pang of sympathy. These 2 snacks, while not rare delicacies in the provincial capital, were treats that many well-off children could easily afford. It was merely the residents of their village who had yet to experience the culinary wonders of the big city. The 2 dishes were cola chicken wings and curry fish balls, with the sweetness of the wings attributed to the addition of cola. Lin Yan explained. The curry fish balls are a delicacy from the island, infused with curry for flavor, hence the slight spiciness. Lin Qing gazed at Lin Yan with curiosity. Brother, when did you acquire the skill to cook dishes from so many places? You even know how to prepare food from the island? Xia Luoxue also looked at Lin Yan with intrigue. You are familiar with Lu Ying, the owner of the auspicious tea house. I have been delivering wild vegetables to her tea house frequently and have learned a few techniques from her chef. Lin Yan casually fabricated an excuse. Fortunately, Luing owned a tea house, otherwise he would have struggled to find a plausible reason. Indeed, upon hearing Lin Yan's explanation, both women displayed expressions of relief. Now, to try this hand-torn squid, dipped in a bit of seafood mustard soy sauce, it's absolutely delightful. This is a Japanese delicacy. Seeing that the two women believed his words, Lin Yan smiled, unwrapping the squid from its foil, and retrieved a small dish to prepare some soy sauce and mustard for them to taste. Chapter 77. The Delicacies of the Kitchen. It was the first time the two women ventured into this particular culinary experience. They dipped a morsel into the mustard soy sauce and brought it to their lips. In the next instant, tears streamed down their faces from the intense spiciness. How fiery! And this mustard is so pungent. Brother, what on earth have you made for us? Lin Qing exclaimed, covering her nose, her small fist clenched in indignation. This mustard embodies a flavor that is both spicy and pungent. It is quite popular in the provincial city. Pairing it with shrimp is considered a delicacy. Lin Yan explained with a smile. I personally relish this mustard. After enduring the spiciness, Xia Luoxue's eyes sparkled as she picked up a piece of squid, dipped it in the mustard soy sauce, and took a bite. Despite the overwhelming heat, she found herself increasingly drawn to it, savoring each bite with growing enthusiasm. Unable to tolerate the intensity of the mustard, Lin Qing opted for the cola chicken wings and curry fish balls instead. The three of them sat on a picnic blanket, breathing in the unique rural atmosphere of the era. The surrounding grass swayed gently in the breeze, resembling waves upon a verdant sea. A nearby brook flowed crystal clear, its gentle babbling occasionally interrupted by small fish playfully darting about, carefree in their aquatic ballet. In the distance, the rice paddies had already donned a golden hue, with green grasshoppers leaping among them, producing a chorus of chirping sounds. The summer day seemed to be fast-forwarding, as if an invisible hand was hastening its pace. After indulging in snacks, the trio lay back on the grass, gazing up at the pristine blue sky, where fluffy clouds drifted lazily by, a scene of utter contentment. Brother, I'm hungry. Lin Qing's voice suddenly pierced the tranquility, interrupting the blissful moment. Already hungry? Most of the cola chicken wings and curry fish balls have already found their way into your stomach. Lin Yan remarked with a sidelong glance at Lin Qing. Mother always says there's a stomach for meals and a stomach for soup, so clearly there is one for snacks as well. I've filled up on snacks, but I haven't had my meal yet. Lin Qing stuck out her tongue, quoting the age-old adage. With such an appetite, I'll need to find you a wealthy family to marry into. Otherwise, I fear I won't be able to support you, Lin Yan teased, rolling his eyes at her. Who needs someone else to support me? I'll earn a fortune and take care of myself. Lin Qing replied defiantly. Just then, a rumble echoed from Lin Yan's stomach. He turned to Xia Luoxue, who blushed slightly. I'm a bit hungry too, but I can hold out until dinner, she said. Lin Yan, with utmost seriousness, responded. If you're hungry, you must eat. You can't wait until dinner. I'll prepare something for you. Going hungry is detrimental to your health. With that, he rose to his feet. Lin Qing, feeling a twinge of jealousy, thought to herself that she might need to reconsider her brother's affection for her now that he had a sister-in-law. After all, the treatment for hunger seemed entirely different. Was this the beginning of the rivalry between sister-in-law and sister? I suddenly feel inspired to sketch, she mused aloud. Then I shall assist Lin Yan. Xia Luoxue pondered before speaking up. Sister-in-law, once the delicious meal is ready, do remember to call for me. Lin Qing took out her drawing board and sketching pen, preparing to head to the creek for some plein-air painting. She wished to grant her brother and Luoxue some time alone, believing that only in such solitude could their affections flourish rapidly. Upon hearing this, Xia Luoxue blushed and nodded in agreement. As she approached the stony bank of the creek, she noticed Lin Yan excavating clods of earth from the nearby rice paddy. Do you need any assistance? Xia Luoxue inquired. Could you help me construct an earthen oven? Lin Yan replied without hesitation upon seeing her. Are you planning to steam sweet potatoes? Xia Luoxue surmised, immediately grasping Lin Yan's intentions. Having grown up together in the village, the children of the countryside often engaged in such activities, and Lin Yan frequently dragged her along to build earthen ovens for steaming sweet potatoes. When the sweet potatoes were cooked, he would generously share half as a token of gratitude for her labor. You'll find out soon enough, but please help me with the oven first, Lin Yan chuckled. Not probing further into Lin Yan's playful mystery, Xia Luoxue swiftly assisted in assembling the earthen oven. Meanwhile, Lin Yan gathered a considerable amount of dry twigs, which Xia Luoxue skillfully accepted, placing them inside the oven to ignite, eagerly awaiting the moment the oven would glow red. During this time, Lin Yan retrieved sweet potatoes and raw eggs from the back of the vehicle, wrapping them meticulously in damp paper towels and setting them aside. He then produced a hen enveloped in lotus leaves, encasing it in a thick layer of mud, securing it tightly. Lin Yan, the oven is almost ready, Xia Luoxue announced. Lin Yan nodded, taking a stick to clear the charcoal remnants from the oven, then puncturing a hole at the top to insert the mud-encrusted hen. Following this, he carefully shattered the upper layers of the oven walls, allowing the heated earth to envelop the hen. He then placed the sweet potatoes and eggs inside in succession, finally sealing the exterior with a layer of raw mud to prevent heat loss. After about 15 minutes, the sweet potatoes and eggs will be ready, but the innermost items will require an additional 15 minutes, he explained. Having completed the arduous task, Lin Yan was drenched in sweat, yet a smile graced his face. Constructing an earthen oven is a skillful endeavor, and the final stages of placing the ingredients and sealing the earth are critical. Should the last step be executed poorly, the oven could collapse, rendering all efforts futile. Or worse, he might suffer burns from the splattering hot earth. Lin Yan recalled the first time he built an earthen oven with San Go and others. Huizai had misjudged the oven's temperature, and after steaming the sweet potatoes, he had grabbed a handful of scorching earth, causing the blood in his palm to evaporate instantly, leaving his fingers pale and nearly severed. "You've worked hard," Xia Luoxue said, naturally using her sleeve to wipe the sweat from Lin Yan's brow. Feeling her concern, Lin Yan's face broke into a smile. "To be able to cook for you. This toil is a burden I would gladly bear for a lifetime." Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Xia Luoxue's face flushed crimson, yet she refrained from retorting. She, too, would gladly spend her life savoring the meals prepared by Lin Yan. Not far away, by the babbling brook, Lin Qing, who was contemplating whether to sketch the mountains or the rural rice fields, suddenly brightened upon witnessing this scene. "Another attempt to feed me honey? Just watch. I shall immortalize you both in my art." With this thought, Lin Qing seized her pencil and began to draw with remarkable speed. Her innate talent was exceptional. Despite having received little formal training in art, her skills in sketching rivaled those of her peers. "Xiao Qing, the sweet potatoes and eggs from the earthen oven are almost ready. Would you like to come and eat?" Lin Yan called out after completing a sketch. "Coming." Lin Qing quickly concealed her drawing and dashed over. The aroma of the cooked sweet potatoes wafted through the air, soft and sweet, melting in the mouth. The eggs, also infused with a delightful fragrance, were soon devoured by Lin Qing, who relished them to the point of burping in satisfaction. "So delicious, brother. Your culinary skills are extraordinary," she exclaimed, patting her little belly before glancing at Xia Luoxue. Noticing that the latter had only consumed one egg and one sweet potato, her curiosity was piqued. "Sister Luoxue, aren't you hungry too? Why aren't you eating? If you don't, my brother will finish it all. You little rascal, if you desire more, simply take it without dragging me into your excuses." Lin Yan retorted with a hint of annoyance. "Xiao Qing, if you enjoy it, feel free to indulge," Xia Luoxue suggested graciously. Lin Qing stuck out her tongue and chuckled. "Then I shan't hold back." The sweet potatoes and eggs were undeniably exquisite, despite having eaten her fill. She found herself unable to resist more. Once she finished the last sweet potato, thoroughly satiated, Lin Yan finally inquired, "Xiao Qing, are you full now?" "Yes. I can't possibly eat another bite," Lin Qing declared, seated atop a large stone and waving her hand dismissively. Lin Yan turned to Xia Luoxue and stated, "Now that Xiao Qing is full, it's our turn to eat." Xiao Qing froze, staring in awe as Lin Yan used a stick to pry open the last layer of earth covering the oven, extracting the final parcel within. As the bundle was cracked open, a fragrant aroma of lotus leaves wafted forth, followed by an overwhelmingly rich scent of roasted chicken, which was enough to make one's mouth water in anticipation. "Brother, why didn't you tell me there was chicken in the oven?" Lin Qing exclaimed excitedly, her eyes wide with wonder. "You never asked." Lin Yan shrugged nonchalantly. Lin Qing then turned to Xia Luoxue, "Sister Luoxue, why didn't you inform me either? I saw how blissfully you were enjoying the sweet potatoes and eggs, so I thought." Xia Luoxue replied with a smile. Upon hearing their exchange and witnessing the two begin to tear into the chicken legs, Lin Qing felt tears welling up. The couple's harmonious dynamic made it impossible for her to harbor any resentment. Chapter 78, the conclusion of a major case in the distribution of merits at the county bureau. The entire staff was engrossed in a singular event, the return of Li Aigua and Tang Yu, who had been missing for a day and a night, accompanied by two criminals, one of whom was dead. According to Li Aigua, these two rogues were exceptionally vicious. They not only hoarded firearms but had also kidnapped a young couple in the eastern scenic area, even intending to murder the hostages. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Li Aigua and Tang Yu, 2 lives would have been lost in vain. It was highly probable that these criminals were wanted murderers. This incident attracted the immediate attention of the highest authority within the Bureau, who personally organized an investigative team. After extensive inquiries, it was confirmed that the 2 criminals were indeed fugitives responsible for multiple homicides, having escaped from Guizhou province, with blood on their hands from no fewer than 10 lives. Various affiliated units had already launched a joint manhunt, yielding no results for 3 consecutive years. Unexpectedly, it was Li Aigua who intercepted them, and under the condition of ensuring the safety of the hostages, he promptly neutralized one of the assailants. The matter garnered the attention of the Municipal Bureau, which dispatched personnel to commend Li Aigua, as well as to express gratitude to the County Bureau for their efforts in aiding the rescued hostages now placed in a guest house. Initially, it appeared that the matter was nearing closure. Li Aigua and Tang Yu merely needed to wait at the Bureau, confident that a formal commendation ceremony would soon follow, with individual and collective third-class merits assured. However, after the Municipal Bureau's personnel conferred with the 2 rescued hostages, their demeanor shifted dramatically. They requested all County Bureau personnel to vacate the guest house room, where they proceeded to engage in a half-hour conversation with the male and female hostages. Upon emerging, the municipal officer informed the County Bureau that, regarding the kidnapping case, all references to the rescue of the hostages would be omitted. Instead, it would be stated that Li Aigua encountered the 2 fugitive murderers in the eastern scenic area, and during the arrest, faced resistance, resulting in the shooting of one assailant. Upon hearing this, the County Bureau official was understandably reluctant. After all, the act of shooting a criminal to save lives was vastly different from merely engaging in self-defense during an arrest. Li Aigua, having risked his life to save others, deserved full recognition for his valor. Yet, after a few whispered remarks from the municipal officer, the official's expression changed, and he acquiesced to the revised narrative. Consequently, many within the County Bureau felt a sense of injustice on behalf of Li Aigua. Captain Li, this case clearly involved you shooting the criminal to save lives. How can they now remove the information regarding the hostages? This could jeopardize your third-class merit in the office. A middle-aged man with a buzz cut spoke up for Li Aigua. His name was Zhou Wu, the deputy captain, who maintained a close relationship with Li Aigua. Li Aigua, upon hearing Zhou's words, simply smiled and shook his head. The Bureau's decision surely comes with its own considerations. He had patrolled the eastern scenic area in pursuit of career advancement, having heeded Lin Yan's advice. However, when he confronted the 2 criminals intent on harming the hostages, his thoughts were far from ambition. His sole focus was on rescuing the captives. The hostages have been rescued, and the perpetrators have faced justice. The hat upon his head was not worn in vain. Whether he will receive a promotion or recognition is left to fate. One must acknowledge the truth. If there is merit, there should be reward. What is the meaning of the current situation? Deputy Captain Zhou Wu remarked with some indignation. At that moment, Tang Yu seemed to have received a phone call from outside, her delicate face adorned with a complex expression. After overhearing the conversation between Li Aigua and Zhou Wu, she hesitated for a few seconds before speaking. Captain Li, I have just received some new information regarding this case. Would you like to hear it? Li Aigua cast a sidelong glance at Tang Yu and chuckled. Tang Yu, is this new information once again from your old classmates? In the County Bureau, if we are to speak of who possesses the most accurate information, it is neither Li Aigua nor Zhou Wu, nor even the highest-ranking official in the Bureau, but rather Tang Yu. No matter the rumor or development, she always seems to be the first to know. In the previous case involving the illegal scrap steel, many of the insights and intelligence were sourced by Tang Yu. When asked where she procured this information, she merely attributed it to her senior colleagues from school, many of whom work in various departments in other cities and counties. Li Aigua has never been convinced by this excuse. Not to mention that these young seniors, working in other departments, may not have access to such sensitive information. Even if they did, such details are not easily disclosed. Captain Li, just say whether you wish to hear it or not, Tang Yu said with an awkward smile, offering no further explanation. Regardless of whether Captain Li is interested, I certainly am. Do tell, Zhou Wu chimed in with a grin. Tang Yu glanced around at her colleagues in the office, ensuring no one was paying attention, before lowering her voice to address Li Aigua and Zhou Wu. Captain Li, the 2 hostages we rescued yesterday are not ordinary individuals. Their identities are sensitive and not suitable for exposure in such cases, which is why the higher authorities have instructed the County Bureau to keep their information confidential. Zhou Wu, intrigued, inquired further. Sensitive identities? In what way? Tang Yu shot him a glance. Deputy Captain, I said their identities are sensitive, which means I cannot disclose them. How would I know? Zhou Wu, upon hearing this, offered an awkward smile. Li Aigua, reflecting on Tang Yu's words, fell into contemplation. The special identities of those two individuals, along with their substantial influence, were undoubtedly significant. He recalled what Lin Yan had mentioned to him the day before. Could it be that these two individuals were indeed his benefactors? Just then, a robust figure entered the room, and everyone in the bureau greeted him respectfully. Director Chen. The newcomer was Chen Zheng, the director of the county bureau. Acknowledging the greetings with a nod, Chen Zheng approached Li Aigua and said, Aigua, come to my office for a moment. With that, he proceeded toward the director's office. The crowd, upon hearing Chen Zheng's words, displayed varying expressions, casting glances at Li Aigua, uncertain of what would transpire next. Li Aigua, too, was momentarily taken aback, unsure of the reason for the director's summons. Captain Li, do not worry. It must be something good, Zhou Wu encouraged. Tang Yu playfully winked at Li Aigua, as if she had already received some intriguing news. Li Aigua, not dwelling on it, stepped into the director's office and closed the door behind him. There, he found Chen Zheng seated comfortably on the sofa, basking in a spring-like mood as he brewed tea. Noticing that Li Aigua remained standing at the entrance, Chen Zheng cheerfully called out, Aigua, come, take a seat and join me for some tea. Observing Chen Zheng's apparent good spirits, Li Aigua felt a slight sense of reassurance. Once seated, he inquired, Director Chen, you seem rather cheerful today. Have you encountered some delightful news? Chen Zheng poured a cup of tea for Li Aigua and replied with a smile, Aigua, you should thank yourself for this situation. Taken aback by the unexpected praise, Li Aigua asked, Thank me? Chen Zheng nodded, saying, If all goes as planned, I will soon be transferred to the neighboring county, and this position will rightfully be yours. Those seemingly light words struck Li Aigua like a thunderbolt. Chapter 79. Letting my wife take the accounting exam. It turns out that due to Li Aigua's consecutive breakthroughs in the black scrap steel case and the recent fugitive homicide case, coupled with the influence of two individuals of significant status, his contributions are considerable. A mere commendation would no longer suffice to acknowledge his merits. Thus, the city has decided to elevate Li Aigua's position. Currently serving as a captain, his advancement would necessitate a corresponding elevation of Chen Zheng's role to create a vacancy. In this sense, Chen Zheng is indeed riding the coattails of Li Aigua's success. After listening to Chen Zheng's explanation, Li Aigua felt somewhat bewildered, as he had not anticipated that a few words from Lin Yan would stir such substantial repercussions. Aigua, I must express my gratitude to you. Had it not been for your efforts, I might still be unaware of any opportunity for reassignment. Allow me to toast you with a cup of tea instead of wine. Chen Zheng said earnestly as he lifted his teacup. Upon hearing this, Li Aigua promptly raised his own cup, respectfully addressing Chen Zheng. All of this is thanks to your adept command and strategic coordination. I merely followed your directives and executed some practical tasks. I dare not claim credit. This achievement belongs to all of us in the bureau. Pleased with Li Aigua's response, Chen Zheng nodded in approval. Director Chen, I have a question that I hope you won't mind me asking. Li Aigua suddenly remembered something and looked toward Chen Zheng. Are you inquiring about the identities of those two individuals at the guest house? Chen Zheng glanced at Li Aigua as he spoke. Li Aigua nodded in affirmation. After taking a sip of tea and inhaling deeply, Chen Zheng hesitated before responding. Aigua, it's not that I intend to withhold information, but their identities must remain strictly confidential. I cannot disclose them. Just remember, those two are our benefactors. Upon hearing Chen Zheng's answer, Li Aigua was not overly surprised and simply nodded. Director Chen, I understand, he replied. Chen Zheng chose not to elaborate further, and the two discussed a few details regarding the handover of responsibilities before allowing Li Aigua to leave, as official documentation had yet to be finalized, making it impossible to discuss many matters in detail. Once Li Aigua exited the director's office, Zhou Wu and Tang Yu approached him eagerly. Captain Li, what did the director want? He didn't say anything negative, did he? Zhou Wu inquired with concern. I told you, Deputy Captain, that Li would have good news inside. Why didn't you believe me? Tang Yu chimed in. Seeing Zhou Wu's worried expression, Li Aigua shook his head and chuckled. Indeed, it is good news, though I cannot disclose it just yet. What good news? Captain Li, do share with me. I promise not to tell anyone else. Zhou Wu asked, curiosity evident on his face. Li Aigua, recognizing Zhou Wu's reliability after years of working together and facing danger, knew that he could trust him. If not for Li Aigua's presence, Zhou Wu might well have occupied his position. Their friendship had always been strong. Tonight, You must treat me to dinner, Li Aigua declared. Why is that? Zhou Wu asked, taken aback and puzzled. Tang Yu smiled and remarked, why don't you understand yet? When Captain Li has good fortune as his deputy, surely you will share in that prosperity. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wu instantly grasped the implication, his face lighting up with joy as he fixed his gaze on Li Aigua, seemingly seeking confirmation from him. Captain Li, is that truly your intention? Li Aigua, noticing his excitement, nodded affirmatively. Zhou Wu, elated, declared, tonight, I shall treat you both to a meal at the little restaurant by the entrance. Just a humble eatery? Deputy, you are rather frugal, Tang Yu teased. Casting a sidelong glance at Zhou Wu, I have no choice. My salary is in my sister-in-law's hands, and this is merely my secret stash hidden in my insoles. Zhou Wu replied. Eventually, he turned to Li Aigua, observing that the latter did not seem particularly exhilarated, as if he had anticipated this situation all along, which piqued his curiosity. Captain Li, you are on the brink of a joyous occasion, yet you appear utterly unfazed. Upon Zhou Wu's comment, Tang Yu also looked at him with intrigue. Sensing their scrutiny, Li Aigua chuckled awkwardly. If I were to say that I had foreseen this event occurring, would you believe me? At this pronouncement, both Zhou Wu and Tang Yu were taken aback, exclaiming in unison, how could that be possible? Achievements and promotions are typically serendipitous. During their routine patrols, they often encounter minor thieves, and throughout the year, they might only receive a commendation. Cases like the black scrap steel incident or the capture of fugitive murderers are exceedingly rare, let alone the foresight to anticipate such breakthroughs or advancements. Had these words come from anyone else, they would undoubtedly deem that person mad. Tang Yu, do you recall 2 days ago when we were patrolling together, and I mentioned my reason for going to the eastern scenic area? Li Aigua inquired, knowing they would be skeptical. Tang Yu's expression shifted to one of contemplation, and as if recalling something, her face changed subtly. Captain Li, are you suggesting that your patrol in the eastern scenic area was prompted by a wise person informing you that there lay opportunities for your promotion? Li Aigua nodded. Zhou Wu, upon hearing this, was utterly astonished. Is it truly so? Tang Yu was equally taken aback. Had it been 2 days prior, she would have found such an enigmatic assertion impossible to believe. However, after the events of that day, her conviction wavered. Had it not been for the foresight of the wise individual Li Aigua spoke of, directing him to patrol the eastern scenic area, they might never have encountered those 2 fugitive murderers, nor would they have been able to rescue the hostages and apprehend them. Captain Li, if what you say is true, then you must express your gratitude to that wise person who has illuminated this path for you, Zhou Wu remarked, having lived for decades and believing in certain things. Indeed, I shall express my sincere gratitude, Li Aigua affirmed earnestly. Captain Li, who is that wise individual you mentioned? Might you introduce me to him? Tang Yu gazed at Li Aigua with hopeful anticipation, inquiring. She resolved to meet the extraordinary individual spoken of by Li Aigua, to discern whether he truly possessed the remarkable abilities as rumored, or if he was merely a charlatan. You have encountered him, Li Aigua stated. What? When? Tang Yu exclaimed. Startled, Li Aigua fixed his gaze upon her. After a brief moment of confusion, Tang Yu suddenly recalled the man who had subdued the assailant at the cabin atop the scenic mountain yesterday. Was it him? Li Aigua nodded affirmatively. He is indeed a remarkable person. If you wish to meet him, I can arrange for you to do so another day. Nearby, Zhou Wu, having overheard their conversation, felt perplexed and could not help but interject. You too, stop speaking in riddles. If such an exceptional person truly exists, I would like to witness him as well. Li Aigua chuckled. Certainly. By the brook, after satisfying their appetites, the 3 of them extinguished the high-temperature earthen kiln with water, ensuring that no dry leaves would ignite a fire once they departed. They then tidied up all the refuse, carefully packed it into bags, and, satisfied that nothing was left behind, set off in their vehicle. The 3-wheeled motorcycle traversed the rural path as the sun descended in the west, casting a warm golden hue over the rice fields, creating a picturesque scene of natural beauty. In the nearby village, wisps of smoke began to rise as families commenced their evening meals. Children frolicked along the trails, playing hide-and-seek and amusing themselves with caterpillars, radiating pure joy. Lin Qing, having tired herself from play, had fallen asleep against the side of the vehicle, leaving only Xia Luoxue to converse with Lin Yan. Lin Yan, thank you for taking me on this picnic today. It is the happiest I have ever been, she expressed. If you enjoyed it, I shall take you out every weekend. Lin Yan replied with a smile. But, will that not interfere with your business? Lin Yan laughed. Not at all. Money is an inexhaustible resource. But spending time with my wife is my foremost priority. Besides, in the future, I can take you along on outings while conducting business. Is that truly possible? Xia Luoxue asked, astonished. It was her first time hearing that one could combine business with leisure. Why not? Once you obtain your accounting certification and assist me in managing the company's finances, I can take you along while I negotiate deals, can't I? Lin Yan remarked, casting a gentle glance at Xia Luoxue, and added with a light-hearted smile, this way, we can work during the day and indulge in dining and revelry at night. Chapter 80. Finally finding the century-old ginseng, is it possible for me to pursue an accounting certificate? Xia Luoxue exclaimed, her face revealing a hint of astonishment. Of course it is. Lin Yan replied earnestly, nodding his head. During your school years, your academic performance was the best in the class. If it weren't for your grandfather's illness before the college entrance examination, which compelled you to forego it to care for him, you might have already become one of the few university graduates from our village. But I have already graduated from high school many years ago. Can I still take the accounting exam? A trace of hesitation crossed Xia Luoxue's face. Certainly. You can participate in the adult college entrance examination. And once you enroll in an adult university, you can obtain a diploma and pursue your accounting certification, Lin Yan encouraged. With your capabilities, obtaining the accounting certificate will be a mere formality. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Xia Luoxue felt a stir of ambition within her. She saw Lin Yan gradually becoming exceptional and wished to elevate herself as well, to assist him in his endeavors. Participating in the adult college entrance examination and obtaining the accounting certificate could potentially aid Lin Yan's business. But what about my grandfather and the bean sprouts at home? Xia Luoxue expressed her concerns. You needn't worry about that. The courses at adult universities are not overly demanding. Classes are not held every day. Moreover, my parents will surely support your pursuit of certification, and they can help look after the bean sprouts, Lin Yan reassured her. Adult universities do not operate like traditional higher education institutions, where classes are held daily. Most adult education courses are scheduled for the evening, catering to those who wish to study while working. Although many adult higher education institutions nowadays exhibit varying qualities, with issues of chaotic admissions and unregulated classes, it is not difficult to find a reputable evening school with a little caution or assistance from Luing. Will my uncle and aunt agree? Xia Luoxue asked anxiously. In their village, many women prioritize procreation and expanding their families after marriage. She feared that her recent marriage to Lin Yan would not be met with approval if she expressed her desire to attend an adult university for certification. Rest assured, my parents are quite open-minded, and as your husband, my word carries weight. Who would dare oppose it? Lin Yan smiled at Xia Luoxue. His words brought her immense comfort. Lin Yan genuinely cared for her, considering her future rather than being selfishly preoccupied with his own affairs. No woman wishes to be anything less than cherished by her husband. However, the prevailing societal norms often compel women to adopt a facade of strength, bearing the weight of their family's responsibilities. Thank you, Lin Yan, Xia Luoxue murmured. Her head slightly bowed, her voice tinged with gratitude. What do you thank me for? We are husband and wife, destined to support and assist one another. Lin Yan replied with a smile. Xia Luoxue blushed and nodded in agreement. Upon returning to Dashi village, it was already evening, and the courtyard was bustling with villagers who had returned from foraging for wild vegetables, all curiously gathered around the metal shed that had been erected. Zuehua, what is this metal shed for? Aunt Li inquired with genuine curiosity. Li Zuehua replied with pride, that child, Xiaoyan, seeing how hard we toil each day outside, has decided against allowing us to work and wants us to rest at home. He worries we might become too bored and restless. So he arranged for us to have this metal shed to run a small shop, selling snacks and essentials like oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar to pass the time. As she spoke of Lin Yan, a smile of satisfaction illuminated Li Zuehua's face, reflecting her pride in having such a dutiful son. In Dashi village, with its 2 or 3 dozen households, few families could boast of the luxury of enjoying their twilight years at home as she and Lin Shan did in their 40s. After all, who could deny that her son had achieved great things? Indeed, upon hearing Li Zuehua's words, the villagers around them displayed expressions of envy. Zuehua, you are truly fortunate to have such a capable son. We too wish to run a small shop at home, avoiding the need to toil elsewhere. But alas, our men lack such capability. That child Xiaoyan was born into the Lin family to repay Lin Shan and Zuehua's kindness, they remarked, listening to the villagers' praises. Lin Shan and Li Zuehua wore smiles of contentment. As they chatted with their neighbors, they weighed the wild vegetables brought in by the villagers and settled the accounts. Since Lin Shan and his wife ceased working outside, their physical and mental well-being had greatly improved, Each morning, after preparing rice noodle rolls with bean sprouts, they felt an abundance of energy. After assisting Xia Luoxue with inspecting the production status of the bean sprouts, they found themselves with little to do. Therefore, seeing that Lin Yan had not yet returned, they lent a hand in gathering wild vegetables. Dad, Mom, I can handle the gathering of wild vegetables. You should take a rest, Lin Yan said as he arrived in the courtyard, noticing his parents weighing the produce. Lin Qing had already awakened and was helping Xia Luoxue unload the uneaten snacks and miscellaneous items from the car. I saw that you hadn't returned yet, so I helped with the gathering. It's not too strenuous, Li Tsuehua said with a smile upon seeing her son return. The villagers beamed at Lin Yan's arrival. Is that Xiaoyan back? Did you enjoy your outing with Luoxue today? A good man must treat his wife well. A wife brings fortune to her husband. Lin Yan nodded in agreement at the villagers' remarks. As Xia Luoxue entered the courtyard, she shyly lowered her head upon hearing their comments. After all the wild vegetables were gathered and accounts settled, the villagers gradually departed. Strange, why haven't Sangu and the others returned yet? They should have brought back the gathered wild vegetables by now, Lin Qing remarked, glancing at the pile of vegetables in the courtyard. Li Tsuehua nodded in agreement, saying, that child Xiaobin is very dutiful to his grandmother. By this time, he should have already accompanied her for dinner. Why hasn't he come down yet? Hearing his mother and sister's words, Lin Yan furrowed his brow in concern. Upon the mountain, one encounters snakes, insects, rodents, and a plethora of wild beasts. Could it be that Sango and his companions have encountered some peril? I shall venture up the mountain to search for them. With this thought, Lin Yan donned his snake-proof boots and prepared to depart. Lin Yan, do exercise caution, said Xia Luoxue, her concern evident as she observed him readying himself for the ascent. Lin Yan nodded in acknowledgement and was about to step out when, unexpectedly, 3 figures rushed into the courtyard from outside, swiftly closing the large gate behind them. They furtively peered through the crack of the door, and upon confirming that no one was pursuing them, they exhaled in relief and collapsed onto the ground. Sango, Xiaobin, Huizai? Lin Qing exclaimed, her face reflecting surprise at the sight of the newcomers. What mischief have you 3 been up to? Why the secrecy? Upon seeing Sango and his companions, Lin Yan felt a weight lift from his heart and could not help but inquire. Sango, upon noticing Lin Yan, displayed a flicker of excitement, seemingly suppressing his emotions, and said, Brother Yin, we have found the item you requested. What item have you found? Lin Yan paused, momentarily taken aback, before his pupils suddenly constricted. He had sent Sango and the others to search the mountain for aged ginseng. Could it be that the century-old ginseng has been located? Chapter 81. Grandma Xiaobin, thank you for helping my grandson. Have you truly found the aged wild ginseng? Lin Yan suppressed the excitement bubbling within him and inquired of Sango and his companions. Brother Yin, how could there be any doubt? The moment we discovered that aged ginseng, we hurried down the mountain to find you, Sango replied animatedly. However, upon seeing the throng of villagers in the courtyard, we understood the immense value of that aged ginseng and, mindful of keeping our fortune discreet, chose to remain hidden until everyone departed before daring to enter. Lin Yan nodded appreciatively. You are quite clever. Lin Shan and his wife, Lin Qing, along with Xia Luoxue, displayed expressions of astonishment upon hearing that Sango and his group had unearthed another piece of aged ginseng. It was worth noting that not long ago, Lin Yan had purchased the aged Ganoderma lucidum they found for 3,000 yuan and subsequently sold it for over 10,000. Brother Yin, do you have any water? We've been out in the sun for half the day and are parched, Sango said, squeezing his throat. Without hesitation, Lin Yan retrieved 3 bottles of Gatorade and tossed them to them. The sight of the Gatorade made their eyes light up. Such a beverage was a rarity for them, typically only available during village feasts. They eagerly opened the bottles and gulped down the contents in mere moments, revealing their intense thirst. Having quenched your thirst, may we speak now? Lin Yan asked with a smile. Sango pointed to Huizai and Xiaobin, saying they were the first to discover the ginseng. Let them share their tale. Turning to Xiaobin and Huizai, Lin Yan listened intently. We stumbled upon the aged wild ginseng purely by chance. After gathering wild vegetables and small wild ginseng, we were about to head back. Xiaobin began, exchanging glances with Huizai before continuing, unexpectedly, while playfully tussling with Huizai. I tripped and fell into a small pit, where I discovered the aged ginseng. The others gasped in astonishment, marveling at the serendipitous nature of Xiaobin's discovery. Where is the ginseng? May I see it? Lin Yan inquired eagerly. The aged wild ginseng has numerous roots, and without the proper digging tools, we were hesitant to disturb it for fear of damaging its medicinal properties. We merely marked the spot and returned to inform you, Zai explained, shaking his head. You acted wisely, Lin Yan acknowledged with a nod. Ginseng is an exceedingly precious medicinal herb, and its roots bear significant therapeutic value. Most critically, improper harvesting can ruin the ginseng's medicinal qualities. While it may be permissible to casually collect younger wild ginseng, aged specimens require utmost care. Brother Yan, shall we ascend the mountain immediately to excavate that wild ginseng? The round trip will only take about an hour, Sango urged with eagerness. After all, they had discovered aged wild ginseng and naturally wished to sell it to Lin Yan for a handsome profit. Their previous encounter with an ancient Ganoderma had already yielded them a substantial gain. All right, let us ascend the mountain, Lin Yan concurred, fully aware that he could not wait until the following day to uncover the location of the prized aged Ganoderma. With the evening still relatively young, he hastened to excavate the wild ginseng. He promptly seized the specialized tools for ginseng digging and informed his parents and Xia Luoxue before preparing to depart. Xiaobin, it is getting late. Your grandmother has been waiting for you at home for quite some time. You should return first. Once the ginseng is unearthed, I will have Sango bring the payment to you, he advised before leaving. Upon hearing this, Xiaobin could not acquiesce. Yinggu, how can that be? The night is dark, the roads are slippery, and the mountain beasts are numerous at night. The more of us there are, the safer we will be. I will return to inform my grandmother and then join you, he insisted. Very well, we shall accompany you to inform your grandmother, Lin Yan replied, sensing Xiaobin's determination and choosing not to argue further. After departing from the Lin family courtyard, the four made their way to Xiaobin's home, his residence. A straw-thatched cottage located at the village's edge near the back mountain appeared quite dilapidated after enduring the elements. Upon arriving at the cottage, Lin Yan noticed numerous earthen bricks strewn about, likely intended for building a house, alongside various other construction materials. It seemed that after harvesting wild vegetables each day, Xiaobin devoted himself to making earthen bricks and gathering materials for construction. Despite earning money, he remained heavily involved in the building process, opting for materials that were both cost-effective and of good quality. Xiaobin had expressed his desire to construct a modest dwelling for his grandmother, sheltering her from the harshness of wind and rain, and his intentions were not mere words. Although his earnings were not on par with Lin Yan's, his filial piety towards the elderly woman was no less profound. At that moment, in the open space before the cottage, a small table had been set, and a kind, white-haired elder sat quietly, gazing at the simple dishes before her, untouched by chopsticks or spoon. It appeared she intended to wait for her grandson's return before partaking of her meal. Grandma, why haven't you eaten? The food is nearly cold, Xiaobin said with concern upon seeing her seated at the small table. Xiaobin has returned. Come, sit and eat. I have stir-fried some cured meat, his grandmother replied, her face breaking into a warm smile at the sight of her grandson. Grandma, I want to eat just yet. I must accompany Yinggu to the mountain to gather herbs. Please go ahead and eat, Xiaobin said, noticing his grandmother now acknowledged Lin Yan and Sango. She took Lin Yan's hand, her face beaming with affection. Xiaoyan, I have heard much from Xiaobin. Thank you for helping him gather wild vegetables for money. He is a child of hardship, with no parents, and he must care for this old woman who is a burden. It is I who have hindered Xiaobin. Had I departed sooner, he would not still be without a wife. The elderly woman, prone to sentimentality, could not help but shed a tear at this point. Grandma, please do not speak like that. I have never felt you were a burden to me. Xiaobin's eyes were slightly red, his voice choked with emotion. With Brother Yin by my side, foraging for wild vegetables and earning money, I will soon amass a fortune. Once I have saved enough, I can provide you with a proper home, and you shall enjoy a life of comfort. He had only his grandmother as a relative. Without her, he would have been orphaned. Upon hearing the elder's words, Lin Yan was visibly moved. For the first time, he realized that his simple idea of foraging for wild vegetables had the potential to alter the fates of many. In his previous life, Xiaobin had to care for his grandmother, limiting him to menial work around the village, earning very little. His grandmother lived in a thatched hut, enduring the harshness of winter and summer, and during rainy days, the roof would leak. After a few years, she passed away. Before her death, Xiaobin's grandmother did not even have a new burial garment. The funds for her coffin and grave were gathered by him and his friends, Sango and Huizai. Now, as he led Xiaobin in foraging for wild vegetables and cultivating ginseng for profit, Lin Yan was confident that it would not be long before Xiaobin's grandmother could reside in a proper house and enjoy a few more years of peace. Grandmother, Xiaobin remarked, you have not been a burden to him. As they say, An elder in the family is like a treasure. You are indeed Xiaobin's blessing. Lin Yan added, look, Xiaobin has not only begun to earn money, but has also started building a house. Before long, he will even acquire a tricycle to ride. With a home and a vehicle, he will soon be able to find a wife for you. You must eat well and await the day when Xiaobin brings you great-grandchildren to play with. Hearing this, Xiaobin's grandmother couldn't help but chuckle. After encouraging her to have a meal, Lin Yan and the others hurried off to the mountains. To alleviate any worries Xiaobin's grandmother might have, they quickened their pace and reached the designated spot marked by San Go in less than 20 minutes. As Lin Yan dug into the earth, he uncovered an aged ginseng root. Upon closer inspection, it was undoubtedly a century-old ginseng. However, its irregular shape significantly diminished its value. It was no easy feat for you all to discover this ginseng, Lin Yan exclaimed, carefully extracting the entire century-old root. Once he fully assessed its form, he could not help but speak out. Chapter 82. The Priceless Ginseng and Li Ping's Commendation, Who Could Deny It? Sango chuckled as he reminisced about their initial encounter with the ginseng, mistaking it for kudzu. Brother Yan, how many years old is this ginseng? Xiaobin inquired with curiosity. Lin Yan shook his head, responding, I am uncertain, but it should be around 100 years. He then turned to Sango and his companions. I shall acquire this ginseng. What price do you desire? The trio exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for a suitable figure. Previously, when they had discovered a decades-old Lingji, Lin Yan had compensated them with 3,000 yuan. Consequently, the price for this century-old ginseng must undoubtedly exceed that of the old Lingji. However, having little experience in selling medicinal herbs, they were unsure what price would be appropriate. Moreover, given Lin Yan's generous assistance, they felt uncomfortable asking for an exorbitant amount. Brother Yan, we are not knowledgeable in these matters. Perhaps you could decide for us? Sango suggested with a sheepish grin. Xiaobin nodded in agreement. Indeed, this ginseng holds no value in our hands. Only you can sell it. So why not just take it for yourself? We have earned quite a bit from foraging for wild vegetables and ginseng. Huizai echoed similar sentiments. This left Lin Yan in a bit of a quandary. After contemplating for a moment, he proposed, I shall offer 15,000 yuan for this century-old ginseng. What do you think? What? 15,000? The trio gasped in astonishment. They had sold the decades-old Lingji for merely 3,000. To think that this 100-year ginseng could command such a price. Each of them would receive 5,000 yuan, an amount equivalent to the annual income of many ordinary families. Is it too little for you? Lin Yan asked. They all shook their heads in unison. Not at all. This sum is sufficient for many people's yearly earnings. With this money, I could build a floor for Grandma to live in. Seeing no objections from them, Lin Yan invited the three to return to the village with him to collect their payment. Once they arrived at the Lin household, Lin Yan settled the accounts for the century-old ginseng, as well as for the wild vegetables and small ginsengs. The transactions amounted to 15,000 for the ginseng, 70 for the wild vegetables, 210 jin at 1 yuan per jin, and 340 for the small ginsengs, 102 roots at 10 yuan each. In total, each person received 5,410 yuan. As they received their money, joy radiated from their faces. In contrast, Lin Shan and his wife, who were at the dining table, were taken aback when they saw Lin Yan dispense over 10,000 yuan so readily, causing their chopsticks to clatter to the floor. After San Go and the others departed, Li Tsuehua grasped Lin Yan's hand, trembling as she spoke. Xiao Yan, what kind of ginseng is so valuable that you paid over 10,000 to San Go and the others? Xiao Yan, do you think you might be overreaching? Your father knows you've earned quite a bit recently, but building a house will require substantial expenditure. Lin Shan, too, expressed his unease. Brother, it seems you have become quite prosperous. Lin Qing stared blankly at Lin Yan, her mouth slightly agape, upon witnessing the astonished expressions of his parents and younger sister. Lin Yan couldn't help but smile. Dad, Mom, this is a century-old ginseng. Its value is beyond your imagination. How can something that resembles a radish be worth so much? Experts claim that the nutritional value of ginseng is comparable to that of radishes. Li Tsuehua, being merely a rural woman with limited exposure, readily believed the hearsay. Mom, this is not a matter of a slight difference. Lin Yan couldn't help but chuckle at her words. It appeared that experts had already begun to emerge in this era. If radishes and ginseng shared similar nutritional values, why was it that consuming radishes merely resulted in flatulence, while excessive ginseng could cause nosebleeds? However, such matters were difficult to explain to his parents. Dad, Mom, just remember this. I will not incur any losses from this transaction. He carefully placed the century-old ginseng into a wooden box. Once secured, he felt at ease to enjoy his meal. The century-old ginseng was a rarity. If it were to be sold 20 years hence, a specimen of exceptional quality shaped like a human could fetch an astronomical price of 120,000 per gram, making the entire root worth several million. Even a poorly shaped century-old ginseng could still command a price in the hundreds of thousands. Yet, this was not 20 years later. Although the economy had progressed in the mid-1990s, in a small place like Fenghuang County, there were still not many affluent families. The following morning, Lin Yan rose early to prepare breakfast with his parents and Xia Luoxue. After loading the breakfast along with wild vegetables and small wild ginseng onto the vehicle, he discreetly concealed the century-old ginseng beneath the seat cushion of the tricycle. Since it was Monday, the school would raise the national flag, necessitating an earlier breakfast for the students. Principal Li Ping had reminded him of this the previous week. After departing from Dashi Village, he hurried to the cafeteria of County No. 1 Middle School. Soon, the tricycle entered the campus under his control. Along the way, he noticed several students sporting excited smiles, seemingly anticipating something. Compared to the previous week, the students' spirits appeared notably elevated, with less fatigue from their studies. Upon arriving at the school cafeteria and unloading the breakfast for the cafeteria staff, Li Ping appeared before him. Principal Li, I observed that the students' morale seems significantly improved since last week, Lin Yan remarked with a smile. Thanks to your reminder last time, I rallied the entire faculty to provide psychological counseling for the students. We discovered that many students were grappling with various psychological issues due to academic or familial pressures. Li Ping expressed with gratitude. Through communication and guidance from the teachers, we achieved remarkable results. Many parents have noticed that their children, who had become reticent due to academic stress over the past 2 years, are finally smiling again and even helping with household chores when time permits. Consequently, numerous parents have taken the initiative to write to the Education Bureau, expressing their gratitude towards the school for its attention to students' psychological issues, which has alleviated tensions between students and their families. Both myself and many educators have received commendations from the leaders of the Education Bureau. At this juncture, Li Ping could not help but feel a sense of pride. Over the years, he has tirelessly dedicated himself to improving the overall academic performance of the county's top high school. However, the results of the students' college entrance examinations have been merely passable, and accolades have become a rarity for him. Little did he anticipate that by sacrificing a small portion of class time to focus on students' mental well-being, he would be rewarded. Principal Li, I was merely making an offhand remark. The most important thing is that you earnestly considered my advice. Otherwise, such accolades would not have come your way. Lin Yan remarked with a light laugh. Mr. Lin, I am planning to hold a sports event 1 week before the college entrance exam, allowing the senior students to participate and relieve some stress. What are your thoughts on this? At this point, Li Ping regarded Lin Yan as an esteemed advisor and tentatively inquired. That sounds excellent. Lin Yan replied with a nod of approval. As the college entrance exam approaches, the senior students have already memorized the essential knowledge points, having undergone several rounds of intensive study. Those concepts that elude them will remain forgotten regardless of how extensively they review. Their daily routine of frantically practicing problems serves little practical purpose. Indeed, such relentless studying may lead to mental exhaustion, culminating in confusion during the examination, which would be counterproductive. It would be far more beneficial for them to engage in physical activities and playful interactions prior to the exam, thereby releasing their stress and approaching the college entrance exam in the best possible mental state. Elated by Lin Yan's affirmation, Li Ping could not resist asking one last question. Mr. Lin, what does my facial appearance suggest about my career prospects? Lin Yan, aware of Li Ping's inquiry, smiled and provided a somewhat ambiguous response. As long as you treat your students as if they were your own children, they too will regard you with respect as their principal, and no one will be able to usurp your position. Having said this, he did not wait for Li Ping to fully comprehend the meaning of his words. He took the breakfast bill from Li Ping's hands and departed in his vehicle. Chapter 83. Disturbance at Chun San's tea house in the county town. At the auspicious tea house, Lin Yan arrived in his car to find Lu Ying and the tea house manager, Zhou Xiang, engaged in counting ingredients, among which were numerous freshly slaughtered chickens. Upon noticing Lin Yan's arrival, Lu Ying set aside her tasks, a smile gracing her face. Lin Yan, dear brother, you're quite early today. Lin Yan chuckled softly and gestured towards the array of fresh chickens. Sister Lu, it seems the tea house's dining business is thriving, given the abundance of fresh chicken ingredients. Thanks to you, dear brother, Lu Ying replied gratefully. If it weren't for your innovative dish, the crispy roast chicken, our tea house's business wouldn't have surged by 30%. It turned out that after manager Zhou had gifted Lin Yan a chicken the previous day, Lin Yan reciprocated by providing Zhou with a recipe for crispy roast chicken to pass on to Lu Ying. As soon as Lu Ying received the recipe, she promptly arranged for a custom iron vat as per Lin Yan's specifications. However, realizing that the vat would take several days for delivery, and eager to experiment with the new dish, she resorted to using a clay pot for a trial run. To her astonishment, once the crispy roast chicken emerged from the pot, its enticing aroma captivated numerous diners' attention. Despite Lu Ying's repeated insistence that it was a new dish not yet officially launched, patrons fervently requested to sample it. With no alternative, Lu Ying acquiesced to the diners' demands, preparing over a dozen servings of crispy roast chicken, which unexpectedly garnered high praise. Many diners, after relishing the dish, requested takeout. By the end of the lunch service, Lu Ying discovered that the tea house had completely depleted its stock of fresh chickens. Although she managed to source additional supplies from other branches, the evening service saw the stock vanish just as swiftly. The auspicious tea house had become a sensation, all thanks to the signature crispy roast chicken. Understanding Lu Ying's words, a look of realization crossed Lin Yan's face, though he was not particularly surprised. The crispy roast chicken would remain a staple dish in many tea houses even 20 years hence, a must-order delicacy for diners in Guangdong province. In the context of the tea houses of the 1990s, it was undoubtedly a flagship dish. Lin Yan, dear brother, I truly wish I could peer into your mind to see what brilliance resides within. Your casual culinary inventions seem to ignite a frenzy, Lu Ying exclaimed, her gaze intense and fervent as she fixed her eyes on Lin Yan. Feeling the heat of Lu Ying's gaze, Lin Yan took a step back, slightly anxious. Sister Lu, consuming people is not advisable. Get out of here. You're the one who would eat people. As the two engaged in their banter, manager Zhou had already weighed the wild vegetables, tallying the quantities of wild ginseng and bean sprout rice rolls. He presented the final bill to Lin Yan. Boss Lin, we have 710 pounds of wild vegetables totaling 840 yuan, 102 roots of ginseng totaling 3,060 yuan, and 500 servings of bean sprout rice rolls totaling 1,000 yuan, making a grand total of 6,000 yuan, all accounted for here. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan accepted the money and tucked it into his wallet without counting, trusting in Zhou's integrity. After witnessing Lin Yan accept the payment, Lu Ying exchanged a knowing glance with Zhou. The latter comprehended the situation and respectfully presented 3,000 yuan before Lin Yan. Sister Lu, what is this? Lin Yan inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face as he turned to Lu Ying. In accordance with our previous agreement, this is the payment for the recipe of the crispy roast chicken. Lu Ying replied with a charming smile. Sister Lu, I mentioned yesterday that this recipe is a gift from me. There is no charge, Lin Yan stated, shaking his head. Moreover, you have already granted me 15% of the tea house's shares. Lu Ying, I insist that you accept this money. Shares are one matter, and the payment for the recipe is another, she said earnestly, fixing her gaze on Lin Yan. Furthermore, the 15% share of the tea house is intended to bind you and the auspicious tea house together, ensuring that you do not offer your insights to other establishments. It was never my intention to compel you to freely share all your recipes in exchange for these shares. Upon hearing Lu Ying's words, Lin Yan felt a tinge of astonishment. It was evident that Lu Ying was a formidable figure in the culinary realm of Phoenix County, possessing a vision far beyond that of ordinary women. He recognized that having reached this point in their conversation, to refuse any further would appear somewhat disingenuous. Sister Lu, then I shall accept the money, Lin Yan conceded, taking the payment for the recipe. Seeing Lin Yan accept the money, a satisfied smile graced Lu Ying's face. Lin Yan, with this payment for the recipe included, your daily earnings have reached 9,000 yuan. How does that feel? A modest gain, merely a small profit, Lin Yan humbly responded. Zhou Xiang, overhearing this, couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. For an ordinary person, earning 9,000 yuan in a year would be a considerable feat. Yet Lin Yan had managed to earn that amount in a single day, and he called it a mere small profit? Was this the pursuit of the affluent? Lin Yan's statement was not an act. Even without the 3,000 yuan for the recipe, he had 4,500 yuan owed to him from the school canteen, easily bringing his daily gross profit to 10,000 yuan. However, these sums were still insufficient for Lin Yan. He had grand ambitions, such as leasing Beishan and Yaoshan to cultivate ginseng, and contracting Xishan to establish a fruit orchard and e-commerce business for fruits. All these ventures required significant capital up front, and the funds at his disposal were inadequate to support his aspirations. Lin Yan, your daily income is nearing 10,000 yuan, and yet you claim this is merely a small profit. Your expectations are quite high. Lu Ying chided him with a playful glare. Lin Yan chuckled awkwardly. Sister Lu, it is not that I have high expectations. Rather, the item I intend to sell you shortly may result in a considerable expenditure on your part, while I stand to gain significantly as well. Oh, what is this item? Lu Ying inquired, her curiosity piqued. Sister Lu, is there a private room available? It is quite noisy here, Lin Yan said, his expression turning serious. Noticing Lin Yan's earnest demeanor, Lu Ying's curiosity deepened. She gestured for him to accompany her to the manager's office of the tea house. Lin Yan turned around, lifted the seat cushion of the car, and retrieved a wooden box before following Lu Ying into the tea house. Shortly after their entrance, several figures, exuding a rough demeanor, appeared at the entrance of the auspicious tea house. Brother Chen, this tea house is so elegantly decorated. Its owner must be quite influential. Are we really going to cause a scene here? Wouldn't that be unwise? One of the ruffians nervously inquired, glancing at the gilded sign of the tea house. What are you afraid of? Haven't we done this several times before? Which instance was unsuccessful? Chen San replied with an air of arrogance. But the places we've troubled before were merely small eateries. The ruffian hesitated. All the same, together, we can go anywhere. Chen San asserted confidently. The other ruffians chimed in, agreeing. Brother Chen is right. I haven't tasted the delicacies of this auspicious tea house yet. I've heard they are delightful. Let's indulge ourselves and then stir up some trouble. Upon hearing the flattering remarks from his companions, Chen San's face lit up with pride. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and asked the first ruffian who had spoken. Have you prepared the dead rats I asked for? All set, right here, the ruffian replied, revealing a bag concealed beneath his coat that contained several severed rat heads. Seeing this, Chen San's lips curled into a smirk as he waved his hand, declaring, Brothers, let us go. Chapter 84, The Century-Old Ginseng Worth 100. 000 in the manager's office of the auspicious tea house, Lu Ying inquired while preparing tea for Lin Yan. Now that we are alone, could you reveal what is inside this wooden box? Without hesitation, Lin Yan placed the box on the coffee table and pushed it towards Lu Ying, smiling as he replied, Sister Lu, the item you asked me to keep an eye out for is indeed found. Startled at first, Lu Ying's pupils dilated in surprise, her gaze brightening. Brother Lin Yan, have you truly found me aged ginseng? Why not open it and see for yourself? Lin Yan chuckled, holding her breath. Lu Ying delicately reached for the lid of the wooden box. As she lifted it and beheld the gnarled ginseng within, her expression transformed with excitement. Indeed, it is aged ginseng. My knowledge of ginseng is limited. I can only ascertain that it is at least 100 years old, but I cannot specify the exact age. Lin Yan remarked with a grin. You have truly done me a tremendous favor. Lu Ying grasped Lin Yan's hand, her gratitude genuine. This was not mere politeness. She sincerely appreciated his help. Previously, she had purchased a decades-old reishi mushroom from Lin Yan and gifted it to a wealthy businessman in the county. The businessman utilized the reishi in a medicinal dish for his ailing father, resulting in significant improvement in the elder's health and vitality. Consequently, the businessman expressed his gratitude through financial investments and connections, greatly benefiting Lu Ying. Without his support, she would not have rapidly opened several branches of the auspicious tea house in such a short time. Now, with this century-old ginseng in her possession, she was confident it would restore the health of the wealthy man's father completely, securing the promised goodwill that would enable her to navigate the business landscape of Phoenix County with ease. Sister Lu, it brings me joy to assist you. Lin Yan replied with a smile. He understood that Lu Ying intended to use this century-old ginseng to barter for favors from the wealthy man, a favor of great worth, coveted by many. Yet, Lin Yan never considered trading the ginseng for this favor, realizing that it held greater value in Lu Ying's hands than in his own. With this favor, Lu Ying could expand her influence in the culinary industry, strengthening the auspicious tea house brand. As a shareholder, he would receive a 15% dividend. Moreover, as the tea house expanded into a chain, the demand for wild vegetables would increase, significantly boosting his profits and benefiting the villagers of Deshire village. If this favor were in his hands, with his current resources, achieving such substantial benefits would be challenging. Brother Lin Yan, the exact age of this ginseng will require professional appraisal, but the difference should not exceed 10 years. However, I am indeed in urgent need of this ginseng, perhaps. Lu Ying's expression shifted to one of hesitation as she gazed at the ginseng in her hands. She wished to purchase the aged ginseng immediately. Yet due to her uncertainty regarding its precise age, she feared that offering a lower price might jeopardize her relationship with Lin Yan. Consequently, although she intended to propose acquiring the ginseng at the price of a 100-year-old specimen, the words lingered on her lips before she swallowed them back. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan, fully aware of Lu Ying's sentiments, chuckled and said, "Sister Lu, let us consider this ginseng as a 100-year-old specimen. If it's off by 2 or 3 years, you might take a small loss, allowing your younger brother to profit a bit more." According to Lin Yan's memories from his past life, this particular ginseng was over 110 years old, significantly more valuable than one merely aged 100 years. However, given Lu Ying's considerable assistance to him, he did not wish to be overly calculative. Realizing Lin Yan's words were meant to ease her conscience, Lu Ying understood that this ginseng could hardly be less than a century old. "Brother Lin Yan, I owe you a favor," she expressed gratefully, looking at him. "I will take this century-old ginseng for 100,000. What do you think?" Upon hearing Lu Ying's offered price, Lin Yan's expression shifted slightly. The ginseng's appearance was subpar, and in 20 years, it might only fetch around 700,000 to 800,000. In the 1990s, Lu Ying's offer of 100,000 was indeed a top-tier price. 100,000 was an amount that an ordinary person would need to toil for 40 years, without eating or drinking, to accumulate. "All right, Sister Lu, if you say 100,000, then it's 100,000. Seeing Lin Yan agree to her proposed purchase price, Lu Ying's face lit up with joy, realizing that her debts to Lin Yan were accumulating. Just as she was about to call the front desk of the tea house to ask manager Zhou to assist her in wiring the money to Lin Yan, a sudden commotion erupted outside. "I tell you, your refreshments are unsanitary, and that's a fact." The two exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in concern. Neither of them were fools. From the ruckus, they understood that trouble had arrived at the auspicious tea house. "Brother Lin Yan, please wait here. I shall return shortly," Lu Ying said as she secured the century-old ginseng. "Sister Lu, I'll accompany you outside," Lin Yan insisted. "You?" Lu Ying hesitated, understanding her concern. Lin Yan smiled reassuringly. "I've trained for several years. Dealing with a few ruffians is no significant challenge." Upon hearing Lin Yan mention his training, a flicker of surprise crossed Lu Ying's face. However, as the noise escalated outside, she set her worries aside and nodded in agreement for Lin Yan to join her. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the auspicious tea house, several tables had been overturned and refreshments lay scattered across the floor. A few menacing figures stood defiantly, confronting manager Zhou and others. The surrounding patrons, witnessing the chaos, hurriedly distanced themselves, with many slipping out of the tea house without settling their bills. Manager Zhou, observing the frightened guests fleeing, felt a mix of urgency and frustration. He glared angrily at Chen San, the leader, gritting his teeth as he spoke. "Sir, you and your men have vandalized our auspicious tea house, spilling numerous delicacies and driving away our patrons. Do you have any idea of the losses you have inflicted upon us?" "I care not for your tea house's losses," Chen San retorted dismissively. "What matters now is that the refreshments at your establishment are unclean. After consuming them, my companions and I have felt quite ill." With a scornful expression, Chen San kicked a broken porcelain teapot on the ground and sneered. The diners around, hearing Chen San's claim regarding the unclean refreshments, lowered their heads to inspect their own tables, probing the dishes with their chopsticks. Zhou Xiang, infuriated, glared fiercely at Chen San and said, "Sir, you cannot make baseless accusations. The ingredients at our auspicious tea house undergo multiple rigorous cleaning processes before preparation. How could they possibly be unclean? Take, for instance, the cold-tossed wild vegetables. They are purely organic, green, and free from pollution. Everyone who has tasted them has praised their flavor." Upon hearing this, the surrounding diners nodded in agreement, affirming their fondness for the dish. "This very cold-tossed wild vegetable is precisely what I wish to address." Chen San scoffed, crouching down to pick up a half-broken plate of the dish from the ground. In that moment, it became shockingly evident that the cold-tossed wild vegetables contained a bloody mouse head, a grotesque sight amidst the otherwise appealing dish. Chapter 85. The giant infant. What grave sin has he committed? Do you know? He brandished a plate of wild vegetables, parading it before the patrons, proclaiming, "Everyone, take a look." The manager of this tea house claims that this dish of cold wild vegetables has been meticulously prepared. Yet, how is it that I find an unclean mouse head within? Is this what he refers to as multiple cleaning procedures? These wild vegetables are indeed purely natural and green, are they not? Upon witnessing the mouse head nestled among the cold wild vegetables in Chen San's hand, the diners were instantly seized by waves of nausea. Many irate patrons rose from their seats, banging on tables and hurling curses at Zhou Xiang and the other employees of the tea house. Hearing the uproar, a smug smile crept across Chen San's lips as he mused internally. This is retribution for not purchasing my wild vegetables at Jixiang Tea House. If I cannot have it, I shall destroy it. After my little stunt, I wonder who would still dare to indulge in the cold wild vegetables from Jixiang Tea House. Lin Yan, your vegetable business has been thoroughly undermined by me. Zhou Xiang, taken aback by the mouse head in Chen San's dish, shook his head in denial. Impossible. Our kitchen is impeccably clean. Every day after service, we conduct a thorough cleaning, ensuring no refuse lingers overnight. Moreover, the chefs preparing the ingredients are professionals. How could a mouse head possibly appear? Is that so? Then please enlighten me as to why there is a mouse head in my dish of cold wild vegetables. And several other tea snacks as well? Chen San retorted with a cold chuckle. As he spoke, he gestured for his companions to gather the scattered tea snacks from the floor, pointing at the mouse heads atop them while interrogating Zhou Xiang. The surrounding patrons, confronted with the sight of so many mouse heads, turned pale. Zhou Xiang, at a loss for words, found himself momentarily speechless. Observing the manager of Jixiang Tea House rendered mute by his inquiry, Chen San felt an even greater sense of triumph. Ordinarily, at this juncture, he would demand a sum for medical expenses and compensation for emotional distress. He and his companions could pocket a tidy profit while tarnishing the reputation of the tea house. Chen San was vengeful by nature. If they refused to purchase his wild vegetables, denying him profit, then he would seek to ruin Jixiang Tea House and Lin Yan along with it. I shall provide you with the answer. Those mouse heads were placed there by you. At that moment, a captivating female voice resonated throughout the tea house. Swiftly approaching were Lu Ying and Lin Yan, with Lu Ying being the one to speak. Upon seeing Lu Ying, Zhou Xiang quickly pointed at Chen San, attempting to explain. Sister Lu, I am already aware of the situation. Lu Ying interrupted. Addressing Chen San, you dare to tarnish the reputation of Jixiang Tea House simply because I did not purchase the wild vegetables you brought? That is utterly excessive. Zhou Xiang, upon hearing this, suddenly realized. Aren't you the vegetable vendor who approached us a few days ago, requesting that we buy your wild vegetables? The patrons surrounding them exchanged astonished glances, their expressions reflecting their disbelief. They had not anticipated the underlying circumstances of the matter. If that were indeed the case, then Lu Ying's earlier assertion that Chen San had placed mouse heads in the refreshments might not be entirely implausible. Disputes among acquaintances and competition among peers are quite commonplace. You speak nonsense. When have I ever sold wild vegetables at the Jixiang Tea House? I do not even know you people. Chen San was acutely aware that he could not confess to the situation at hand, and he stubbornly retorted. Furthermore, I am currently discussing the presence of mouse heads in the refreshments. Are you attempting to obscure the truth, seeking to tarnish my reputation with baseless accusations? Many diners, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of contemplation. Chen San, even if you envy my earnings from selling wild vegetables at the Jixiang Tea House, that does not justify your engagement in such unlawful activities. Lin Yan fixed his gaze upon Chen San. Speaking in a grave tone, are you not aware that Boss Lu hails from the provincial capital? The operational model of this tea house is modeled after those in the provincial city, hence surveillance cameras have already been installed in the main hall. Your clandestine act of placing mouse heads into the refreshments has been captured on the tea house's surveillance footage. This constitutes evidence of your wrongdoing. Upon hearing this, Chen San and his companions' expressions changed dramatically. Although they had committed petty thefts in the past, they had never resorted to such bullying tactics. They were merely a group of timid ruffians. The realization that their actions were illegal and that evidence had been recorded left Chen San's companions nearly paralyzed with fear. Nearby, Zhou Xiang gazed at Lin Yan with a peculiar expression. Having served as the manager of Jixiang Tea House for an extended period, he had never heard of surveillance cameras being installed. Lu Ying was equally astonished. She had never divulged her origins from the provincial city to anyone, not even to Zhang Long or Li Aigua. Moreover, while she had indeed installed surveillance cameras, there were only two, one at the office entrance facing the main hall, and another at the main entrance of the tea house, a fact she had not disclosed to Zhou Xiang. How did Lin Yan come to know this? Lin Yan, do not think you can intimidate me. I have yet to see where the cameras are located. You cannot conspire with Lu Ying to frighten me. Chen San stubbornly retorted, his resolve wavering. To his surprise, Lin Yan countered, asking, you just claimed that you have never sold wild vegetables at the Jixiang Tea House. How then do you know my name and that of Boss Lu? Chen San's complexion paled. I. The surrounding diners erupted in murmurs of astonishment. It seemed that Chen Sin truly was the vendor the tea house owner had mentioned, retaliating out of madness because his wild vegetables were not accepted. I do not know what you are talking about. The fact remains that there are mouse heads in the refreshments. Chen San replied, his voice trembling. If he wishes to engage in criminal activities, do you intend to follow suit? Lin Yan turned to Chen San's companion, coldly inquiring. You vandalized the tea house, committing the crime of damaging others' property, while slandering the hygiene of the tea snacks, tarnishing the establishment's reputation, and causing substantial economic loss. For these two offenses, you shall face cumulative penalties, starting with a minimum of 3 years. Upon hearing this, the individuals present felt their legs weaken in fear and hastily turned to Chen San, exclaiming, Brother Chen, we merely accompanied you for morning tea. We are completely ignorant of this matter. Indeed, this little mouse's scheme was your own doing, and has nothing to do with us. This declaration caused an uproar among the crowd. All the patrons comprehended the unfolding situation, their gazes toward Chen San filled with ire. At that moment, Luing and Zhou Xiang finally grasped that Lin Yan's words were merely a tactic to intimidate Chen San and his companions. This shocking revelation indeed made them confess everything. This man is utterly shameless, unable to sell the dishes in his possession. He resorts to damaging the reputation of Jixiang Tea House. We have consumed this cold wild vegetable for days. How could we possibly be unaware of its cleanliness? Such a person deserves to be imprisoned. Hearing the patron's scornful accusations, Chen San's countenance darkened considerably. He glared at his companions and scolded, You lot truly lack loyalty. The companions, upon hearing this, quickly distanced themselves from Chen San, seemingly wishing to sever ties with him. Witnessing this, Chen San was infuriated. He turned to Lin Yan, gritting his teeth and declaring, Lin Yan, this time you may have one, but our matters are far from over. With that, Chen San prepared to exit the tea house. Lin Yan exchanged a glance with the security at the entrance, who promptly positioned themselves in front of Chen San. Lin Yan, I have already admitted defeat. What more do you desire? Chen San retorted angrily as he glanced back at Lin Yan. Do not forget. Whether you can marry my sister still requires my approval as her little brother. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan chuckled. This young man still harbors fantasies of marrying Chen Mei? This peculiar family truly baffles me with their existence. In a previous life, should Chen San have caused trouble, he would have intervened due to Chen Mei. However, in this rebirth, he would not indulge the whims of this oversized infant. It seems you remain blissfully unaware of the magnitude of the trouble you have stirred. Lin Yan coldly regarded Chen San, his voice laced with disdain. Chapter 86. Li Aigua has arrived. Arrest Lin Yan. What do you mean, Lin Yan? Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Chen San's expression darkened, and he replied coldly, You have damaged numerous tables and utensils at the auspicious tea house, frightened away many patrons, resulting in significant financial loss and tarnishing the establishment's reputation. All of this constitutes a crime. Lin Yan maintained a calm demeanor and replied to Chen San with indifference. You currently have two options. First, compensate the auspicious tea house for its financial losses and explain the situation to each patron regarding your defamation of its reputation. Second, we will contact the authorities and ensure you face the appropriate legal consequences. Seeing the undeniable firmness in Lin Yan's tone, Chen San's expression grew increasingly grim. He had always lived without regard for consequences, relying on his parents and sister to bail him out of trouble. He had never been threatened in such a manner, especially not by Lin Yan, the impoverished brother-in-law he had always looked down upon. Lin Yan, stop trying to intimidate me. I refuse to pay a single penny, and I intend to leave. Let us see if you dare to stop me. Chen Sin scoffed, preparing to force his way out. Subdue this vandal who has wreaked havoc at the auspicious tea house and contact the police. Lin Yan commanded coldly. Several security personnel, already displeased with Chen San, swiftly apprehended him, pinning him to the ground, with his face pressed against the floor and his hands restrained. Chen San felt a deep sense of humiliation and roared at Lin Yan. How dare you treat me like this? I swear you'll never marry my sister. Lin Yan smirked disdainfully at his words and turned to Zhou Xiang, saying, Make the call to the police. Zhou Xiang nodded in agreement and turned to head to the front desk to make the call. Seeing Zhou Xiang's actions, Chen San began to panic. No. Don't call the police. We can discuss this. Lin Yan, for the sake of our past relationship, let me off this time. What relationship do we have? Lin Yan retorted. Are you referring to the time you blocked me from marrying your sister and struck me with a wooden stick, causing me to bleed? Or perhaps the time after I called off the engagement, when you sought to usurp my wild vegetable business and upon failing, resorted to sabotaging my collaboration with Boss Lu at the auspicious tea house? I am grateful for that blow to my head. It awakened me to the truth of not marrying your sister, else my life would have been irrevocably ruined. The surrounding patrons were taken aback by Lin Yan's words. Was this the man who single-handedly ruined his sister's marriage? Did they not hear how treacherous and malicious this former brother-in-law was? He assaulted his brother-in-law, attempted to steal his business, and now sought to destroy his dealings with others. Who would dare to associate with such a scoundrel? It was fortunate that he had not married his sister. Such a worthless individual deserved to be incarcerated and reformed by the state. If it weren't for the surveillance cameras at the auspicious tea house, they might have been left at a loss, unable to voice their grievances. Lu Ying's expression was icy as she declared, "I will call the police right now." Zhou Xiang nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Chen San's complexion turned pale. Lin Yan, brother-in-law, save me. I do not wish to be taken away. I promise you, I will no longer oppose your marriage to my sister. If you desire to marry her, I will return home and persuade her to accept you. My sister is most obedient to our parents, and they listen to me as well. I can definitely assist you in this matter. The surrounding diners looked at Chen San with disdain, thinking to themselves how unhuman he was, willing to betray even his sister for his own sake. Suddenly, Lu Ying approached Chen San and slapped him hard across the face, her expression dark and filled with fury. Today, whatever you say is useless. The diners around witnessed this scene and applauded. Such scoundrels deserved a lesson. At that moment, a police car appeared at the entrance of the auspicious tea house. Zhou Xiang had just hung up the phone and, seeing the police car outside, was taken aback. I just ended the call and they dispatched already? Chen San, upon seeing the police car, was nearly in tears. He looked at Lin Yan in panic, saying, Lin Yan, I truly realize my mistakes. Please, cover the damages for the broken tables and items. Once I have money, I promise to repay you, I swear. Don't let them take me away. Now you are afraid? Where was your fear before? Lin Yan replied coldly, you are already 20. It's time to take responsibility for your actions. Lin Yan understood that, given Chen San's nature, even if he did lend him the money for the damages, Chen San would only pretend to be oblivious afterward and evade his debt. There was no need for further discussion with such a man-child. It was best to send him away directly. At that moment, the police car door opened, and 3 individuals emerged, Li Aigua, Tang Yu, and Zhou Wu. Upon exiting the vehicle, they noticed the commotion within the tea house, brows furrowed in concern, and quickly approached. As they entered the hall, witnessing overturned tables and scattered tea snacks, their expressions darkened, and they swiftly entered a state of alert. Chen San's companions, seeing the police arrive, were so frightened that their legs turned to jelly, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. What has transpired here? Li Aigua inquired in a deep voice. Lu Ying pointed to Chen San, who was pinned to the ground, along with his companions, and recounted the events to Li Aigua. These individuals caused a disturbance in the tea house, overturning tables and slandering the hygiene of our tea snacks. In reality, they brought in the heads of dead rats and placed them among the snacks. Their actions have inflicted significant economic and reputational damage on our establishment. Please, stand up for us common folk. Upon hearing this, Li Aigua's expression darkened. The gathering of troublemakers indicated a gang-like nature. And coupled with their vandalism and intimidation of other diners, the situation was indeed severe. In this tumultuous era, this was a serious case. Moreover, Lu Ying implied that Chen San seemed to be targeting her and Lin Yan. As he was on the verge of a promotion, Lin Yan presented him with a significant case. Successfully resolving this case would not merely involve maintaining public order on a grander scale. It entailed safeguarding the people's property from loss and destruction. Lin Yan was indeed his benefactor. The gang's criminal activities, which included vandalizing others' property and tarnishing the reputation of the tea house, encompassed enough charges to warrant a decade of incarceration for them. Li Aigua let out a cold snort, his piercing gaze sweeping over Chen San and his companions, remarking, had this been a decade earlier, these individuals could have been swiftly dealt with. Chapter 88. Tang Yu's fate brotherly invited me to dine, and how could I possibly refuse? Thus, a simple lunch at Sister Lu's establishment seemed fitting. Lin Yan smiled and remarked, Captainly, today you are indeed fortunate. Our auspicious tea house has recently introduced a dish known as crispy roast chicken, conceived by my younger brother. It will surely leave you enchanted. Lu Ying interjected. Upon hearing this, Li Aigua's appetite was piqued, and he could hardly contain his anticipation. Is that so? I find myself quite eager for noon to arrive. Before long, they were seated in a private room, waiting for the dishes to be served while engaging in light conversation. During this time, Tang Yu made several attempts to glean information from Lin Yan about the origins of his remarkable skills, but he deftly sidestepped her inquiries. Ultimately, When Tang Yu realized she could extract no further information from him, she stamped her foot in frustration, turning her head away in silent defiance. Li Aigua and Lu Yin observed this exchange and began to whisper among themselves. Who would have thought that this girl, having met Lin Yan only twice, would be so engrossed in conversation with him? They do seem rather well matched. Our officer Tang has discerning tastes. She rarely pays any attention to most men. Yet here she is, engaging so amiably with Lin Yan. What a pity that he is already promised to another. It seems that good men are seldom available. Having been claimed early on, unbeknownst to Tang Yu, her mere curiosity about Lin Yan's abilities had led her superior to mistakenly assume she harbored feelings for him. Had she been aware of this misinterpretation, it would surely have vexed her greatly. Fortunately, the food soon arrived, and all present began to enjoy their meal. The much-anticipated crispy roast chicken indeed left Li Aigua and Tang Yu astounded. It was their first encounter with such exquisite cuisine, and they swiftly devoured an entire chicken. Seeing this, Lu Ying requested the kitchen to prepare another crispy roast chicken, and the two continued to indulge with evident delight. Observing this scene, Lin Yan felt no inclination to mock, but rather a deep respect for them. Li Aigua, Tang Yu, and their colleagues earned modest incomes, and, under the sun and wind, engaged in perilous work. During their busiest days, they often resorted to instant noodles for sustenance. They were, indeed, among the most admirable and endearing individuals. Brotherly. Please take your time. There is plenty of food. Lin Yan poured a cup of tea for Li Aigua with respect. Ah, Lin, I must apologize for my eagerness. This crispy roast chicken is simply too delicious, Li Aigua said, taking a sip of tea, a bashful smile creeping across his face. If you enjoy it, do come often. I shall speak to Sister Lu to grant you a 20% discount on this crispy roast chicken, Lin Yan replied with a grin. Occasional indulgence is acceptable. But I cannot afford to dine here frequently, Li Aigua said, waving his hand with a laugh. As they neared the conclusion of their meal and exchanged pleasantries with Lin Yan and Lu Ying, Li Aigua rose to settle the bill. Lu Ying did not offer to cover his expenses. Even if she wished to, the principal Li Aigua would decline. Instead, she discreetly signaled Zhou Xiang to apply the 20% discount for Li Aigua. I heard from team leader Li that your intuition is remarkably accurate and that you can read faces. Can you discern anything about me? At that moment, Li Aigua returned from settling the bill and, upon hearing Tang Yu's words, felt a rush of anxiety. He feared that Tang Yu might offend Lin Yan and quickly admonished. Tang Yu, don't be foolish. I am not being foolish. Tang Yu retorted defiantly, pouting. You speak of him in such reverence. I refuse to believe it unless he convinces me thoroughly. Otherwise, he is nothing but a charlatan, currently on leave and out of her uniform. She was just an ordinary girl, and a hint of capriciousness was to be expected from her. Li Aigua wanted to say more, but Lin Yan interjected with a smile. What do you wish to know? At the very least, tell me what you seek. In response, Tang Yu's face reflected a contemplative expression as she asked. Then show me what my romantic destiny looks like. It was customary for fortune-telling to revolve around either career or love, and being a woman, Tang Yu naturally prioritized matters of marriage. Upon hearing her inquiry, Lin Yan's face exhibited a flicker of hesitation. What's wrong? Can't you tell? You must be a fraud. Tang Yu scoffed at Lin Yan's indecision. I can indeed see something, but are you certain you want me to reveal it? Lin Yan replied, a touch of resignation in his voice. In his previous life, as he amassed wealth, he, like many affluent individuals, became increasingly convinced of the significance of feng shui. Spending his leisure time perusing various treatises on physiognomy, he had even examined Chen Mei's features, noting that her small, protruding ears and the absence of hanging earlobes indicated a detrimental fate for her spouse. Furthermore, she was self-centered and reluctant to invest in love, seeking only to gain while maintaining her pride. However, at that time, whether it was due to Chen Mei's impeccable facade or Lin Yan's infatuation blinding him, he chose to disregard the insights from the books. Ultimately, he paid a hefty price, culminating in a tragic end that echoed the predictions regarding Chen Mei's adverse influence on her partner. Indeed, Tang Yu nodded, sensing Lin Yan's deliberate ambiguity. You possess striking features, a heart-shaped face, large eyes, and a petite cherry-like mouth. By all accounts, you should be quite appealing to men. Lin Yan began to speak. Tang Yu felt a surge of pride at his praise, but her expression darkened the very next moment as Lin Yan continued. However, you have a pronounced indentation on your nose, referred to as a broken bridge, coupled with distinct lines, known as broken patterns. A woman's nose represents her husband's star and also signifies potential ailments. Your husband's star and health sector are both fractured and flawed. Hence, it suggests that not only are you likely to face personal hardships, but your partner may also encounter life-threatening situations. In other words, your features inherently bring misfortune to your spouse. The revelation left everyone present in stunned silence. Were such words to come from another's lips, they might be perceived as an insult. Yet, uttered by Lin Yan, both Li Aigua and Lu Ying found themselves somewhat inclined to believe him. However, Tang Yu clearly had a different perspective. After a brief silence, she erupted in fury. You curse me to a life devoid of men? I will not let this stand. Seeing this, Li Aigua hurriedly grasped Tang Yu's hand, urging her not to act impulsively. This is what you prompted me to say. I merely spoke the truth, Lin Yan said, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. How dare you say that? I could kill you. Li Aigua, noticing the escalating tension, tightened his grip on Tang Yu's hand. Lin Yan, your brother, and Tang Yu, your sister, are still so young, in the prime of their lives. Is there not a way for her to pursue her own happiness without encountering such dire circumstances? Lu Ying inquired on behalf of Tang Yu. There are indeed options. And I have two methods in mind, Lin Yan replied. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu quieted down and turned her gaze towards Lin Yan. After all, she was merely a young girl who placed great importance on her romantic fate.